Chapter 81 Conversation. What is she doing here? Ling Yi frowned subconsciously. But then he thought it had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to continue flying forward, the guy suddenly shouted to him, "Boss! Boss! Boss!" Because the shadowless mask blurred his figure, Ling Yi no longer had to worry about others looking for him. So when he heard the other party shouting like this, he could turn around and look at her head on. The opponent's figure quickly approached. Finally it stopped 3 meters away from him. Looking at the beautiful and graceful girl in front of him, Ling Yi admitted that he was indeed more patient than he was with other strangers. It's human nature and reasonable. "Boss! Boss! Do you know about Area 87? As soon as he came over, Luo Yao went straight to the problem. She knew very well that this kind of boss didn't have that much time to talk nonsense with her. So it was very good to be able to stop and listen to herself say a word. If you say something irrelevant, it will not only be meaningless, but it will also ruin the boss's goodwill. "Area 87? Ling Yi nodded slightly and said, "I know. What's wrong?" "Boss, you are very strong. If you can deal with the Demon King alone at level 30 in the future, then you can give it a try. According to the analysis of the expert team, if outsiders really wipe out the monsters in Area 87 and save that area, they will receive super generous rewards from the Divine Path. Boss, if you are willing to go, I can give you a tool free of charge that will protect you from the penalty of death. If you really fail, there will be no loss. There are only 2 outcomes after entering Area 87. Otherwise the rescue is successful, and the devil dies. Otherwise the rescue fails, and the player dies. There is no other possibility. Applying to enter Area 87 for rescue is considered a special task, and players who enter will not consume their own advent time. The only possible loss is the death penalty. That's why Luo Yao specifically asked her father for a prop that would protect him from the punishment of death, as a way to help him. Of course, boss, if you need any other help, I will try my best to satisfy you. Finally, Luo Yao added. After finishing speaking, she looked at the other party with an anxious expression. If the other party agrees, everyone will be happy. And there is nothing she can do if she doesn't agree. At least she tried her best. And opposite her, Ling Yi raised his eyebrows with a strange expression. He was going to fight in Area 87. So what Luo Yao said was nothing more than another reward for him. He was just a little confused as to her purpose. "Why are you doing this?" he asked doubtfully. "Do you have any friends in District 87? "Yep." Seeing that the boss did not explicitly refuse, Luo Yao instantly jumped up in her heart like a deer. She opened her delicate light golden eyes wide, nodded and replied in detail. "I have a good friend who lives in District 87. Since then, my whole life has changed dramatically. I want to help her. That's it." Ling Yi nodded, fully understanding Luo Yao's request. "I had planned to go to Area 87, but since you want to help, I won't refuse. Items that protect you from the penalty of death are extremely valuable. Not sold in stores at all. When you reach level 10, and you can trade. Let's trade again." "Good." Luo Yao nodded excitedly and hurriedly asked. "Then how will I find you then? And what should I call you? Boss?" After asking these 2 questions, Luo Yao suddenly remembered another very important thing. That is, how high is the boss in front of you? If he has reached level 10 now, then the other half of her friend must be him. Ling Yi pondered for a moment and found that adding friends was the easiest way. So he said, "Let's add friends directly. If you want to trade in the future, you can also trade directly in the chat interface." "Ah, good." Luo Yao was extremely satisfied to be able to add the big boss as a friend. Players can easily add friends directly to each other as long as they are face to face. There is no need to search for names through forums. It is completely unnecessary. You have added a new friend 01. Luo Yao was slightly shocked when she saw this name. "I thought this was the 01 boss that has been making a lot of noise in the past 2 days. But once I calmed down, I felt like I was thinking too much. In the past 2 days, the name 01 has become popular all over the world, causing many players to change their names to this. If Luo Yao guessed correctly, the mysterious newcomer in front of him should also be one of the fans of the 01 boss. After all, it's rumored the real 01 bosses were the first batch of players 20 years ago, and their levels were in their 80s and 90s. Even if the person in front of her said that he was true, she would not believe it. "Are you also a fan of Mr. Zero?" "Me too." Luo Yao smiled politely. But it doesn't matter what foreign name the other party chooses. What's important is that she has obtained the contact information of this big boss. Maybe if we work hard to build a good relationship in the future, we can still hug each other? She smiled inwardly, extremely satisfied with the results of this trip. Ling Yi didn't correct her and turned around to leave. Seeing this, Luo Yao pursed her pink lower lip and hurriedly asked, Big brother, I want to ask you one last thing. Have you reached level 10? Uh-huh. Ling Yi glanced back at her, gave her a clear answer, and flew away into the distance. Looking at the back of this mysterious boss, Luo Yao let out a long breath. Call. The matter has finally been resolved. Seeing that there was not much time left for the Flying Talisman and Fire Avoidance Talisman, she hurriedly flew back in the direction of the Hot Wind Golden Summit. This mysterious boss was going to the 5th level, but she didn't go with him. It's still too dangerous for her there. Soon, Luo Yao, who successfully landed on the Flying Talisman at the last second, breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and a bright smile finally appeared on her beautiful face again. Great! This boss is going to Area 87. Watching, and the others can be saved. The melodious voice full of joy echoed in this small area, and the cheerful girl jumped up and down, feeling excited physically and mentally. Deep in her soul, Qin Mingyao rolled her eyes helplessly. Can't this girl be calmer? He is going. But even if he is, there is not much hope. It's better not to have too high expectations. Qin Mingyao poured a basin of cold water on her quietly. Luo Yao's body jumped up and down. Her pretty face stiffened. She forced a smile, tilted her head, and said with a rather optimistic look, But at least he is the most promising person at the moment. If even he can't do anything, then I have no choice but to give up. Qin Mingyao had already expected Luo Yao's answer. She didn't want to say more about it, but changed the topic. Items that protect you from the punishment of death are very rare. Aren't you afraid that people will do nothing if they take them? I think you should make a divine agreement with him. Chapter 82. Face to face with the boss. Qin Mingyao has seen a lot of people who took things and then regretted not doing anything. Not to mention that she had experienced it once herself, which made her never trust others easily ever since. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the other party said what he originally wanted to do. Are you sure he is telling the truth? I don't dare. But I think he won't lie to others. Hearing this, Qin Mingyao opened her beautiful eyes helplessly. She didn't know how many times she sighed. For Luo Yao's relatively innocent character, she really had a lot of things to complain about as she had more life experience. If she had been asked to operate it just now, she was confident that she could do it more perfectly and seamlessly. Forget it. We've already agreed. So don't change it anymore. Luo Yao didn't want to embarrass others anymore. She took out another flying talisman from her backpack, used it, and accelerated towards the south. I have to work hard to reach level 10 as soon as possible. Meeting Luo Yao was just a small episode for Ling Yi. He didn't take the other person's words too seriously. Now, looking at the Flying Ice King, he spoke softly. Xiao Bing, don't take action against this boss yet. I want to try to fight it. The Ice King turned his head slightly and cast his beautiful pure white eyes on his face. The red little mouth moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But after a moment, she pursed her lips slightly and nodded slightly to him. Seeing this, Ling Yi smiled reassuringly. After copying her strength attribute, he turned and flew towards the 5th level boss, the giant axe stone man. Below, just now, he had seen the attributes of this boss through the Eye of Truth and knew that it was a melee power boss. This made Ling Yi think of a duel with him. He has always relied on Xingluo to kill monsters and has no experience in close combat. The boss in front of me now has all the strength, speed and defense, making him the perfect training target. Giant Axe Stone Man, LV30. Type, Boss Monster. Attributes, Strength 330. Mana 90. Agility 90. Endurance 180. Constitution 270. Skills, Natural Divine Power, 5 stars passive. Powerful Stone Body, 5 stars passive. Powerful Slam, 5 stars. Demonic Blood Blade, 5 stars. Thunderous Strike, 7 stars. Bloody Self-Healing, 3 stars passive. Current status, healthy. This is a 3-meter-tall stone man holding a huge stone axe. The whole body is made of gray stones, and it barely has a human shape. The eyes are like 2 green lanterns, blooming with a spooky green light. When Ling Yi landed in front of it, it just looked at him quietly and did not move. Instead, the surrounding elite monsters, Blade Stone monsters, rushed towards him waving their swords. Ling Yi ignored them, because Ice King would deal with them. Sure enough, the next moment, just listen to a very dense sound of rustling, flying into the ears quickly. Pieces of gray ice crystals rushed down from the sky like a shower, hitting these miscellaneous fish monsters. In just a few seconds, the surrounding monsters were all frozen by the dense ice rain, forming large ice blocks. You can't even see what's inside from the outside. Upon seeing this, the boss giant axe stone man stretched out his thick stone arm and pulled out the stone axe that was deeply embedded in the ground. Then the dim green light in his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had truly awakened. Immediately afterwards, it raised its thick stone legs, held the stone axe in both hands, and strode towards Ling Yi. Bang, 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 bang. The stone feet stepped on the ground, making a thick sound, which made people feel the huge weight of the other party. Ling Yi's eyes lit up. He clenched the battle flag in his hand, and activated the elemental blade with all his strength. Instantly, the fireworks on the flag turned into blazing white due to the high concentration of flames, which were even more dazzling. He bent his legs slightly, and then suddenly used his strength to rush towards the giant axe. The bodies of both parties are accelerating and approaching each other like two magnets attracted to each other. Then the next moment, boom! The burning battle flag collided with the stone axe twice as big, making a deafening sound. The invisible shock waves spread quickly, bending the surrounding flowers and grass. The level 22 Ice Queen has a power of 330. So Ling Yi, who copied her power, now has a power of up to 343, slightly taller than the other person. Now the battle flag in his hand was intertwined with the opponent's stone axe. After one man and one demon wrestled with each other for a moment, the stone axe giant seemed to realize that the opponent had a higher power than it, and immediately switched his attack. It was seen that it stood with the axe horizontally and turned from offense to defense. After blocking Ling Yi's heavy blow, it took a step back. At the same time, Luo Yao exerted force, twisted his body, and hacked away the stone axe in his hand. Although Ling Yi's 68 agility was a little lower than it, it was still enough to react and swing at the stone axe with a battle flag. However, the force of this blow was beyond Ling Yi's expectation, and he was knocked away without blocking it. Powerful slam. Depend on. You can't even tell that it uses skills. During the inverted flight, Ling Yi knew the reason in an instant. The other party can't compare with you through strength alone. That sweep just now was so powerful. It must have been due to the use of skills. This was the first time Ling Yi encountered this kind of skill without any form of expression. So he suffered from his lack of experience. Sieve. During the inverted flight of less than half a second, he suddenly heard an extremely short sound, as if something sharp was flying towards him at high speed. Ling Yi took a closer look and found that the other party actually threw the stone axe at him. There was no extra time for him to think at the moment, so he immediately tilted the battle flag in front of him and blocked the flying attack of the stone axe with a bang sound. But just when he thought the attack was over, the figure of the giant axe stone man rushed over quickly. I saw it catching the rebounded stone axe with one hand, and then leaping high with both hands holding the handle. In an instant, all kinds of thunder burst out from the stone axe. Then in the next moment, the stone axe bursting with thunder and lightning struck Ling Yi head on. At this time, the latter was still in the process of flying upside down. Everything is just in the blink of an eye. This was the moment when he was extremely anxious for Ling Yi. But his eyes lit up, and he quickly realized that this was also his opportunity. Present, he quickly activated the short-distance teleportation ability of Wind God's Call, and suddenly teleported behind the giant axe stone man. He grasped the battle flag with both hands and slashed at the opponent's back of the neck with all his strength. The next second, there was only a loud boom sound, and the huge axe of the giant axe stone man with thunder struck the ground hard. In an instant, lightning overflowed and the ground collapsed. The astonishing shock wave quickly swept across 100 meters in radius, shattering the surrounding 30 or 40 meters of land. It's very powerful, but it's empty. Also at this time, Ling Yi's battle flag with an elemental blade also hit its neck. Just like cutting through plasticine with a knife, it can be stabbed in relatively easily, but there is obvious resistance. The flames on the flag immediately erupted at this moment, burning rapidly in all directions from the wound. The confrontation in just a few seconds ended with Ling Yi taking the lead and injuring the opponent. Chapter 83: The Weakest Demon King. Call. After the attack was successful, Ling Yi did not pursue him, but quickly dodged aside. He found that high-intensity fighting was more tiring than he had imagined. In just a few seconds, He could already feel the loss of physical strength. Although he can be on par with this boss for the time being, if he really fights, he may still be defeated in the end. After all, his physical strength cannot allow him to hold on until the other party is burned to death by the flames. The last time I could kill Fengshindi so quickly. The main reason is that the other party used Big Storm in Krypton. Now comparing this blow to the giant axe stone man who only destroyed a few dozen meters of land, he had to admit that the last big storm was indeed very powerful. While he was pondering, the giant axe stone man turned around again and cast his gloomy eyes on him again. Then he picked up the giant axe and took long strides to rush towards him again. Seeing this, Ling Yi regained his energy and headed straight forward. Before his physical strength is exhausted, he wants to fight more enemies like this to accumulate experience. After just over a minute, Ling Yi's physical strength was exhausted. Next, he handed over the battlefield to the Ice King. The latter was very powerful. As soon as he entered the scene, he suppressed the giant axe stone man with absolute superiority, and finally killed him after 10 minutes. You killed the giant axe stone man, boss. LV30, and gained 700 experience. You got it. After recovering most of the loot, Ling Yi opened the panel and checked the current level bar. Level 24, 2260/7500. If you just rely on killing monsters, the difficulty of upgrading is enough to make countless people despair. Fortunately, experience can also be obtained from other aspects such as Shenlue activities and arenas. When they open these functions in the future, the speed of gaining experience will inevitably be faster than now. However, because the experience required for upgrading will be higher, the overall upgrade speed should be similar to now. Alright, now that the monsters in these two levels have been cleared, what's next? He stood on a slope, looking far into the distance. A few hundred meters away, there was a tall blue-gray altar. The altar is about 100 meters high and is said to have a total of 300 steps. On the top platform of the altar stood a large golden bell. As long as you ring it, you can call out the Demon King in this area. TSK! TSK! Looking at the golden bell placed high above, Ling Yi felt mixed emotions in his heart. Joy, pride, nervousness, apprehension. Seeing that there was still 1 hour and 38 minutes left, he felt a little confused. The monsters in the 4th and 5th levels have been wiped out, and today's goal is considered accomplished. Next, should I go to the wild to upgrade the high-level monsters? Or should I call the Demon King out first? He had seen the information about the Junior Picture Demon King several times on the forum. Although players cannot see the specific attributes and skills of the Demon King, they have also figured out the skills and general attributes it possesses through repeated expeditions. Therefore, he still has a good idea of whether they can defeat the Junior Map Demon. Super Bubble Monster. Now, about 37? Well, let's call him out first. With the thought of, I have to call it out sooner or later. It would be better to call it out now than later. Ling Yi jumped into the air and flew towards the altar at full speed. After a while, he flew to the edge of the big golden bell. According to others, the bell is rung as long as it rings with a push. Ling Yi put his hand on the surface of the golden clock and looked at the wave-like pattern on the surface. Finally, he no longer hesitated and pushed hard. Boom. Walk! After ringing the golden bell, Ling Yi quickly took the Ice Emperor's white and tender hand and quickly retreated. After retreating to a safer distance 1,000 meters away, he landed behind a big rock. Then he turned around and cast his gaze towards the sky above the altar. According to players, after ringing the golden bell, the Super Bubble Monster will land in the clouds above the altar. It will then scan the entire venue and attack players directly if it finds them. Ling Yi was not ready to fight this Demon King yet, so he retreated to a safe distance for now. After waiting for the Demon King to appear, you can fight or not fight. At this time, the weather is sunny and the wind is gentle. Under the blue sky, there were clusters of pure white clouds, which were piled directly above the altar like pieces of marshmallows. After Ling Yi stared there for a second or two, a beam of orange-yellow light suddenly fell from between the clouds and shone directly on the altar. Immediately afterwards, in the sight of Ling Yi and Ice King, a huge, furry unknown life form slowly appeared from the clouds and slowly landed in the light pillar. That, although he had seen the true face of this Demon King from various channels, he still couldn't help but feel absurd when he saw it for the first time. Is this Snow White? Furry spherical creature also a devil? In his impression, Demon Kings are all majestic giants, like the five-crested dragon in Area 87, or the sea-shaking demon whale that once caused global panic. Their appearance alone can make people feel frightened. The cute devil in front of me has a completely different style from the other devils. Ling Yi has reason to believe that this is the divine way taking care of the newcomers. Then let me take a look at the attributes of this weakest demon king. Super Bubble Monster is recognized as the weakest demon king. There is no doubt about this. Ling Yi used the Eye of Reality and began to detect its properties from a distance of 1,000 meters. Super Bubble Monster, LV30. Type, Demon King. Attributes, Strength 300. Mana 900. Agility 300. Endurance 600. Constitution 300. Skills, Bubble Summoning, 7 stars. Bubble Shield, 7 stars. Advanced Damage Enhancement, 8 stars passive. Colorful Paradise, 8 stars. Current status, Healthy. His. Looking at the panel that appeared in front of him, Ling Yi frowned subconsciously. Sure enough, it's too comprehensive. Even the lowest attribute is 300, which is far higher than a level 30 player. But it's not too outrageous. Looking at the Demon King's attributes, Ling Yi couldn't help but compare it with the Ice Emperor's attributes. Ice King's 5 attributes are all consistent. And after his observation, he found that these 5 attributes are 15 times the level. Then when her level reaches 30, all attributes will reach 450. Some attributes surpassed the Demon King in front of him, and some attributes were lower than it. And the Super Bubble Monster is at the bottom of the Demon King. So it can be roughly judged that the Ice King's strength is indeed second only to the Demon King, between the Boss Monster and the Demon King. Thinking of this, Ling Yi turned to look at the Ice Emperor beside him. At this moment, her weak, boneless little hand was still firmly held in her palm. The hand was greasy and somewhat cool, and it felt extremely comfortable to hold in it, because she was being held by herself. She couldn't fly very high, and her snow-white, delicate jade feet were only a few centimeters away from the ground. Chapter 84 The Star Summoning Boss. Seeing Ling Yi's gaze, the Ice Emperor also turned his head. Those pure white and beautiful pupils stared at him seriously, as if waiting for his next order. Ling Yi kneaded her white little hands while thinking about the next action in his mind. It didn't take long for him to make his decision. Xiao Bing, let's try to fight it first. He has a mutated teleport talisman that allows him to retreat immediately even if he cannot defeat him. The Ice King nodded his head to indicate that he understood, then lowered his head and turned his gaze to the little hand held by Ling Yi. Obviously, if he didn't let go of her hand, she wouldn't move. Upon seeing this, Ling Yi immediately let go of his hand, and at the same time, he also had a deeper understanding of the logic of Ice King's behavior. It seems that my physical restraint of her has a higher priority than the tasks I give her. This meant that as long as he held her, even if it was just a symbolic gesture, she would not be able to break free from him. In what situations can this be used? Ling Yi quickly went through it in his mind and found that this seemed to be just icing on the cake behavioral logic, without much practical significance. Shaking his head, he got rid of unnecessary thoughts in his mind. He opened his backpack and found the strength pill inside. This physical strength pill was an extra gift given to him by the branch lady when he went to the Shiming branch. However, because it was not possible to bring real-life divine items into the backpack before level 10, this elixir was not used at first. It wasn't until the day before yesterday that he remembered this thing and put it in his backpack. Now is the time to let it shine. Physical strength pill, after taking it, a small amount of physical strength will be restored immediately. He looked again at its mutant potential. Stamina elixir mutation potential, medium. It still has the same mutation potential as last time. The only difference from last time is that his mutation points are more than 10 times that of last time. System. Mutate, he said decisively. Click it again after a few seconds. Strength pill, after taking it. Every time your physical strength is exhausted, a small amount of physical strength will be restored immediately. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ling Yi, _. The effect of the props was very simple, but it took him quite a while to understand it. Just because he didn't think that a mutation with a medium mutation potential would produce such an exaggerated effect. Every time your physical strength is exhausted, you immediately regain some strength? Isn't this a weakened version of a perpetual motion machine? This effect can be said to be exaggerated, but it can be said to be average, just because it doesn't recover much. If it is a small amount, the real proportion is probably around 10%. Such a small amount of physical strength will be gone after a while of high-intensity exercise, let alone using skills. But even so, Ling Yi was extremely satisfied. Okay, then what's next? He set his sights on the super bubble monster in the distance and waved to greet the Ice King. Let's go! Let's go! Tip, the battle with the Demon King in this area has begun. Please rush to the Golden Altar as soon as possible. When someone launches an attack on the Demon King in this area, such a prompt will appear in front of everyone in this area. Therefore, when the players in Area 66 saw this message, they all looked at each other with blank eyes. Everyone, underscore? Demon King War? Why can't I understand what this means? I remember this seems to happen when someone attacks the Demon King in this area. Damn. Doesn't this mean that the Demon King in our area has already come out? This is only the 5th day. On the 5th day of this, no one had reached level 10 yet. I'm still fighting level 3 and 4 mobs. And someone is already fighting the devil at the end of the level? This is too outrageous. The players in Area 66 once again felt what it means to be shocked. They discovered that they seemed to have seriously underestimated the mysterious boss in their area. While they were still making origami airplanes, they were already flying into the sky. They felt the gap as big as a chasm. When a person surpasses himself, normal people will want to catch up. And when the other party surpasses oneself too much, everyone will no longer chase him, but will admit the fact, believe that the other party is indeed better than themselves, and will look up to and even worship the other party. A large number of players in Area 66 are also experiencing this kind of ideological change at this moment. Speaking of which, what's the name of that big guy? I don't know. Now I feel a bit honored to be in the same district as him. Holy shit. Me too. I feel like this big shot in our district might become a historical celebrity in the future. He's so awesome now. Then, TSK. The outside world calls the two of them the Ice Flame Twin Stars. But I think the boss should be given a resounding name alone. How about we put our heads together and think about it? There is such an awesome boss in our district. If there is a district war or something like that in the future, if the boss eats meat, we can definitely drink some soup too. His characteristic is to summon meteorites. How about we call him Star Summoner? Okay. No one else has ever used this name. This is good. On the plane, everyone talked to each other, and soon they came up with a name that satisfied everyone. Summon the Star Boss. It not only represents the characteristics of the other party, but also shows sufficient respect. Present, some of this group of people continued to kill monsters and level up, while others went to the forum and started posting. Released the news about the star summoning boss in this area starting to fight the devil. The Golden Altar is located at the end of the main road in the primary map, a bit far away from where everyone is. But even so, there are still people who are willing to sacrifice some flying or acceleration talismans to rush on their way. They have to rush to the edge of the Golden Altar and leave precious video records there. In the past 20 years, no one has ever been able to defeat the Demon King before the novice event. But someone did it today. A young man who was using Flying Talisman was driving the live broadcast while flying at full speed towards the end of the main road. His name is Yu, and he is 26 years old. He is an ordinary Shenlu anchor in the live broadcast area of the forum. He attracts some viewers because he is in the June 66 area. Now, facing the continuous influx of viewers in the live broadcast room, he said passionately, "This is something that has never been done in 20 years. Our star summoning boss in District 66 in June, on only the 5th day of opening the district, is already facing the devil. I want to rush there immediately and record this outrageous act that can overturn the world's knowledge." No matter how slow Yu's reaction was, he knew that it was best to have real video records of this behavior that shocked the world. If it is passed down by word of mouth, after 20 or 30 years, when a new generation of young people grow up, they will probably think that this is an exaggerated legend by the predecessors. Only true historical evidence can convince future generations of this fact. Chapter 85. The world is restless. The audience in the live broadcast room was dubious. But when I thought that I would see the authenticity right away, I waited patiently. At the same time, posts posted by other players in this area were also discovered by many people. In just a few minutes, this behavior that surpassed the common understanding of the world quickly attracted the attention of many people. The keyword, Battle of the Demon King on the 5th day of the zone, shot directly onto the forum's hot search list at an incredible speed, and continued to rise at an unabated rate. Everyone who sees it at first glance is confused. I thought the news was exaggerating by confusing falsehoods with truth, but when they clicked to take a closer look, they were all stunned by the contents. On the 5th day, the Demon King battle? Is this true or false? I know the mysterious newcomer in Area 66 is very powerful. But is he so exaggerated? Is this really not cheating? I thought he was cheating even if he wasn't cheating. It's fake. There's no solid evidence yet. It's just a piece of news from the whole district. If I want to copy this kind of thing, I can make 100 copies every minute. It was so incredible that no one could believe it. It's fine if the mysterious newcomer clears 2 or 3 levels. But 4 or 5 levels? Do you really mean to wipe it out? Is this really a game? Even if everyone speculates that the mysterious newcomer is possessed by a top player. Even so, it will be difficult to clear these 2 levels in just a day or 2. How could it be so easy to kill tens of thousands of monsters? There are some people in the live broadcast room who are live broadcasting this. Let's go and take a look. When everyone was extremely suspicious, a live broadcast room came out and automatically diverted traffic. Everyone didn't care about each other's purpose. As soon as they saw someone broadcasting live, they immediately followed the link and clicked in. At the same time, organizations from various countries, worldwide international organizations, global conglomerates, and other major forces that got wind of the news also entered the live broadcast room one after another. They were almost silent, as if they didn't want anyone to notice their presence. A few minutes later, when the anchor passed through the 4th and 5th levels with no monsters, and saw the devil, Super Bubble Monster, at the golden altar, the live broadcast room was immediately excited. On the high seas of Taijingyang, there is a floating island of more than 3 million square meters. The island is called Atlanta, and is the headquarters of the Global Alliance of Players. The entire island is in the shape of a relatively regular circle with a diameter of about 2 kilometers. Now, on the 3rd floor of the cylindrical building, Tongtian Tower, on the island, some well-known powerful people from all over the world were gathered together again because of this sudden news. They have teleportation props fixed in Tongtian Tower, which is very convenient for teleportation. After watching the live broadcast again, the entire audience remained silent. This is a fan-shaped staircase room. At the bottom, a bald man wearing sunglasses pointed at the screen and said to everyone, "Do you still remember when you summoned the devil? The 3rd month of opening the district. The zone has been open for 3 months and 11 days. 3 months and 6 days. 3 months and 7 days." Among the dozens of people sitting at the table on the stairs, 4 people in a row replied, "That's right." The bald man raised his brows and emphasized his tone. "Everyone here is a genius among geniuses, an elite among elites. But even the fastest among us took more than 3 months to clear the 5th level and summon the Demon King. Then the one who summoned the Demon King within 5 days must know what this means. Ignore the rest for now. Now the whole world is waiting for our attitude, and we must make a judgment immediately." Having said this, the bald man slowly glanced at everyone present from left to right, frowning slightly. "Everyone present is at least level 90 strong. I won't say any nonsense. Now, please make your choice immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of D and D sounds sounded from the small screen on everyone's table. Everyone looked down and saw 3 options appearing on the small screen on the table. 1. Human hope and friendship. 2. Treat as alien and eliminate. 3. Wait for the follow-up and watch. The whole alliance is composed of player alliances from all over the world. The ones who really have the power to make decisions are formal meetings held by representatives of various alliances, such as the representatives of the Xinxia Divine Alliance, the White Eagle National Eagle Alliance, and the Northern Bear National Bear Alliance. Although this group of top players from all over the world has no actual power, their opinions can greatly influence the planning of the entire league. "This guy is too abnormal. If there is nothing we can do about him now, I will definitely rush into Area 66 and kill him." A man with a feminine face and long blue hair said rather sinisterly. As he spoke, he chose the second option. "We'll wait until we find out which country he is from." A blond middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses said this, and checked the third option with an indifferent expression. After the seduction, his figure slowly faded away. Apparently it was teleported back again. Almost all of these powerful people are busy with their own affairs, so it would be great if they could spare a few minutes. You know, there are still many people who haven't even come. The others also made a quick decision and went back. In just a few breaths, the place became deserted again. The bald man with sunglasses standing below ignored them. At this time, he looked at the information on the screen and frowned tightly. 115, 223, 337. So many people choose the third option. After pondering for a moment, The bald man finally shook his head and sighed softly. Forget it. Just write it down like this. You absorbed Wan Kai's 77 surprise points. You absorbed Wan Kai's 66 unexpected points. You absorbed 68 points of Lu Shui's excitement points. You understand. On the plain in the sun, Ling Yi stood in the crowd and listened to these players gathering together and talking about him. Now the forum is full of topics about our district boss Xiaoxing. He is really popular all over the world. Yesterday it was Big Brother Zero. And today it's Big Brother Summoning Stars. Why are there so many perverts lately? There are some differences between the two. The former is now the mysterious hero of Xinxia, while the latter is a newcomer of unknown nationality. Although the mysterious 01 boss has not clearly disclosed his nationality. However, the two actions of handing the Eternal Spiritual Protection Monument to the Xinxia official and providing the treasure synthesis formula to the Xinxia Treasure Alliance were enough to prove that he was from Xinxia. Everyone around the world knows this. Well, I don't know which country the star-calling boss in our area is from. If he belongs to some dark organization or other hostile forces, that would be troublesome. Hearing this, Ling Yi turned his head and glanced at the man who said this. With black hair, black eyes and yellow skin, he must be from Xinxia. Seeing this, he smiled slightly, turned around and walked away. Chapter 86 Level 25. News about Elemental Martial Arts. I just went to challenge the Super Bubble Monster. It's really just a test. The Ice King suppressed the giant axe Stommen throughout the entire process. But it took more than 10 minutes to kill it. And neither of them could suppress the Demon King together. And it was even more difficult to kill the latter. Unless you have crushing combat power. 1 or 2 hours of coming time is simply not enough to defeat the Demon King. In order to defeat the Demon King in each district, it was necessary to accumulate the time of arrival 3 days in advance. And then it took nearly 10,000 people to work together for 6 to 7 hours before defeating it with great difficulty. If 2 people want to defeat it in a short time, their strength must be much stronger than the others. Therefore, they just had a brief exchange of hands. And after having the most intuitive understanding of the Super Bubble Monster's strength, he immediately retreated. There is still more than an hour left. So instead of wasting it pointlessly on the Demon King, it is better to brush up the monsters and upgrade them a few more levels. Early 3 in the morning. As soon as he came back, Ling Yi immediately used the daily roulette wheel and the experience beads. Congratulations on getting a reward in the daily roulette, experience times 100. You gained 780 experience. Looking at the level column again, it has become level 25, 3012/7800. After closing the personal panel, Ling Yi walked to the desk and sat down, looking at the brilliant starry night outside the window. His mind gradually calmed down. There was a trace of deep thought in the dark eyes that reflected the starlight. Now I'm beginning to have the strength to fight against the level 30 Demon King. But I'm still a little far away from defeating him. Super Bubble Monster has a shield that reflects energy attacks. My Starfall and Elemental Blade will be reflected. There is still a serious lack of physical combat methods. In the battle with the Super Bubble Monster just now, he realized this serious flaw of his. He has no effective physical output means. Whether it is Starfall or Elemental Spirit Blade, they are all energy attacks. Unless the battle flag is directly cut without an Elemental Blade attached, it is a physical attack. Only, a battle flag without an Elemental Blade attached has no power at all. After all, it's not a weapon in the first place. It seems that it is necessary to look for physical output skills. Thinking of this, Ling Yi took out the Mutated prompt from his backpack. Last time, I found excellent flying skills through it. Now when he was looking for other skills, he thought of it immediately. He held it in the palm of his hand and said in his mouth, I am looking for a physical output skill that is both awesome, and powerful and suitable for me. He was afraid that this prompt would not understand the meaning of awesome. A few seconds later, several burning words also appeared in front of him. Elemental Martial Body. If I remember correctly, this seems to be a support skill? After getting the Elemental Spirit Blade, he specifically searched for other support skills. This one also started with element, like the Elemental Blade, and he was quite impressed. But he didn't specifically remember the specific effects. Opening the forum again and searching with this name, Ling Yi finally confirmed that this was a support skill. At the same time, he also set his sights on the effects shared by others. Elemental Martial Body, make your elemental attacks inflict a small amount of physical damage. Simple and clear effect. The only thing that might make people confused is the scope of elemental attacks. Namely, what counts as an elemental attack? Underneath this effect, there is a standard answer that has been verified by many people in time. Chao Mu Fong Fong. The so-called elemental attack refers to any attack that contains the 10 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light and darkness. Even if a skill is not dominated by this element, as long as it contains elements, it can be regarded as an elemental attack. In other words, Ling Yi's current, Flame Star, Elemental Spirit Blade and Wind God's Call are all elemental attacks. Wait! He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes widened suddenly. The Flame Star and Elemental Spirit Blade in front are nothing more, but the call of the Wind God is causing the wind element to wreak havoc on a large scale. If there is physical damage, then there is nowhere to hide from this attack. It turns out that he can blow wind, but it is just an ordinary wind and is essentially harmless. But if he really gets elemental martial body, then his wind will be a divine wind that can cause physical damage. Not only does it have an extremely large attack range, and it is difficult to dodge attacks, but its continuous physical damage can make up for many of his current shortcomings in one go. My wind can directly cause damage, so I must have this elemental martial body. Ling Yi made up his mind. The next aid trial needs to wait until level 30. He is only 5 levels away from that level. It can be said that if you work hard for a few more days, you can get it. As for why you don't just go to the people who have this support skill to help you, that was entirely because the skills that came through the rescue were not his own after all. So he couldn't feel at ease. Boom boom. There was a knock on the door. When Ling Yi turned to look, Lin Shuru opened the door and brought him a piece of hot food with a smile. You're hungry. Let's have some midnight snack. The young president of the first guild of the White Eagle Kingdom, Union of Gods, finally reached level 10 early this morning. According to him, he did not break the previous world record. Obviously, someone had already broken the world record of level 10 before this record. The Ice Flame Twin Stars in Area 66 have wiped out the 4th and 5th levels of the main road. How many levels does the Star Summoner in District 66 have? And what kind of strength does he have? Early in the morning, the morning news woke up people who had not yet woken up. Watching the hot news on TV, everyone who didn't stay up late last night was extremely surprised. The Ice Flame Twin Stars in Area 66 have definitely broken the world record for level 10. Yes! It's a pity that the historic monument of the Divine Path will not be updated for another half a year. I can't see how long it took for that guy to reach level 10. But after half a year, we will know who these Ice Flame Twin Stars are. Half a year is too long. Ling Yi had just finished breakfast and was resting in the hall when he suddenly received a message from the unknown Guozhu. Wuming Guozhu was the official Xinxia official who contacted him last time. The other party told him that after a nationwide vote, the ancient monument had been confirmed to be placed on the top of Taimong Mountain in Tianhe City. It is an uninhabited place with a radius of hundreds of miles, and it is in the center of the belly of Xinxia, so it is very safe. Now the other party asked him, should he be the first to shed blood to protect the spirit? 01, yeah. While he was thinking, the other party suddenly gave him something. He received a gift from Wuming Guozhu, a long-distance teleporter. Note from the other party, I gave this to you personally. Please be sure to accept it. Ling Yi was stunned and subconsciously opened his backpack to check the prop. Long-range teleporter, C, 2 coordinates can be set globally, and the user can teleport back and forth between these 2 coordinates. The coordinates can be changed once a day. There are only 2 teleportation opportunities per day. Chapter 87 Level 30. The strength has greatly increased. Oh! Ling Yi raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, this thing can be called a global teleporter. But since the other party gave me this thing, the problem of coming and going is solved. And with the shadow mask here, he is not afraid of others seeing through his identity. So I made the decision to go. 01, okay. I'll be the first to drop blood to protect the spirit at noon. The Eternal Soul Protecting Monument is an ancient monument that will last forever. Of course, the first person to shed blood to protect the soul is the best contributor. Unknown Guozhu, yeah. In addition, we have arranged rewards for you. It is divided into 2 parts, substantial rewards and honorary titles. The honorary title will be announced nationwide tonight, and the actual rewards are divided into 2 parts, divine props and real-life rewards. The latter will be announced tonight. If you want the former, please check it now. 01, okay. Obviously, the people over there have analyzed that they don't want to show up. Otherwise, A grand award ceremony should be arranged. After Ling Yi replied, he quietly looked at the air in front of him. Soon, a long gift message appeared in front of him. You have received a gift from the unknown national pillar. 10 million gold coins. Experience beads times 10,000. A-level enchantment optional package times 1. A-level house protection beast optional package times 1. As this piece of information emerged, the chat between the two came to an end. After closing the chat panel, Ling Yi sat on the sofa, looking slightly excited. Hey, this reward is a bit beyond my expectation. If nothing else, 10,000 experience beads equal a total of 100,000 experience. Experience beads are an exclusive reward of daily roulette. It is the best reward in the junior roulette of the junior map. It is the inferior reward in the intermediate roulette of the intermediate map. It is the better reward in the advanced roulette of the advanced map. And in the ultimate roulette of the ultimate map. It is just a general reward. Therefore, although this is a scarce resource, it is not so scarce that a country cannot even produce 10,000. Ling Yi didn't look at the other rewards for the time being. Now that he got these 10,000 experience beads, he couldn't wait to upgrade. Present. Upgrading is still the fastest way to increase combat power. The higher the level, not only will he become stronger, but the summoned beast Ice King will also become stronger. You can copy higher attributes, and you can also support with higher level people. And if you reach level 30 in one fell swoop, you can also conduct a second support trial and obtain a second support skill. So no matter how you look at it, upgrading now is the best course of action. You used experience beads. Experience plus 10. You used experience beads. Experience plus 10. Congratulations. Your experience is enough. You will be automatically upgraded to level 26 now. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You used experience beads. Experience plus 10. A few minutes later, after investing in who knows how many experience beads, Ling Yi finally reached level 30 as he wished. Congratulations. Your experience is enough. You will be automatically upgraded to level 30. At the same time, another prompt also appeared. Tip: your level has reached the upper limit of the primary map. Please defeat the demon in this area and enter the next area to break through the upper limit of the level. If others don't have an experience pool, then after their level reaches the upper limit, they won't get any experience from killing monsters. According to Ling Yi's understanding, the experience pool is a reward that only those who trigger the world announcement can hope to get. There is currently no other way to obtain it. Counting him, there are currently less than 10 people in the world who own it. Come to your senses. After adding all attribute points to strength, his strength attributes took on a completely new look. Strength, 38. Although it is only a low attribute for him, compared to other new players in the same period, his strength attribute of 38 is already very high. Looking at the number of remaining experience beads, I found that there were still 5,880. Ling Yi thought for a while, opened the experience pool, and used all the experience beads. Soon, he has accumulated 58,800 experience in his experience pool. Then what's next? He set his sights on the remaining 2 A-level rewards. A-level enchantment optional package A after use. You can choose an A-level enchantment in the optional package. A-level home guardian beast optional package A after use. You can choose an A-level home guardian beast in the optional package. Both items have medium mutation potential. Ling Yi simply mutated. Just as he thought, both of them mutated from self-selected A-level to self-selected S-level. Immediately afterwards, he slowly began to choose from a group of S-level barriers and a group of S-level house-protecting beasts. Lin Shuru is watering the flowers in the yard. Her snow-white jade face, which had always been weak, only had a happy smile at this time. She hummed an unknown ditty and took care of each flower seriously and carefully among the flowers. The newly rising sunlight shone on her alluring body, casting a blurry shadow on the colorful porcelain floor tiles. At this moment, she was wearing a light yellow suspender dress and miniskirt, revealing her round, snow-white shoulders and flawless white arms. Her brown hair was tied into a long ponytail and swung behind her back, jumping from side to side as she walked. When the sunlight suddenly weakened at a certain moment, she subconsciously raised her head, only to see a translucent light shield surrounding the entire yard quickly fade away. Then the sunshine returned to normal. Lin Shuru was stunned, then raised her eyebrows and murmured in surprise. Boundary? Is it possible? Yes, I did it. Ling Yi's voice came from the side. Lin Shuru turned her head, and when she saw his face, She stood up subconsciously, smiled slightly with a pretty face, and said, "You're here." Ling Yi raised his eyebrows, gave her a slightly strange look, and said, "Weren't you very bold last night? Why are you turning into a little girl again now?" Lin Shura blushed and lowered her head, as if she was ashamed to answer. Just when Ling Yi was about to change the topic, he suddenly heard her muttering extremely quietly at a volume that was difficult for ordinary people to hear. "Because I'll be up late at night." The voice gets quieter and quieter, but no matter how young he was, he could still hear it clearly because he had the wind god's call. "Lonelier." Ling Yi was startled, and then remembered that he had indeed seen her in this state on her panel before. "At that time, I thought it was just a literal meaning. Now it seems that it may also have an emotional meaning. Perhaps it was because she was helpless and alone that she longed for the care and company of others. Doing something bold for this reason is inevitable." "Correct." While Ling Yi was still distracted, Lin Shuru, who was blushing, quickly changed the topic. "Is this a barrier you set up? What level is it? What kind of barrier is it? What effect does it have? And aren't you a newbie? Where did you get the barrier? Did you get it by opening the treasure chest?" Chapter 88. Two-person trial with the magical beasts that protect the house. He asked a lot of questions in succession, and successfully diverted Ling Yi's attention. "This is the S-level barrier light barrier. It was given by someone else." A barrier is something specifically designed to protect an area. It is fundamentally different from the house protector, which only protects one building. They are two items of the same type. In residents' homes, they basically use house protection charms and other things to protect the building. In some large places with a large flow of people, such as schools, hospitals, department stores, etc., it is difficult for house protection charms alone to meet the protection needs. In this case, a barrier is basically needed to form effective protection. "Isn't our home protected by your talisman? Do we still need a barrier?" Lin Shuru asked curiously, blinking her moist blue eyes. When she mentioned this, she remembered the magic of Ling Yi's talisman paper. In her impression, all talismans are disposable props that will burn and disappear automatically after being used once. As a result, the talisman he posted in the bedroom is still hanging. Obviously it was triggered last time. "So I said it was a gift." Ling Yi spread his hands and shrugged. "Besides, it's better to have something than nothing. At least now the yard is protected. And you can water the flowers in the yard with peace of mind." "That's true." Lin Shura nodded lightly. She originally wanted to say something grateful, but she swallowed the words as she reached her lips. "It's too much to say thank you," she thought to herself. The abilities of the enchantment are all the same. All provide a huge shield. Different enchantments only differ in some small places. For example, Windproof Barrier has the additional effect of protecting against storms. Another example is Fireproof Barrier, which has the effect that no open flame can appear within the barrier. Ling Yi's Mutated Light Barrier has the additional effect of automatically repairing the barrier when exposed to light. This means that when the barrier is attacked, he doesn't need to worry about it. It will recover on its own. It is already a mature barrier. Unlike other barriers, if you get even a little bit of damage, you have to find many people to repair it immediately. "Correct." Ling Yi pointed to an iron sword not far away that he had casually inserted into the soil and said, "That sword is the sacred beast I just got to protect the house. You don't need to worry about it at ordinary times. If an enemy enters, it will attack on its own." "Oh?" Lin Shuru's eyes followed Ling Yi's fingers, and she saw a rusty bronze sword stuck diagonally in the ground, with the blade submerged into the ground for about 10 or 20 centimeters. "Wow! Good!" She nodded her head and said with a joyful smile, "It would be nice to have a divine beast to protect the house. This way, when you enter the divine path in the future, if someone breaks the barrier and breaks into the yard, you can still give me some money to run into the house." Time. The mythical beast that protects the house is an extremely unpopular existence. They can only be purchased from stores and are very expensive. Besides, they can only exert combat effectiveness within a small, fixed range. The combat power is not particularly strong either. For most people, the price/performance ratio is extremely low. Sometimes I buy it, but it turns out I'm in danger, and it's not as useful as the players themselves. It's a pity to throw away the tasteless food like chicken ribs. At noon, Ling Yi went to Taimong Mountain through the long-distance teleporter and gave the first drop of blood before returning. By the way, Lin Shuru was also dripped on it. The news that the Eternal Soul Protector Monument will be placed on the top of Taimong Mountain in Tianhe City spread throughout the land of Xinxia this morning. When Ling Yi went there, countless people had gathered around it. He leisurely completed the first blood drip operation in full view of everyone. Then he returned through the long-distance teleporter. The mutation potential of this thing is only medium. After its mutation, there is no limit to the number of coordinates and the number of uses. Originally, you could only mark 2 locations, and you could only teleport back and forth between these 2 locations once a day. Now he can mark 100 or even 10,000 coordinates around the world and teleport between these coordinates an unlimited number of times. The effect is indeed excellent. But for him, the effect is not much improved. After all, it is enough for a normal person to travel far away once a day. How can he travel around the world? In the hall, when Lin Shu returned on the TV, sat cross-legged on the sofa and started watching the live broadcast of blood drops to protect souls. With gusto, Ling Yi moved a wooden chair and sat by the window, chatting with the person he was about to rescue. Nightingale's song, is your support relationship terminated? 01, how do you know? Nightingale's song, haha. Because Qianqian said in the group that a more satisfactory aid partner found her. So she changed the aid partner. Are you lost now? 01, what's there to be disappointed about? It's just a matter of choosing a better rescue target. Anyone would do the same thing. Nightingale sings, really? I'm not sure. By the way, I have good news and bad news to tell you. Which one do you want to hear first? 01, good news. Nightingale's song. The good news is that I just completed a monthly event and obtained a prop that is enough to achieve excellent results in the trial scene, Storm Desert. Next, I can get a high-quality support skill. It may be cheaper for you. 01, where's the bad news? The bad news is that event also gave me a lot of experience. And I'm now at level 37. We will have to wait longer for assistance. 01, no. Both are good news. To be honest, I am already level 30. And I just planned to go to the Storm Desert. Naturally, he was met with surprise and suspicion from the other side. However, the other party may have thought that he had completed some activities and received some rich experience rewards. So he easily believed this fact. Nightingale sings, great. In this case, how about we start a 2-person trial? If we conduct a double trial together, we will have a greater chance of getting a better rating. And it's possible to get a concentric contract. What do you think? Asterisk. A 2-person trial is when 2 people perform a support trial together. The difficulty will be increased accordingly. Approximately doubled. Also based on the final rating. The level of the support skills obtained by the 2 people is judged. Also, if you do the trial with 2 people, there is a certain probability of obtaining contract of the same heart. This prop is a long story. But overall it can further deepen the support relationship between the two. 01, that's okay too. He only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He had watched the trial scene in the Storm Desert many times. Basically, he could successfully complete the trial mission just by relying on his ability to control the wind. The most others can do is use Howl of the Wind to get an A-level rating. But he has an even more powerful Wind God's Call. An S level can be said to be at your fingertips. Moreover, if he really wants to obtain props like Contract of Concentricity in the future, then the 2-person trial is inevitable. This item can only be obtained from here and cannot be traded or gifted. Nightingale sings, great. Then when will we go to the trial? I can do it anytime. Seeing this, Ling Yi lowered his head and thought for a while. I am now level 30. If I can successfully get that support skill today, I will hopefully defeat the super bubble monster tomorrow. His strength has already greatly increased just now. If he gets the second support skill and successfully supports it with Nightingale's song, his combat power will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, he quickly made a decision in his mind. 01, without further ado, let's do it now. Nightingale sings, okay. Chapter 89 Storm Desert. The 2-player trial is invitation only. One party chooses to invite the other party during the trial. When Ling Yi found the Storm Desert, seen among the trial scenes and invited Nightingale's song from the forum friend list, the 2 of them disappeared from the world at the same time. Storm Desert. Trial requirement. Survive for 10 minutes. Possible to obtain support skills. Sand Shield. Storm Acceleration. Light and Shadow Stand. Destruction Continuation. Elemental Martial Body. This is a pretty standard survival trial. The longer the survival time, the higher the score. Ling Yi and the two knew that the 10 minutes mentioned in the trial requirements was only the minimum standard. If it doesn't last 10 minutes, it will only get the lowest E rating. After 10 minutes, the evaluation started from D level. The sky was gray and cloudy. Ling Yi, who was wearing summer clothes, stood on the endless desert, being blown by the whimpering, cold wind, and couldn't help but feel a little cold. He frowned slightly. And then with a thought, he directly seized control of all nearby wind elements and calmed them down. Without the noise of the cold wind, the vast desert suddenly became quiet. Then, he turned his head and looked at the woman beside him. This woman is tall, has slender legs, and has a rather seductive face. The front hair hangs naturally to the sides, while the back hair is tied into braids and thrown behind her back. She was wearing a light yellow sportswear that fit extremely well, and those who didn't know it thought she was a coach from a certain gym. A long sword with a blade made of blue flowing water was held in her right hand. She also wore a gold feather bracelet with 3 gold feathers connected end to end on her right wrist. "Hello. Nice to meet you. My surname is Yun. Just call me Sister Yun." As he stared at the past, the woman who called herself Sister Yun smiled extremely politely, and at the same time extended a hand of friendship to him familiarly. Ling Yi stared at her, then twitched his lips and said speechlessly, "My surname is Ling. You can just call me Brother Ling." While speaking, he reached out his hand and shook her gently. "Okay then. Let's discuss our own issues." The woman whose real name was Yun Zijin smiled softly. After the two shook hands, they tacitly agreed not to speak again, but both cast their gazes into the distance. At this time, hundreds of meters away, humanoid units with yellow and tattered bandages all over their bodies were crawling out of the sand. They are exactly the monsters in this trial scene. Desert mummies. Their only weapon is the withered yellow bandage on their body. Those bandages may look tattered, but they are extremely strong. Once they get wrapped up in them, it will be extremely difficult to escape. The bandage will continue to absorb moisture from the person it comes in contact with, until it is reduced to a shriveled corpse. Therefore, if you want to survive, as long as you don't get entangled with them, you'll be fine. Do you have the ability to control wind? Yun Zijin glanced around, turned to him and asked. Yes, I have. Then it seems we have hope of getting an S-level rating. In addition to the desert mummies in the trial scene of Storm Desert, the desert storm that can blow at any time is also a factor that threatens the lives of challengers. Having the ability to control wind means that this threat no longer exists. Yun Zijin raised a small orange whistle hanging around her neck and smiled at him. This is the whistle of the undead specially designed to restrain desert mummies. As long as I continue to blow it, the desert mummies will not dare to approach. Originally, I wanted to take you to get an A-level evaluation, but now it seems that we are helping each other. Hear the words. Ling Yi glanced at her in surprise, and said, softly. Immediately afterwards, he saw the Sister Yun beside him put away her water sword, picked up her whistle and started to blow. Beep, beep, beep. She could blow for half a minute at one breath, and then she could blow for another half minute as long as she took another breath. During this period, Ling Yi only needed to stabilize the surrounding wind. Speaking of which, why did this guy have a weapon in his hand when he came in? Could it be that in this two-person trial, players can fight with each other? The monsters in the survival trial cannot be killed, so that weapon is definitely not used to deal with monsters. Ling Yi calmly logged onto the forum and searched for a while. And sure enough, he saw some information about a fight between two players in a two-player trial. Two young men from Xinxia fought fiercely in the double trial. It turned out that they were both pursuing the same woman, Genius of Sunset Sakura Country. Supporters can only support people of the opposite sex, but the double trial does not require that they must be men and women of the opposite sex. It is only required that the level difference between the two parties should not be more than 10 levels. Now looking at the information on the forum, Ling Yi can understand what Sister Yun did with the sword just now. No matter how good the two people chatted before, it was only limited to chatting on the forum. When they actually met, they still had to be on guard. Just like wearing anti-wolf spray in real life. No wonder she doesn't even dare to reveal her real name. She seems to be a familiar woman on the surface, but very cautious on the inside. In fact, the same is true for Ling Yi. To be careful, he didn't tell the other party his name. As for facial information, even the cautious Sister Yun dared to show her face safely in this trial scene. So he didn't have to worry. The forum already has photo and video functions. Therefore, There are no skills or props with this ability in the Divine Path. If players want to use these two functions of the forum, they must summon a small aircraft used to take photos or videos. Without this small aircraft, there is no need to worry about facial information being photographed on the Divine Road. After all, you can't bring in your mobile phone or anything else. The only thing I have to worry about is that if they meet in the real world, they might recognize each other. But the world is so big, and if you just want to walk around and meet an internet friend, the probability is almost as low as buying a lottery ticket. A few minutes later, the two of them obviously felt that it was getting more and more difficult. The most intuitive thing is the increase in the number of desert mummies. Originally there were only about 50 or 60 of them, but now they were densely scattered around the two of them. After a rough scan, there were at least 500 or 600, and their fear of the whistle of the dead is obviously gradually weakening. I used to run away as soon as I heard it, but now I not only don't run, but also dare to slowly grope my way over. Ling Yi looked up at the trial time. Proceeded, 17 minutes and 16 seconds. 17 points. Almost reaching the A-level threshold. After saying this softly, he turned his head and saw that although Sister Yuan looked tired, her eyes were extremely firm as she stared at the desert mummies. There was a stubbornness in his eyes that refused to admit defeat. It seems that without my help, this guy would only be able to get an A-level at most. A single whistle of the dead may receive an A-level rating. A single risk control may also receive an A-level evaluation. If the two take the trial together, because the difficulty is doubled, they will probably get a level. Chapter 90 Obtain the power of elemental martial arts and skills. However, Ling Yi has the call of the wind god, and his ability to control the wind is far beyond what Howl of the Wind can. Seeing that the desert mummies around him were getting closer and closer, with a thought, a wave of updrafts rose from the ground, blowing him and Sister Yuan's body into the air. Ah! Yuan Zijin, who was carried by the updraft and blown to a low altitude of more than 30 meters, was suddenly startled. She stopped blowing the whistle and looked at Ling Yi with a surprised look. You did this. Right. Ling Yi floated aside very naturally and said, the desert mummies are already approaching. Why don't you run away? This. Yuan Zijin was speechless for a moment. She didn't expect that the person next to her had such superb wind control ability. He could suppress the storm in the desert while still having enough energy to blow her up. How high must his mana attribute be? She was secretly surprised. Thanks! She sincerely thanked Ling Yi. Originally, she had overestimated herself, and thought that with the whistle of the dead, A-level would be at her fingertips. Now it seems that the guy next to her is more reliable than her. Congratulations on successfully passing the trial scene, Storm Desert. You successfully survived this trial for 20 minutes, and received an S-level rating. Congratulations on obtaining the support skill, Elemental Martial Body S. You have obtained Concord. Ling Yi, who returned to the hall, received a message from Nightingale Cry before he could examine the props carefully. Nightingale sings, thank you very much. Without you this time, I would never have been able to obtain the S-level support skill, because the rating is S. Therefore, both of them obtained S-level support skills. 01. No need to be so polite. Your support skills are meant for me. And of course, I hope they are of a higher level. Nightingale sings, Nightingale's song, what I got is the S-level. Continuation of destruction. Shall we support him now? Because Ling Yi had probability reversal, he directly obtained the elemental martial body with the lowest probability, and the woman who was about to rescue him seemed to have good luck. 01. Okay. Soon, the two successfully completed the rescue. Congratulations. Your support relationship with the player, Nightingale's song, has been officially confirmed. Ling Yi opened his personal panel and looked at it carefully for the first time in a long time. Name, Ling Yi. Level, 30, 0/12400. Talent, probability reversal. Strength, 38. Mana, 100 plus 450, attribute copy. Agility, 3 plus 127, rescue. Constitution, 3 plus 260, treasure. Stamina, 3. Skills, Starfall, for stars can grow. Attribute copy, 6 stars. Ice King summons, 10 stars. True Eye, 4 stars. Wind God's Call, 10 stars. Remaining star positions, 29. Treasure, Fantasy Holy Star A. Support skills, Elemental Blade S. Elemental Martial Body S. Destruction Continuation S. Combat Strength Evaluation an absolute powerhouse with overwhelming strength in the primary map. In just 5 days, he has jumped from a bottom player to an absolute powerhouse in the junior map. Even now he dares to launch a formal offensive directly against the Demon King tomorrow. The Ice King's all attributes are already 450, which is much stronger than yesterday. And I have also become stronger. Ling Yi clenched his fists, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He remembered that among the Demon King's attributes he saw yesterday, the opponent's mana was as high as 900. Yesterday, he was not level enough to copy. Now, 900 mana. Mana affects the player's energy attack. This means that when his mana increases, his Starfall and Wind God's Call will become more powerful. When the time comes, if he adds his own magic power, his magic power will surpass that of the Demon King in one fell swoop. He can even gain the upper hand when fighting against the devil with energy attacks, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Ling Yi took a deep breath and carefully looked at the 2 support skills he had just obtained. Elemental Martial Body, S, makes one's elemental attacks inflict moderate physical damage. Destruction Continuation, as passive, when causing damage to the enemy, you can recover your own physical strength to a moderate extent. The damage of the Elemental Martial Body has been increased, and the destruction continues to hiss and restore physical strength? This is an unexpected surprise. Ling Yi originally planned to buy hundreds of stamina pills to use up tomorrow. Anyway, he has more than 10 million gold coins, and he can afford to buy a few hundred without even paying a fraction. Now it seems there is no need to buy it. It is worth mentioning that Shenlu has a complete skill damage system. The power of the small amount of damage and medium amount of damage described in the skills has been tested by player teams on the forum. Ling Yi only took a rough look at it last time. After seeing the effect of Elemental Martial Body this time, he couldn't help but find the post and click on it again. Skill damage is divided into 5 levels from low to high, trace, small, medium, large, and extremely large. Trace damage increased by 5%. That is, the actual power is 105%. Example, if a player's normal punch attack has a power of 100, then he uses a boxing skill with micro damage, which will have a power of approximately 105. Small amount, increase by 10%. Medium amount, 20% increase. Although the S level, Elemental Martial Body, is only 10% more than the A level, Elemental Martial Body, this gap will widen as the players themselves improve. On the market, skills with a small amount of damage and skills with a medium amount of damage account for the majority. Occasionally, an unknown skill that can cause a lot of damage will appear, and it will immediately attract a group of advanced players to fight for it. If this skill doesn't have too many drawbacks, its star rating will be very high. Speaking of which, an A-level Elemental Martial Body only does a small amount of damage, so a B-level one should only do a trace amount. What about a C-level one? Ling Yi searched again out of curiosity. Only then did I see that CD-level elemental martial arts still require probability to be triggered. Shaking his head, Ling Yi closed all panels, leaving only the backpack interface. There is only one left, Concord of Hearts. However, he had already seen this prop several times on forums and other places, so there was no need to click on it to check it out. Looking down, he saw that its mutation potential was high, so Ling Yi mutated it directly. Are you sure to mutate the contract of concentricity? 36 mutation points will be consumed. Sure. During this mutation period, Ling Yi remembered the 2 protective skills he had just obtained. These support skills are like attributes and levels and cannot be selected by the super mutation system. Can't change. But Ling Yi was satisfied. The S-level strength was already enough. Soon, when the prop became clear again, he opened it to look at it with great anticipation. Contract of Togetherness, Special Support Items. Gain concentricity level after use. As the rescue time increases, the level will slowly and automatically increase. The maximum level of concentricity is 10. Every time the level of concentricity increases by 1 level, the upper limit level difference between the 2 parties will increase by 1 level. For every 2 levels of Tonchin, you can get an additional support slot. The original contract of 1 heart can only be used by binding the current aid object. If the support relationship is terminated, the contract of 1 heart will disappear. After mutation, there is no need to bind the object again. You can use it directly. Not only that, the mutated bond of concentricity also has the effect of getting an additional support slot every 2 levels. This means that he can protect multiple people at the same time in the future. But this is the effect of mutation after all. People who are not close to you cannot help you casually. Ling Yi touched his chin, his face relatively calm. For now, this thing can't bring him much help. It will only be useful if the concentricity level is raised. Let's use it now. Soon, Ling Yi used this concord of concentricity and found that there was an additional column of concentric level under the column of support skills on the personal panel. Concentric level 1. Call. At this moment, he finally finished sorting out all the gains he had just made. He raised his head and looked out the window at the small sunny garden with birds singing, flowers fragrant, and the sun shining brightly. He slowly relaxed physically and mentally. Chapter 91. Defeating the Super Bubble Monster. Early next morning, when the arrival time of the Divine Road arrived on time, Ling Yi quickly entered without wanting to wait for a second. Today, he will officially conquer the Demon King of the primary map. The moment he appeared in the camp, he directly took off against the wind and flew hundreds of meters into the air, while flying at full speed in the direction of the main road. Ah! Where did such a strong wind come from? The gathering strong wind caused everyone around them to stagger. And when they finally stood still, they looked up. Where can I see any shadow? What is that? I think I saw a person flying into the air? That's right. There was a person who couldn't see the specific figure clearly. He flew into the sky as soon as he came in, and then flew away towards the main road. Someone from a distance saw it and said quickly, "Isn't that guy the big star summiter?" Most likely. As soon as they heard that he might be the mysterious star-calling boss in this area, other people around him also cast curious glances. Why are you still going to the main road? Mr. Zhaoxing? Isn't there only the Demon King left there? I don't know. It can't be to fight the Demon King. Right. Ha. Maybe. Although the players said this, no one thought that the other party was really going to fight the Demon King. The fact that at least thousands of high-level players are required to deal with the Demon King has gradually penetrated into the hearts of everyone in the world in the 20 years since the advent of the Divine Road. Even if the star-calling boss in their area had successfully cleared the 4th and 5th levels of the main road yesterday, they did not think that the other party was qualified to break this world's perception. Demon King. It is the highest level monster currently known. It is also the biggest threat facing humanity today. In the second month after the arrival of the Divine Road, a sudden level 3 black sky occurred in the Rhine city of the White Eagle Kingdom. The first Demon King in the world, the Royal Nest Spider, appeared. There were only less than 50,000 people in the city out of 300,000. The person managed to escape. In July of the second year of the Divine Road, the Demon King, Lord of Flame Hell, came to Sunset Sakura Country, and a huge fire spread across 300 kilometers. In February of the 7th year of the Divine Road, the Demon King, Thunderbird, came to the important town of Baixiong, turning everything he passed into ruins. From November to December of the 13th year of the Divine Road, the Demon King, sea-covering demonic whale, which still casts a shadow in the hearts of countless people, appeared and set off hundreds of huge tsunamis along the coast of the Pacific Ocean, hitting more than 300 coastal areas in total. The city has displaced more than 20 million people, and 200,000 people are still missing. The Demon King who appears in this world following Krishna is a nightmare existence for countless people, especially ordinary people. In this world, they are truly a sight to behold. But, for Ling Yi, who has never experienced the disaster of the Demon King, they are just stronger monsters. There was no fear in his heart. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement. A tribute copy! From a distance of 500 to 600 meters, he directly activated a tribute copy on the Super Bubble Monster. The target is the opponent's mana. The next moment, like clear and gentle water flowing rapidly through his soul, a numbing coolness flashed past. Then, a stronger and stronger force emerged from deep inside. When he thought about it and checked his mana attributes again, it had become mana 100 plus 900, a tribute copy. Exactly 1,000 points of mana. Ling Yi was flying at an altitude of more than 200 meters. With a wave of his hand, an astonishing storm was set off hundreds of meters away. The storm swept through the woods from south to north, and all the trees along the way were torn apart by the ferocious storm, turning into hundreds of tiny wood chips and flying away with the storm. Hiss! Ling Yi clenched his fists. At this moment, he felt stronger than ever before. Even at a certain moment, the thought came up that I might be able to defeat the Demon King without the Ice King. He knew that this was an inflated psychology caused by a sudden increase in strength. However, with his strong mind, He quickly wiped away this arrogant thought from his mind, and calmly called out the Ice Emperor. When this beautiful woman with white hair and white eyes, wearing a blue dress, floated out from the light mirror that looked like a world of ice and snow, Ling Yi smiled at her confidently and said, "Xiao Bing, we are going to have a formal meeting today. Fight against it." The Ice Queen looked at him, obviously stunned for a second. Then she shifted her gaze to the super bubble monster in the distance, and finally turned back and nodded to him. "Okay, let's take action." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi turned around and looked at the super bubble monster hundreds of meters away, who was resting with his eyes closed under the golden altar. "Starfall," he shouted in a low voice, and at the same time used all his magic power with all his strength. Suddenly, as if something suddenly took away a lot of energy, he suddenly felt a strong collapse. Before he could react, a weak physical strength suddenly appeared in his body, pulling his physical energy back, from prosperity to collapse to recovery. These states change in just 1 second. Although I had expected it, I didn't expect that the physical exertion would be worse than I thought. Mana increases and skills become more powerful. The physical strength required to use skills will naturally increase. How can the consumption of a small fireball with a diameter of 1 meter and a huge fireball with a diameter of 1,000 meters be the same? As early as when he summoned the 400-meter flame star, he had already clearly felt the loss of physical strength. I originally thought that the endurance attribute could be slowed down a bit, but now it seems that there is no need to wait any longer. In the sky, the huge flame star has appeared. It is like an extremely huge fireball, shooting out dazzling light all around. It makes the area within several thousand meters seem to be rendered white. Below, the super bubble monster suddenly opened its green eyes and cast its gaze towards the sky. When it saw the flame star, which was several times larger than its size, a deep surprise suddenly appeared in its eyes. He seemed to say, "How could a player use such a terrifying skill?" The agility of up to 300 allowed it to react quickly, jump up and leave somewhere else. At this time, a dense icicle struck around it like a shower, stopping its progress. The bubble monster cast his gaze and saw a white-haired woman floating in the air. Seeing this, it no longer wanted to dodge, but activated the skill, Bubble Shield. Foam Shield, 7 stars, generates a foam shield, which can reflect the energy in random directions when being attacked by energy. At the same time, it consumes one's own physical strength depending on the degree of reflected energy. Even with this kind of energy-reflecting shield, Super Bubble Monster can hide when faced with energy attacks. It will not be consumed foolishly. While the shield was being generated, Ice King did not stop his offensive. She began to release a large amount of frost mist in the direction of the bubble monster, hoping to catch the opponent's flaw and freeze it in the next battle. Chapter 92 Battle. Soon, the extremely huge flame star hit the super bubble monster's bubble shield directly. In an instant, all the energy of the flame star was squeezed together, forming a ball of flame light that looked like a small sun. The flaming light ball only stopped on the foam shield for a moment, and then popped out extremely quickly in the west direction. Sieve! The speed was so fast that Ling Yi didn't even see it clearly. He only vaguely saw a beam of yellow light shooting toward the west. When he turned around to look over, he saw a sudden burst of flames hundreds of meters high somewhere to the west, thousands of meters away. A huge flash of light illuminated that area. It wasn't until a few seconds later that he heard a rumbling sound. Ling Yi withdrew his gaze and looked calm. He had also been reflected once during the last test, so it was completely within his expectation that the flame star would be reflected away. He narrowed his eyes and used the Eye of Truth to check the current status of the Demon King. Glancing over the known information above, he looked at the last column. Current status, minor injury, 92.96%. The energy was completely reflected by it, which is equivalent to the fact that he only caused a moderate amount of physical damage to it just now. However, although it is a medium amount, it is still relative to this attack. The medium physical damage caused by a starfall that is 10 times the size must be higher than the medium physical damage caused by an ordinary starfall. Being able to knock off 7% in one go is already pretty good. Only, in the blink of an eye, Ling Yi's opponent's condition changed again. Current status, minor injury, 92.99%. Obviously, the opponent's endurance of up to 600 makes its natural recovery power reach a very high level. You can recover from minor injuries in minutes. After Ling Yi took some stamina pills to regain his strength, his expression became serious. He has roughly figured out the physical recovery level of destruction continuation. So he has an idea of how to fight next. Now you can call on the strong wind. Ling Yi stretched out his hand and summoned a gust of wind to blow towards the super bubble monster. Immediately afterwards, he rolled up several tornadoes around the super bubble monster and turned towards it like a small electric drill. Super bubble monster also discovered him at this time. It was seen raising its body to face the air, and then spitting out a series of bubbles from its mouth. These bubbles showed colorful light waves under the sunlight, while they were getting bigger and bigger at a strange speed. They also dispersed in all directions at a continuously accelerating speed. The Ice King, who was not far away from the super bubble monster, saw this and quickly created hundreds of ice cones from the air, and drove these ice cones to shoot at the bubbles. Most of them were punctured in the blink of an eye. The remaining ones fell to the ground and turned into snow-velvet bubble monsters 2 or 3 meters in size. This is its other skill, bubble summoning. Can summon a large number of bubble monsters. These bubble monsters are all level 30, and have the same strength as ordinary level 30 monsters. After transforming, they were quickly frozen by the frost mist that had filled the place before they could move much. The Ice King only had a slight thought, and the sound of click and click of ice cubes breaking sounded from the ice cubes at the same time. The next second, each of the ice blocks that had frozen the monsters exploded into pieces without any resistance. The bubble monsters summoned by the super bubble monster were completely destroyed before taking action. Seeing this scene, super bubble monster did not summon bubble monster anymore, but suddenly jumped up and pressed its huge body of 40 to 50 meters high towards the Ice King. Ice King's agility was much higher than it, and he quickly dodged with just a slight dodge. While evading, she even quickly created an icy blue ice spear in the void, and threw it at the latter's body the moment the two sides approached. The easiest way to differentiate between physical attacks and energy attacks is simple. That is to see if there is any entity. Anything that has an entity can be considered a physical attack. Therefore, although this ice spear is composed of pure ice elements, the spear at this moment is no different from a steel spear. Both are regarded as physical attacks by Shenlu and easily pass through the foam shield. Straight through insert into the body of Super Bubble Monster. The Super Bubble Monster was slightly in pain and turned around to glare at the Ice King. There were vaguely colorful lights flashing around his body. Colorful heaven? Seeing Ling Yi in the distance, he frowned slightly. It is a large-scale halo skill that weakens enemies and strengthens friendly forces. As long as you are illuminated by its light, your power and mana will be reduced by 10%. Very difficult to avoid. Just as Ling Yi frowned, the Ice King in the distance turned to look at him, and stretched out a hand to him from afar, with his palm facing him. The next moment, a pale white shield suddenly appeared around Ling Yi. It's her Extreme Cold Shield. A magic immune shield that can withstand 3 attacks before it becomes ineffective. I almost forgot about this. Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Also at this time, the white fluffy body of Super Bubble Monster began to bloom with 7 colors of light: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Just like these 7 colors divided into 7 parts. It looks extremely weird. The colorful light illuminated the area colorfully. However, because both he and the Ice King were equipped with the Extreme Cold Holy Shield to gain immunity from magic, and there was no summoned beast beside the Demon King, this skill had no target. Used and useless. So far, the Demon King has already used 3 skills, among which Bubble Summoning was completely suppressed by the Ice King and cannot be summoned, and Colorful Heaven is almost meaningless. The remaining, Bubble Shield, and Advanced Damage Enhancement, passive, are shield skills and passive skills respectively, which are its only remaining means. The situation is great now. It just depends on whether we can continue to use it up. Ling Yi continued to control the wind element attack from the edge in this area far away from the Demon King. He couldn't get too close lest the devil jump to attack him. He does not have novice benefits now. If he is killed by the Demon King, he will directly drop the level and return to the crystal. The penalty for player death is to clear the current experience and lose 1 level, and at the same time lose part of his gold coins. And if the number of star positions is less than the total star rating of the skill due to lower levels and lower star positions, the player will randomly lose a skill. For the vast majority of players, this is even more unacceptable than a level reduction. Because of this, many advanced players will deliberately leave a few star slots vacant to avoid losing an important skill when you die accidentally. Ling Yi still has 29 star positions, so there is no need to worry about this at all. But no one would be happy to die if they could avoid death. You should be careful when you should be careful. Big tornado! Ling Yi shouted softly, raised his hands, and set off a huge tornado on the ground, covering the super bubble monster in the center, while continuing to cause moderate physical damage to it. It also continues to restore its own physical strength. He tried to keep consumption and recovery at the same level, so that he could fight for a long time with higher power. At the same time, he also tried to fly higher. Super Bubble Monster is one of the few demons that cannot fly, and its jumping ability has its limits. Time passes quickly. I do not know how long it has been. When Ling Yi checked the opponent's status again, his slightly tired eyes suddenly shone with light. Current status: seriously injured, 14.63%. Huh? There's only so much left. Then just keep holding on. As he said that, he specially called up the time interface and checked the remaining arrival time. Remaining advent time, 7 minutes. What? That's all that's left? Perhaps because he was focused on fighting, Ling Yi didn't realize that time passed so quickly. When he saw this time, his brows jumped suddenly, and he couldn't help but show an anxious look on his face. Chapter 93, Han Jing Tian Lao Yin plus star falling. According to his current progress, this time is simply not enough. And it is conceivable that if he fails to kill the Demon King before time reaches 0, then today's efforts will be in vain. With the devil's own recovery ability, let alone coming in tomorrow, in just half an hour, it will be a healthy devil again. Therefore, they must increase their output now. But the purpose is clear. But how to do it specifically? Time was running out, and Ling Yi's brain was spinning rapidly. Inflict a lot of damage in a short period of time. As he muttered this sentence, he couldn't help but recall that at the beginning of the battle, he used Starfall before the Demon King entered the fighting state, and successfully hit it with the help of the Ice King. One shot knocked out about 7% of the opponent's health. If he can successfully hit twice more, he can successfully kill the opponent in a short time. Will the Demon King just let him hit him again? Anyway, let's try again first. He took out a handful of stamina pills from his backpack and ate them all. The physical strength is restored instantly. Immediately afterwards, he activated all his magic power again and shouted loudly, Jing Luo! In an instant, all the energy in his body was drained again, and he quickly recovered 10%. In the sky, an extremely huge flame star appeared again. Ling Yi couldn't measure its exact size with the naked eye, but it looked like it should be about 800 or 900 meters. Even if he uses up all his energy, he still won't be able to summon a 1,000-meter flame star. This is already the limit at the moment. After summoning the flame star, Ling Yi quickly took out a handful of physical pills from his backpack and drank it again. He plans to continue summoning the flame star. When the devil sees this flame star, it will definitely move in a certain direction. So I will release another one in the direction it is moving. Fortunately, I bought some extra stamina pills just in case before I came here. The price of one physical strength pill is only 10 gold coins. Even if he uses 100 pills, it will not hurt him. He cast his sights on the Demon King in the distance. Really, as soon as it saw the huge flame star, it immediately gave up its attack on the Ice King, turned around and jumped quickly to the side. It can jump to a height of 300 meters and a distance of 600 meters. A complete jump only takes 1 second from rising to landing. With only 2 jumps, it can jump out of Flame Star's core attack zone. With only 3 jumps, only the aftermath can hurt it. The damage caused to it by the aftermath is almost negligible. Jump to the right? Good. Seeing this, Ling Yi quickly shouted, Genxing! He set the attack area of the second flame star to be 2,000 meters to the right. And just when he took out the physical strength pill and wanted to release the third flame star again, he suddenly noticed something abnormal in front of him. See? The Ice King stretched out his hands towards the Demon King, and a mysterious blue light burst out from all over his body. But the jumping figure of the super bubble monster suddenly stagnated, and then a beam of cold blue light suddenly escaped from the void and shot straight down, pushing the super bubble monster in the air all the way to the ground. On the ground, the icy beam of light was like a rapidly ejecting water column, squeezing the super bubble monster from top to bottom. The bubble shield covering its body was silently shattered in just an instant, and its round white body was destroyed in just an instant. It was pressed into a white cake. That is! Ling Yi was surprised and happy, and quickly activated the Eye of Truth to look at the icy beam of light. Han Jing Tian Lao Yin, the second form of Bingyun Divine Technique, activates the power of ice to suppress the target, breaking the target's shield effect and making the opponent unable to use skills and actions. During the casting period, you cannot perform other actions. The higher the target's overall attributes, the greater your physical consumption per second. This skill lasts for 1 day, can only be used once. What a powerful single target control skill! Although there are greater restrictions on users, at critical moments such as this moment, they can play an important role in determining success or failure. After quickly scanning the skill description, Ling Yi turned his attention to the Ice King in the distance. At this time, she stretched out her hands and faced the devil, with her beautiful white hair flying in the wind. Magnificent and brilliant blue light swirled around her. In the light, she was wearing an ice crystal blue dress and bare white jade feet, like a pure fairy in the ice, protecting her pure jade body. Her pure white eyes were staring intently at the Demon King in the distance at the moment, with a distracted look like a wife who was seriously resolving her husband's affairs. Looking at her figure, Ling Yi was slightly stunned. At this time, the first of the 2 flaming stars in the sky finally landed. Boom! A few minutes ago, in the Red Orchard, when Luo Yao killed a red fruit monster again, her experience finally met the conditions for another upgrade, and she successfully upgraded to level 10. Congratulations. Your experience is enough. Great! It's level 10! Luo Yao cheered with joy, and immediately informed her father to tell him the good news. By the way, I also successfully obtained a lot of props and items from him. Among them was the item she promised to the mysterious boss in the area to avoid death penalty last time. Qianshu Soul, see, a one-time consumable item that can only be used in the Divine Road scene. When the player dies, this item will be automatically used in the backpack, preventing him from the penalty of death and resurrecting immediately. Looking at this prop, Luo Yao looked excited. With this thing, the boss should have no worries anymore. She had just opened the forum chat interface and wanted to give this prop to the other party through the forum's gift function. But Qin Mengyao suddenly stopped her. Etc. Huh? Luo Yao blinked her eyes, looking confused. Didn't your father just give you a teleportation item? Just use that to teleport to the golden altar? Qin Mengyao said quietly. Aren't the players in this area spreading rumors that the big guy is challenging the Demon King? If you go over, you can not only give it to him in person, but you can also see his true strength. Kiki, this is just an exaggerated rumor. Everyone just saw him flying over there. Who would think that he was really fighting the Demon King? Luo Yao said speechlessly. It won't be a problem if you teleport. Luo Yao thought that it wouldn't take long to send it over and back again. If it could be delivered in person, the affection would be even greater. So he nodded and agreed. Okay. With that said, she took out the teleportation item, Second Realm, and started teleporting. Second Realm, see, you can teleport a specified distance in the specified direction, with a delay of 3 seconds. A teleportation can reach up to, player level times 2 kilometers. Available up to 10 times a day. Through this prop, she soon came to the edge of the 5th level of the main road. Rocky High Collar. Chapter 94. Little Luo Yao trembles. Looking north from here, you can see the golden altar 8 or 900 meters away. As soon as she was teleported here, before Luo Yao could open her eyes to take a closer look, the fierce wind almost blew her away on the spot. Call. Call. The fierce wind tore at the hem of her clothes, and the complicated, whooshing, sounds rushed into her ears crazily, making it difficult for her to hear the sounds around her. The wind is very strong here. It was so big that the dirt on the ground was blown up, like a small sandstorm, making it difficult for her to see her surroundings clearly. Luo Yao didn't dare to wait any longer and used Second Mirror again to teleport 2 kilometers back. Teleported from the edge of the rock collar to the center of the rock collar. Here, everything is calm. Huh? She breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest and said with lingering fear, I was scared to death. I thought I was going to be blown away just now. As she spoke, she raised her eyes to the north. I didn't know why, but there was a terrifying storm there. The low sky was filled with sand. Sand and vegetation blown up by the strong wind. They are like light garbage, going wherever the wind blows. What happened? A natural disaster? Luo Yao frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt appeared in her pale golden eyes. But in her little mind, there was no information that natural disasters would occur without a primary map. In her soul, Qin Mengyao was also confused. Strange. Is this a player's skill? That's not right. The range is so large. Even the Demon King may not be able to do it. Right. While the two were wondering, they saw the wind in the distance getting smaller and smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the other side of the golden altar became peaceful again. When the sky filled with sand slowly fell, Luo Yao vaguely saw a white figure inside. Obviously, that's the Demon King Super Bubble Monster. From a distance of more than 2 kilometers, it was pretty good to be able to see the figure of the Demon King, who was 40 to 50 meters away. Strangeness. Just as Luo Yao was thinking about what to do next, the voices of surprise from others suddenly came from not far away. That's great. The storm stopped as soon as we came here. It seems that God will let us pass. Luo Yao turned around following the sound, and then realized there were several people dozens of meters away. They looked excited and ran from afar towards the golden altar, with a forum small aircraft floating around them. Obviously, these are other people who heard the rumors and wanted to come over to see what was going on. As for why I came now, that's because they were each fighting monsters and upgrading just now, and they didn't take the time to come over and take a look until there was only a little time left. I don't know if the mysterious boss is over there. If he is fighting the Demon King, we might be able to record his fighting style. Don't get too close. Otherwise the devil will see you later, and it will be over. What? Have you reached level 10? Nor. This group of people also spotted Luo Yao when they were running around her. They all looked at her with surprise, then ignored her and continued running forward. Looking at their leaving figures, Luo Yao pursed her lips and frowned slightly. She looked up at the distant sky, a trace of thought appearing in her beautiful pale golden eyes. I don't know if the mysterious boss is here. However, before she finished speaking, she saw an extremely huge meteorite suddenly appear in the blue sky. The core of the meteorite is a red sphere, with golden flames burning outside. As soon as it appeared, the sky was illuminated golden. This is the meteorite from the Star Summoner. Luo Yao and others did not know the name of Yinxing. They just called it meteorite. Then the star-calling boss must be nearby. While Luo Yao was pleasantly surprised, Qin Mengya, who was deep in her soul, widened her eyes in extreme surprise, staring blankly at the meteorite with a diameter of 800 to 900 meters and opening her mouth silently. 5 days ago, it was only more than 30 meters. Oh, that's not right. Luo Yao also reacted at this time. This meteorite is ridiculously big. As soon as she finished speaking, she was surprised to see another meteorite of the same size appearing in another patch of sky 2 kilometers away. Luo Yao, winky face. Are we safe here? Do you want to run a little further? She said that, but she had already started running back. She didn't know how powerful the 2 meteorites would be when they fell one after another. In short, to be cautious. The farther away the better. Fortunately, her agility has also been increased a lot, so she won't be too slow when running. Only 4 or 5 seconds later, a bright yellow light lit up from behind her, as if it was going to illuminate the entire world. It was extremely bright, extremely shocking. Luo Yao did not dare to look back, fearing that her eyes would be damaged. But at this moment, she quickly ducked behind a big rock nearby. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to tremble. She felt that a big explosion had occurred in the area where the meteorite fell, and she even imagined that the flames might shoot up hundreds of meters high, and the temperature there would soar to thousands or tens of thousands of degrees in a short period of time. While she was imagining, the huge roar of rumbling came from the distance, like the roar of heaven and earth, which continued to fiddle with her mind. Luo Yao leaned against the stone with her back, planning to go out and take a look after the meeting subsided. At this moment, she suddenly heard the sound of awe coming from far and near in the air. She raised her head and saw a shock wave carrying a lot of vegetation and soil rushing from behind. The shock wave blew away all the sand, soil and rocks around her, and rushed farther away together. And among the shock waves, there were several screaming figures. It seems they are the people who ran over just now. Luo Yao breathed a sigh of relief quietly, glad that she had found this big stone. After the shock wave subsided, she went out to see what was going on over there. When she thought about this, she suddenly heard a clear and melodious ding-dong sound coming from the sky and the earth. Ding-dong-dong-dong. Luo Yao and Qin Mengya in her soul were both stunned for a moment, and then both of them exclaimed in unison, World announcement! The last world announcement was 13 years ago. The last world announcement was a few days ago. Luo Yao, Qin Mengya and most people in the world believe that the next world announcement should be a few years, or even 10 years from now. But I never expected that less than a few days after the last world announcement, someone would actually trigger the world announcement again. Who is this time? Could it be that it's still Zero? Luo Yao's doubts did not last long. Because the next second, the world announcement came out. To the two's expectation, this world announcement was a little different from the previous ones. World announcement: congratulations to this month's new district, District 66, for successfully defeating the Demon King within 1 month. Number of players to defeat: 1. Conquest time: 2 hours and 55 minutes. Hereby rewards the player who defeats him. Elementary treasure lottery ticket times 1. Pure food times 1. Hereby rewards all players in the region with 100 gold coins and 100 experience points. Chapter 95 Map upgrade to intermediate map. A neutral voice without emotion resounded over the entire world, and the 5 elements were recited unhurriedly. While Luo Yao was still in a daze, a message about the divine path appeared in front of him. You gained 100 gold coins and 100 experience. She watched blankly as the message appeared and slowly disappeared. Only then did she gradually come back to her senses. She didn't know what to say. In her opinion, this world announcement is nothing more than a 5-year-old child from an ordinary family becoming the richest man in the world by relying on his own business skills. Whoever sees this news, the first reaction is, "What? How is this possible? Are you kidding me? Where can he get the capital to do business? You have already learned how to write and do business at the age of 5? How could he make so much money in a short period of time? It doesn't take time to accumulate wealth?" There are so many things to complain about. Being together for a moment, all her words could only turn into a sigh. Alas, never mind. Luo Yao felt it didn't matter anymore. Anyway, let's do whatever it takes. I'll just do my thing. She rubbed her brows slightly helplessly, no longer wanting to explore this guy's affairs. Although the world announcement did not say who it was, but everyone around the world knows that the person mentioned above must be the star summoning boss from District 66. There is no other possibility. But Luo Yao couldn't help but get excited when she thought that the star-calling boss had the strength to defeat the Demon King alone. It seems that Area 87 is really saved. Very good. She jumped with excitement. At this time, in front of everyone in Area 66, several more pieces of information about the divine path appeared. Announcement from this area: the devil in this area has been defeated. The map level in this area has been upgraded to an intermediate map, and level 610 of the main road are open. Tip: the map of this area has been expanded and updated, adding intermediate outdoor scenes. Current map level cap: 60. Tip: you can enter the big world. Huh? That's right. After defeating the primary map Demon King, the content of the intermediate map will be opened. It will be promoted to the intermediate map. Luo Yao didn't care about the map upgrade information. She is still at a low level now, so even if she is promoted to a high level, it will have no impact on her. Now, she can't wait to find the star summoning boss in this area. Remaining advent time: 3 minutes. Call. Ling Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. Relax your whole body. Nearly 3 hours of continuous high-intensity fighting had left him physically and mentally exhausted. The physical back and forth was draining his energy, and now he really wanted to take a long nap. I finally killed the Demon King. Looking at the Demon King in the distance, who turned into countless white spots of light and disappeared between the sky and the earth, Ling Yi couldn't help but feel a little lucky. He turned to look at the Ice King, who flew back to him and praised, "Xiao Bing, thanks to your coal prison. Otherwise it would be really difficult to kill it at this last moment." The coal prison breaks the bubble shield of the super bubble monster, causing the flame star to directly hit the opponent, causing it to suffer a lot of damage. He didn't see exactly how much damage the flame star caused to it, because the Demon King was already submerged in the sea of fire. In short, the super bubble monster without its shield lost more than 14.63% of its life when the 2 flame stars hit the ground and exploded one after another. Hearing the compliment, a hint of joy quietly appeared in the Ice Emperor's pure white eyes. She nodded slightly and fixed her simple gaze on her master's face, carefully studying the latter's face. After watching for a moment, she took the initiative to turn her body into countless blue star-like light spots, which softly and slowly penetrated Ling Yi's body. She can know the master's thoughts, when to appear and when to enter, and what the master wants to do. She knows clearly in her heart. After the Ice King returned, Ling Yi was not in a hurry to sum up the spoils and gains, but turned his attention to the distance a few kilometers away. Just now, through Wind God's call, he sensed that there were a few players over there. Among them, a familiar figure entered his perception and suddenly disappeared. If he guessed correctly, that figure should be Luo Yao. When he met her yesterday, Feng remembered her physical characteristics, so he could easily recognize her. Ling Yi thought for a while, and decided to go over and take a look. Soon, the figure appeared again in his perception, and Ling Yi flew straight over. At first glance, it turned out to be her. Boss! Boss! I'm here! Luo Yao below was still looking around. As soon as she saw him, she immediately jumped happily and waved to him. The gentle breeze blew on the ground, cleaning away the sand on the land, and Ling Yi slowly landed on the ground. Why did you come to see me? Is it level 10? He asked her as soon as he landed. Yes. Luo Yao nodded wildly and said excitedly, I have just reached level 10. Why don't you come here to give you the promised prop? With that said, she took out Tianquan's soul from her backpack and handed it to Ling Yi. This is an oval stone with a smooth surface, exuding a faint fluorescent yellow light. Ling Yi stretched out his hand to take it, and the stone slipped into his palm like an egg just fished out of warm water. Feeling warm, he shook it and felt that it could also be used as a hand warmer, which was quite interesting. Seeing that the boss in front of him was still leisurely playing with the prop, Luo Yao knew that there was nothing urgent about the other party. So he said, Boss, when are you going to apply for the rest you plan? Well, this is it. Ling Yi lowered his head and secretly calculated in his mind. Super Bubble Monster is the weakest Demon King. The 5-crown dragon is much stronger than it. Not to mention that there are a large number of other monsters in Area 87, including monster leaders. With my current strength, I can challenge it. But I'm not sure. In the process of defeating the Demon King Super Bubble Monster, he found that his current physical strength was a huge disadvantage. Fortunately, the Super Bubble Monster can't fly, and he doesn't have any long-range attack skills, so he can't be hit. But there is no way to deal with the 5-crown dragon so easily. At that time, the opponent may directly abandon Ice Dynasty and come to kill them. If there is a lack of physical strength at the critical moment, all the hard work may be in vain. This is something he firmly refuses. He could choose to copy the Ice King's endurance to solve this problem. But now, he couldn't bear to give up the 900 mana. After pondering for a while, he finally said to the girl in front of him, Wait a little longer. Wait until my strength improves. Good. Luo Yao nodded and replied seriously. Indeed. The stronger you are, the more confident you will be. After all, everyone only has one chance to apply for rescue operations. Boss, you are already the most promising person right now. As long as you take your time, your success rate is very high. It would be a pity if you rush now and fail. Having said that, Luo Yao was also afraid that the big boss was acting too hastily, and quickly added, I'm not in a hurry. Big boss, you must be more steady. Ling Yi nodded and stopped talking. There are only a few seconds left for Advent. Big brother, shall we meet again next time? Bye. Luo Yao smiled and waved to him. Then, the figures of both parties disappeared together on the high rock collar. Chapter 96. The whole world can't sleep. As soon as he came back, Ling Yi immediately drew the daily roulette wheel, because the map he is on has been upgraded to an intermediate map. The level of the daily roulette has also been upgraded to an intermediate level. The prizes inside also changed accordingly. A few seconds later, congratulations on winning the reward in the daily roulette, solar absorption meter, with probability reversal. He is very confident that even if this thing is not the best, it is still an excellent thing in the entire intermediate roulette wheel. Therefore, with anticipation, he opened the details of the prop. Solar absorption meter, C, place it under the sun. It can automatically absorb the energy of the sun and store it. The energy collection speed is 1 point per minute, and a maximum of 100 points can be stored. Each point of energy can restore 1% of vitality. Nice one. But it would be better if I could also regain my strength. With that said, Ling Yi directly mutated it. The mutation potential of this thing is high, but it consumes 32 of his mutation points. Click it again after a few seconds. Solar absorption meter, C, place it. The energy collection speed is 1 point per minute, and there is no storage limit. Each point of energy can restore 1% of vitality or physical strength. It takes effect when it exists in the backpack. When the holder's vitality or physical strength is reduced, energy will be automatically consumed to recover. There is no storage limit, and the function of restoring physical strength has been added. Both of these changes were expected by Ling Yi. However, the fact that it would be automatically used when placed in the backpack was beyond his expectation. Okay. He nodded with great satisfaction and affirmed, "It is not convenient to take it out and use it in battle. If it can be used automatically, the practicality will be greatly improved. And if I accumulate energy, that can temporarily solve my physical problem." Right. Ling Yi thought about it carefully and felt that this thing could only solve an urgent need. If we really want to solve the problem of physical strength, we still have to start from the fundamental point and improve his endurance. Otherwise, his physical strength will be exhausted too quickly. No matter how much energy there is, it cannot withstand consumption. Oh, no matter what, it's better than before. Ling Yi sighed and glanced out the window. It was still late in the morning, and it was dark outside the window. I can only wait until I get up tomorrow to use it. After 3 hours of intense fighting, he was very tired now. After finally using the mutated experience beads, he quickly climbed into bed and began to rest. Ling Yi is resting, but people all over the world can't sleep. It is still difficult for them to get over the world announcements just now. In the streets and alleys, ordinary people who were not too concerned about the excitement came out of their houses and chatted with their neighbors. Did you hear that? This month's District 66 has actually defeated the Demon King at this time. An old man stood at the door of his house and said to another uncle coming out of the house next door, I see. There is only one person in the crusade. Doesn't this mean that person challenged the Demon King alone and succeeded?" The other man's eyes widened with an exaggerated expression. "Yes. This is amazing. If that person were in our city, we would feel extremely safe. Who says it's not? It's too strong." Several middle-aged ladies nearby came over and joined in the chat. "The world announcement. You must have heard it. What an exaggerated player. It has been 20 years since the advent of the divine path. And I only now know that the player's combat power can still reach this level. We are the strongest in the world now. When he was at level 30, wasn't he killed by the Demon King? Now this one is much better than him. TSK. I don't know how many female players will be attracted by such a powerful person." Hearing this, the two old men who were talking to each other quickly asked, "Do you know who that player is?" A fat ant stood up and said, "Ouch. Who else could it be? Isn't that mysterious newcomer in Area 66 particularly awesome? It must be him. Is it the one called the Ice Flame Twin Star? It must be. But aren't they two? Can't we separate?" Compared with civil chats that are clearly organized and have free questions and answers. At this time, the forum was full of demons. Many players' worldviews are on the verge of collapse. Their minds are confused, and some have even begun to doubt themselves. Don't panic, everyone. The entire alliance is discussing a reasonable explanation, posted by Intelligence Xiaonan. It turns out that Shenlu has the achievement of defeating the Demon King in 1 month. So are we particularly disappointed with Shenlu by using it in 3 months? Poster, Zhang Mulan. I thought it was normal to spend more than 3 months. Do you think that the more than 200 million players who originally entered the Divine Path are all weaklings? Posted by Huge Ocean. Teaching post. Teach you how to defeat the devil in 6 days. Come here if you are sincere. Poster, Mercury. Is there a possibility that there is actually something wrong with the Divine Path and a wrong world announcement was given? Posted by Coco. Not to mention the top 10 on the hot search list. Even if it is in the top 100. More than 90% of them are related to the announcement of this world just now. 1. Has your stereotype cognition changed? Explosion. 2. Is he a human or a god? Explosion. 3. Will Super Bubble Monster have some undiscovered weakness? Explosion. The capital of Xinxiao. In a bright living room, crystal chandeliers hang high on the dome. And the light golden walls and precious calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls make the room magnificent. At this time, people came in hurriedly from the front door one after another, joining the huge crowd like fish. In the middle of the crowd, Luo Yao looked like a newcomer attending an interview. She sat on a chair and faced the questions from her elders. Did you actually talk to him then? Luo Yuan sat opposite her, frowning and asking word by word. Yes. Luo Yao felt a little helpless. But just now when her father asked her what the situation was like in their area, she truthfully told her story. As a result, word spread, and the whole family came, now facing a circle of elders. She could only sit in place obediently and not dare to move. Quick! Tell us about the situation. Her eldest brother Luo Zhantian pushed his father aside and sat in front of her, asking with great curiosity. Seeing that it was her uncle who was in a high position and was stronger than her father, Luo Yao looked solemn and said seriously, "That's how it was at that time." It took her several minutes to explain her experience in detail, including giving the opponent C-level props. "So that's it." After listening, everyone around them nodded in understanding. Immediately they started talking to each other. At this time, Big Bo Luo Zhantian asked again, "So, you didn't see who killed the Demon King?" "Well, in the end, 2 meteorites hit the ground, and then the world announcement came out. I think it was the mysterious boss who killed him." She was hiding behind a stone and did not look at the battlefield, so she could not determine the cause of the Demon King's death. "Didn't you ask him at that time if he killed the Demon King?" "I didn't ask, because at that time, I thought he was the one who killed me." "Don't you have his contact information? Why don't you ask?" "Okay." Luo Yao felt stupid for doing this, but she didn't want to argue with her elders on this issue. As long as you do it, no matter what the other person's answer is, the elders will have nothing to say about your behavior. She didn't want to be nagged by them. Chapter 97 2 Unfinished Synthesis Formulas. In full view of everyone, she opened the forum's chat interface and set the interface to be visible to relatives. That is, all relatives who are related to her can see it. Then, she asked the mysterious boss a question. "Luo Yao, boss, did you kill this Demon King?" While waiting for the other party's response, everyone looked at the name on the other side and couldn't help but be surprised. "This mysterious boss in your area is also called 01? He seems to be a fan of Mr. Ling." Luo Yao replied. "Is there a possibility that he is himself?" His father Luo Yuan said suddenly. Originally, everyone thought that the 01 boss was a level 80 or 90 player. In the final analysis, it is because players of this level have the strength to obtain 10-star skills. But now the 01, on the opposite side, has accomplished the amazing feat of defeating the Demon King alone, which means that he has great strength. If the person opposite is the real 01, Luo Yuan will not doubt it now. This, Luo Yao frowned, a thoughtful look appearing in her pale golden eyes. After a few seconds, she shook her head and sighed. "I'm not sure either." Seeing this, everyone was not disappointed, but began to discuss this possibility. A long time, Luo Yao, who had been unable to wait for a reply from the other party, shook her head helplessly and said, "This big shot in our district should take a rest. There may not be a reply until tomorrow." Everyone present could tell that they didn't want to wait here. After leaving the words, "Tell us when you have news," they walked out in groups. Luo Yao's eldest uncle Luo Zhantian and her father Luo Yuan still stay here. They still had some topics to discuss. Early in the morning, sunny, after placing the solar absorber on an open grass field in the yard, Ling Yi turned around and walked aside, sitting down on a long wooden chair. Not far away, Lin Shura looked like a hard-working little bee, still watering the flowers among the flowers. She was wearing an emerald green miniskirt with butterfly patterns embroidered on it. The wavy skirt only reached the top of her thighs. Under the skirt, her flawless pair of beautiful legs were exposed to the air. With the protection of the barrier, she dared to dress more casually in the yard. "We will be able to go to District 87 soon." Looking at her busy figure, Ling Yi was slightly lost in thought for a moment. After coming to his senses, he opened his backpack, started looking at the loot from defeating the Demon King. After killing the Demon King, in addition to gaining 1,000 experience points, he also received the heart and soul of the Demon King's Super Bubble Monster and 3 skills. They are 8-star skill, Advanced Damage Enhancement, 7-star skill, Bubble Shield, and 7-star skill, Bubble Summon. A few days ago, he saw a skill synthesis formula through the Eye of Truth. Advanced Damage Reduction plus Advanced Damage Enhancement. 100 Battles Body Refining. Now that he has gathered these 2 skills, he no longer hesitates. Quickly turn on the skill fusion function. Throw in the 2 skills one after another, and then click the yellow fusion button in the middle to fuse. After a few seconds, the white fog dissipated, and the fusion information appeared immediately. Congratulations on your fusion of the 9-star skill, 100 Battles Body Refining. 9 stars. This is the first 9-star skill I have obtained. As he spoke, he found this skill in his backpack, opened its details, and took a look at it. 100 Battles Body Refining, 9 stars passive, : Ling Yi frowned and lowered his eyes to see its mutation potential, but unexpectedly saw a synthesis formula written underneath it. 100 Battles Body Refining plus Xianling Pure Body Long-Lasting Divine Body. It can actually be fused again! Then this must be a 10-star one. He quickly boarded the forum and searched for the whereabouts of Ling pure body. After a while, information about the whereabouts of his physique appeared in front of him. In the great secret realm, Forest Temple, that opens on the 15th of every month, there is a boss monster called the Millennium Tree Spirit. If you kill it, there is a very small chance that you will drop something called Ling pure body. Physique. Number 15. Ling Yi frowned and sighed. It seems that we won't have to think about this in the short term. He also searched all over the trading market, but no one was selling this skill. Shaking his head, he looked at the remaining 2 skills with the eye of truth, and found that Bubble Shield also had its synthesis formula. Foam Shield plus Diamond Aegis Invincible Holy Shield. The Invincible Aegis sounds like a very powerful thing, but this Diamond Aegis cannot be obtained in a short period of time. It is the skill of the Demon King. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. As he shook his head and sighed, Lin Shuru walked slowly not far away and asked him curiously, "What's wrong? You shook your head and sighed." As he spoke, he sat down next to him and put aside the pink flower watering kettle in his hand. The warm sunshine shone on the two of them. Lin Shuru lifted a strand of hair from Xiao's ear while looking at him with a bright smile. "Alas, I just got 3 skills, but it turns out that they are either temporarily unusable or useless to me. Bubble Summon is the one that is useless to him. Its mutation potential is only medium. It is conceivable that after the mutation, the bubble summoned will only be stronger. In front of an opponent like the Demon King, he is still a bastard. It would be fine if they were humanoid summoned beasts. They could at least be used to help with labor, serve as servants, serve tea and water, etc. However, the bubbles had no hands and feet, so they had very few uses." "Oh, so that's it." Lin Shuru smiled and said, "I understand very well. I have encountered this situation many times before. Either there are not enough stars for good skills, or I don't want junk skills. Work hard all day and get nothing but experience. It doesn't mean that you can still sell it for a good price if you don't have it. Speak of it." When Ling Yi mentioned the price, Lin Shuru seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly put her face close to him and said with excitement, "The promotion formula of the Qi Ming necklace you asked me to modify last time. Baoming actually turned out to be true. I took the test and it was successful. 200,000 gold coins have been distributed. Now we have money. Oh, is it so? Every January, we will be given a dividend of 50% of the accumulated profits of the previous year. Hee. We will be able to live and feed ourselves for the rest of our lives." Lin Shuru fantasized about the bright future, and her delicate white jade face was full of love for life and hope for the future. The Moonlight Necklace synthesized from the Qi Ming necklace is a sea-level treasure, with a market price of about 10,000 gold coins, excluding costs. The net profit is about 6,000 renminbi. Even if she only sells 100 pieces in a year, her annual dividend will be 300,000 gold coins. That is 15 million global coins. It's more than enough for living. And when she thought that this was brought to her by the man beside her, Lin Shuru couldn't help but feel filled with gratitude. She pursed her moist lips, then raised her body and pecked the corner of Ling Yi's mouth, saying, "Thank you." Looking at the man's side face up close, she couldn't help but kiss her lips again. He immediately blushed and ran away like a frightened bunny. Chapter 98. Treasures given to the Ice King and news about novice activities. Seeing the graceful figure running through the door, Ling Yi slowly withdrew his gaze. His blood surged unconsciously. "Just give her some money, and that's how grateful I am." Thinking of the not-too-distant future, his expression became slightly strange. "Then I will help her regain her identity as a player." "That's not it." After a while, Ling Yi shook his head and got rid of these thoughts that were cluttering his mind. The top priority now is to think about how to further improve our strength. Since these 3 skills are useless for the time being, we can only look at the rewards announced in the world. He opened his backpack and checked the 2 rewards given by the world announcement. Elementary Treasure Lottery Ticket, D. Randomly select a treasure of D grade or below. Pure Food, clean food is very popular among elves. Both have high mutation potential, and Ling Yi simply mutates directly. The former changes directly from grade D or below to grade A or below. The latter has completely transformed into a prop. Pure Food Maker can make pure food. 1 plant per day. Manufacturer? This. He also understood what elves were, and he even saw the Chongming bird flying over last time in the Rocky Highlands. He originally didn't intend to come into contact with this kind of existence, but now that he has transformed it, he can try to come into contact with it when he enters the divine path again tomorrow. Turning his attention back to the elementary treasure lottery ticket, Ling Yi used it without hesitation. A person can only wear one treasure. The current treasure can increase the star level, but he will not change it. But when Ice Queen checked her panel before putting on the treasure, he clearly saw that the other party did have two attributes, treasure and weapon. This means that she can wear treasures and hold weapons like players. Therefore, he planned to give the treasure he would draw directly to her. After all, the Ice King also made great achievements in defeating the Demon King this time, and he is indeed worthy of reward. Soon, the white mist receded to both sides, revealing a sparkling silver chain floating in the middle that looked like it was made up of dozens of mini diamonds. Ling Yi stretched out his hand, and the chain automatically fell to his palm, gently and coolly. After opening the effect, it turns out that it is an A-level treasure that can increase agility by 200 and has an active purification skill. Seeing this, he directly mutated it. Jade Cloud Crystal Chain. Quality, A. Type, Waist Chain. Effect, Agility plus 200 plus 20. Treasure Skill, Purify yourself and eliminate your bad status. Jade Cloud Crystal Chain plus Jade Spirit Crystal Chain. The mutated treasure skill loses the limit on the number of times it can be used. As long as you have the stamina, you can use it an unlimited number of times. Although it is not as good as his own skill that can increase a large number of star levels, it is still very good. Xiao Bing! He only called out softly, and the Ice King appeared next to him like a ghost. Here! This is a treasure for you! Wear it! He handed the shining silver chain to her and said. The Ice King lowered his head, looked at the chain in his hand with his pure white eyes, and then stretched out his white little hand to pick it up. Just after picking it up, she didn't seem to know what to do, staring at Ling Yi blankly with those slightly innocent beautiful eyes. Just put one on your waist and it'll be fine. Ling Yi made a simple gesture. The Ice King nodded as if understanding, and pretended to untie his ice crystal blue skirt. Seeing this, Ling Yi was startled and quickly stopped her. Wait! At the same time, he grabbed her hand and flew to his room on the second floor, opened the window and pushed her in, saying, Put it on inside. In fact, it doesn't matter even if she is asked to change in the yard, because the entire yard is protected by a mutated barrier that can prevent any prying eyes. When outsiders look into the courtyard, they will only see an unremarkable illusion. The only ones who could see were him and Lin Shuru. It's just that Ling Yi thinks it's better to do this kind of thing in the house. A minute later, the Ice King was fully dressed, just like before. Ling Yi then activated the Eye of Truth to check her panel. After confirming that she had put the treasure on, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Call. At night. Heavy rain. After dinner, Ling Yi and Lin Shuru sat in the hall, chatting about novice activities. Tomorrow is the 7th day of the opening of the Divine Road this month, and the novice activity is about to begin. At this juncture, he wanted to find out more about the situation from her. Haven't you experienced it all? Why are you still asking? Lin Shuru looked at Ling Yi doubtfully, but seeing his expression of seeking knowledge, she didn't ask any more questions. He said, There's nothing much to say. It's just an alternative tower climbing activity. The number of floors is determined based on the points gained from killing monsters. She sat cross-legged on the sofa and spoke as clearly as possible for Ling Yi beside her. This tower is called the Newcomer Trial Tower. It will appear in the northeast corner of the camp, and will only appear for 1 day. During this period, everything will not exceed 30 all-level players can challenge it. At the same time, a Rising Star list will be opened. The higher the level, the higher the ranking on the Rising Star list. After saying this, she picked up a glass of warm water on the table and drank it to moisten her throat. Rising Star list. Ling Yi felt a little excited. With his current strength, there is absolutely no pressure to win first place. Not only that, he even has great hope of breaking all the records of newcomers in the past 20 years. If you do this, it will cause another sensation. Right? But it doesn't matter anymore. The whole world is going crazy now anyway. So it doesn't matter if there is more fire. On the 6th day, he defeated the Demon King alone. He also saw how much of a sensation this incident caused around the world. He spent the whole afternoon browsing the forum. Now that his reputation has become popular again, the world has even begun to discuss whether the 01 in Area 66 is the 01 who has integrated the 10-star skills. He also received a message from Luo Yao in the morning, but he has not given a reply until now. And if I can really do it, the reward in the end will be huge. With these rewards, Improvement in strength is inevitable. And maybe the problem of physical strength can also be solved. Ling Yi has already pinned his hopes on this event tomorrow. If the reward can really meet his expectations, then maybe he can apply for the rescue challenge in District 87 the day after tomorrow. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. The last thing worth noting is that this battle is not taking place in the tower. The tower is just a teleportation tool. After drinking water to moisten her throat, Lin Shura continued, the Divine Road will randomly select a place in the world as the battle venue. After entering the tower, everyone will be teleported there. You should have known this for a long time. No. The words have not yet finished. Suddenly there was a bang sound outside the yard, like something falling. Even though the rain outside was noisy, the two of them could still hear it clearly. Ling Yi and Lin Shura looked at each other. Then the former frowned and said, the perception is that it's a person. I'll go out and take a look. Okay. Be careful. Lin Shura nodded cautiously. She is an ordinary person and will not go out to cause trouble. Ling Yi opened the door and stimulated the surrounding wind to cause updrafts. In an instant, the originally falling raindrops rose into the sky instead. After just taking a few steps outside, he saw a woman with wounds all over her body lying in a big shape on the lawn in the front yard. He activated his eye of truth and looked up at the sky, only to see that there were only dim dark clouds and thunder that lit up from time to time. Nothing else exists. What's wrong? Lin Shura stood at the door and shouted to him. Oh, I don't know where an injured person fell. I don't know whether he is dead or alive. Ling Yi's tone was very calm. Won't you save me? Save? A kind person would choose to save. Then what are you still hesitating about? Ling Yi didn't think any more and hurriedly knelt down to pick her up. But just when his hand was about to touch her body, there was an invisible resistance that prevented him from getting closer. Chapter 99 Yunji. After trying for a long time, but unable to reach her, Ling Yi had no choice but to stir up a breeze and blow her into the house. The reason why he was hesitating just now was partly because he was cautious, fearing that this guy would suddenly regain consciousness and attack suddenly. On the other hand, this guy's origins are unclear, and he doesn't want to bring him into his home. But considering that his family could only use extraordinary power with his permission, he didn't worry too much. Anyway, in his family, no matter whether it is a god or a demon, he has to become an ordinary person. Wow! It hurts so badly. Lin Shura frowned when she saw Ling Yi almost carrying a bloody person in her arms. Is she being hunted? Could it be that her enemies are on the way here? Should we throw her out again? Oh? Ling Yi looked at Lin Shura with a surprised expression. Surprised that she would say such a thing. But he saw her purse her lower lip, walk quickly to his side, and whisper, You have just entered the path of God. There is no need to get into trouble because of strangers. I thought he was a victim just now, but now it seems that he may have enemies. Lin Shura looked at the bloody man on the ground with a troubled face, a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. Do not worry. Ling Yi took her hand, gently patted the back of her tender and white hand, and said, At home, I am invincible. Even if the world's #1 comes, I can kill him instantly with just a thought. Lin Shura looked at him with wide eyes, obviously doubting the authenticity of his words. Ling Yi didn't explain much. After closing the door, he walked to the woman's side, frowned and began to think about how to deal with it. This woman is about 1.85 meters tall, perhaps due to excessive estrogen. Her figure is particularly well developed. Her long black hair covered half of her face, and her right eye was tightly closed from the exposed right half of her cheek. It can be seen that this is a woman even more beautiful than Lin Shura. There were many wounds on her body made with sharp instruments. The wounds were large, small, wide, and long. The pure black tights on her body were riddled with holes. She seemed to be under siege. On her left wrist was a crystal bracelet dyed red with blood, which should be her treasure. Don't you want to treat her? Lin Shura came over, squatted beside her, and carefully looked at the woman's face on the ground. Although he has no healing ability, there are still many healing charms in the store. I bought a few randomly and used them on her body. The next second, as the bright green light danced around her body, the shocking wounds on her body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Shura brought a basin of warm water from the bathroom and wiped the blood stains on the woman's body with a towel. During this period, Ling Yi also activated Eye of Truth to check on this strange woman. Yunji, LV80. Gender, female. Age, 28, single. Current status, coma. Self-healing prevention, invalid. Resurrection prevention, invalid. Treatment prevention, invalid. Demonized curse, invalid. Mental poison, invalid. Divine path protection object limited, invalid. Current mood, none. Holy shit! So many negative states. When he sent the woman into the house, he used the ability of the house protector to invalidate all the extraordinary powers in her body. Now it seems that if she had not been brought in, it would have been impossible to treat her, because she was given the effect of preventing self-healing, preventing treatment, and preventing resurrection. It seems that she was really being surrounded and killed. If she had just ignored her, she would definitely be dead. When he saw the other party's last status, Ling Yi suddenly remembered this guy's identity. He had heard before that 10 years ago, a woman called Ling Yi was forced to make the same bet as him this time. As a result, the first person to break through level 10 in that session was another female player. So from then on, only the female player could contact her. No wonder I can't meet her outside the house. Ling Yi showed a look of surprise. As for the house protector talisman, being able to suppress the power of the divine path, he was not too surprised. The power of the super mutation system is at least at the same level as the divine path, and may even be higher. Being able to negate the opponent's effects didn't surprise him, but it only takes effect at home. If you go out, you won't be able to touch it. The blood stains on her surface have been wiped off. While twisting the towel, Lin Shure raised her head and said to him, "The rest needs to be taken to the bathroom for cleaning. You can help her carry it there." Ling Yi, he actually wanted to say that using a cleaning charm or something would solve the problem. Just looking at Lin Shure's happy expression, he couldn't say that, so he urged the soft wind to lift the woman and carry her into the bathroom. Seeing this, Lin Shure slightly opened her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "Your wind control ability is so strong. Other players who have learned the wind cry will have to practice for at least several months to reach your level." "Oh!" Ling Yi leaned on the head of the sofa with his chin in one hand, feeling a little tired. If it weren't for the fact that the woman's matter hadn't been settled yet, he would have just gone back to sleep. Lin Shure picked up the basin and turned to leave. When she heard Ling Yi say, "Oh," she couldn't help but look back at him. Seeing the slight sleepiness on his brows, she was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly. She put down the basin in her hand and walked slowly to his side, put her arms around his neck, kissed his cheek gently, and said softly, "Go back and rest first. I'm here. Besides, isn't there a magical beast that protects the house?" What she was talking about was the iron sword that was stuck in the yard and soaked in the rain. Good. Lin Shure may not know it very well, but Ling Yi is very aware of the effect of that sword. He was very at ease with it. A few hours later, when the time came to around 11:50, Ling Yi woke up with the help of the alarm clock, pushed out the door, and walked to the guardrail to look down. Seeing that Lin Shure had arranged Ling Yi on the big burgundy sofa and covered her with a thick white quilt, and she herself sat watching TV, without disturbing her, he turned around and entered the room. And when the time reached 0, he entered the divine path again. You gain 3 hours of advent time. The newbie trial tower has been opened. Players can find the trial tower in the northeast corner of the camp and participate in the trial. The higher the level, the more rewards. Tip: the newcomer trial tower will exist for 24 hours, and you will be transported to the trial area when you enter the tower. Players do not consume advent time in the trial area. Tip: in 5 minutes, the newcomer trial will officially begin. Please go to the trial tower as soon as possible. As soon as he entered, Ling Yi absorbed the various emotions of the surrounding players. You absorbed 77 points of Li Jiao's depression points. You absorbed 80 points of Wang Luo's surprise value. You absorbed Gu Yuan's 62 speechless points. He turned around and glanced around, seeing many people showing depressed expressions, and wondered slightly, why do they look like this? He didn't understand until he heard other people's exchanges. How strange. We have already upgraded to the intermediate map, but the newcomer trial has just begun. Oh, yes. I'm still fighting level 5 and 6 mobs, but monsters at level 50 and 60 appear on our map. I'm really afraid that after the event officially starts tomorrow, there will be an invasion of monsters. Anyway, we have a boss with combat power comparable to the Demon King, so it's not a big problem. I'm just afraid that his old man won't have time. Chapter 100 Newcomer Trial begins. Ling Yi listened to the conversation of others for a while, and then walked away speechlessly. At this time, in the northeast corner of this camp, there is indeed a huge golden tower about 50 meters high. The golden pagoda reflects a dazzling luster in the sun, making it difficult to look directly at it. This is the newcomer trial tower. This tower is just a tool used for group teleportation and recording levels. There are no monsters in it. Ling Yi ran in with the crowd. Hurry! Hurry! Those in front of you! Run faster! There are still many people coming in from behind. Can the people in front run upstairs consciously? While running, the anxious urgings of others could be heard. This tower wants to teleport 10,000 people in the area at the same time. So the player in front must run upstairs. Otherwise, if they are piled up on the first and second floors, it will be difficult for the people behind to get in. If they can't get in, they won't be able to participate in this event. The newcomer trial does not require everyone to participate. This is a welfare activity, and there is no penalty for not participating. It's just that for this kind of welfare activity that everyone participates involuntarily. Everyone rushes to participate. Anyone who doesn't come will feel that they are at a loss. Ling Yi reached the top floor very smoothly. Seeing that there were still more than 3 minutes left, he couldn't help but lean against the window edge and let the wind blow. After a while, someone tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Hey." Turning his head, he saw Ling Yi looking at him with surprise and said, "What a coincidence! I met you here. Oh, it's quite a coincidence." Ling Yi smiled and looked her up and down. She was wearing a clean and simple light blue sportswear with a fresh and neat ponytail. She was obviously ready for battle. "What level are you at?" He was a little curious. "Level 8. She made an 8 gesture and then asked, "What about you?" "Still a little taller than you." Ling Yi smiled. Ling Yi blinked her bright pink eyes and smiled. But underneath that smile, there seemed to be a trace of worry hidden. Ling Yi saw it and asked, "Are you worried that he will choose to come near your home later?" Hear the words. Ling Yi raised her slender eyebrows and said helplessly, "Yes. Who isn't worried? The divine path is so powerful. Can't you create a trial scene yourself? You have to choose a place in this world as the battle area. Although everyone who was there originally will be driven away by it. Which area selected as the trial scene will not be turned into ruins in the end." After saying that, she sighed softly. "I can only hope that our Qianjiang city was not chosen." "Well, I hope," Ling Yi responded in agreement, looking thoughtfully at the scenery outside the window. A few minutes later, when the time came to the 5th minute on time, the information about the divine path appeared on time. This newbie trial officially begins. At the same time, all the players who entered the newcomer trial tower in the 100 areas newly opened this month, a total of about 1 million players, were teleported to somewhere in the world in an instant. Atlanta, the headquarters of the All-Union, is a floating island that can move on the sea. A few hours ago, it happened to come to the Pan-Ancient Islands in the Pacific Ocean to excavate soil. Until the early morning of the 7th, they still hadn't left. When 005 arrived on time, an invisible barrier appeared around the entire Pan-Ancient archipelago, surrounding a large number of islands including Atlanta. Everyone within this barrier was also safely sent outside the barrier under the influence of a mysterious force. At the same time, millions of new players in this June period were also sent to the barrier. Obviously, the Pan-Ancient archipelago is the testing ground for this time. It only took less than half a minute for the millions of people who were teleported to recognize this place. "This is the Pan-Ancient Islands in the Pacific Ocean. It's a neutral zone. Great. Since we are here, we can fight freely." Yeah. Ling Yi opened his eyes and found that he was standing on the roof of a 3-story house. He turned around and scanned around, discovering that this was a relatively dilapidated area. Earthy yellow is the main tone here. The ground was not asphalt or paved with bricks, but rough yellow dirt. There are large and small low-earth houses built around it, with 1, 2 and 3 floors. They are built haphazardly everywhere, making it dazzling at a glance. There wasn't even a straight street in sight, just countless small alleys between houses. "It's actually here." Ling Yi also knows this place. Originally, this place was a gathering place for countless dark players, and was known as the Paradise of Dark Players. Until 5 years ago, the Mahikala that shocked the world appeared here. The dark players were defeated by monsters that were over 90 or even 100 levels, and they were dying or trying to escape. In just one day, this place was transformed into a paradise for monsters. Later, it was a team of strong men who risked their lives to sneak in, find and crush the magic crystal. And this dark day ended. From then until now, the place has been desolate. Only a few players with strange ideas, and some wanderers, who really have nowhere to go will come here. Coming! Coming! Monsters are starting to appear! The shouts from the surrounding players brought Ling Yi's thoughts back to the present. At this time, there were dense crowds of people standing on the roofs and streets. Let alone 1,000,000 people. Even if there were 10,000 people standing in front of him, it would still be crowded and lively. Looking in the direction that others were pointing, I saw masses of black mist beginning to appear on the street. Not only on the streets, but also on the roofs, in the houses, and even in the sky. You can see clouds of black mist forming. Immediately afterwards, various monsters appeared from the black mist. Fighting chicken, prairie wolf, red fruit monster, fire element, wind element. Almost all of them are familiar monsters. At the same time, the trial rules also appeared in front of everyone on time. Trial rules: 1. After killing a monster, you will receive points corresponding to the level of the monster. 2. During the trial, killing monsters will not drop any rewards including experience skills. 3. There is no penalty for death, but you will not be able to enter the trial again. The rules are very simple, and Ling Yi and others knew it before entering. At this moment, everyone stopped dawdling and started rushing towards the nearby monster one by one. 4-star skill. Coyote summoning. Someone read these 4 words quickly, and then summoned 2 wolves made of earth elements in front of him. The 2 wolves bared their teeth on the spot for a while, and then pounced towards the target identified by their master. Fireball! A strong man flew over the wall at a high speed, while throwing fireballs at the monsters on the street below. 5-star skill. Evil bear transformation. Some people shouted on the spot, and immediately their body-shaped soared, turning into a ferocious-looking big black bear in the blink of an eye. They immediately laid down and moved their limbs towards a nearby grassland. The wolf ran. One slap will send the prairie wolf flying. Sword cheese slash. There was also someone holding an iron sword and launching a sword attack at the wind element flying in the sky. The translucent sword energy shot into the wind element group. Although it did not cause obvious damage to the latter, it successfully attracted their attention. They all leaned down and launched wind blade attacks at the man holding the iron sword on the ground. In order to kill monsters, players use all their methods. Chapter 101 On and off the court. Ling Yi teleported into the house from the roof, and activated the effect of the phaseless mask in his backpack in this small room. Then, through continuous teleportation, he was transferred to other rooftops several hundred meters away. He had already planned it before he came in. If it is a scene in the wild and uninhabited land, then use Xinglua casually, although it will kill other players together. This is the law of the jungle among extraordinary people, and the weak must be conscious. If it is an inhabited environment, use Wind God's Call to kill the enemy. Although the Pan-Ancient Islands are desolate, there are still many wanderers from all over the world. Those people have settled here, and it can be considered an inhabited environment. Then let's start killing monsters. He began to mobilize the surrounding wind and let them attack the monsters. I just found a lounge chair and lay down leisurely. Although the strong wind driven by 1,000 mana is difficult to kill the devil, it can easily kill ordinary monsters. If he had to use the elemental blade to kill these miscellaneous fish monsters at close range, it would be too tiring. Let the winds deal with them. You killed the fighting chicken, LV3. Points plus 3. You killed the prairie wolf, LV7. Points plus 7. Strange. Why didn't you see the meteorite? On the tallest building in the middle of the central island of the Pan-Ancient Archipelago, a young man with a yellow hedgehog head boldly walked on the earth wall, looking in all directions, murmuring, "Isn't there a star summoner in Area 66? Why haven't I seen him summoning meteorites?" His name is Wen Zilong, and he is the highest level and strongest player in June 14th District. So what if I saw it? On the side, his newly made friend asked in confusion. Go and say Lo. After all, we are all leaders in each district, so it would be nice to get to know each other. Wen Zilong squatted on the earthen wall and smiled at him. Come on. Wen Zilong's new friend said bluntly. Are you worthy to be compared with him? He is the real boss who defeated the Demon King alone. Even if a high-level player comes, you have to respect him. In front of others, you are no different from a minion. Upon hearing this, Wen Zilong's face darkened without concealment. He stared at the strong man in front of him, who was about 2 meters tall, and said with a smile, Uh-huh. Aren't you the same? But at least I know myself. You mean I don't know myself? Hee. Hearing the strong man in front of him say, hee. Wen Zilong couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. He jumped off the earth wall, strode towards the strong man, and shouted, "Rotted sting!" As soon as he finished speaking, a fist as big as a sandbag was thrown on his face. When Zilong didn't react at all, his whole body was shot away like a cannonball, crashing through the earthen wall and falling to the ground with a bang. "Isn't this young man worthy of competing with my idol?" The strong man who knocked down Wen Zilong with one punch showed disdain. He walked to the edge of the rooftop and saw that Wen Zilong underneath had been killed by the monster. And he felt relieved. He is Wang Kuba, the strongest player in the June 30th district. A level 10 player who has been rescued and obtained a treasure. Among the million people, there are still many people like him who admire the big boss in Area 66. These people who worship the strong are basically the real strong themselves. Since that big boss can be promoted to that level in just 6 days, it means that I still have a lot of room for improvement. Wang Kuba clenched his fists, with strong expectations in his eyes. He must continue to work hard to catch up with the big boss. At this time, the outside world, because of what happened to the mysterious newcomer in Area 66 yesterday, the whole world is now paying special attention to this month's newcomer trial. They cannot enter or interfere with the trial scene, but they can enter the newcomer trial on the forum activity page, where they can see the status of the trial towers in each district. For example, at this moment, 10 minutes after the newcomer trial has started, the situation of the trial tower in Area 66 is: Level 1, required 100 points, 7,376 people. Level 2, 300 points, required 0 people. Level 3, 500 points, required 0 people. Level 4, required 1,000 points, 1 person. Obviously, more than 2,000 of these players in District 66 in June have not even gotten 100 points. But one player got more than 1,000 points. There is no doubt that this person is the person who defeated the Demon King yesterday. Seeing his results, players around the world were not too surprised. TSK! 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 You are worthy of being the man who defeated the Demon King. I'm not surprised that you can kill so many people in 10 minutes. At this rate, it will probably break all the records set in the past 20 years. This is normal. After all, he is a humanoid Demon King. Sigh. Actually, it's good to relax and be optimistic. This guy might be able to measure the limit number of floors in the trial tower for newcomers. People in the past could only work up to the 6th floor before they collapsed. Level 6 requires 3,000 points, which is roughly the amount of killing 600 level 5 monsters. Many people struggle to complete a day's work. The reason is also very simple. Who can maintain high energy to kill monsters? Often, after being excited about killing for 4 or 5 hours, he can no longer kill, and then his efficiency plummets. While everyone was discussing the newbie trial, many people also talked about the Divine Path update. The Divine Road may be updated every month during new people's new activities. This time is usually at 12 noon. Maybe there is. Maybe not. I wonder if there will be any update at noon today. Oh, I hope there will be an update on how to obtain S-level props and S-level treasures. I have been in the Divine Path for 17 years, so I am considered an old player, but I have never seen an S-level thing. Enlarge the monthly limit to 1 million people. It will be my turn in the year of the monkey and the horse. Both players and ordinary people still have many demands for the Divine Path. However, Shenlu never responds to them, and just changes on its own. Everyone also knew that no matter how much they said on the forum, it was useless, and the voices that longed for change quickly died down again. June 7th. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, on a small island outside the Pan-Ancient Archipelago, people who were squeezed out of the archipelago by the space barrier gathered here. They looked at the barrier in the distance that covered the entire world like a sky curtain, their expressions full of anxiety and uneasiness. I heard that a player who can summon giant meteorites is also inside. If he uses a few of them, everything will be lost. On the coast, 3 destitute people were leaning on the guardrail, feeling pessimistic and sad. My hometown has been destroyed by dark players, and now even this last place of refuge is gone. Don't have any illusions. It might already be in ruins. On the side, after listening to the 3 people talking, a middle-aged man with a gentle face stepped forward, joined in their conversation and said, "Don't worry. Most areas will be fine." Chapter 102 complete the trial ahead of schedule. The 3 of them looked back at the man and saw that although he was dirty, his eyes were filled with lust. The tone he spoke just now was also extremely confident. "Why do you say that?" one of them asked. "It's very simple. The middle-aged man raised the frame of his glasses with his right little finger and smiled confidently. Because I guessed it. The sloppy three people's faces froze, then turned around and continued to lie on the guardrail with pessimistic expressions, thinking to themselves, crazy. Quick! Run! The evil wind that kills people and steals monsters is coming! On the large southeastern island of the Pan-Ancient Archipelago, a group of players did not kill monsters, but instead tried their best to escape. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that someone cursed the evil wind, and the evil wind killed him the next second. They didn't know if Yao Feng was going to kill everyone on sight or something else. In short, no one wanted to leave now. Just in case, they could run as far as they could. It's so funny! What are you afraid of? It's just a gust of wind! Seeing the fleeing crowd, some people smiled contemptuously and immediately jumped to the roof of a 3-story building, opening their hands to face the oncoming strong wind. After a while, he was still at peace. Did you see it? This is just an ordinary wind. Someone must have used invisible means to kill people secretly and put the blame on the wind. The man crossed his arms with a proud look on his face, shook his head and sighed. You didn't make any distinction, and ended up being chased by a gust of wind. It's really a big joke. A dozen people below looked up at the man on the roof, and saw that he was indeed safe and sound in the wind, and couldn't help but look at each other. Strange. He is indeed fine. Did we react too much? A thin young man scratched the back of his head and said to everyone. But in that wind, the points information was indeed not displayed when I killed monsters. A young woman frowned and spread her hands helplessly. Me too. After killing for a long time, when I saw that the score panel was only in single digits, I almost vomited blood. Anyway, there must be something in the wind. While everyone was talking, a handsome young man with blonde hair stood out from the crowd and shouted to the man on the roof with his hands in the shape of a trumpet. If you don't believe it, try calling Yao Feng. This blonde young man is an ordinary player in Area 66, and he already has a vague guess in his mind. Criticizing Yao Feng? The man on the roof frowned and said, Why should I scold you? He immediately turned around and killed the fighting chicken that had just emerged from the black mist. But before the knife in his hand fell, as a breeze blew by, the body of the bright yellow fighting chicken stagnated, and immediately turned into countless tiny points of light and dissipated. What? The man swung his knife in the air, and before he could think about it, 3 prairie wolves jumped from the rooftop of the building next door to the rooftop where he was, and ran towards him quickly. He looked happy and shouted quickly, Wind slash! But as soon as the skill was used, the 3 prairie wolves turned into light spots and disappeared in front of him. Seeing this scene, the man's eyes widened, and he believed most of what the people below him said. The wind here is weird. Don't stay long. Thinking of this, he closed his mouth tightly and jumped quickly in the direction away from the demon wind. Although everyone below could not see what happened on the top of the building, they all came to a sudden realization when they saw this man running away without saying a word. Look! He's run away! The wind is indeed strange! Run! Run! More than 2 hours have passed since the trial started. After Ling Yi killed countless monsters and climbed the tower to the 9th floor, he couldn't help but feel bored. So he flew into the sky and planned to walk around the training ground. He was flying slowly in the air while urging the breeze. The dim night sky is a natural camouflage. He only flies 50 or 60 meters in the night sky, making it difficult for many people to see him. If he encounters a monster, he will kill it directly. If he hears a player speaking rudely to him, he will kill him too. He didn't bother to care about the rest. As he flew, he smelled a familiar scent in the wind. Ling Yi took a closer look and found that it was Ling Yi, who had chatted with him before entering the venue. At this time, she was fighting fiercely with more than a dozen monsters in a small alley, while flexing her fists and swinging her legs. The monsters that came towards her were all knocked away. She was as handsome and brave as a human god of war. TSK. This guy has good physical skills. Looking at her skillful punching movements and long legs that could be lifted above her head, Ling Yi couldn't help but guess. She must have signed up for a martial arts gym to train in physical skills. After the advent of the Divine Road, the martial arts hall also prospered again. With the support of their elders, many minors will go to martial arts gyms to exercise physical fitness and learn some physical skills, in order to have better combat qualities after entering the divine path in the future. Ling Yi still didn't believe Ling Yi's smooth movements without systematic study and training. After watching the battle for a while, he continued to set off and flew to other places. Kill the monsters you encounter during this period as much as possible. You killed a red fruit monster, LV7. Points plus 7. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Yi flew to the edge of the island. Here, he accidentally discovered that there was a big island next to it. There are many gorgeous-looking buildings on the big island, which are two extremes from the dilapidated environment on the pan-ancient islands. At this time, there were many players on the big island fighting the monsters on the island. Ling Yi covered Fomer, and soon heard the whispers of some of them. Humph. The entire alliance wanted us to merge with each other a few days ago. I still remember this grudge. Now that I have the chance, I won't let it look good. What you up to? They want to push us onto the fire pit. Now I let them roast us on the fire pit first. It's useless. This building must be protected by many barriers. You won't be able to burn it with your low-level flame ability, unless you can find the core control room and turn off the barriers. Core control room? Hey. I have a good idea. Ling Yi was curious, and was about to continue listening, when two pieces of information suddenly appeared in front of him. Your points have reached 100,000, and you have successfully entered the 10th floor. Congratulations. You have reached the limit of floors in the newcomer trial tower, and will leave the trial field early. While Ling Yi was stunned, a gentle teleportation force descended from the sky and acted on him. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw was the familiar bed and desk. He was back. Ling Yi felt a little abrupt. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. I've already reached the full level. If I don't come back early, will I still be wasting my time there? It's just that he didn't expect this before he came in. And now that he suddenly came back, he was a little surprised. At this time, a special reward message quietly emerged. Congratulations. You have completed the newcomer trial, ahead of schedule, and are hereby rewarded, Mystery Shop Pass ×1. The official rewards for the newcomer trial will definitely be distributed after the event. The reward Ling Yi received now was just for completing the trial ahead of schedule. Obviously in the eyes of Shenlu, they are distinguished. Skipping Chapter 103 does not affect viewing. Chapter 104 The Holy Angel Spring communicates with the 3 rooms. Pass? Ling Yi opened his backpack, found the newly acquired prop, and clicked it to check it out. Mystery Shop Pass, one-time consumable item. After use, the mysterious store can be summoned, and the store will only exist for 1 hour. System. Mutate. He only glanced at the effect, and used it to mutate it out of habit. This kind of one-time consumable product with simple effects can be almost transformed into a permanent one. A few seconds later, Mystery Shop Pass can summon the Mystery Shop. The effect was almost as expected by Ling Yi. He is not verbose. Just click to use. He still has more than 12 million gold coins on him, and he is worried that he has nowhere to spend them. The next second, a blue-purple starry sky-like interface appeared in front of him. There are 3 items side by side on the interface, and there is a line of small words in the upper right corner that reads, there are still 21 hours, 12 minutes and 16 seconds until the next update. 21 hours? Updated once a day? There was a question mark in the lower right corner of the interface, and he clicked it lightly. Immediately, information about this mysterious store popped up. Mystery Shop, updated once a day. Only 3 random items appear each time. Guaranteed 1 grade A. Ling Yi's eyes lit up when he saw that there was a guarantee. This kind of randomness in the store has nothing to do with him, and his probability reversal cannot work on it. If there is a guarantee, no matter how dark his face is, he will at least have an A grade as a consolation. Next, he officially set his sights on these 3 items. Wind Refuge Talisman E. Holy Angel Fountain S. Dragon Ring A. After passing by 1 or 3, he focused his attention on the second item. Holy Angel Spring S. It is said that the spring water that gave birth to the Holy Angel can restore life to people with just 1 drop. Price, 10 million gold coins. Hiss this. This is the first S-level prop that Ling Yi has seen. It is also the first time that he has seen such a general description of the item. It is so general that he is not sure whether to buy it or not. This seems to be just a spring used for healing. Even if it is mutated, it will only make the healing effect stronger. Right. 10 million gold coins is not a small amount. So Ling Yi is a little hesitant to buy it. After pacing back and forth in the room for a moment, he decided to buy it. Immediately afterwards, he quickly mutated the prop. After a while, quickly click to view. Holy Angel Spring S. a spring that can give birth to holy angels. And one drop can bring people back to life. Are you back? When Ling Yi went down the stairs and came to the hall, Lin Shuru, who was still watching a drama in the hall, discovered him. As soon as she saw him, a little surprise appeared on her snow-white jade face. Don't you usually play for 3 hours? Why did you come back early today? Ever since I last saw him use the elemental blade, this guy thought he was a mate player. Until now, Ling Yi didn't bother to correct her, but waved his hand casually, turned around and wandered around the rooms on the first floor. Seeing this, Lin Shuru ran off the sofa curiously, ran to him in pink slippers, and asked curiously, What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you looking for something? If it's that woman, she's on the sofa. Ling Yi glanced back at the burgundy sofa, shook his head and said, No, I have a, spring water prop, and I want to find a place to display it. Spring water? Lin Shuru raised her cute eyebrows, and a trace of doubt appeared in her blue watery eyes. How big is it? Yeah, it's about 3 meters in diameter. Then why don't you put it in the yard? Mainly it just doesn't feel safe in the yard. Upon hearing what Ling Yi said, Lin Shuru immediately thought of a good place to go. Yes, come with me. She took his hand and walked up the stairs, saying as she walked, There is a small cubicle of 20 square meters in my room. It was originally used as a study room, but then I stopped studying and now it isn't used. It's more like letting you go. While talking, the two of them also entered her room and came to the cubicle she mentioned, surrounded by walls on 3 sides. There are only 2 side-by-side bookshelves and a small desk in the corner. The rest of the place is empty. There was a layer of dust on the bookshelves, small desk, and floor. It was obvious that no one had been in for a long time. Ling Yi looked left and right in surprise. He had visited other places besides Lin Shuru's room before, but he didn't know that there was actually a room here. And judging from the location of this room, there should be only one wall separating it from his bedroom. Soon, after cleaning with a cleaning talisman, Ling Yi took out the Holy Angel Fountain. When he had it in his hands, it was just an apple-sized spring water model, and the moment he placed it on the ground, with a burst of pink light overflowing, the spring water model quickly grew in size at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the model became real. Soon, a circular spring with a diameter of 3 meters appeared in their sight. This spring has a yellow-brown stone as the spring wall. The spring wall is about half a meter high, and there is a piece of clear light blue spring water inside. The spring is not full, but only about 4/5 of the height of the spring wall. The mist is steaming on the water, and it doesn't look like cool spring water, but like a small hot spring. Is this a hot spring? Lin Shuru's cheeks were slightly red. She pursed her lips and asked in a low voice, Well, this is a very vital spring water. He reached out and brushed the water. It was cool and soft, and his fingertips felt a tingling sensation that touched his heartstrings. And when he put his hand into the water, it felt like there were countless flexible tongues licking his palm in all directions, causing him to relax his control on his palm and let the water flow play with it. When he wanted to withdraw his hand, the spring water seemed to want to retain him, and he felt a little resistance. Strangeness. Ling Yi glanced at this pool of spring water and thought to himself, Isn't it said that holy angels can be born? Where are the angels? He circled the spring twice and saw no angel anywhere. Is it possible that pregnancy still needs time? When he was thinking this, Lin Shuru also put her little hand in. Wow! It's so comfortable! Her eyes were shining and she said to him, Can I take a bath in here? Ling Yi pondered for a while and tried to look at the spring water with the eye of reality. To his surprise, he actually saw the detailed effects of the spring water. Holy angel spring water, possessing infinite vitality. One drop can bring people back to life and restore them to full health. It has infinite purifying power and can expel all dirt and bad conditions. Bathing in it for a long time can prolong life, strengthen body, and improve skin quality. The spring water is nurturing special life. Estimated time required, 7 days. Okay. Ling Yi nodded and smiled slightly. Let's use this to take a bath in the future. The words fell. He went to the store and bought an opening talisman, and a door opened on the wall of his room. Now, the 3 rooms from left to right are Lin Shuru's bedroom, the partition, and Ling Yi's bedroom. Now these 3 rooms are interconnected. Chapter 105 Divine Path Update. Attribute Combat Power. Newcomer Trial Tower Limit. 10th floor. Fire. Topping the overall Rising Stars list is District 60 SIXS 01 foot actually Shinxia's 01. Explosion. All the records in the past 20 years have been broken, and 01 has created a new history. Explosion. Early in the morning. News about the newcomer trial in the early hours of the morning was spread rapidly in major media and Shenlu forums. By watching the content of the Rising Stars list, people can easily judge the situation. Overall Rising Star list. 1. 01, District 66, June 20th. Total points, 100, 00010 levels. 2. Sea Shaking Dragon, Area 32, May 2004. Total points, 4782 level 6. 3. The Crazy Emperor in the Cloud, District 18, December 2007. Total points, 4766 level 6. 4. Dahe, August 2000, District 09. Total points, 47586H floor. 5. Balrog, Area 23, January 2019. Total points, 47586H floor. List finished. After the start of this newbie trial, all forces basically said people to pay attention to the changes in the new star list. They all noticed that this issues 01 surpassed everyone and came to the top of the list in less than an hour. And after more than an hour, his points finally reached 100,000. When the number of layers became 10, his points did not increase anymore. This basically tells everyone clearly that the upper limit is 10 levels corresponding to 100,000 points. When confirming this information, everyone couldn't help but discuss several issues that everyone cared about. What level is 01 at? What is he doing after reaching level 10? Has he gone back? Are he and the 01 who contributed the ancient monument to Shinxia the same person? In response to these issues, players are still discussing intensely on the forum. And at this time, as the client, Ling Yi was sitting on the big sofa, thinking about the next action. When the newbie event ends at 2400 hours tonight, the rewards of the trial will be officially distributed. At that time, based on the situation, let's decide whether to go to Area 87 to fight the Demon King tomorrow. District 87 really has too many connections. Not only Lin Shuru beside him, but also the Xia eldest daughter, who could only be with him for some reason. There is only one chance. He must be fully prepared. Click. At this time, the sound of the door opening was heard from upstairs. Ling Yi looked up and saw Lin Shuru sneaking out from inside. Last night, she was worried that the woman named Yunji would catch a cold outside, so she carried her into her bedroom. Seeing her walking down now, Ling Yi couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Lin Shuru shook her head and whispered, "Still sleeping." "Sleep? She must have gone through a long battle. If I guess correctly, she fell down yesterday because of physical exhaustion. She will wake up this afternoon at most." Having said this, Lin Shuru sat down next to him, picked up the water glass in front of him, and drank the water in one gulp. "I just fell down." Ling Yi was helpless. "Humph. I'll prepare delicious food for you later." Lin Shuru pecked him on the face intimately, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen in a bounding motion. Time passes quietly. Soon it was noon, when Ling Yi and the two were having lunch, and countless people around the world were still discussing various information about 01 on the forum. Several pieces of information about the divine path came out of the blue. Shenlu will be updated in 5 minutes. The content of this update: 1. New attribute combat power system. 2. Added player summon card. Details of the updated content have been announced on the forum. Looking at the information that suddenly appeared in front of him, Ling Yi was stunned for a moment. He immediately speeded up cooking, and after finishing his lunch in half a minute, he pulled the wooden chair and ran to the window, logged onto the forum and started checking it out. Details of this update posted by Shenlu. This is a post with a red font as the title. The entire Shenlu forum, and only Shenlu itself, has the power to change the text font. Ling Yi quickly clicked in. Update details. 1. Attribute combat power. After the update, each attribute point of players will gain higher gains as their level increases. Equivalent to monsters, the specific attribute combat power is the corresponding attribute times level. Example: a level 100 player has 5 strength and 500 strength. 2. Player summon card. After the update, players can create their own summoning cards by spending gold coins. Summoning cards are divided into permanent cards and disposable cards. There can only be one permanent card, and multiple disposable cards can be produced if others use a summoning card to summon you. You can decide whether to respond to the summons based on the actual situation. Summoning cards can only be used in this world. End of details. The introduction of Shenlu always only focuses on the key points. Some other details need to be explored by players themselves. Players summon cards, and other things are dispensable to Ling Yi. The key is to be the first to update content. Attribute combat power? He read the few lines of description word by word, and gradually came to a realization in his heart. To put it simply, the higher the level, the stronger you are. It turns out that no matter whether it is level 1 or level 100, 3 points of strength are the same. They can only lift a table. Now that there is attribute combat power, it is still 3 points of strength. A level 1 player can still lift 1 table, but a level 100 player can lift 100 tables at the same time. The actual power is already 100 times that of the former. He turned to the comments of other players below and confirmed his guess in their comments. Holy shit! Shit! This wave of price increases for levels. I'm level 50. Doesn't that mean that after the update, my actual strength and agility will be 50 times what they are now? That's right. Everyone's improvement is equivalent to no one's improvement. And there's nothing to be excited about. Fool! Originally, you dared to challenge level 70 or even level 80 when you were level 50. Do you dare now? This time, the higher the level, the more popular it is. While players were discussing this intensely, they were even so excited that they rushed to celebrate. But there is another extremely huge wind of sorrow blowing all over the world. It's over! A certain tavern owner slumped on the ground and said with a sad face. Usually, we ordinary people have been living in dire straits. But now the player's combat power has skyrocketed. Then we will really become a piece of fish to be slaughtered by others. Gone! What's even more irritating is that those monsters have also been improved dozens of times. Someone next to him threw a glass angrily. The pessimism among the people is pouring like a flood. In the past, there was still hope for a confrontation with players who added points to a single attribute. Well, now, no matter how players add points, as long as their level is high, we have no way to deal with them. What's even more terrifying is Krishna. With the strengthening of monsters, Black Sky's danger level has increased dozens of times for us. Then if the Demon King appears, won't he directly destroy the world? Haha. Let's destroy them together. In just a few minutes after the new news about Shenlu was released, a large number of shops run by ordinary people around the world announced their temporary closure. You can tell with just a little thought, in the context of the rapid increase in the combat power of players around the world, the world will become very dangerous in the next few days, or even for a long time. Chapter 106. Yunji wakes up and leaves. In the hall, news of the Divine Road update has spread to every corner of the world. Even Lin Shiru, who had just turned on her phone after clearing the dining table, immediately saw the news. The Divine Path has been updated. She asked Ling Yi with her beautiful eyes widened. Yes, new attribute combat power and player summoning cards have been added. Lin Shiru hurriedly opened the notebook on the table, clicked on the forum, and began to view it in detail. After a while, after reading the update, she sighed softly. Oh, there's going to be chaos again. It's like the Divine Road just appeared 20 years ago. And all kinds of monsters and ghosts are going to jump out. It's better not to go out recently. After she finished speaking, she sighed softly again, with a complex look on her fair and delicate jade face. Ling Yi looked back at her and was about to say something when he suddenly felt an extremely powerful force welling up from his heart. The power flowed throughout his body and into every cell, speeding up his blood flow and making his heart beat faster. The pounding heartbeat can be heard even a few meters away. Lin Shiru heard the sound and ran over to see that something was wrong with him, and said in panic, "What's wrong with you? Why is your skin turning red?" Ling Yi's mind was in a trance, and he felt a strong sense of dizziness. He lost his balance for a moment, and fell into Lin Shiru's arms. This is a manifestation of a sudden influx of huge power into the body, and players around the world are experiencing the same situation at this time. The higher the level, the greater the reaction. Divine Road, officially updated. A few minutes later, Ling Yi woke up leisurely on Lin Shiru's lap. As soon as he woke up, he saw a snow-white and smooth crystal jade hand caressing his cheek affectionately, like caressing a lover, and the tender palm vaguely exuded tenderness and love, resting on her lap. He could only see her blue and moist eyes, and the part under them was blocked by the pair of indescribable things. "Are you awake?" she asked in a very soft tone. The eyes are as soft and long as water, as if they can nourish all things. Aren't you talking nonsense? Ling Yi reached out to rub his temples when Lin Shure's tender white jade fingers took the initiative to rub them for him. It was so comfortable that he couldn't help but want to continue lying down. Humph. Lin Shure smiled slightly, making a cute sound from her throat. Ling Yi closed his eyes and slowly regained his energy under her massage. After a while, he opened his eyes and climbed up, sitting next to her again. Here, drink water. She handed him the water glass, which was nearly half full of warm water. Ling Yi took it, raised his head and drank it all. Click! At this moment, the sound of the door opening came from upstairs. Ling Yi and the other two heard the sound and went out, only to see the woman named Yun Ji walking out. When Lin Shure saw it, her pretty face turned red and she said in surprise, "Why don't you wear clothes? Where are your clothes?" After saying this, she turned her head and looked at Ling Yi, and saw that he was turning his head away silently. "Clothing?" A cool and elegant voice came from upstairs. The woman standing by the guardrail looked down at her flawless body like mutton-fat white jade, and said with an indifferent expression, "It's broken." With that said, he turned around and walked down the stairs. "No! No! No!" When Lin Shure saw this, she hurried over and pushed her upstairs, shouting hurriedly, "There is another man downstairs. Can you respect his gender?" Only then did the woman named Yun Ji react belatedly. She looked at the woman in front of her and the man below in surprise and said, "Can you see my body? How come you're not invisible, and we can't see you? Come in! Come in!" Lin Shure eagerly pushed the woman back to the room. Ling Yi was left with a confused face underneath. Yes. He suddenly understood. This woman may think that the protective effect of the divine road is still in effect, so she dares to walk out even if she has no clothes to wear. When he thought of this, he looked a little weird. When this guy comes out later, how should he explain this phenomenon? Will the power of the divine path be ineffective here? If outsiders or even the world knew about such a fantasy, it would be very troublesome just thinking about it. It's better to lift some of the suppression on her for the time being, and try not to let her notice any more abnormalities. Speaking of which, Ling Yi used the power of the house protection talisman to lift some of the restrictions on her, except for not being able to exert combat effectiveness. Everything else is basically as normal. I don't know how long it took, but when the door opened again, Yun Ji was wearing some clothes that were obviously a few sizes too small, and she was led down by Lin Shure. "I can't help it. Her wife is too tall. My biggest clothes are like this." Lin Shure walked up to Ling Yi, gestured at Yun Ji's body for a long time, then shook her head helplessly and said. Yun Ji stood not far away, taking in this scene. She raised the corners of her mouth, raised her lotus steps, and walked gently to the two of them, bowed to them and thanked them. "Thank you for saving me." A delicate golden bell earring hung on her small right ear. When she walked, the bell swayed and made a clear ding-ring-ring sound. "No! No! No!" The two waved their hands politely. After Yun Ji stood up, she stared directly at Ling Yi. Her jet-black hair still covered the left half of her cheek, and she smiled slightly. Her golden right eye seemed to contain magical power, making it difficult to look away. The light red eyelids added a bit of temptation to her, and the thin red lips raised on both sides showed the body owner's happy mood at the moment. "There's nothing I can do to repay you now," she kept smiling and said. "Everything in the backpack was stolen by those people using stolen props." His tone was relaxed and indifferent, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "Only the whole body is left." As she spoke, she turned her attention to her wrist. She also wore a royal blue crystal bracelet, which was the only valuable thing on her body. She took off the bracelet, handed it to Lin Shure, and said, "I'll give you this bracelet." "Oh? I can't have this. I didn't do anything, so I'm embarrassed to just accept a treasure from you. Besides, I'm not a player." Lin Shure shook her head and waved her hands, rejecting the gift. Yun Ji did not insist, but put the bracelet back on and said, "Then I will give you a gift later." After saying this, she looked at Ling Yi, then reached into the air and pulled out a card from the void. She put the card into the latter's hand and said with a smile, "My summoning card is for you." Well, Ling Yi was still a little confused. Is this woman a little too familiar? Both sides just said summoning cards without even introducing themselves. However, what surprised him even more was that after inserting the card, the other party leaned down and whispered in his ear, "You can also use it in the dead of night." Warm breath sprayed on Ling Yi's neck. For some unknown reason, Her voice trembled slightly. Question mark. Ling Yi's eyes widened, and he was surprised by this woman's behavior. Seeing this, Yunji smiled slightly, took a few steps back, waved her hands towards the two of them, and said, Then I won't disturb you too and we'll leave first. Ah, I'll give it to you. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shiru took the initiative to send her outside the yard. Ling Yi stayed in the room and picked up her player summon card. Chapter 107 Newcomer activity is over. Rewards are distributed. The player summon card is a card approximately 10 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide. On the front of the card is the player's image, name and level information, and on the back is a starry sky. When Ling Yi picked up the card and was about to take a closer look, Yunji's extremely eye-catching image attracted him at a glance. It was under the full moon. She was standing on a patch of ground that only reached her knees, and she could clearly see the rocks on the ground, bathing in the clear lake water. As far as Ling Yi knows, this card image is imagined by the players themselves, except that the characters themselves will be exactly the same. Other scenery and environments can be imagined at will. This, Ling Yi didn't dare to look at it, and quickly put the card away. Not long after, Lin Shiru turned around and came back. As soon as she came back, she said words like slutty fox. What's wrong? Ling Yi asked. Lin Shiru snorted softly and said in an unhappy tone, She is just an old woman who has been permanently abstained from sex, after realizing that there is no divine path to protect her. Look how cheerful she is smiling. I'm afraid she would be excited to greet you if it were a male, let alone one as young and energetic as you. The way I looked at you just now made me want to eat you. Ling Yi scratched the back of his head and thought to himself. No wonder. He felt that the guy was a little too familiar. When I just left, you asked me if I could take her in when I became homeless in the future? Humph. A level 80 player is homeless? Who would believe it? Oh. Do you know who she is? We just had a brief exchange in the room. Then what did you say in the end? Of course, I politely said, Yes, you are welcome at any time, or something like that. Is it possible to tell her to get out? Although Lin Shiru told Ling Yi this way, she still understood the truth in her heart. Everything just now was just her guess, and she couldn't judge a person based on just guess. Maybe the other person is not who she thought. Early morning on the 8th. 4 o'clock. There is only 1 minute left before the newbie event ends. Ling Yi paced back and forth in the hall with anticipation. The nightly news was still playing on the TV. Although he didn't watch it, the sound flew into his ears. The shelter enhancement plan in various places is in full progress, and the actual strengthening of shelters in various places is expected to be completed within a week. Official announcement from the Northern Bear Country. People are asked to avoid unnecessary outings in the near future. If you need daily necessities, you can contact the Alliance staff, and the Alliance will send players to deliver necessary supplies in time. The Dark Organization Holy Gate openly provoked the White Elephant Kingdom Player Alliance and attacked the White Alliance branch in Hawk City at 1900 hours on the 7th. Currently, 1,352 people have died and more than 15,000 people have been injured. One piece of news after another is a microcosm of the current dangerous world. Ling Yi didn't know when he would be attacked by evildoers, and he didn't know if Black Sky would suddenly appear in the next moment. Anyway, according to his current progress and improving his strength step by step, he may become the world's top powerhouse in less than half a year. Before that, as long as he didn't seek death, basically no one could kill him. Should. Probably. Maybe. The time has come, and this newbie event is over. Ling Yi's eyes lit up at the information that suddenly appeared in front of him. The next second, a series of reward information appeared one after another. You have accumulated 100,000 points, which are now converted into experience and gold coins. You have gained 100,000 experience and 100,000 gold coins. Congratulations. You have achieved the first place in the Rising Star ranking in this newbie trial, and you will receive a special reward of 3,000 experience points, 30,000 gold coins, and the title, Newcomer King. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the overall rookie rankings in this rookie trial, and will be awarded a special reward of 30,000 experience points, 300,000 gold coins, and the title, Super Rookie King. Congratulations. You are the first player to climb to the top of the Newcomer Trial Tower, and you will receive a special reward of S-level weapon random pack ×1, A-level random props ×1, and prayer coupon ×1. A total of 133,000 experience points, 430,000 gold coins, 2 titles, and 3 items. Titles in Shenlu are used to wear on forum nicknames, and to show off in the forum. It has no actual effect of improving combat effectiveness. Therefore, Ling Yi simply looked at them, and threw them behind him. Focus on those 3 props. The effects of the first 2 props were as their names suggested, and he didn't need to pay too much attention to them. The focus was on the last prop. Prayer coupon, a limited, you can write down your expectations for a certain item. After burning it, you may get the desired item at any time in the next day. With the highest quality being a level, you may also get skills. And some probably nothing. Oh! This thing! Ling Yi touched his chin. And his first reaction was that there might be an item to improve endurance. The second reaction is to mutate. The system has mutated all 3 items. A few minutes later, after a series of mutations and uses, Ling Yi finally had only one S-level item left. The mutation potential of S-level weapon random pack is low. And after mutation, it just becomes a self-selected pack. Now he doesn't need a weapon. So he let Ice King choose one by himself. A-level random prop mutates into S-level. After using it, an S-level prop was randomly released. This S-class item was also mutated by him. Per coupon, after mutation, the quality of the item has been upgraded to S. And now it has been burned with his expectation of increasing endurance. Now, looking at the last remaining S-level props, Ling Yi looked slightly shocked. Fate Spying, S, it can only be activated by binding the host in advance. When used on a designated living body, you can see part of the other person's fate in the next period of time. The fate is not fixed, and may change according to the user's behavior. Consume the corresponding vitality according to the target's strength level. Unable to spy on the host itself. He had an unknown feeling. Just looking at the effect looks awesome. But it's hard to judge how powerful it is. Snap. 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 Hearing footsteps on the stairs, Ling Yi looked up and saw Lin Shuru walking down the stairs slowly in a beige bathrobe. Her hair was still wet. Obviously she had just taken a shower. Huh? You're actually still here? It was already 08 in the morning. And Lin Shuru thought that he had already entered the divine path. Oh! I was delayed for a while because of something. As he spoke, he used the item in his backpack. The binding object is naturally yourself. The next moment, a deep and slender strip of bright yellow light quietly appeared from the void. After spinning a few times in the air, it slowly climbed up Ling Yi's wrist. They rotate around the wrist, slowly blending in as they turn. Finally, a light yellow mark is formed. Because it is close to the skin color, it is difficult to see without looking carefully. Lin Shuru opened her favorite TV series and started watching it. She also took out a bowl of fruit platter from the refrigerator, sat on the sofa, and ate each one with a bamboo skewer. Ling Yi walked over, and after asking for the other party's consent, activated Destiny Spying to check. Chapter 108, Improving Combat Performance and Feeding the Elves. Fate Spying consumes life force based on the target's strength. Lin Shuru is now an ordinary weak woman, so her life force consumption is so low that it is almost negligible. On June 9th, when I went out to buy groceries at noon, I was met by the landlady who maliciously raised the price. After a few tricks, she gave it away for free. June 11th. Menstrual bleeding. On June 14th, I became best friends with the sacred elf. On June 19th, because I had been bathing in the holy angel fountain for a long time, I became more beautiful and charming. And I lingered in the hall with a man I lived with for a long time. June 23rd. Become more beautiful and linger in the kitchen. On June 27th. Water the flowers in the yard to attract birds around. On July 1st. My dewy skin was so white that it shimmered. On July 6th. I went out with the man I lived with, and caused a commotion because I was too beautiful. July 11th. Menstruation is coming. Ling Yi subconsciously turned on his phone and checked the time. June 8th. 0:10. What's wrong? What did you see? Lin Shuru asked curiously when she saw Ling Yi showing a strange expression. What's my next fate? Her blue and moist eyes stared closely at Ling Yi, as if she would not let him go if the latter didn't give an answer. Ling Yi pondered for a moment to collect his words and said, The lady boss will maliciously raise the price when you go out to buy groceries at noon tomorrow. If you soak in the spring water often, you will indeed become more and more beautiful. Am I going out at noon tomorrow? Lin Shuru frowned her cute eyebrows and asked doubtfully, Why would I go out at noon? I would have gone out early in the morning. I don't know. Maybe there was something delayed on the way. I can only see a small part of the information, but not the rest. That's it. She nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that she was still thinking about why she went to buy groceries at noon. Then I'm going to the Divine Road. So I won't stay any longer. You can go to bed early later. Good. Lin Shura nodded obediently and watched Ling Yi's figure disappear before her eyes. Ling Yi is now waiting for the prayer coupon, which can increase endurance. However, this thing might not be delivered, so he had to be prepared. The day before yesterday, he mutated a pure food maker, which can create 1 plant of food every day. And now he has accumulated 3 plants. According to the description, this is something that elves like to eat. In the past, someone just hugged his thigh and the elf gave him a skill. Now that he has something the other person likes to eat, the probability of getting the skill from the elf will only be greater. With this idea in mind, Ling Yi went straight to the cypress forest as soon as he entered the Divine Road. After all, elves in forests should be more relevant. But before he entered the woods, he saw 2 players fighting fiercely at the entrance of the woods. There are many onlookers shouting around. Come on! Come on! Wamao! Come on! Come on! Green mushroom head! Ling Yi wanted to pass by directly, but after listening to the shouts of everyone, he couldn't help but stop for a moment and cast his eyes on the field. At this time, there were 2 men in their 20s, who were fighting each other violently. The 2 men have ordinary looks, but their hair is a bit unconventional. One was so yellow that it seemed to glow in the dark, and the other looked like it had a watermelon rind directly on its head. He looked at the panels of both sides with the eye of truth and found that they were both only at level 5. And their strength attributes were not too high, only around 15. But with such a low attribute, when punching the opponent one after another, it can make a thick sound of bang bang bang. Sometimes the attack failed and hit the cypress tree on the side, and even directly blocked the cypress tree in its middle. You absorbed 65 points of Li Yuan's excitement points. You absorbed Yang Wei's 55 happiness points. Dot! Glancing at the excited expressions of the surrounding players, Ling Yi was thoughtful. After the attribute strength update, they seem to have become more violent. Is it because the huge power has nowhere to vent? Or does the powerful power affect the mind? He once heard that someone changed his personality when he got money. Then after gaining power, will it also change? The answer is that it varies from person to person. Some people will change. Some people won't. Just like Ling Yi. He still remembers that when he first went to the Shiming branch, there was a sentence in the gift bag given to him by the branch lady. May you go through thousands of sailings and come back still a young man. He will always keep his true heart in mind and will not be blinded by powerful forces or go against his heart. Without staying here longer, Ling Yi turned around and walked towards the forest. Because everyone was in the newbie trial yesterday, everyone still has nearly 6 hours to come today. The time is quite generous. The bright sunlight shines through the canopy of the cypress trees, illuminating countless light spots of different shapes on the grass. After stepping on the green grass to a relatively open and quiet place, Ling Yi took out a pure food plant and planted it on the grass. Pure food is a special green food that is about 1 meter tall and looks like straw. Ling Yi didn't know how to use them, but he guessed that as long as he took them out, the elves would come smelling the fragrance. Right? He sat on the grass and looked at the food plant in front of him, and couldn't help but wonder about its taste. Elves can eat this stuff. Why can't I eat it? Will eating it have any special effects? He got closer and smelled it, and smelled a peculiar wheat aroma. This wheat aroma was mixed with the fragrance of wild grass and a faint burnt smell, as if he was smelling a sweet wheat straw that was about to be burnt. Just when he licked his lips and was about to take a bite, a yellow butterfly suddenly flew precariously into his field of vision. Ling Yi didn't want to pay attention, but the butterfly flew straight towards the food in front of him. When he got closer, he saw that when the yellow butterfly flapped its wings, there were faint yellow light spots overflowing from its wings. Seeing this, his heart moved and he immediately activated the Eye of Truth to check. Dai Xian. Type, elf. Description, an elf that appears to people as different types of butterflies. It has the ability to comfort the dead, bury the past, and bring hope. There is very little information, but you can roughly guess what type of skills it can give players. Seeing it stop on the pure food and start to absorb it, Ling Yi couldn't help but look forward to it. In the eyes, when the yellow butterfly starts to eat, the food plant gradually turns into green light spots and flies into its body from bottom to top. It looks more like absorbing than eating. After a while, after absorbing the pure food, the yellow butterfly started to circle around Ling Yi. He seemed to be asking if there was any more. Ling Yi raised his eyebrows and took out the remaining 2 plants. Seeing this, the yellow butterfly quickly flew between the 2 plants and spread its wings. In an instant, the food from the 2 plants gradually turned into green light and was sucked into its body. 10 seconds later, after absorbing it, the yellow butterfly circled Ling Yi again, and this time it flew more cheerfully. But Ling Yi no longer had any food, so he waved his hands and said, "It's gone! It's gone!" Seeing this, Huang Dish slowly flew away. The yellow light that spilled out from the butterfly wings slowly condensed where it left, and gradually condensed into an orange-yellow rhombus crystal surrounded by 9 light particles. When Ling Yi held the crystal in his hand, the yellow butterfly had already flown into the jungle and disappeared. Chapter 109, Reward Delivered. Apply for Rescue Operation. Ling Yi put the skill crystal into his backpack and quickly opened it to check. Triple Seal, 9 stars, : Simply put, it is a skill that prevents self-healing, treatment, and resurrection. It is very useful to deal with enemies with strong recovery ability such as the Demon King. Ling Yi quickly mutated it. Triple Seal, 9 stars, spread a seal array behind the target to seal some of the target's abilities, and continue to consume one's own physical strength during the duration of the skill. The sealed person will suffer the following effects. Vitality cannot be restored through any means. Cannot be resurrected. Will not be affected by gain effects. Okay. Looking at the effect of the mutation, Ling Yi was very satisfied. The fact that it cannot restore vitality through any means cuts off the opponent's various channels for restoring vitality, such as self-healing, treatment, blood-sucking, and transformation. If you give the enemy a shot before fighting, your chances of defeating the enemy will be greatly improved. However, as long as this sealing array exists on the enemy, it will continue to consume one's own physical strength, and the burden on one's physical strength will be greater. Oh, I hope the prayer coupons can be delivered. After learning this skill, he only has 20 star positions left. After pondering for a while, he decided to go to the newly opened intermediate wild area to brush monsters. Now he has accumulated more than 190,000 experience points. If he works hard today, there should be no problem in rising to more than 200,000 points. Thinking of this, Ling Yi jumped up and flew towards the western sky. After the newbie trial ends, the event functions and Arena of Shenlu are also open to them. There are no ongoing activities at the moment, and he doesn't want to go to the arena right now, so he can only farm monsters or continue playing the main road. Early 10 o'clock in the morning. It was raining heavily. In the lobby on the first floor, Ling Yi stood by the window, looking at the rainy scene outside the window in a daze. What are you looking at? So lost in thought. Lin Shuru walked downstairs wearing a pink bathrobe and came to him and asked softly. The thicker fragrance overflowed from all parts of her body, flying into the latter's nose as if it were automatically tracking the enemy. Ling Yi shook his head and turned to look at her. He carefully looked at the latter's flawless and exquisite jade face, and smiled softly. You have become beautiful again. Of course, because when I'm bored, I go to the spring water. It's really comfortable. Lin Shura raised her head and smiled at him, her cheeks slightly red. Ling Yi nodded and was about to say something when a message suddenly appeared in front of him. Your prayers were answered. Immediately afterwards, a beam of bright yellow light shot out from the void, shining directly in front of Ling Yi. In the light, there was a cute little elf with wings on its back and a translucent body. It was flying towards her holding a golden dice that was slightly larger than it. The dice seemed a bit heavy, and it was obviously difficult to lift. Both Ling Yi and Ling Yi were stunned. And then the former stretched out his hand for the mysterious elf to land. The elf flapped his wings, handed the dice to Ling Yi's hand, stood on his fingers and waved to him as if to say goodbye, then turned around and flew into the void riding the yellow light. Disappeared together with that light. What is this? Lin Shuru blinked, looking confused, and said, Your express delivery? Well, Ling Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, nodded and said, You can understand it this way. A dice? Lin Shuru looked at the golden dice lying quietly in his hand with curiosity on her face. He opened his eyes of truth and looked. Endurance God dice, S. Roll this dice and temporarily increase the endurance. Face up points times 100. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. It can be used once a day. This is a prop that can provide temporary endurance, he said to Lin Shuru while looking at the effect. Oh, that's how it is. Upon hearing that it was this kind of prop, Lin Shuru lost interest and turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing her leaving, Ling Yi thought to himself, System, Mutate. Stamina dice S. Mutation potential, medium. While speaking, he opened a super mutation system and took a look. Current collected emotion value, 66. Mutation point, 1332 inch. Mutations have been relatively frequent in recent times, resulting in a slight decrease in mutation points. But as long as Ling Yi is willing, the mutation point can be easily raised. As long as he runs to a movie theater where a horror movie is playing, other spectators around him can bring him a lot of fear. By analogy, you can also get happy points by watching a comedy with other people. In short, emotional points are very easy to collect. When the die at his hand became clear again, he looked at it with the eye of truth again. Endurance God dice S. Roll this dice and temporarily increase the endurance, face up points times 200. The effect lasts for 1 hour. It can be used once a day. The minimum is 200 and the maximum is 1,200. Okay. Ling Yi held the dice in his hand tightly, looking a little excited. At this moment, he was finally ready for everything. Although the Endurance God dice can only guarantee him 1 hour of battery life, he has learned the triple seal before. If he works hard, it is really possible to kill the Demon King within an hour. After all, the 5-crown dragon is only a Demon King at the same level as the Super Bubble monster, and is only limitedly stronger than it. After this wave of improvements for himself and Ice King, Ling Yi is already very confident. You can apply for the rescue operation in District 87. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yi called softly, Shenlu, I want to apply for the rescue operation in District 87. A second later, the Divine Path information appeared. Are you sure to apply for rescue? Tip, only one chance. Fail after death. Seeing this death, Ling Yi suddenly remembered a prop given to him by Luo Yao before, and he had not yet mutated that item. Quickly find it from the backpack, mutate it, and then open it to check. Tianchu and Soul, see, it takes effect when placed in the backpack. There is a chance to resurrect the player or avoid death penalty once a day. It was originally a one-time use item and could only avoid the penalty of death. Now it has become a permanent item that can be used once a day and has an additional resurrection effect. Although this prop may not be used for a long time or even forever, the presence or absence of this prop gives people a completely different feeling. As long as it is still in the backpack, Ling Yi's heart will be extremely at ease. After mutating this prop, he took a deep breath again, and then said softly, I'm sure. Please confirm rescue personnel. I'm on my own? Ice King is a summoned beast, not a player. So he said there is no problem with one person. The rescue will officially begin in 1 hour. Please be prepared. As this piece of information gradually disappeared, Ling Yi's heartbeat accelerated to an unprecedented level. He slowly walked to the wooden chair and sat down, quietly calming down the tension in his heart. All players below level 30 in the world dare not apply for an action even if they form a team. Now they can apply for it alone. Success. People all over the world praise it. Failure. Ridiculed by people all over the world. His heartbeat couldn't calm down at the thought of these two completely different reactions. Chapter 110 Heartbeat and entering Area 87. Shenlu even gave us an hour to prepare. Ling Yi looked at the clock. 10:32. We'll go in at 11:30. Let's have lunch early. Only when you are full can you have the strength to work. Even if players have extraordinary powers, they still have to eat and sleep. Unless you have the corresponding special ability. He just saw Lin Shuru walking into the kitchen in a bathrobe. At that time, he had to mutate things, so he didn't think much about it. Now that I think about it, it feels weird. He quietly walked to the kitchen door and peeked in. I saw Lin Shuru standing in front of the refrigerator, looking up and drinking something. The refrigerator door was still open, as if she wanted to put it back after finishing the drink. Nothing to do. He used his teleportation ability to sneak behind her and frowned slightly when he saw that she was holding a bottle of light red, strange-looking liquid in her hands. He glanced into the refrigerator and found that there were 3 rows of bottles containing this liquid. What's this? He subconsciously used the Eye of Truth to check. Bottle diluted development water, diluted development liquid. Long-term drinking helps to develop the body. It tastes better if refrigerated. Ling Yi. After a while, Lin Shuru, who had half drunk the bottle in her hand, put the cap back on and put it back. When she turned around and saw him, she was startled. Yeah. What are you doing here? Watch you drink water. Hearing this, Lin Shuru quickly lowered her head. Her pretty face gradually turned pink, and her little mouth hesitated to say something. This, because of that. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Ling Yi waved his hand and directly expressed his intention to her. I will go to your area in an hour. Let's start lunch early. Okay. No problem. Lin Shura nodded, then frowned fiercely, her little face full of surprise, and said, What was your last sentence? I have applied for rescue in your area. What? You're not kidding. Why did you lie to me? Lin Shura stared at him with wide eyes and disbelief. Her blue eyes were wide open, as if she were meeting him for the first time, and her eyes were full of surprise. Didn't you just talk about it at the beginning? She asked in shock. Of course not. Ling Yi shook his head. Already submitted your application? I mentioned it. Lin Shura pursed her lips tightly and stared at Ling Yi blankly with her blue eyes. The surprise on his face gradually turned into seriousness, seeing the other party's pretendingly relaxed young appearance and the perseverance revealed in his deep eyes. She clenched her teeth and was speechless. At this moment, she had so many emotions intertwined in her heart that she didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Ling Yi waved his hand casually, turned and left the kitchen. Luo Yao, boss. Boss, congratulations on breaking the record. As soon as he walked out, he received a message from Luo Yao. This guy probably didn't just come to congratulate him. Ling Yi guessed that she had other things. As expected, her next words revealed her purpose. Luo Yao, boss. You should be the first one to reach level 10 in our period. I have a friend who wants to get to know you because of a special bet. Can I recommend you to her? 01, okay. He guessed it was the daughter of the Xia family. It seems her name is Xia Wanqing? Luo Yao, because she can't open her own forum. She has to be here to find you. So our chat will end here first. 01, okay. After answering this sentence, it took a while before an application message appeared. Midsummer Star's request to add you as a friend. After he agreed, the chat interface with Xia Wanqing automatically popped up. After waiting for quite a while, the other party sent the first message. Midsummer Stars, hello. I am Xia Wanqing. 01, hello. Midsummer Stars, are you sure you are the first to reach level 10 in this issue? The other party's words were very direct, but Ling Yi knew her affairs and understood her mood. 01, definitely. Midsummer Stars, okay. After that, the other party didn't send any more messages. After closing the chat panel, Ling Yi couldn't help but guess the guy's purpose. Is it just to confirm that it's me? Ling Yi, who couldn't find the answer after thinking for a long time, simply stopped thinking. The most important thing at the moment was to read more about the monsters in Area 87. About half an hour later, Lin Shura prepared a sumptuous lunch and called Ling Yi over. While the latter was enjoying it, she sat aside and watched him quietly. It took a long time, until the other party finished eating and stood up to leave, that she asked, Do you have any teammates? Ling Yi stood up for a moment, turned to look at her, sat down again, and replied, No. You don't have teammates? Then you, a new player. How dare you go? Because I'm strong enough. Lin Shura didn't seem to understand what he meant, blinking her eyes. Then she changed the subject. Is it worth it for you? Ling Yi, you are too wordy. He was too lazy to stage a love drama with her here. When the time came, he would deal with the devil and there would be no more problems. After another 10 minutes, the time Shilu gave him to prepare was finally over. In Lin Shuru's extremely complicated gaze, a beam of light that was white inside and red outside appeared from the void, slowly and softly shining on Ling Yi's body. She recognized this beam of light, which was the unique light of rescue operations. Someone had applied for a rescue operation before, and that team was brought into Area 87 by this beam of light in full view of everyone. After Ling Yi disappeared, Lin Shura let out a breath, but there was still a look of disbelief in her eyes. It's all true. In her opinion, entering Area 87 is tantamount to committing suicide. He also knew that this was a meaningless act of committing suicide. So in order not to injure others, he did not take any of his teammates with him. Lin Shura pursed her lower lip, her heart filled with surprise, joy, and emotion. She really didn't expect that for an ordinary person like herself. A player would face that kind of despairing demon king and an entire army of monsters in the area alone. Although she had accepted him before, until today, it was just a feeling of finding a good match on a blind date. You can live a lifetime, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee happiness. But now she suddenly felt that as long as she was with him, she would be happy. Now, alone, She fell down on the soft sofa in despair, letting her smaller body sink into it. She stared at the ceiling motionless. The look of shock on her flawless jade face had not yet faded. But her usually cheerful and optimistic blue eyes were filled with deep worry. Is he dealing with monsters now? Is he being besieged? The Demon King is so strong. You shouldn't bother to deal with him. Right? Send him back quickly. Only the results of the rescue operation will be announced to players around the world. When applying for rescue and carrying out rescue, the outside world will not know if it is not disclosed proactively. At this time, in District 87, dark clouds were gathering and thunder was rolling. It was raining lightly, and the air was filled with moisture. Ling Yi stood on a 10-meter-high rock with his arms folded, scanning the endless thousands of monsters around him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Okay. I'm getting excited. Chapter 111. Clean up the trash fish. When he just entered, he had already used the Endurance God dice and rolled a 3. If the probability of throwing a 6 is the lowest, then with probability reversal, he is most likely to throw a 6. But in fact, when throwing dice, all 6 numbers have the same probability of appearing. Therefore, even if there is probability reversal in front of items like dice, he is no different from ordinary people. It has completely turned into a body of water. Ling Yi flew high into the sky and scanned the surroundings. This is the location of the camp in the primary map. But now, the crystals in the camp and the large circle of wooden guardrails protecting the camp have long since disappeared, and only scattered wood chips can be seen floating on the slightly turbid water. Looking around, the entire land is covered with a layer of turbid rainwater, with a depth of about 1 meter. It was as if the light rain hadn't stopped since the day the exam came. The green cypress forest surrounding the camp in a U-shape seemed to have been ravaged by giant beasts and was swaying in the turbid water. There were bursts of drum sounds in the dark sky, which was the roar of thunder and lightning. From time to time, flashes of lightning illuminated the sky and the earth, as if a downpour was about to come. The assessment monsters with no end in sight were densely packed in the water. They wore pitch black armor and black helmets, with only a pair of dark red eyes exposed. They are just the ordinary monsters in the assessment. Magic soldiers. There are 2 types of magic soldiers. One is melee magic soldiers holding black pole spears, and the other is long-range magic soldiers holding pitch black bone bows. The difference between the 2 magic weapons is like the difference between the fire element and the wind element. They are considered different subcategories under the same major category. When they discovered an intruder, the demon soldiers immediately took action. Melee magic soldiers cannot fly and can only look up in place. The long-range magic soldiers invariably raise their bone bows towards the sky. When they pulled the bowstring to the full moon, a long elemental black arrow would appear on the bowstring. Once they let go, the black arrow would shoot out at every turn. It flew out at a speed of more than 100 meters per second. Ling Yi had just scanned the entire scene and did not see the Demon King or other monster leaders. Just when he was about to use Wind God's Call to sense his surroundings, 500 or 600 elemental black arrows were shot at him from different directions at the same time. Before coming in, he had read the information on these monsters many times. When he saw this, he had already expected it and flew towards the distant sky, shouting, "Starfall!" To clear out the monsters in Area 87, he simply divided them into 3 steps. 1. Remove tens of thousands of miscellaneous fish. 2. Kill 2 bosses. 3. Fight the devil. He didn't even bother to fight these demonic soldiers below. He was already strong enough now, so there was no need to be overly modest. When the huge flame star appeared in the sky, the entire dark world shrouded in dark clouds suddenly became brighter. It was like a small sun was falling, and he felt the heat from thousands of meters away. Heck! It's so big! After the attribute combat power was updated, this was the first time Ling Yi pulled the flame star. His mana is the same as last time, 1000. However, now the attributes will gain higher as the level increases, which means that at level 30, his real mana is equivalent to 30,000, with a 30-fold increase. The summoned flame star naturally also increased 30-fold. It's so big that it can make you dizzy. However, Ling Yi was still somewhat mentally prepared. He was stunned in the air for only a second before turning around and flying towards the southern sky with all his strength. While flying, he briefly took a look at his current attributes. Strength 38. Mana 1000. Agility 130. Stamina 603. Constitution 263. With such attributes, it's better to forget about melee combat. Today we will fight with Call of the Wind God and Starfall. While he was talking, a figure suddenly entered his perception from the east and approached at a speed that surprised him. Ling Yi turned around to look while flying. I saw a silver-gray figure flashing forward frequently in the eastern sky. In just 1 or 2 seconds, it was nearly a kilometer away from him. Void Demon? This is one of the 2 remaining bosses in Area 87. It has extremely high dodge ability and is very fast. It is said that on the day when the assessment was triggered, more than 200 people besieged it. As a result, after 2 minutes, these more than 100 people did not hit it once, but half of them were killed by it. When Ling Yi cast his gaze, the other party suddenly stopped. She floated there quietly and looked at him, not getting closer. As soon as he frowned, he heard an extremely loud roar. Boom! The flame star has landed, even with his back to Yinching. The flash of light that seemed to illuminate the entire world made Ling Yi's eyes narrow. While flying in a higher and further direction, an extremely rapid high-temperature shock wave swept across his body. He felt a strong sense of heat, just like walking on a stove. Since even the outermost shock wave will not cause any harm to him, it has obviously flown out of the core attack area, and there is no need to fly anymore. Ling Yi stopped and turned around to take a look. I saw that the original location had become a sea of fire in the white air, and the 1 meter of rainwater that had accumulated on the ground had all disappeared at this moment. Obviously, all the rainwater had evaporated in just a few seconds. At this moment, behind Ling Yi, a light mirror composed of pure white light quietly appeared. At the same time, a small white foot poked out from the light mirror and stepped lightly on the air. If Ling Yi felt something, he turned around. Xiaobing! Ling Yi was slightly surprised when he looked at the beautiful girl with white hair and white eyes who walked out of the light mirror, wearing an ice crystal blue skirt and bare snow-white feet. She ran out again. The Ice King stretched out his small white jade hand and gently pressed it on Ling Yi's chest. In an instant, the heat caused by the high-temperature shock wave was gone, and his condition instantly improved a lot. Thank you! Ling Yi grabbed her soft little hand and thanked her. Although the heat would slowly subside if left alone, the Ice King's considerate behavior still warmed his heart. The Ice King raised his head slightly, and his beautiful white eyes carefully and slowly swept over the latter's cheek, finally stopping on the other person's eyes and looking into his eyes. Originally, I wanted to kill the ordinary monsters and then call you out to fight the leader monster together. Now that you are out, let's go directly to fight the leader monster. Under the flaming star just now, almost all the ordinary monsters died. He didn't know if 1 or 2 survived by chance, but it was negligible. Present, the only 2 main enemies left are the 2 boss monsters and the 5-crown dragon. When the Ice King heard this, he nodded seriously. Immediately she lowered her head again and cast her gaze on her little hand that was grabbed again. She just watched quietly, as if she wanted to untie her master through her eyes. Ling Yi smiled softly, and while letting go of her hand, he thought to himself, it must be very comfortable to hold her in my arms in the hot summer. Chapter 112 S-Class Weapon 0 Ice Spike. Come to your senses. Ling Yi quickly scanned the surroundings and saw that the Void Demon was still watching them from 1,000 meters away. He immediately said, Xiaoping, let's kill it first, before the Demon King and the other boss show up. When the Ice King heard this, he nodded slightly, and then his body suddenly disappeared in front of Ling Yi. And when he turned around to look the next second, the Ice Emperor had already exchanged many moves with the boss. The Void Demon. My agility is too little. He could copy the Ice King's agility, but in that case, he would have to give up 900 mana. The mana will be reduced from 1,000 to 100. And the power of Flame Star and Wind God's Call will also be reduced to 1/10 of its current level. After experiencing such a strong power, he really couldn't bear it. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about it, Ling Yi used all his strength to stir up the strong wind and blew it towards the area where the Ice King and the Void Demon were fighting. Although the endurance of 603 does not allow him to waste his physical energy unscrupulously, it is enough to support him to fight with all his strength. You know, he also has a solar absorber in his backpack, which already contains nearly 2,000 energy. This is equivalent to having an extra 20 stamina tubes or 20 life tubes. The strong wind roared away, overwhelming the sky and making it extremely difficult to escape. The Void Fantasy Demon, who was being completely suppressed by the Ice King, had no time to care about the wind around him, and his life force was unknowingly being used by Ling Yi. If it continues, the Void Phantom Demon will die under the combined efforts of the two of them within a few minutes. To speed up the battle, while a certain Ice King was suppressing the Void Demon, Ling Yi seized the opportunity and hurriedly shouted, "Triple Seal!" Almost as soon as the words fell, a bright red triangle formation appeared behind the Void Phantom Demon, and before the latter could dodge, it passed through its body from back to front at an invisible speed. They were too fast for him to attack before, but now he finally got the chance. After Ling Yi successfully completed the seal, the Ice Emperor's expression changed slightly. She quickly raised her hand, and hundreds of gray ice picks appeared around her. As she swung her right hand downwards, these half-meter-long icicle edges were shot towards the Void Phantom like droplets in a heavy rain. When the latter dodged to avoid it, the Ice King stretched out his hands and pulled out a solid bright white light belt between the palms of his hands. In the light belt hung a light blue ice needle exuding a cold air. When she took out the ice needle, the bright white light disappeared quietly, and at the same time, the ice needle quickly grew larger and longer in her hand. In just 1 second, the ice needle turned into something like an ice javelin. This enlarged ice needle was none other than the S-class weapon that Ling Yi had given to the Ice Emperor. Of course, it has also been mutated. 0 Ice Spike. Quality, S. Type, Needle. 0 Seal. When this weapon comes into contact with the enemy's body, it will silence the enemy. Meteor Throw. Throw this weapon at the enemy. If it misses, it can be withdrawn immediately. If it hits the enemy, thorns and ice flowers will bloom in the enemy's body, continuously causing a large amount of damage to the enemy and causing it to enter a frozen state. The weapon leaves the opponent. The effect is lifted after the body. The quality of weapons from low to high is still E to S. The higher the quality, the higher the hardness of the weapon itself, and the stronger the weapon's special effects. Most weapons have only 1 perk, and only a few rarer weapons have 2 perks. This 0° Ice Spike had these 2 special abilities before the mutation, and there are only 2 changes after the mutation. The first is the change in the length of silence. Originally, a contact could only be silent for a maximum of 5 seconds, but now it can be silenced permanently. The second is the change in the power of Meteor Throw, from medium damage to large damage. Now, the Ice King raised the Ice Spike high, aimed at the Void Phantom below who was still busy avoiding the Ice Spike, and used the weapon skill, Meteor Throw. Instantly, like an ice meteor streaking through the sky, this 0° Ice Spike flashed through the air before hitting the Void Demon at an incredible speed, inserted from its chest and out from behind its buttocks, completely penetrating the body of this alpha monster. In an instant, the time of the Void Phantom Demon seemed to be suspended. Its body froze in the air, and in the next second, it fell freely toward the ground. Boom! After falling to the ground, the thorny ice flowers inside its body also grew to a certain extent. Ice thorns as beautiful as diamonds spread out from its body, turning it into a hedgehog in the blink of an eye. Fierce cold air spread from the Ice Spike, freezing it and the surrounding land. Through the eye of truth, Ling Yi noticed that this guy's vitality was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was estimated that the Void Phantom Demon would be completely dead in less than a minute. Only, in this situation, 1 minute is still a bit long. Star. Just when Ling Yi wanted to summon the Flame Star to quickly deal with the boss, a bronze giant eagle suddenly broke into his wine domain perception and rushed towards him from behind at a speed faster than the Void Phantom Demon. Come plundered. His mana combat power, real mana, is 30,000. And the radius of the wind domain sensing field is as high as 30,000 meters. But the other party passed nearly half of the distance in just a few seconds, which made him slightly frightened. The agility is at least 300 or more, he judged quickly. However, Ling Yi did not stop the release of Xingluo, because he believed that Ice King could protect him. Starfall! The fact was just as he expected. The figure rushing towards Ling Yi was quickly noticed by the Ice King. Seeing an enemy rushing towards her master, she decisively interrupted the ice pick attack on the Void Phantom Demon, turned around and flew over at a faster speed, and 3,000 meters away from Ling Yi, he kicked the giant eagle into the ground. Boom! The giant eagle, with its wings spread over 10 meters long, landed on the ground, shaking some of the flames still burning on the ground in all directions. The drizzle of rain is still falling, but the fire caused by the flaming star has not been completely extinguished. And when the second flame star appeared and illuminated the dark sky, Ling Yi saw from a distance that the blurry figure of a 5-headed dragon was illuminated among the dark clouds. He frowned slightly and clenched his teeth subconsciously. He glanced back at the other level 30 boss, the ancient giant eagle, which had climbed up from the pit, and then turned his gaze to the void phantom that was frozen on the ground. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The flaming stars falling in the sky were very huge and very fast. Ice King hugged Ling Yi and led him to quickly evacuate the area. As they left, a loud eagle chirped loudly across the sky. The ancient giant eagle fluttered its scaly steel wings, fluttered and fled the area. With Ling Yi's agility, he could only see a beam of copper light flashing past. Soon, with a loud roar like a roar from the sky and the earth, the second flame star fell straight into the area of the frozen void phantom. Distance. Ling Yi, who had his back turned to Yin Guang, breathed a sigh of relief. Kill the boss! Chapter 113 The Demon King's Five-Crowned Dragon. After all, the void phantom failed to unfreeze before the flame star landed. The terrifying energy contained in the flame star not only annihilated a large amount of surrounding sand, but also took it away. Now, in the entire Area 87, only the bosses, the ancient giant eagle and the five-crowned demon dragon, need to be dealt with. As long as these two are killed, the rescue operation in Area 87 will be successful. Ling Yi raised his head and cast his gaze on the five-headed dragon that was slowly flying down from the dark clouds. As written in the information he had seen before, the Demon King's five-crowned dragon is about 120 meters tall, covered in black, and has 5 identical dragon heads. It has a pair of withered black dragon wings that are so huge that they can wrap around its entire body. They have a wingspan of 200 meters and can fly in the sky without fanning. As it slowly flew down, the 5 pairs of dark red diamond-shaped eyes scanned the earth and the surrounding environment back and forth. Even so, Ling Yi felt that their peripheral vision had been staring at him. Finally, it stopped in the air about 100 meters above the ground, and the 5 black dragon heads raised their heads and chanted loudly. Aim all on! The voice is majestic and powerful, like the roar of thousands of dragons. The dark sky seemed to be responding to its high cry, with lightning and thunder in the dark clouds, and the rumbling thunder could be heard endlessly. The rain suddenly intensified. Snap, 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 snap. Heavy rain beat on the ground, and many pits appeared in a matter of moments. The rainwater fell on the stagnant water, causing splashes of several centimeters. Call. Ling Yi shook his hair and wiped the rain off his face. He originally created an updraft around his body to avoid the rain, but this updraft was only effective when he was not moving. When moving at high speed, rain will come in from all directions, and your whole body will get soaked quickly. So now he is soaked in the rain just like the Ice King. It is worth mentioning that for some reason, there is no rainproof talisman or other special props used to avoid rain in the divine path. It would be inconvenient in battle to use other things to keep out the rain, so the two of them can only make do with it now. Looking at the five-crowned dragon roaring up to the sky in the distance, Ling Yi quickly activated the Eye of Truth to check its attributes. Five-crowned dragon, LV30. Type, Demon King. Attributes, Strength 300. Mana 1000. Agility 300. Endurance 300. Constitution 600. Skills, Soul Stirring Sound, 3 stars. Poison Water Gun, 3 stars. Super Speed Self-Healing, 5 stars. Electric Roar, 5 stars. Soul Seizing Eyes, 4 stars. Absolute Protection, 10 stars passive. Current status, healthy. Great! He is indeed the magical Demon King! As soon as he saw the other party's attributes, Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The legal system is strong in group battles, but relatively weak in single combat. The physics department is strong in single combat, but relatively weak in group combat. Now in this almost one-on-one environment, the pressure brought by a magic-based demon is far less than the pressure brought by a physical-based demon. Besides, Ice King's Zero Ice Thorn also has a silencing effect. Maybe this battle will be easier than I thought. Ling Yi raised his smile, his confidence soaring. Then, he turned his attention to the 10-star skill called Absolute Protection in the Demon King's skill column, with a look of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that the Demon King actually has a complete 10-star skill. Is it because this Demon King is special? As far as he knew, no one in the world had ever produced a 10-star skill from a monster. This makes everyone think that monsters, even the Demon King, cannot have 10-star skills. Therefore, when he saw that the five-crowned dragon in front of him had a 10-star skill, Ling Yi's first reaction was that this Demon King was special. The Demon King in the Divine Path assessment is indeed special enough. Come to your senses. Looking into the distance, he finished his roar and turned the eyes of the 5 dragon heads to his dark dragon. Ling Yi no longer hesitated, immediately stretched out his palm to face it, and said quickly, "Attribute copy." He chose to copy the opponent's mana. The next second, as if a gentle stream of water was injected into his soul, his mana value jumped by a few digits. Mana 1000, mana 1100. Including my own? The attributes after copying will only be higher than the others. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the second dragon head from the left raised by the Demon King. After accumulating power for about 2 seconds, it spat out a huge column of thick purple water at him. Poisonous water gun. Ling Yi, who had always opened his eyes of reality, immediately saw it. Although it is just an ordinary 3-star skill, with the blessing of the Demon King's huge mana, it is far more powerful than the player's high-star skill. If you want energy to counter the wave, then I'm worthy of it. Ling Yi smiled, opened his hands, and gathered a large number of wind elements in front of him, and let them rotate at high speed to form a huge wind element drill. Because it is highly condensed to form an energy body, this wind element drill appears green in color. Then, he pushed with both hands, and let the sudden wind push the pneumatic drill towards the poisonous water gun and shoot it away. 2 beams of energy, one green and one purple, soon collided in the air. After a moment of stalemate, the high-speed rotating wind element easily rushed into the water column and continued to advance forward. The venom that was washed away was rotated and thrown in all directions driven by the wind element. See the scene. Ling Yi looked calm, as if he had expected this. He and the Demon King are both level 30, but his magic power is higher than the others, and his wind control skill is also 10 stars. The opponent's mana is lower than his. His skill star level is lower than his, and it's impossible for his energy to beat him, unless he holds back. On the other side, the other 4 dragon heads of the 5-crown dragon were all stunned, although their dark red diamond-shaped eyes did not show any emotion. The dazed expressions of each dragon head clearly expressed their surprise. Among them, the second dragon head on the right was the first to react. It raised its head like the second dragon head on the left. It also accumulated energy for 2 seconds, and then sprayed a bright yellow thunder towards the intersection of the 2 energies. The thunder and lightning was extremely fast and mixed into the poisonous water gun in the blink of an eye, fighting against the pneumatic drill together with the water gun. Even though he was thousands of meters away from the Demon King, Ling Yi could clearly hear the noisy, crackling sound of thunder and lightning. And between him and the Demon King, the Ice King was already fighting with the ancient giant eagle, in front of the giant eagle that is more than 10 meters long. Although she is petite, she has all the attributes that are more exaggerated than the former. Even if it is just an ordinary fist attack, it can almost be described as violent beating. The giant eagle basically had no power to fight back. She would probably kill it in less than 10 minutes. Ling Yi took the time to glance at the battlefield in the distance, and was slightly happy to see that Ice King had the upper hand throughout. Then I just need to contain the Demon King and wait until Hui Xiaobing kills the ancient giant eagle. It will only be a matter of time for the 2 of us to join forces and kill the Demon King. When he thought of this, a strange and hazy sound suddenly came to his ears. The sound put him in a daze for a moment, and the pneumatic drill he was controlling also lost its power, and was instantly destroyed by the double energy shock wave of thunder and poison from the 5-crown dragon. When he came to his senses, the thunder poison shock wave was already approaching. At this critical moment, Ling Yi reacted in time and teleported to a place dozens of meters away. Chapter 114 Light Elemental Spirit Blade. The crackling thunder filled my ears. Ling Yi glanced at the thunder poison shock wave passing by, and then turned his gaze to the Demon King in the distance. The soul-stirring sound. The strange sound he heard just now was obviously the Demon King's skill, soul-stunning sound. A skill that can be a distraction. A mere 3 stars is a bit low. Before he finished speaking, a blue light flashed from the corner of his eye. Ling Yi turned around and saw the Ice King flying back again. When she came back, she waved her little hand, added Arctic Shield for him and herself, then turned around and flew back again. Watching her leave, Ling Yi smiled happily. I almost forgot about this shield. He suddenly discovered that the current Ice King seemed to be the mage's nemesis. She has a magic immunity shield and a weapon in her hand that can silence the enemy. Not only that, she also has a strong close combat ability, as you can see from how she beat an ancient giant eagle with only her fists and feet. looking at the gray-white light shield that wrapped himself in the center. Ling Yi felt a strong sense of security in his heart. With it, he no longer has to worry about being affected by the devil's distracting voice and those eyes that can steal people's attention. Certainly, this Arctic shield can only resist skill effects, but cannot absorb damage. Faced with attacks, he still had to dodge. The five-crowned dragon didn't know the effect of the extreme cold shield. Seeing that the attack just missed, it flapped its huge wings and flew towards Ling Yi quickly with its entire huge body. During the flight, the five dragon heads also perform their respective duties. The one on the left releases sound waves, and the second on the left sprays a poisonous water gun. The one on the right glared fiercely at Ling Yi, and the second on the right sprayed out a thunderbolt. The head in the middle responsible for treatment could not do anything but raise his head and groan twice. "Want to fight in close combat?" Ling Yi frowned lightly, and then quickly copied the Demon King's agility. He stepped on the air with his right foot, and his body flew up into the sky. And in a few breaths, he flew behind the Demon King. When the latter turned around, he quickly shouted, "Triple seal!" All he had to do was copy the Demon King's magic power again at the last moment before his death. During the battle, you should copy the opponent's attributes as needed. Anyway, attribute copy has no usage restrictions. When the five-crowned dragon completed its turn to face Ling Yi, the triangular vermilion seal formation quietly emerged behind it. But compared to the time when the Void Demon was sealed, the current sealing array is more than 100 meters tall. Obviously, it is adapted to the size of the opponent. In just the blink of an eye, the seal formation advanced from behind the Demon King and passed through the Demon King's body very smoothly. Then, under Ling Yi's expectant gaze, a fiery red line flashed across the surface of its dark skin. Success! The Demon King will not regain his vitality now. The sealing array will consume his physical energy while it lasts. And a powerful unit like the sealed Demon King will naturally consume more. There is still a lot of energy in the solar absorber, so it should be fine for dozens of minutes. The five-crowned dragon obviously knew that it could not defeat the wave simply, so it stopped where it was and started flying to fight. While approaching Ling Yi, he attacked him. If the former guess is correct, then after getting close, the opponent will definitely use its dragon claws to physically attack. The Demon King must know what level his combat power is. Even though its strength attribute is only 300, it also knows that this attribute is far higher than most players. It is good at magic, but that doesn't mean it can't fight in close combat. It seems like I'm a mage, and I can't do close combat. Ling Yi felt a little weird in his heart. The devil who took the initiative to attack and changed his strategy seemed to be the challenger. Next, relying on the agility copied from the Demon King and his own ability to teleport, Ling Yi has always been able to avoid the Demon King's attacks with ease. Occasionally, he would attack with strong winds when he had the chance, not wanting to kill him. At this moment, he only had 100 mana, which was about the same as an ordinary player. Even if he wanted to kill him, he would be powerless. Now, he just had to slowly wear it down until the Ice King arrived. However, the five-crowned dragon would not waste time with him so foolishly, seeing that his sound waves and mind-stealing eyes were ineffective against the enemy in front of him, and that all attacks were dodged by the opponent. It couldn't help but stop attacking, and the five dragon heads turned aside. The 5 pairs of dark red diamond-shaped eyes were all staring at the Ice King in the distance. Seeing this, Ling Yi frowned. "I can't let you pass." Time was running out, and he had to cause high damage to the Demon King in the shortest possible time in order to lure it back. At this moment, 2 methods quickly appeared in Ling Yi's mind. 1. Copy the devil's mana and condense the pneumatic drill attack again. 2. Copy the power of the devil and use the light elemental blade. Now there was no room for hesitation, so he decisively chose the faster one. Immediately take out the battle flag and attach a spiritual blade with dual elemental attributes of light and fire to it. When the Demon King turned around and spread his wings and was about to fly towards the Ice King, Ling Yi immediately copied the Demon King's power and raised the burning battle flag high. He yelled, "Behead!" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung heavily in the direction of the Demon King from a distance of hundreds of meters. There are 10 elements in the elemental blade. The gold element is hard and sharp, and the wood element strengthens vitality. And light elements can emit light waves. As for the effect of emitting light waves, Ling Yi has never used it until now. Previously, he almost always used the igniting and burning effect of the fire element. Cut! An extremely bright crimson light wave flew out from the battle flag. At first, it was only as high as the battle flag, But as the flight distance increased, this light wave also grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it flew in front of the Demon King, it was almost twice as tall as the Demon King. It also flies very fast. When the Demon King's 5-crowned dragon discovered it, it had already struck it hard like a fierce whip of light. Roar! Ling Yi, who was hundreds of meters away, heard the roar of the 5-crested dragon, and then turned the 5 dragon heads towards him again. This time, Ling Yi clearly felt the other party's anger. Apparently the blow hurt it. His damage is higher than I thought. The normal light element must be pure and flawless white. But the light wave just now was crimson, which was undoubtedly affected by the fire element. It seems that the world is right. The dual element spirit blade is really awesome. He had heard before that someone had become a country's most important talent by relying on a dual element spirit blade. At that time, he didn't quite believe it. Now it seems that it makes some sense. Seeing the Demon King staring at him, Ling Yi quickly changed the copied attribute to agility. Then, as expected, the 5 black dragon heads of the 5-crowned dragon opened their sharp-toothed mouths and roared in unison. It took a few steps on the ground with its strong legs, then flapped its wings fiercely, and the entire dragon body accelerated towards Ling Yi. During the run-up, there was a heavy bang 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 sound that spread hundreds of meters, just like the heartbeat of the earth, which made people tremble. Chapter 115 Big Flame Star. This time, its offensive was much more powerful than before. Between the fierce poison and thunder from the dragon's head, a pair of huge dragon claws, like jet black alloy, kept speeding towards him. The dragon's claws cut through the air, making sounds of hoo, and hoo. Ling Yi seemed to be surrounded by 3 enemies. He could only avoid them, and had no time to fight back. Only, no matter how hard the Demon King tried, his attacks failed time and time again. There is absolutely nothing he can do against Ling Yi, who possesses Arctic Shield and has a much higher agility than it. It doesn't matter if he misses. The skill is still ineffective against him. So what else can be done? After trying for a while with no results, the Demon King once again gave up his attack on Ling Yi, and fluttered his wings to fly towards the battlefield where the Ice King and the ancient giant eagle were fighting. Seeing this, Ling Yi immediately repeated his old tricks. Copy the power of the Demon King and unleash the blazing wave of light again. However, this time, the Demon King, who was well prepared, turned around very quickly and immediately sprayed out thunder and poisoned double energy shock waves from the 2 dragon mouths. When the 2 waves collided in the air, a circle of colorful light spread out from the colliding surface to all directions. Ling Yi only looked at it for a moment before realizing something was wrong, and quickly copied the agility and teleported away. The next moment, the Demon King's thunder poison shock wave destroyed his light wave and shot past him, hitting the ground directly. A big pit was opened in the ground. Sure enough, the energy emitted can hardly compete with the energy continuously output. Ling Yi hung in the air, looking cautiously at the 5-crested dragon hundreds of meters away. The other party was standing on the ground at the moment, with the dark red eyes on the 5 black dragon heads staring at him fiercely. Neither side took any action for a moment, and the scene fell into a brief calm. But procrastinating like this would be beneficial to Ling Yi but detrimental to the Demon King. So after a few seconds, the 5-crowned dragon took action first. It stared at itself with the leftmost dragon head, while the remaining 4 dragon heads turned their heads and stared at the battlefield in the distance. Immediately after a moment, it flapped its huge dragon wings and prepared to take off again. Tisk! Seeing this, Ling Yi frowned and felt troubled. He turned his head and glanced at the battlefield in the distance. He wanted to see how the fighting was going, but he was pleasantly surprised to see the boss, the ancient giant eagle, being shot by a 0-degree ice spike. The Ice King used the weapon skill meteor throw again. Very good! Looking at the ancient giant eagle falling from the sky, Ling Yi was overjoyed. He quickly turned to look at the Demon King and copied the magic power from it again. As long as he strikes Starfall again now, the ancient giant eagle will be completely gone. At that time, there will be only one enemy left in the game, the Demon King. It is really only a matter of time before he and the Ice King join forces to defeat each other. Thinking of this, Ling Yi no longer hesitated and shouted quickly, Xingluo! But as soon as he finished speaking, there was suddenly a violent sound of wind in his ears. Before Ling Yi turned around to check, a huge black tail whipped him violently. It turned out that at the moment he used the skill, the 5-crowned dragon hundreds of meters away seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Ling Yi, whose original agility was less than half that of the Demon King, didn't react at all. His whole body was whipped out by the huge dragon tail and flew backwards into the distance. Shit! Careless! While flying upside down in the air. This thought flashed through Ling Yi's mind. And the second thought that followed was, fortunately. Fortunately, my physique is high enough. The devil can't kill me in seconds. The Demon King's strength is only 300. And his constitution is 263. Even with an ordinary tail flick without any skills, it was impossible to kill him in an instant even if he used all his strength. At most, it would be enough to let him suffer moderate damage. While he was flying upside down, the five-crowned dragon raised its 5 heads and looked up at the super-giant flame star that appeared in the sky. After Ling Yi copied the Demon King's mana, his mana reached 1100, which was higher than the Demon King. 33,000 mana and combat power. Even in this case, a flame star is actually only 3.3 kilometers away, which is still within a relatively normal range. But once the extremely small probability of the starfall skill is triggered 10 times, it will be completely different. Now, looking at the super huge flame star that was 10 times larger, even though he had seen it once before, the five-crowned dragon could not hide his look of despair. It didn't dare to stay here any longer, so it turned around and spread its wings and took off. However, the Ice King, who heard his master's voice, quickly rushed to it and threw a huge ice disc with a diameter of more than 50 meters at it. The gray-white ice disc exuding infinite coldness rotated at high speed in the air, and hit the 5 dragon heads heavily on the backs of their necks just as the 5-crested dragon took off. The flying figure of the 5-crested dragon suddenly stopped, and the dragon heads swayed left and right in pain, opening their sharp teeth and sharp mouths and letting out noisy roars. Not only was the whole body's lift into the air forcibly interrupted, it even fell to the ground for a certain distance, although it immediately flapped its wings and raised its body again. The precious 2 seconds had been spent between this rise and fall. It's too late to run away. Heaven. After throwing the ice disc, the Ice King did not care about the Demon King anymore, but flew quickly in the direction of his master. The master just now conveyed a message to her. I don't have time to run away. I must leave the devil behind too. Now that she has completed her mission, she just wants to get to her master as soon as possible before the flame star falls to the ground. After Ling Yi was knocked into the air, he did a somersault in the air to remove a lot of force, in order to stop his body as quickly as possible when he landed. He stepped hard on the ground with his feet, leaving 2 long skid marks in the ground. Now, squinting his eyes tightly, and looking at the huge flaming star in the sky that was as dazzling as the sun, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was the first time he had seen it under the flame star. I just feel extremely dazzling and extremely hot. Obviously before the thing fell, his heartbeat was already extremely fast. Whether it was due to congestion of blood vessels or the flames of the flame star, his surface skin was a little red at the moment. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of heartbeat reminded Ling Yi of something. He glanced at the Demon King in the distance and saw that it wanted to leave. So he immediately informed the Ice King in his heart to stop it. When the blue figure passed by the sky, he also lowered his head and exhaled a long breath. As he breathed out, his heart suddenly calmed down a little. Etc. If the Ice King succeeds in stopping the Demon King, then it seems that I will be the one to benefit from this attack of the flame star. He has Qianshu in soul, and has a chance to escape death punishment or be resurrected once a day. And when he was resurrected at full status and resummon the Ice King at full status, there would only be an injured Demon King left on the field. From this point of view, it is equivalent to using the chance of resurrection once a day to greatly accelerate the progress of the battle. Okay. Ling Yi felt slightly excited. Chapter 116, the first form of Bingyun magic. Soon, the flame star with a diameter of 33,000 meters fell in this area. Boom! The 3 life forms, the ancient giant eagle, the 5-crowned devil dragon, and Ling Yi, which were still frozen, were all swallowed up by the terrifying energy in an instant. The terrifying flames flew thousands of meters into the sky, as if they were going to burn away the low-altitude dark clouds as well. The raging heat wave rushed in all directions, swallowing up all the trees in its path. In the dim rain, a large amount of water vapor was swallowed up. The golden light bloomed like the sun rising from the plains, extremely dazzling and bright. A few seconds later, a figure suddenly emerged from the raging fire. Call. It's resurrected. Ling Yi was flying in the air, looking down at his unharmed body, with a slightly strange look on his face. He felt that the process of resurrection was like coming again, just reappearing without any process at all. It even made him wonder if he had ever died. The bright white light mirror appeared from behind him again, and the Ice King quickly floated out from it. She looked up and down Ling Yi's body, and her expression softened slightly when she saw that the latter was safe and sound after his resurrection. At the last moment, she was forcefully taken back by her master, and was not harmed by this wave of flame stars. It doesn't matter if the summoned beast dies. As long as you use the summoning skill again, you can summon the summoned beast again. Ling Yi also knew this. But the Ice Queen had undergone mutation after all. He didn't know whether the resummoned Ice Queen was the Ice Queen in front of him, or whether he had memories of this time in him. So he just took her in just to be on the safe side. Went back. Okay, let's go! The devil is the only one left now. He pointed at the 5-crowned dragon lying in the fire from a distance, his eyes full of hope. Soon, it can be said that he and the Ice King are both unscathed now. And in the entire Area 87, the only enemy they have left is the injured Demon King. Victory is at hand. When he and the Ice King flew towards the Demon King, Ling Yi also opened his own panel and took a look. When I saw that my endurance was still 263, I felt a little relieved. I didn't expect that the endurance bonus would still be there after death and resurrection. As far as he knew, except for a few special effects, most other conditions applied to the player, whether it was gain or debuff, curse control or others, would disappear when the player died. The endurance bonus is not a special gain. The reason why it still exists is either because of the S-level quality or because of mutation. Soon, the two of them flew above the Demon King. At this moment, the 5-crowned dragon in the fire had woken up from the violent attack of the flame star. It raised its 5 dragon heads, flapped its wings, and was about to take off. It was completely exposed to a wave of 10 times the flaming star. Apart from its whole body being burned red, and some large and small holes being burned out on its wings, it didn't seem to have any other wounds. Ling Yi activated the Eye of Truth and checked its current status. Current status, 78.7 slander. It was pretty much what he expected. The 5-crowned dragon's physique is twice that of the super bubble monster, which means that its defense and vitality are twice that of the latter. One shot of the tank's flame star can knock out 20% at one time, and one shot of the ordinary flame star can knock out 2%. This is actually very reasonable. Ling Yi has 1,100 mana. If it were another level 30 player, his normal mana would only be around 100. The power of one of their attacks is probably only 1/10 of his, maybe less. Although the damage is low, it can still cause a few tenths of a percent damage to the Demon King. 10 people attacking together will be a few tenths of a percent. 100 people attacking together will be a few percent. And 1,000 people attacking together will be 100%. Dozens of points. Certainly. Although in theory, 10,000 people in the area can kill the Demon King by attacking at the same time. In fact, because the Demon King has strong recovery ability, dodge ability, output ability, and various strange skills, the battle often takes several hours. Come to your senses. Looking at the Demon King below who was about to take off with his wings fluttering, Ling Yi decisively stretched out his hands and shouted softly, "Triple seal!" His true eye saw that the Demon King's vitality was recovering rapidly, and he must stop its recovery immediately. After being attacked by this skill last time, the 5-crowned dragon also knew its effect. When he saw the huge seal formation behind him, he quickly raised his wings and was about to take off. Swish! The Ice Queen threw her ice disc again, once again stopping the Demon King from rising into the air. The sealing array successfully penetrated the Demon King's body again. Roar! Seeing this, the 5-crowned dragon raised its 5 dragon heads. The 2 dragon heads on the left and the 2 on the right spewed poison and thunder, while the other 3 roared loudly. The 2 quickly stepped aside, causing the poison and thunder attacks to completely miss. Shout Bing! Shield! Because the Ice King was by his side, Ling Yi no longer needed to hide. He gathered the strong wind and planned to gather the wind drill again. Seeing the Ice King on the side glaring fiercely at the Demon King, he couldn't help but remind him. The Ice King was stunned for a moment, and immediately put the extreme cold shield on the 2 of them. After that, she stared closely at her master's face. Her pink lips slightly opened, and said her first words in this world. "Master, step back and leave this devil to me." The cold and elegant voice was like that of a superior empress. Although the tone is gentler, there is an undeniable flavor. Ling Yi was in full swing at this time, and was about to have an energy exchange with the 5-crowned dragon below. When he heard the Ice King's voice, he was stunned for a moment. The speed of the energy pneumatic drill condensed in his hand has dropped a lot. He turned his head, looked at the Ice Emperor's face, blinked, and then said, "Oh?" with a slightly confused look on his face. Did his summoned beast just ask him to step back? Although it was a bit surprising to him that the Ice Queen could talk. He had already guessed it when she first appeared, so he was not too surprised. Was he surprised that she actually told him to back off? Does she want to fight the devil by herself? While Ling Yi was stunned, the Demon King's double energy shock wave of thunder and poison was also shot towards the two of them. The Ice King hugged Ling Yi and flew him thousands of meters away in a few flashes. After gently placing him on a huge rock, the Ice Queen turned her jade body to the side and was about to leave. Ling Yi suddenly grabbed her small white hand. "What are you going to do?" he asked. The Ice King in the air turned sideways and said words full of murderous intent in his cold and elegant voice. "It wants its master to die, and I will never let it go." The delicate jade face showed an unprecedented cold expression. "But you can't defeat it alone, right?" As soon as Ling Yi finished speaking, he saw a burst of brilliant white light blooming from the Ice Emperor's body. This burst of light was very soft. Not only did it not feel dazzling when he stared at it, his eyes felt somewhat comfortable. He quickly activated Eye of Truth to check Queen's true form, the first form of Bing Yun divine technique. Enter the second form. Double your attributes and gain new skills. After use, it will be converted into Eye Sleep time according to the skill usage time 1:5 and enter the Eye Sleep state. Cannot be summoned during Eye Sleep. Second form. New skills? In the soft light in front of him, the petite figure of the Ice Emperor was growing rapidly. Chapter 117 The True Identity of the Queen. After a while, the light receded. In front of Ling Yi, the Ice Queen in her second form showed her figure. He is about 1.9 meters tall, and his body has extremely perfect curves. Her long, snow-white hair is neatly tied up, and her oval-shaped lines outline her beautiful, mature face. Under the slender willow eyebrows is a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, the pupils of which are still pure white and clean. Under the straight and pretty young nose, the thin cherry lips are slightly open, and the upper and lower lips exude an alluring luster. She wore a white dress with gold trim and a slit skirt, revealing her straight and slender legs on the right side. The delicate jade feet that were originally bare were wearing stiletto high-heeled sandals that looked like they were forged from gold, revealing the round and snow-white insteps, the soft ankles, and the cute white and small toes. The skin is like snow, as if it can emit bright white light in the dark night. "Owner!" Ice King and Ling Yi looked at each other and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. As soon as she spoke the words, two charming blushes quietly appeared on her delicate, white, and dignified jade face, as if she was ashamed to let her master see her delicate appearance. The Ice Queen quickly turned around and stormed out into the distance. Ling Yi, OMO. He blinked slightly confused, feeling extremely shocked at this moment. Is this a direct transition from a girl to a mature woman? It turns out that the Ice Queen was already very beautiful before she transformed. After the transformation, she is even more beautiful, and anyone who sees it for the first time will be slightly lost. As soon as he flew out, the expression on the Ice Emperor's face quickly turned cold. Her charming pure white eyes stared at the five-crowned dragon in the distance, with murderous intent almost overflowing from her eyes. Facing the dual energy waves of thunder and poison sprayed by the five-crowned dragon, she just raised one hand, created an ice-blue circular light mirror in front of her palm, and absorbed all the dual energy waves of thunder and poison. Later, when the Demon King stopped attacking, the light mirror was flipped over under her control. He pointed the side that originally absorbed the energy wave at the Demon King, and sprayed twice as much thunder poison energy wave from it. This is one of the new skills of the Ice King's second form. Ultimate Mirror Wall. Create a mirror wall that can absorb energy, and can flip the mirror wall at any time to reflect all the energy accumulated inside with double the power. Just now, if the Demon King had been spraying energy waves towards the mirror wall, the accumulated energy inside will become higher and higher. When the Demon King fluttered his wings, and was barely able to dodge the energy counterattack, the Ice King stretched out his hand again, and a ball of light blue light quickly condensed in his delicate palm. Then, she threw the ball of light towards the Demon King. As soon as the light ball hit the ground, it turned into a 50-meter-tall ice life form. This life form used a certain skill to summon a large number of ice elements. Ling Yi, who was flying from afar, couldn't help but flash a strange look. "The summoned beast summoned by my summoned beast summoned a summoned beast?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the Ice King turning to look at him, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to keep him away from the battlefield and go to a safe place. Seeing this, Ling Yi shook his head and said seriously, I copied your agility, and the devil can't hit me. Even if you can hit me, you won't be able to kill me in a short time. Don't worry. Just now, he was swung by the Demon King, but during the process of flying upside down, the solar absorber restored his life force to full. There is still about 1,300% energy in it now. Even if you stand in front of the Demon King and let him hit you, you won't be able to kill him for a while. When the Ice King heard this, he sighed softly. She didn't say anything, but turned around and rushed to the battlefield. As long as she killed the devil as soon as possible, the master would be safe. After she left, Ling Yi was staring at her panel carefully. Ice King, LV30. Gender, female. Attributes, Strength 900. Mana 900. Agility 1,340. Endurance 900. Constitution 900. Skills, Ultimate Mirror Wall. Ice Spirit Summoning. Great Cold Sky. Emperor's Breath, passive. Time and Space Freeze. Extreme Cold Ice Explosion. Other original skills are omitted. Wear Treasure, Jade Cloud Crystal Chain A. Bonded Soul Weapon, Zero Ice Spike S. Current status, in full bloom. The true form of the Queen, special form. Current mood, anxious. Worried. What a high attribute. Ling Yi looked surprised. This is already a Demon King level of combat power. Many bosses have the ability to enter a second form when their vitality drops to a certain level. If he guessed correctly, this, Queen's true form, was mutated from that skill. Among the skills of Ice King, he also saw the skill, Ice Spirit Summoning. So that 50-meter-tall ice life form is actually an ice spirit. Ling Yi looked at the hero-shaped ice life form from a distance that was cooperating with the Ice King to suppress the Demon King. With a movement of his true eyes, he confirmed that it was the leader monster. The ice spirit is too powerful. At this moment, his heart was a little complicated. The stronger the Ice King is, the safer he is indeed. But generally speaking, the players themselves are stronger than their summoned beasts. When it came to him, it was the other way around, which made him a little uncomfortable. Sooner or later, I will catch up to or even surpass her. Looking at the figure of the Ice King in the distance, Ling Yi secretly made up his mind. After that, he copied the 5-crown dragon's magic power again and joined the battlefield. Under the joint attack of Ice King and Ling Yi, the vitality of the Demon King's 5-crown dragon was declining at a rapid rate. Current status, 51.2%. Current status, 40.1%. Current status, 28.4%. Current status, 7.6%. About 20 minutes later, the Demon King's vitality finally dropped to less than 10%. Seeing that the situation was looking good, Ling Yi, who had a little leisure time, flew to the Ice Queen and said to her, Why didn't you use such a powerful transformation skill earlier? If you had used it earlier, we might have finished the fight by now. Hearing this, the Ice King shook his head gently. She turned her head and stared at him, and said seriously, I don't want to leave the master for a minute. Ling Yi looked at each other for a moment, and saw the extremely strong and determined look in her eyes. It seems that even if the heaven and earth are cut off, and the rivers flow backward, nothing will change. If I hadn't died just now, she might never use this skill in her life. Ling Yi suddenly felt this way in his heart. She seemed to have used this skill just now, when she was angry. Maybe I'm secretly regretting it now. Ling Yi really guessed it right. The Ice King is indeed regretting it now. Even if I don't use this skill, the master and I can kill the devil with more time. Although using this skill now speeds up the speed. Once the skill ends, she stared at Ling Yi beside her, with a hint of reluctance in her pure white eyes. But soon, the Ice King turned his head again and looked directly at the Demon King. At this point, she could only cooperate with her master to kill the devil as soon as possible, so that the ice sleep time would be shorter. 1 minute later, when Ling Yi saw that the Demon King's vitality had finally dropped below 1%, he said excitedly, Okay, let's give the devil the final blow and send him on his way. The Ice King nodded solemnly. Chapter 118 Player Announcement and World Announcement. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yi's enhanced version of the pneumatic drill rolled up the Ice King's extremely cold ice cone and shot towards the Demon King like a meteor. Hold head high. The two people's combined attack skills hit the belly of the 5-crested dragon, finally taking away the last trace of its vitality. The 5 pairs of dark red diamond-shaped eyes on the 5 dragon heads quickly dimmed. So far, this 120-meter-tall behemoth finally collapsed completely. Boom! 5 dragon heads fell to the ground at the same time, stirring up dust more than 10 meters high. Call. Ling Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. Just when he was relieved, a beam of light that was white inside and red outside projected from the sky, shining directly on him. When the Ice King saw this, he smiled easily and hugged him. The figure suddenly turned into countless blue light points and merged into his body. The next second, scene changes. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the original position when he entered. Back to the hall. When he came back, the first thing he felt was the skill Ice King summoned. Sure enough, just as Queen's true form described, he can no longer use this skill. You have to wait until the Ice King's ice sleep time ends before you can summon him again. You are back! Lin Shiru was holding her chin with both hands, sitting on the sofa in a daze. When she saw Ling Yi, she changed lanes in surprise. Ling Yi laid down on the sofa feeling a little tired. After dozens of minutes of high-intensity fighting, the moment my whole body relaxed, I felt extremely comfortable. Are you tired? I'll get you some water. With that said, she put her white feet into slippers and ran to the kitchen in a hurry. At this moment, the player notification that would appear regardless of whether the rescue was completed or not finally appeared. Announcement: Player 01 successfully completed the rescue operation in Area 87 in June 2019. As the name suggests, player notification is a kind of information that is only announced to players, generally used in some special small events, such as this rescue operation. There will be no reward for this announcement. It is purely to let other players know about it. At the same time, all awake players around the world have seen this announcement. What? 01! Is it the most famous 01 these days? Why is it him again? He actually made such a big noise without saying a word. Oh my god! He has completed the rescue operation. And there is only one person on the notice. So he went alone. Wait a minute. Area 87? Is this the area with a demon king, 2 bosses, and tens of thousands of monsters? Yeah. Damn! As the players gradually understood the meaning of this announcement and were surprised by it, they heard another crisp bell sound. Jingle. This sound was heard not only by players, but also by ordinary people. Huh? World announcement. After 2 world announcements in recent days, the world is now very familiar with the sound. Why are you here again? This is the 3rd time in the past 10 days. It won't be triggered by 01 again. Right. While people around the world were surprised and making speculations, the world announcement finally appeared in everyone's field of vision amidst everyone's expectations. At the same time, a neutral sound that seemed to represent the order of heaven and earth was read out. World announcement. Congratulations to player 01 for successfully completing the rescue operation in Area 87 in June 2019. Hereby rewards team members with A-level treasure package ×1, A-level weapon package ×1, God-level attribute pill ×1. Since player 01 is a solo challenge, the number of the above 3 rewards has been increased to 5 times. Area 87 was successfully opened in June 19th, and the player status of all players in this area has been restored. Player 01 saved District 1 alone and completed the miraculous feat of going forward with glory. Hereby rewards the special battle title, Miracles Glory Walker, Random S-level elixir ×1, Random Ancient Monument coupon ×1. 6 announcements appeared one after another, shocking everyone. Hack! Hack! It's 01 again! It's 01 again! Oh my god! District 87, which has always been the butt of jokes, has turned around. I'll go! I've given you treasures, weapons, attribute pills, and even battle titles. Even if he's just trash, he can become a strong man in an instant. Right. Around the world, while many people are surprised and speaking out, many more are still in shock. Their eyes widened and they kept scanning the 6-line announcement back and forth, fearing that they had missed a word. Others were shocked and turned on the screenshot function of the forum to take photos of this unprecedented scene. They murmured, "A new history has been created again." Something like that. Immediately afterwards, a sea of people poured into the forum crazily, making the forum lively and lively again. Related topics are rocketing to the top of the hot search list like a rocket. An unprecedented terrifying newcomer. Explosion. 01 who triggered the 3 world announcements must be the same person. Explosion. Unprecedented and unprecedented. One person can actually trigger 3 world announcements. Explosion. On behalf of all the players in Area 87. Thank you. Explosion. Collect various clues and analyze 01's true identity. Explosion. The headquarters of the Duet Consortium. One of the top 10 consortiums in the world. On the top floor of the Misty Tower. A floating building known as Man-Made Mirage. In a bright and spacious room. Several people gathered together in a hurry. The intelligence analysis team has preliminarily confirmed that it is very likely that the 3 world announcements were triggered by the same person. A person hurried over with 2 brief reports and slapped them on the conference table. Didn't he get the ancient monument? Let's see if Shinxia 01 can contribute to the ancient monument. If he can, then he will definitely do it. On the other side of the conference table, there was a middle-aged man with a yellow short hair in a suit and leather shoes. He leaned back in the chair and said seriously, "What should we do?" Someone asked the man sitting in the main seat. The middle-aged man sitting in the main seat is about 40 years old, with a resolute and cold face, and a head of short silver hair. The strong muscles held up the suit he was wearing to both sides, and the top 2 buttons could not be knotted, revealing the wheat-colored chest muscles that were far beyond ordinary people. Win over. Win over as much as possible. Even if you can't win over, you must not offend. The silver-haired middle-aged man's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he said in a heavy tone, "Is this necessary?" Someone looked shocked. "Have." The silver-haired middle-aged man walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back, looked at the city below through the white mist in the air, and said in a surprised tone, "You may not imagine how popular this guy is among the people of Xinxian now. High prestige." Hearing this, several people at the conference table looked at each other. At the same time, in a small and dark secret room at the White Eagle Kingdom's White Alliance headquarters, several people looked at the screenshots of the world announcement that were being circulated on the forum with grim expressions. "It's him again!" The number of people sent to investigate previously was simply not enough. "We must send more people. He has a very strong fighting ability. It will be easier for us to attack from other aspects. Anyway, the first step is to find the other party out." Chapter 119 The Halo of Wisdom. Looking at the world announcement in front of him, Ling Yi looked relatively calm. As for the world announcement, it wasn't the first time he triggered it anyway, and it might not be the last time either. Nothing to be surprised about. But the reward was more than he imagined. Ling Yi didn't plan to check these rewards now. At this moment, he just wanted to go back and take a good lunch break. And when he stood up from the sofa, Lin Shura came belatedly with a water glass. "For you." "Okay." When taking the water glass, Ling Yi noticed that the other party was looking at him blankly. The snow-white and beautiful jade face was full of shock, and the moist blue eyes seemed motionless. Needless to say, Ling Yi also knew that she was still in the shock of the world announcement. He didn't care about her, but drank the water by himself. Gula gula. After a while, he drank half the glass of water in a few gulps, put the glass on the table, turned around and left. At this time, Lin Shura reached out and held him. "Are you 01? She asked with her eyes wide open. Ling Yi paused, then asked with a surprised look on his face. "Haven't you seen this yet?" Lin Shura held his wrist firmly. Her pretty face gradually became complicated. After a long time, she gradually came back to her senses, squirming her tender lips, and said softly, "Thank you. You're welcome." A big smile appeared on Ling Yi's face. He stretched out his right hand, gently patted her smooth jade hand that was holding his left wrist tightly, and said, "Just remember your promise." Hearing this, a few wisps of blush immediately climbed onto Lin Shura's flawless cheeks. She lowered her head slightly and asked carefully and softly, "Do you still remember?" "Of course. How could I forget?" Ling Yi stared, raised his eyebrows and asked, "You're not going to regret it, are you? How can it be?" Lin Shura immediately defended. "I just felt it was too sudden. But don't worry. From today on, what's mine is yours, and we can't tell each other apart." "That's good. Then give me that intelligence-lowering skill first." "It doesn't matter that we can talk about the rest later. But this intelligence-lowering skill is what Ling Yi really wants." Now he couldn't wait any longer. "Good." After regaining her identity as a player, Lin Shura opened her backpack and took out an orange-yellow crystal with 9 light spots rotating around it. Ling Yi took it and immediately activated the Eye of Truth to check. 1 finger of lowering intelligence, 9 stars, Designate an intelligent target and cause it to continue to reduce its intelligence for the next minute. Available 10 times a day. 1 finger of intelligence, 9-star skill, mutation potential, perfect. Huh? Then I'll go back to my room and rest first. Seeing that, perfect, mutation potential. Ling Yi almost couldn't help the excitement in her heart and almost smiled on her face. Yeah. Lin Shuru blinked slightly doubtfully and nodded obediently. Then she saw Ling Yi teleport directly up. It's just a mental reduction skill. Are you so happy? After saying this, she sat back on the sofa and seriously considered her next plan. The sudden resumption of her identity as a player caught her off guard. And now she had to plan carefully. The other side. Ling Yi, who returned to the bedroom and closed the door, quickly whispered, System, hurry up. Mutation. Are you sure you want to mutate the skill Smart Finger? 100 mutation points will be consumed. Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the orange-yellow crystal in his hand quickly blurred, as if the resolution of the crystal suddenly decreased, and it seemed that it was covered with a layer of mosaic that was difficult to distinguish. It took 5 or 6 seconds for the crystal in his hand to become clear again. Ling Yi clasped his hands together, rubbed the crystal back and forth in his hands, and then examined it with excited and curious eyes. Wisdom Halo, 9 stars original rules, has the following 2 rules abilities. Active. It can greatly reduce the intelligence of the designated target. It will become invalid when the opponent is away from you 100 meters away. Passive. When other units are malicious towards themselves, the target's intelligence will be reduced depending on the degree of the other's malice. Up to a negative number. This effect ignores time and space distance. What is intelligence? It is a comprehensive term for memory, imagination, analytical judgment, understanding ability, thinking ability, adaptability, learning ability, and other aspects. It is the most important attribute of all intelligent creatures. No usage restrictions. Ling Yi glanced quickly and couldn't help laughing when he saw that there was no usage restriction. Then, he carefully checked the effect. Active intelligence reduction or passive intelligence reduction? Yes. Yes. This way it can be used effectively no matter what the occasion. And this passive effect is completely caused by those in Tianka who secretly want to deal with me. Having said this, Ling Yi quickly learned this skill. You have learned the skill, Intelligence Aura, 9 stars original rules. Looking at the information in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief and his body suddenly relaxed. There seemed to be a strong sense of security surrounding him, and he wanted to have a good sleep now. Other rewards will be sorted out later. He shook his head and climbed into bed and began to rest. At the same time, White Eagle Players Alliance headquarters. In a spacious conference room, the think tanks gathered together again after a long absence. This time, they were asked to formulate a plan that could quickly uncover the true identity of 01. Geniuses. I won't say much. You all know the purpose of coming here. A muscular middle-aged blonde man crossed his arms and glanced at the circle of young people sitting on the table with a stern expression. He continued, I'll give you 10 minutes. I believe you won't let me down. After saying that, the blonde middle-aged man decisively turned around and walked out, closing the door behind him. The conference room suddenly became quiet. In front of everyone, there is information about 01, summarized by the intelligence team. There are even speculations about the identity of 01, and the character's personality and physical characteristics inferred by behavioral profilers. Gender male. Age 20 to 25 years old. A man with a handsome face wearing black-rimmed glasses casually picked up a piece of information on the table and read it calmly. Xinjiang native. 1.5 to 2 meters tall. What proportion figure? Received a certain degree of education. All right. Someone interrupted him and said, Don't talk about this information that everyone knows. There are smart people here. Just tell them their own methods. Although they are members of the think tank, because all the major and minor matters of the entire White League can be properly arranged by others. This think tank is actually difficult to use only a few times a year. Everyone has other serious jobs. Many people present didn't even know the names of the others. Then I'll go first. Intelligence 10%. The man wearing black-rimmed glasses said just now. His name is Jia. He is 25 years old, and his full-time job is a doctoral tutor at a world-famous university. Woji held up the frame of the mirror and glanced at the dozen or so young talents present, with a hint of excitement on his face. He said, My method is to lure the snake out of its hole. Since 01 is willing to contribute the ancient monument, it proves that he is a righteous man with the world in heart. To deal with this kind of person, We only need to grab a few people on the road and threaten him to come out. Then the other party will most likely show up stupidly. Intelligence 20%. Of course. It would be better if the person arrested is a beautiful woman, a wealthy businessman, or something like that. Intelligence 30%. It would not be good if we arrest children. Once people find out that we did it, it will be detrimental to us. Intelligence 40%. It's even more unreasonable to arrest the elderly. If we accidentally injure ourselves, we may be extorted of money, and the gain outweighs the loss. Intelligence 50%. So in summary, we can lure him out as long as we grab a random beautiful woman on the road and threaten him. Chapter 120 The way to find 01 is. Chapter 120 The way to find 01 turned out to be. After listening to Woji's speech, the others looked at him blankly. Many people didn't know Woji at all, and wondered how a fool got into him. How? Seeing everyone looking at him in surprise, Woji smiled faintly. Are my methods surprising to you? At this moment, he felt extremely proud. Ever since he was a child, he liked to see other people's expressions of surprise at their own IQ. Now even these geniuses were surprised by his IQ, and he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of accomplishment in his heart. The others ignored him, and hurriedly called the guards on the side to take Woji out. The guard captain had the real list of think tank members. He collected Woji's fingerprints and facial information, and after verification, he found that they were all correct. He couldn't help but wonder. The information is correct. He is indeed Woji. Those of yours are all outdated. Maybe some player used the transformation spell to impersonate them. This is a high-level meeting, and we cannot let our guard down at all. Captain. The guard captain frowned slightly, but out of caution, he waved his hand and asked people to take Woji out. Woji, who was squeezed out by two soldiers, was still yelling unwillingly. You are jealous of my talent. If you have the guts, don't use my methods. Snapped. The door closes again. The conference room fell silent again. I didn't expect that an idiot would sneak in. Huh? Breathing the same air with him is an insult to me. A man with a fair face wearing a black top hat and a suit said disdainfully. And then said, Now I can only confirm that 01 is from Xinxia. But I don't know exactly which city he is in. It is indeed necessary to take the initiative to lure him out. The best way at the moment. The man in the top hat is named Kane. He is 27 years old and is a genius magician who can mentally calculate 8 digits. Intelligence 10%. He glanced at the other people and saw that they were all looking at him. He hummed and continued. But it's not just about grabbing people to lure them out. It's about inflicting hatred on 01. To put it simply, it's to do some bad things and then push them away. On 01. If 01 values his own reputation, he will definitely come out to stop it. Intelligence 20%. For example, we can send someone wearing a mask to cause havoc in public places. And before leaving, tell everyone that he is 01. Intelligence 30%. And because 01's combat power is too strong, in order to prevent others from suspecting it, we should send the actors to attack the League of Gods branch or other places where a large number of players gather. Only in this way can the actor's image be better to be appropriate. Intelligence 40%. At the same time, in order to make the performance more realistic, we can have the actor do some good things and do good things. Or he can keep his hands open during the attack. When someone is injured, he can also help the injured. Intelligence 50%. Finally, to sum up my speech, we only need to find someone to play the role of 01, attacking the League of Gods while treating their wounded, so that we can lead to 01. After hearing the first 2 sentences at the beginning, everyone still felt that the method might be feasible. When they heard that they were sending people to attack the Xinxia League, everyone's expressions immediately changed. They all looked at him with wide eyes. From now on, it gets more and more outrageous. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? The man sitting opposite Kane crossed his arms and sneered inexplicably. Ah, you can attack and heal at the same time. You can tell. Guard. Guard. There is another infiltrator here. Everyone present shook their heads and asked 2 guards to carry him out. Don't use my method, Kane shouted as he walked away, his eyes widening. Many people frowned at this moment, sensing a slightly unusual smell. The situations between the two of them are somewhat similar. Is there something weird going on? The conference room was quiet for a moment. And then someone suggested, how about we talk freely and discuss it with each other? It takes too long to tell each other. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Intelligence 10%. My suggestion is to combine most of the tools for obtaining intelligence and searching for people, and use them cross-fertilized with each other, and the scope will gradually narrow. I suggest buying the Xinxia Civilian Intelligence Organization. This kind of civilian intelligence organization often has a lot of little information that we don't know. We can start with the Xinxia players who know him. Intelligence 50%. Wait a minute. I suddenly thought of a wonderful idea. Someone suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up, and his face showed excitement. Under the curious eyes of others, he said excitedly, "We just need to prepare a lot of gifts. For example, we put a large number of gold coins and props in a designated place, and then inform the whole world that this was a gift to 01. In this way, 01 will think that it is his own thing. With the human nature of don't want it for free, he will definitely collect it. And we can catch him in one fell swoop as long as we send people to ambush around him and swarm him when he comes to collect the reward." When everyone heard this, they looked at him with wide eyes and shock. After a long while, they all spoke in surprise. "You can actually come up with such an ingenious plan. Arcas, you are such a genius. And more. As long as we ambush far enough away, it will be harder for the other party to discover us." That's right. In comparison, those things like arresting people to lure them out, framing them to lure them out, using props to search, sending people to bribe intelligence organizations, etc. are simply rubbish. When I thought about it seriously, I realized that this plan is very awesome. As long as we continue to increase the rewards, the success rate will become higher and higher. And with the huge national power of our White Eagle country, can't it still satisfy one person? It almost certainly can. It was successful. The more everyone thought about it, the more powerful they felt. Even if this is settled, soon, when the blonde middle-aged man who was wandering outside received the news that the think tank had analyzed the plan, he immediately walked in quickly, as expected of the genius of our White Eagle country. This time, he completed the plan ahead of schedule. The blonde middle-aged man said politely to everyone with a smile, and then took the plan and checked it out. He was the person in charge of formulating this plan, the White Alliance chief instructor, Weber, known as the Golden War King. Looking at the content on the white paper, Weber's originally cheerful smiling face gradually stiffened. He blinked, and after double-checking that he had read correctly, he raised his head in surprise, pointed at the words on the white paper, and asked everyone in disbelief, "Is this the plan you submitted?" "Right." The geniuses smiled confidently, looking at their confident smiling faces. Weber, whose own cultural level was not very high, couldn't help but wonder, is there some mystery here that I haven't seen? In terms of intelligence, he is still self-aware. It's better than others. But compared with these perverts in front of me, it is definitely far behind. Out of trust in these geniuses, although he was doubtful, Weber still decided to try handing it over first. "I will submit this rough plan first. If the higher-ups agree, you will start arranging the detailed process." "Good." Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere in the entire conference room was suddenly filled with relaxation and joy. Chapter 121 Reward. Summer afternoons are extremely hot. Just staying in the sun for a while will make you sweat profusely. Lin Shura came to this small cubicle again. Before her lunch break, she wanted to take a cool and comfortable bath. Holy Angel Spring, although it is often steaming, the water temperature is only about 35 degrees. It will not be hot when you soak in the summer, and it will not be cold when you soak in the winter. It is suitable for all seasons. Hanging all her clothes on a hanger nearby, she stepped on the wooden bench beside the hot spring with bare feet. Because the hot spring wall was half a meter high, she had to support herself to cross it. This behavior was a bit indecent, so especially there is such a small stool beside it. After stepping on the stool, she slowly stretched out her slender white legs and slowly explored the calm water. The cardamom-like delicate thumb was the first to lightly touch the water, and instantly, circles of translucent ripples appeared at the point of contact. Lin Shura raised the corner of her mouth, slowly sinking her tender white jade feet in, and finally stepped on the soft and undulating bottom of the spring. Huh? As soon as she stepped into it, the wonderful touch from the water made her moan softly, and her cheeks gradually turned pink. She put in the other leg faster. Immediately, he slowly sat down and leaned his back against the wall of the spring. Call, like countless tongues licking her body. She felt extremely comfortable, and her whole body relaxed uncontrollably. Lying on the rock wall, she even had the idea of sleeping here. However, when she closed her eyes and planned to take a nap, A slight movement suddenly came from the room on the other side. It was like someone pulled back the sheets and got out of bed. Then, she heard footsteps getting closer and closer. Because it was too hot, Ling Yi couldn't sleep. So he got up and got out of bed, planning to take a bath to cool off first. As he walked, he took off his vest. When he walked to the door of the cubicle, the first thing he glanced at was a piece of white stuff. But he didn't know what it was. When he took a closer look, his eyes widened in surprise. You? So you're here? Then that's me. Before she finished speaking, Lin Shura hooked him with her palm and said, Come here. I've already said. What's mine is yours. And there's no need to avoid arousing suspicion between us. And there's a lot of space here. The diameter of the spring is 3 meters. Let alone 2 people. It is still more than enough to seat 10 people at the same time. Seeing that the other party had said so, Ling Yi didn't show any pretense. Nodded and walked over. Just hang your clothes and pants with my skirt. Good. There was only one clothes hanger. So Ling Yi didn't bother with such small details and hung up the clothes casually. Then he stepped into the spring and slowly sat down. Wow! Comfortable! He leaned against the spring wall, enjoying the massage of the spring water and admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. Feeling very comfortable. This was the first time he had soaked in a hot spring with someone else. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a hot spring, but it was almost the same. He felt that if Lin Shuru accompanied him, he might be able to stay here for half a day. So what you said last time was true. Lin Shuru blushed and said with a chuckle. So you are really a new player in June. I didn't expect that. She remembered that on number 2. Ling Yi had used the elemental spirit blade in front of the door, and she couldn't help but be slightly shocked. It's amazing that you reached level 10 in just 2 days. As soon as she said this, she thought of all the things 01 had done in the past few days, including defeating the devil, contributing ancient monuments to save their area, and so on. With these thoughts in her mind, deep admiration and gratitude could not help but appear in her beautiful eyes looking at Ling Yi. Seeing Ling Yi opposite her, who was touching her hair as if she wanted to wash it, she immediately took the initiative and said, Let me wash your hair. Okay. It's definitely better to have someone help you wash it than to wash it yourself. Lin Shura stood up and climbed out of the spring wall, walked barefoot to the locker on the side, picked up a beige bath towel and walked back. It didn't matter if her feet were dirty. They would be clean as soon as she touched the spring water. She came to Ling Yi with a bath towel, soaked the bath towel in her hand in the water, then half knelt down and straightened her back, covered the latter's head with the bath towel, and began to rub it back and forth. Ling Yi patted her arm and motioned for her to come closer. Although the latter's face was red, he nodded his head very obediently. Half an hour later, after taking a bath in the hot spring, Ling Yi picked up Lin Shuru and returned to the room. The holy angel fountain and a hanger of clothes were left empty. At night, it rained heavily. While Lin Shuru went to prepare dinner, Ling Yi opened his backpack and began to check the rewards he got at noon today. There were a total of 6 rewards he received at noon today. There are 5 A-level treasures, 5 weapon packages of your choice, and 5 God-level attribute pills, 1 special battle title, 1 S-level elixir, Dragon King's Blood, and random ancient monument coupon. The random ancient monument coupon mutated by 1 before, and it cannot change anymore. The remaining 5 types can be changed. Having said this, Ling Yi changed all the remaining 5 types. A total of nearly 200 of his mutation points were consumed. The results are as follows. A-level treasure selection package, S-level treasure selection package. A-level weapon selection package, S-level weapon selection package. God-level attribute pills, super God-level attribute pills. Title, Miracles Glory Pioneer. Title, Miracles Glory Pioneer. The name remains unchanged and the effect changes. Dragon King's Blood, S. Dragon God's Blood, S. Certainly, because he can only mutate each item once. After the transformation, he still has 4 treasure packages, 4 weapon packages, and 4 God-level attribute pills that cannot be mutated. Lots of stuff. Ling Yi came one by one. I don't need weapons yet. And I have the treasures. So all the optional bags will remain in the backpack for the time being. Then he took out all the attribute pills and drank them together. You took God-level attribute pill and gained 25 points of free attributes. You took Super God attribute pill and gained 50 free attribute points. For God-level attribute pills, and 1 Super God attribute pill provided him with a total of 150 free attribute points. Attribute Pill is the only special prop in the Divine Path that allows players to obtain free attribute points. Each person is limited to 10 pills. Now that he has eaten 5 pills, Ling Yi can only take 5 more pills. Then, he opened the title and looked at it in detail. Miracle's Glory Walker, Special Combat Title. It will take effect after the player owns it. When the player reaches a certain level of combat, he will enter a miracle state, during which his endurance and physical fitness will be doubled. The effect is easy to understand. It does not give an accurate judgment on when to enter the miracle state. Well, whatever. It's better than nothing anyway. This title did not bring him any significant improvement in combat power. If it's not triggered, it's equivalent to nothing. If it's triggered, it's just an unexpected surprise. No need to take it too seriously. So far, the optional packages, attribute pills, and titles have all been processed. Only the precious medicine and ancient tablets remain. Ling Yi didn't hesitate and opened the elixir to check. It is worth mentioning that the reward he got from the announcement at that time was actually random S-level elixir. And when he actually got it, Shenlu had already randomized it for him. Therefore, what fell on him at that time was actually the precious medicine, Dragon King's Blood. Chapter 122 Summary of Strength and the Big World. Dragon God Tyrant Blood, S, a great tonic medicine. Only for males. After drinking it, it can enhance one's own chi, blood and body fluids, making it more attractive to females. It can quickly restore the drinker's yang energy between breaths, and greatly improve the function of core organs. Nice one! Ling Yi materialized it directly without thinking, and at the same time drank it in big gulps. It tastes like wine and is finished in just a few sips. He could feel a huge amount of heat being generated within his body. This heat traveled throughout his body along with his blood, causing his skin to heat up and his pores to dilate. There was even a faint smoke emanating from the whole body. And to say that the biggest change is undoubtedly the... He looked down at his pants. Ling Yi suddenly discovered that the third effect of this precious medicine was not just that simple. He seems to be able to make it bigger by gathering chi and blood there. And just when he was curious and planned to give it a try, Lin Shuru, wearing a light pink translucent dress, walked into his sight. Her long hair was messy, and she had obviously not had time to tidy it up. There was a sweet smile on that pink jade face at the moment. She stood by the door with her arms folded, clasping the door panel with her fingers, and said, "Let's go!" Wow! She quickly discovered Ling Yi's abnormality, and stepped back subconsciously. After a moment, she came back to her senses in a daze, and said in surprise, "Didn't you just lie down just now? Why did you get up again so quickly?" Ling Yi just smiled at her. Seeing this, Lin Shuru blushed, pursed her lips, and said helplessly, "It's true." He walked into the door immediately, and closed the door behind his back. It was around 11 o'clock the next morning. Under the chirping of cicadas outside the house, Ling Yi was sitting at the desk in a daze. What I saw in Destiny Peeping actually happened. Lin Shura had already gone out to buy groceries just now. Just like the fate he saw yesterday. Suddenly he had a clear understanding in his heart. If I ignore this thing, then the natural development will follow it. If I intentionally change it, the other party's fate will inevitably change. He could have easily done this just by holding Lin Shuru and preventing her from going out. It's also a golden finger-like ability. Ling Yi sighed softly and briefly summarized the 4 abilities he now possessed that were comparable to golden fingers in his notebook. Probability Reversal Talent, Eye of Truth Skill, Fate Detection Prop, Intelligence Aura Skill, compared with other skills and props. These 4 have hard to understand upper limits. Ling Yi understood the first 3, but he had not yet tested the power of the last one. But he wasn't in a hurry. If an enemy comes to his door, he will see him sooner or later. Yesterday's world announcement still had the last, random ancient monument coupon that was not processed. Ling Yi took it out and used it directly. You have obtained the ancient steel net flow monument. Purification monument, place it in the capital of a country to take effect. It will purify all rivers and lakes in the country once a day. Well, better than nothing. He mutated it directly. Jinglu monument, Jingyu monument. It just adds an additional effect of purifying the air. Raising an eyebrow, Ling Yi threw this thing directly to Unknown Guozhu among the forum friends. Wu Ming Guozhu, thank you for your contribution. We will discuss the reward arrangements again. 01, okay. He was deeply impressed by the reward given by the Eternal Soul Guardian Monument last time. Although the current Pure Domain Monument is not as good as the former, it is not far behind. Even if it was only 1/10 of the reward from last time. he would be satisfied. After all the rewards from the world announcement were processed, Ling Yi had time to check the skills dropped by killing the Demon King. There are no rewards for killing monsters and boss monsters during rescue operations. But there is a reward for killing the devil. In addition to the 1,000 experience points, Ling Yi also received 3 skills dropped by the Demon King. 3-star soul-stirring voice, 4-star soul-stirring eyes, and 10-star absolute protection. The first 2 skills didn't matter. But now his mind was entirely on the 3rd skill. Absolute Guardian, 10 stars passive, : After checking the effect, Ling Yi nodded with satisfaction. System. Mutate. Click it again after a while. Absolute Guardian, 10 stars passive, powerful Guardian power. With the following effects. Immune control. Immune silence. Immune to debuff effects. After continuous improvement during this period, Ling Yi is no longer so excited when seeing good things. However, now that I see this skill again, I still feel happy. Not bad. He smiled and nodded. These 3 effects originally had usage restrictions, but now they are all gone. He quickly learned it. You have learned the skill, Absolute Protection, 10 stars passive. With this skill, he is no longer afraid of controlling the silence debuff. Call. Only now did Ling Yi finish sorting out all the gains, and let out a long sigh of relief. 150 free attribute points. 1 10-star skill. For him, these 2 are the biggest gains this time. Bursts of hot wind blew in from the window, gently hitting Ling Yi's cheek. Having just sorted out his harvest, he was sitting at his desk, thinking about his next course of action. In addition to the house protection talisman, there is also a calendar hanging on the wall nearby. He looked at it, then took out a marker from the drawer and drew a circle on 15 on the calendar. The Great Secret Realm will be opened on the 15th. If I want to synthesize the ancient divine body, I need to get the Xianling pure body in it. He still has 2 unfinished skill formulas. 100 battles body refining plus Xianling pure body long-lasting divine body. Foam shield plus diamond aegis invincible holy shield. As for the diamond aegis, when he thought of this, Ling Yi couldn't help but frown. According to his understanding, the diamond aegis is a skill possessed by the level 50 demon King Kong giant ape in the big world. If he wants to acquire this skill, he must go to the big world. When their primary map was upgraded to an intermediate map, the big world was open to them. That's a super huge map. But so far, Ling Yi has not been there yet, because it's too dangerous there. All players who have cleared the primary map can enter, which means there are a large number of intermediate and advanced players. But what is more dangerous than them are the high-level monsters and demon kings who can act at will. As soon as they encounter a player, they will kill them with thunderous force. Even the current first-tier players don't dare to show off too much inside. I didn't dare to enter before, but now that I've defeated the level 30 demon king, at least I can protect myself a little bit. And with the absolute protection, I am not afraid of being tricked by the weird props of advanced players. You can go in, but it's useless to go in now. He entered the big world to develop skills, but now he is not sure of defeating the level 50 demon king. There is no need to go in just yet. 12 noon. While Ling Yi was still resting in the lobby, a message about the divine path suddenly appeared in front of everyone in the world. Event preview, the special event. Dark Night Falls will start tomorrow. All players/non-players please be prepared. Chapter 123 entering the arena for the first time and the road to invincibility. Ling Yi was slightly surprised. A special event? The activities of Shenlu are arranged from small to large, including ordinary activities, large-scale activities, and this kind of extra-large activities. Ordinary events may occur in each zone every day, while large events may occur once in a while. As for this huge event, as far as he knew, it happened every 4 years. There's another big event. Lin Shiru had just walked in. When she saw the news about this huge event, she couldn't help but feel joy on her pretty face. Great! Just after I regained my status as a player, there was such an event. Maybe with this, I can catch up with the players who were in the same period as us a year ago? Is it that exaggerated? Ling Yi was slightly surprised. Of course. Lin Shiru came to sit next to him and said with a slightly exaggerated expression, the special event is the highest level event in the Divine Road. And the rewards are very, very good, not to mention anything else. We currently only have 9 artifacts in the world. These 9 artifacts are all produced from special events. Those S-level props that even the top bosses are coveted were all obtained from previous major events. Ling Yi only knew what a special event was before, but he didn't understand the specific reward process. Now when I heard Lin Shure say this, I was slightly shocked, but also quickly paid attention to it. When Lin Shure entered the kitchen to make lunch, he quickly posted on the forum. I wanted to look up the details of previous major events, but I didn't expect that a post, details of previous major events, had been pushed to the homepage. TSK. It turns out that there is strength in numbers. He quickly clicked to check. In 2000, the Scarlet Feast. In 2004, there was a tide in the vast sea. In 2008, Mount Doom. In 12 years, Fenghuan Forest. In 16 years, the Earth fissured. He looked at all the previous major events and found that they were all of the same type. They all drop event currency by killing monsters, and use the event currency to exchange for items in event stores. It seems that this time is no exception. He swiped down the forum screen, and in the comment area, he found that the players were discussing another detail that he had not noticed. Strange. Why can ordinary people see this divine path information? Yes, and in the event preview, it is clearly stated that non-players should also be prepared. What does this mean? Can ordinary people also participate in this event? How can they participate if they can't enter the divine path? Could it be that the event is taking place in this world? How is it possible? How could Shenlu arrange activities in this world? Then what's going on? Ling Yi exited this post, and found that there were more posts discussing this detail in the forum. Certainly, the hot searches are still the same as yesterday, all because he completed the rescue operation alone. It will probably take a few days before the heat slowly subsides. Well, never mind. We'll know tomorrow anyway. After pondering for a moment, Ling Yi decisively gave up thinking. After the newcomer trial is over, the arena function will be officially opened. Players can enter it and fight with other players. There is a range for every 10 levels, and the ranking can be improved by winning the battle. The higher the ranking, the more competitive points you can receive every day. Similarly, you can redeem more powerful skills, weapons, and gold coins in the competitive store. Now, Ling Yi, who finally had some free time, finally had time to play in the arena. After turning on the effect of Shadowless Mask in his backpack, he called into the air in front of him. Shenlu, I want to enter the arena hall. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing halo of light appeared in front of him. Ling Yi walked in quickly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a huge round platform. There is a wooden sign in front of it that says, Level Range 3039. Hey. Looking at the wooden sign, Ling Yi smiled and said, the number 1 in this level will soon change hands. The reason why he hasn't upgraded yet. One is because he is leveling up so that he can gain more experience by killing monsters that are higher level than him. The second reason is because he wants to get the first place in this level range and every subsequent range. The first list of 3039. The first list of 4049. The first list of 5059. He once saw some senior players on the forum saying that only by gathering 5 first-place players can they be qualified to embark on the road to invincibility and be promoted to a higher level. Several of the strongest players in the world currently, such as Shen Xiao's 6 divine pillars of protecting the country, White Eagle's 5 war emperors, Bei Xiong's 4 generals of dawn, etc., are all people who have embarked on the road of invincibility, and their combat power far exceeds a lot of other players. Therefore, if Ling Yi wants to catch up with them, he must embark on the road of invincibility. It's like the people before you are rolling up. If you don't follow them, you won't be able to catch up with them. On the other hand, it's the same thing. If he can't even do what these people have accomplished, then how can he catch up? Shake your head and stop thinking about it. He stepped off the high round platform and began to wander between the challenge platforms. This is a level 30 to 39 competition hall with a total of 1,000 challenge stages. It is very simple for players to play against others, as long as both parties step onto the challenge stage. There are several circles of staircases and seats around the challenge platform for people to rest and watch the battle. The walkway that separates the challenge stages is as high as a city wall. Players on the walkway can see the full view of the challenge stage below as long as they lower their heads slightly. The corridors are crowded with people and players. There is a very powerful summoner on challenge station number 77. He summoned 5 big fire bears in 2 seconds. Wow! The skill used by the person below looks so powerful. Does anyone know what kind of monster it came from? I want to make one too. Selling 3-star skills at low prices. Ling Yi doesn't want to watch the game now. He just wants to quickly replace the current player on the list and become the new one. So he called up the ranking list, directly clicked on the player on the list, and issued a challenge application. However, a reminder suddenly popped up in front of me. Tip: only the top 100 players can challenge the top 10 players on the list. Seeing this, he pulled up the ranking list and chose number 11 on the list to apply for the challenge. Tip: only the top 1,000 players can challenge the top 100 players. Ling Yi raised his eyebrows, pulled through the list to find the player ranked 101 and apply for the challenge. Challenge has been applied. Waiting for the other party's response. Fair enough. Ling Yi nodded and said, when I become number 1 in the future, at least no cats or dogs will be able to challenge me. He didn't know how many players were in the level 30 to 39 range in the world, but there were at least tens of millions. If anyone could apply for a challenge, just applying for information would annoy him to death. The other party refuses to accept the challenge and leaves you a message: go to the toilet and wait for me for 5 minutes. Ling Yi. Each player has only 3 opportunities to challenge and refuse challenges every day, and the two share the same number of times. When the number of times is used up, you will no longer be able to apply for challenges and reject other people's challenges. There is a 1-minute interval between applying for the challenge, so Ling Yi really can only wait. About 5 minutes later, he applied again. This time, there was no reply, and he was quickly teleported to one of the challenge stages. Chapter 124 easily topped the range list. The challenge platform is circular in shape and has a diameter of 1,000 meters. The ground is made of flat brown-red granite. If you don't look carefully, you might mistake it for being above the magma surface. Ling Yi and his opponent stood on each side, 30 meters apart. Because the shield of the challenge platform eliminates external noise, it is very quiet inside. Even though they are 30 meters apart, both parties can hear each other's voices. You should be the first to make the move, otherwise you won't have a chance later, the player ranked 101 said. He looked at the challenge message that had just flashed past, and the face under the mask frowned slightly. 01? Ha. It looks like he is another 01 fan. And opposite him, Ling Yi was not angry when his opponent said this. More than that, he was more concerned about the masked behavior of the other person. This reminded him of the advice from veteran players he had seen before. In a crowded arena, it is best not to show your true face, because this means that your true strength will be seen by many people. You know, even if players do not come to the competition hall, they can still watch the game remotely, as long as they click on the viewing area of the arena. All the challenge platforms that are fighting will appear on it, and they can watch the battle by clicking on it. In other words, even though there are only a few thousand people around the challenge stage where Ling Yi is, there may be tens of thousands of people watching the challenge stage where he is in this world right now. Let me take the first shot. Ling Yi smiled softly, and without any hesitation, the breeze that evoked the other person swirled around him. He turned it to death in less than a second. However, there has always been an unspoken rule in the arena that hitting someone in the face does not break the mask. Therefore, he deliberately avoided the other party's mask. Congratulations on winning the challenge, and your ranking has risen to 101. Sports points +1. Immediately afterwards, he challenged the player ranked 11th again. This time, it was also very easy to kill instantly. Congratulations to you for winning the challenge, and your ranking has risen to 11. Sports points +1. In the end, he only had one chance to challenge, and there was no doubt that he chose the number 1 player to challenge. After waiting for about 5 seconds, his figure was sent to another challenge stage. 01 vs Arcas. The dual information flashed by. This time Ling Yi did not take action immediately, but deliberately activated the Eye of Truth to take a look at the opponent's attributes. What kind of board does the world's strongest level 39 player have? How far is it from him? Arcas, LV 39. Sex, male. Age, 26, married. Talent, increased range. Attributes, strength 24. Mana 223. Agility 102. Endurance 35. Constitution 165. Skills, Poison Mist, 1 star. Fiery Arrow Rain 5 stars. Shadow Demon Summoning, 8 stars. Healing Technique 4 stars. Accelerated Leap, 6 stars. Sharp Arrow, 6 stars. Advanced Precision, 5 stars passive. Support Skills, Earth Shield, B. Space Blade, B. Flying Sand, B. Wear Treasure, Soul Gathering Ring, A. Soulbound Weapon, Poison Sphere, B. Current Status, Healthy. Current mood depressed. Huh? It's really good. If he guessed correctly, this guy was most likely a core player cultivated by a certain organization. This can be seen just by looking at the opponent's A-level treasures. At this level, an average player would be complacent if they had a D-grade treasure, and it would be easy to imagine having an A-grade treasure. This attribute is indeed very high. Looking at the other party's attributes, Ling Yi unconsciously compared him with himself. Strength 24. Mana 223. Agility 102. Stamina 35. Constitution 165. Total 549. Strength 38. Mana 100. Agility 135. Endurance 3. Constitution 263. Total 539. If the copied 1000 points of mana attribute are not included, then his current total attributes are 10 points less than the opponent's. Looking at it this way, I currently don't have any advantages in terms of attributes. It's all because of my abnormal skills. But when my 150 free attribute points go down, it will really give an advantage to other people who have not taken attribute pills. In addition to getting first place in the arena this time. Naturally, he also has the idea of comparing himself with others to determine which level he is in the player group. The evaluation on the personal panel of a strong mid-level figure with overwhelming strength is too general. And when Ling Yi was checking the opponent's panel, Arcas on the other side was not in a hurry to take action. He was lamenting his bad luck. Alas, I didn't expect that the higher-ups would be jealous of my talent after all. Then the perfect proposal was not only rejected, but even allowed me to go home and rest first. Alas, it's true. In other matters, Arcas remained as clever as ever. But when it comes to this matter, his intelligence will drop again to the point where he is not as good as an ordinary person. He couldn't detect this on his own. While sighing in his heart, Arcas did not forget that he was in the middle of a battle. He put aside the thoughts in his mind for the time being and raised his eyes to look at his opponent in the distance. As soon as he saw the other party's blurry face and figure, Arcas was stunned for a moment, then reacted very quickly and said in surprise, "Are you 01? The real 01? He has been discussing the plan to find 01 for the past 2 days. So he now knows this guy's information by heart. The 01, in the challenge information just now, and the vague figure of the opponent, coupled with the strength enough to challenge him. There should be very few people in the world who can get these 3 elements together." Ling Yi ignored him. Instead, it drove up the strong wind and began to attack him intensively. Although the opponent's physique is only 165, his level is level 39, and his physical strength is over 7,000, which is not much lower than him. His agility and combat power are extremely close to his, almost as big as him and just as fast. Coupled with the Earth Shield, support skill to resist attacks. It is not easy to fight. After the two sides briefly fought for a while, and then retreated, Ling Yi said with a smile, "He is indeed the strongest level 39 player in the world. It is really difficult to deal with. Stop coming!" Arcas was not wearing a mask, and his fair face was already full of caution. "You have only shown your ability to control wind and teleportation until now. Obviously you have not shown your true strength. If you had used the power to defeat the Demon King, I should have been defeated long ago." In the brief exchange just now, the opponent's skillful actions completely proved that he is the real 01. Arcas knew in his heart that he would lose this battle. But if he could force more tricks from the opponent, that would be considered a credit. Ling Yi chuckled lightly. Now the outside world may be pointing out that many people are watching their fight. How could he foolishly reveal his trump card? He immediately continued to use Wind God's Call to fight. 10 minutes later, with just the wind control and teleportation abilities of Wind God's Call, he finally defeated Arcas. Congratulations on winning the challenge, and your ranking has risen to 1. Sports points +1. Congratulations. You have been promoted to the top of the list in the level 30-39 range. Tip: after staying in this position for 3 days and successfully passing the qualification review, you will get the Certificate of Invincibility. Tip: collect 5 invincible certificates to qualify for the Road to Invincibility. Chapter 125. Extraordinary Event: Dark Night is Coming. The so-called qualification review is a trial set up by Shenlu to prevent artificial manipulation of the list. Only if your strength meets certain requirements can you pass. In addition, the arena's ranking list only records the top 10,000 players. Players on the list can receive a certain amount of competitive points as rewards every day. Ranking 1,000, 10,000. 3 o'clock every day. 101,000. 5 o'clock every day. In Ling Yi's current position of number 1 on the list, the daily competitive points reward is as high as 30 points. Therefore, after coming back from the competitive hall, he immediately opened the competitive store to check it out. Competitive store. Skills. Treasures. Weapons. Others. Fierce Knife 3 styles, 3 stars 3. Magic Flying Kick, 3 stars 3. Strong Bull Demon Fist, 7 stars 300. Heart Energy, 7 stars 300. Shop finished. He only glanced at other skills in a hurry. But there was one skill that he stared at for a long time. Heart Source Energy, 7 stars, energy originating from the heart. You can master the energy ball in initial learning. As your practice deepens, you can also master the means of emitting light waves and energy diffusion. This is a very special skill that is called Civilian Magic Skill and Anti-Killing Magic Skill by the majority of players. Its strength has nothing to do with the player's attributes, but depends on the level of energy the player has cultivated. Many players have ordinary attributes and average skills, but they rely on these skills to become strong in the eyes of others. Seeing it now, Ling Yi couldn't help but have thoughts in his heart. The reason why it is called a civilian magic skill is because many people have it. When I have enough points, do you want me to get one too? After pondering for a moment, he finally shook his head. It's not necessary for now. Let's talk about it later. Throughout the day, information about the major event, Dark Night Falls, continued to ferment around the world. Ordinary people care more than players. What's going on with the Divine Road? Why are we non-players specifically mentioned? There's no way we can compete with the players. So let's be prepared and maybe, like some experts say, let's hide as quickly as possible. Will there be a large number of monsters coming to this world? I don't know. With countless ordinary people around the world waiting with fear and confusion, the next day finally arrived. Early morning on the 10th. After all players' daily divine time is delivered, event information will appear immediately. The special event, Dark Night Comes, officially begins. From now on, monsters, monster bosses, and treasure chests will be dropped around the world from 18 to 24 o'clock every day. After the monster dies, it will drop a night stone. After the monster leader dies, it will drop a high-grade night stone. When you open the treasure chest, you will randomly get a night stone or a high-grade night stone. Players/non-players can use night stones or advanced night stones to redeem rewards in the event store. The event ends when all limited items in the event store are sold out. Tip: players can only use night stone/advanced night stone dropped in their respective areas. Tip: active monsters will not actively destroy buildings or enter indoors. Tip: the exclusive activity store for Nightfall has been opened. As soon as these pieces of information about the divine path appeared, the world was instantly in an uproar. Although a large number of experts have speculated that this is an event that is very likely to be carried out in this world, because there has never been a precedent in the past 20 years, more people still have other ideas in their minds. Now that the event information has come out, many people are surprised. It's actually possible to carry out activities in this world. My God! I'll go. Fortunately, I became a player last month. Otherwise it would have been too dangerous. The emergence of a tribute combat power a few days ago has made countless evil forces ready to take action. Then if the player alliance is busy dealing with monsters, there will be no time to care about them. Holy shit. Shit! Look at the redemption store. There is actually a player qualification card in it. Ling Yi was watching the exchanges between other players on the forum. When he saw someone talking about the event store, he immediately clicked in to take a look. There are many prizes in the event store. In addition to the known artifacts and S-level items, there are also many things that old players will find novel. And the most concerning thing is undoubtedly the player qualification card that allows ordinary people to become players. Player qualification card. Adults can obtain player status after using it, and can enter a zone of their own choice. Limited to 100 million. Exchange price, 10 night stones. Hey, you even have this thing. Ling Yi was surprised. In the past 20 years, Shenlu has only opened 1 million places every month. So now it only has more than 200 million players. But now, it has actually released 100 million places at once? TSK. TSK. What a generous move. While Ling Yi was sighing, Lin Shuru, who was wearing a translucent crimson gauze skirt, also sat next to him. It's indeed a big deal. Alas, the world will probably be in turmoil for more than 3 months. She hugged his arm and put her head on it. Sighing softly, More than 3 months? Yes. Previous major events also required the purchase of all limited edition props before they could be completed. It almost took more than 3 months each time. Speaking of this, Lin Shuru added another sentence. Actually, the main reason is those 2 artifacts. Other limited edition props can be purchased by players within more than a month. Those 2 artifacts are too expensive, causing the duration of the event was doubled again. Hearing what Lin Shuru said, Ling Yi subconsciously pushed the activity store to the top. At the very top, there are 2 artifacts side by side. Cosmic Energy Core, Artifact Unique, Unknown. Exchange Price, 100 Premium Night Stones. Ultimate Crystal, Artifact Unique, Unknown. Exchange Price, 100 Premium Night Stones. The effects of the 2 artifacts will not be released by the Divine Path until 1 week after the event starts. This is an old tradition for very large events. For now, we only know the name and exchange price. 100 high-grade Night Stones. Ling Yi nodded slightly. This value was not too exaggerated and was within his expectations. He looked down and saw that the exchange price of these S-level items was 10 high-grade Night Stones. And he had a clear understanding in his eyes. That's right. If there are enough high-grade Night Stones, everyone will give priority to purchasing S-class items. To know, all S-level items in the event store are limited edition. Correct. Lin Shuru let go of his hand and asked curiously, What are your plans for this event? Intend? Ling Yi touched his chin and pondered for a moment, and finally said uncertainly, Let's take a look at it for now. After the first day of activities is over, I will arrange the next plan according to the specific situation. Personally, I want to get the artifact. Hearing this, Lin Shuru rolled her eyes and said, You are not talking nonsense. Who doesn't want to get the artifact? But I suggest you don't target the artifact yet. Think about it. By the time you have accumulated 70 or 80 high-grade Night Stones, those limited S-level items will have been bought out by others. If you end up accumulating 100 stones later than others, even the artifacts will be gone. If you don't buy it, wouldn't your high-grade Night Stone be in vain? Lin Shuru's tone was more serious. She was afraid that Ling Yi would look down upon everyone in the world because he defeated the Demon King, and that he would fall into blind self-confidence. Chapter 126 Departure. Ling Yi actually knew what Lin Shuru was talking about. He still said the same thing. Let's wait until the first day of activities is over, and then make plans based on the situation. But one thing is for sure. That means that in the next long night, he must go out to fight. The situation is much more complicated than in the Divine Road, because there are players who are more advanced than him in the world. And there are dark players with bad intentions. Event currency such as Night Stones can be snatched. When the time comes, not only do you have to deal with monsters, but you also probably have to be wary of other people. Well, with a sigh, Ling Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He turned his head and saw Lin Shuru next to him wearing only a thin translucent scarlet gauze skirt, and couldn't help but ask, Are you tempting me? Lin Shuru was thinking about something with her head down. When she heard this, she raised her head and looked at him. The blue and moist eyes blinked, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on the snow-white jade face that had a hint of maturity. She smiled softly, showing her white teeth, and said, Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her crystal white hands to wrap around Ling Yi's neck, and continued, Actually, I don't want to be like this. But if I can, I really want to charm you to death. Let you be obsessed with my body and stay by my side forever. With that said, she pushed him down on the sofa. Seeing the latter's astonished expression, she smiled sweetly, and then slowly leaned down. Nude on the 10th. Xinxia Shandu. The back garden of the Luo family. In the pavilion, 2 young and beautiful women were sitting opposite each other. Why did you suddenly come to see me? Luo Yao asked curiously while holding a teapot and pouring tea for the woman opposite. The woman sitting opposite her is her friend Xiao Wanqing. This woman has a beautiful face and delicate and elegant features. Her long straight black hair fell to her waist, and her dark eyes, as deep as the endless starry sky, seemed to contain infinite spirituality. She looked at the slightly immature girl opposite and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. I'm here specifically to say thank you. Huh? Thank you? Luo Yao blinked, a trace of doubt appearing in her pale golden eyes. Yes. Xiao Wanqing showed a bright smile and said, I've heard that you went to find him for me. For this reason, you even gave him a rare item. She stretched out her hand, and beads emitting soft green light appeared on her palm, and handed them to Luo Yao. This is a natural jewel that can prolong life and restore vitality. It is my reward for you. No. 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 This. Luo Yao subconsciously wanted to refuse. But when she saw Xiao Wanqing's smiling face, she stopped her words. Okay. I'll take it. She knew it was useless to refuse. The other party is full of personality, and no one else can stop him from doing what he wants to do. Seeing that Luo Yao accepted her reward, the smile on Xiao Wanqing's face became even stronger. This time, I still want to say goodbye to you. Luo Yao was playing with the cool beads in her hands. She was shocked when she heard this. Farewell. Where are you going? Xiao Wanqing didn't hide it and try to be the Riddler, but said directly, I want to leave Xanadu and go to other places with Ling Yi. Take some time to relax and enjoy life. With Ling Yi? Oh, yes. You two are indeed in the same boat. They are both women restricted by a bet, so it is not surprising that they know each other and are companions with each other. After saying this, Luo Yao suddenly rolled her eyes and smiled. I'm afraid it's a lie to relax, but it's true to go find 01. Right. Xiao Wanqing did not answer, but looked at the teacup in front of her calmly, not knowing what she was thinking. Then where are you going to go as your first stop? Well, before we officially set off, Sister Yin said there is one more place she wants to go back and visit. So the first stop is not clear yet. Oh, when will you set off? Afternoon. The headquarters of the Xinxia Players Alliance is located in the southeast corner of Xanadu, on a floating island on the water named Tianyuanzhua. At this time, in an office on the second floor of the headquarters building, a middle-aged man with half-white hair was frowning and deep in thought while looking at the information in front of him. The White League think tank was ordered to disband, and a new group of think tank members has been replaced because the White League think tank repeatedly proposed poor plans. Strange. Illogical. The middle-aged man named Tong Wei is the leader of the combat operations team of the Shimeng headquarters. While he was frowning and thinking, there was a knock on the office door. Clang. Please come in. With a click, the door opened, and a man with gold-framed glasses hurriedly walked in. Boss! Tang Yuan, the governor of Qianjiang City, sent a message saying that he had discovered traces of the dark organization Holy Sect. Tong Wei frowned with a half-white brow, and his pupils with black circles and white edges were quietly sharper. 3 years ago, they found and annihilated the Xinxia branch of this organization in a deep mountain and old forest. Now that they are making a comeback, he has every reason to believe that the other party has sent a more powerful combat force this time. He pondered for a moment, then raised his head and asked, Does Qianjiang City still have any strong combat power now? He knew that the young man in front of him must have done enough research. As expected, the man with the eyes calmly replied, Tang Yuan is the only level 80 player registered in the city. The others are 5 ministers from each small town branch, all around level 70. Only 6 over 70? Right. The man with golden-rimmed eyes saw the boss frowning and deep in thought, as if he was considering who to fight. Thinking of the threat from the eldest sister just now, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and said, Boss, the powerful combat force we currently have available here also includes Suzaku and a group of people. Members. Hear the words. Tong Wei looked up at the depressed-looking subordinate in front of him and said with a smile, Why did you mention her specifically? Did she ask you to ask me for a fight again? No. No. That's what he said. But the man with glasses nodded crazily. If he guessed correctly, the woman should be lying outside the door and eavesdropping. Tong Wei smiled lightly and didn't care. He thought seriously in his mind and found that sending her out was indeed a good choice in this situation. He nodded immediately and said, That's fine. But it's not safe for her alone. Go and call me all the free members. Good. Although the event process of the special event, Dark Night Falls, has been announced, but there are other specific situations where people around the world are still confused. Can only Nightstones be used in their respective regions? How do we calculate these respective areas? How many monsters will appear every day? And what are their levels? Questions like these were not posted on the forum by Shenlu until 10 minutes before the 5:50 event in the evening. Players from around the world quickly flocked to check it out. 1. Each region is divided into town-level units. 2. From 18 to 24 hours. 10 monsters of random levels and random types will be released at random locations in the town every minute. 3. From 18 to 24 hours. 10 treasure chests will appear randomly throughout the town every hour. 4. After 2300 hours, 1 to 5 monster leaders will randomly appear in every town around the world at the same time, with random levels and types. 5. After 2400 hours, all monsters, monster leaders, and treasure chests will disappear. Chapter 127: Killing a monster for the first time in this world. At the town level, outside the yard, Ling Yi and Lin Shuru were sitting on long wooden chairs to rest. Upon seeing this news, the former frowned. It means that we in Ingwa Town can only use the night stones of our Ingwa Town monsters. That's right. Lin Shuru nodded. Then what about those who live temporarily or pass by? Are they from our town, or the place of their registered residence? The place of residence. Probably. At this moment, the sun is still on the western horizon, and has not yet completely set. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on their backs, casting 2 blurry shadows on the land in front of them. Seeing that there were only a few minutes left, Ling Yi couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. Obviously, his competitors are all the players in the town. At around 5 o'clock, almost all ordinary people returned home, closed the doors and drew the curtains. Only a few people remain outside for various reasons. But now, they are also rushing back desperately. Time moves by second by second. At 17:57, the sun officially sets, and the sunset glow remains in the sky. At 17:59, all the sunset glow disappeared. 1800 hours. The sky suddenly turned dark. However, after a few seconds, the surroundings were still quiet, as if nothing had happened. Just when Lin Shuru looked around in confusion, Ling Yi suddenly opened his eyes and said, "I feel it! They appear outside without making a sound. Okay, then be careful." Ling Yi jumped into the air and flew towards the monster closest to him within the sensing range. The monster was only 2 blocks away from his home. So in less than 2 seconds, he arrived on the roof of a 3-story house near his destination. Looking down, you can see a large blood-red snake half a meter thick, 15 meters long, with a red horn on its head crawling slowly on the empty street. A look with the eye of truth. 1-horned flame snake, LV50. Type, ordinary monster. Attributes, strength 150, mana 50, agility 100, endurance 50, constitution 150. Skills, burning fire, 6 stars, flame pillar, 6 stars, fierce tail slap, 4 stars, high speed impact, 4 stars, current status, healthy. Tip, killing event monsters will not give you experience, skills or other rewards, but will only drop event currency. What surprised Ling Yi was that this monster actually had a total of 10 skills. I've long heard that higher level monsters have more skills. Now it seems that's true. He stretched out his hand to summon the battle flag and attached a dual element spirit blade of light and fire to it. Immediately, he teleported to the head of the horned flame snake, and the flame flag held high in his hand suddenly fell down. Although the 1-horned flame snake barely reacted, it was still a step slower, and was slashed by the flag on the left half of the snake's head. At the same time, a raging flame suddenly erupted from the wound and surged towards the entire body of the horned flame snake. After landing, Ling Yi was about to pursue him, but the horned flame snake ignored the flames on his body and suddenly used the skill, high speed impact, to rush towards him. Extremely fast. When the burning snake head was about to hit him, Ling Yi finally reacted and teleported in time, narrowly avoiding the attack. The 1-horned flaming snake that rushed out could not stop its charge, and hit 3 telegraph poles 50 meters apart with a bang 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 sound, and rushed all the way to more than 100 meters away. The sound spread throughout 100 meters radius. Tisk! Ling Yi couldn't help but frown when he sensed that someone was speeding towards this place. So troublesome. With the aura of wisdom, he is not afraid of being secretly plotted. And the Ice King in his second form has a Demon King level combat power. Therefore, before he came out, he had already thought about how he would show his true colors this time. No matter what, the world doesn't revolve around him. It is impossible for anyone to think of the world-famous 01 when they see a young and strong man. Seeing the 1-horned flaming snake in the distance turning its head to look back, Ling Yi immediately raised the burning battle flag and activated the power of the light element with a swipe of gravity. Instantly, a bright and dazzling flame light wave was emitted from the battle flag and grew rapidly during the flight. The speed of light waves is extremely fast, even faster than the speed it used, high-speed impact, just now. Before the 1-horned flame snake could react, the light waves slashed at its snake body. Although it couldn't be split into 2, it still made it roar in pain. His The 15-meter-long snake body became temporarily stiff at this moment. Seeing this, Ling Yi quickly raised the burning battle flag and chopped off the flame wave again. The flame light wave not only does enough damage, is fast, and is also enough to bluff people. Wherever the light wave passed, a straight deep trench was carved out of the earth. Hot air billowed in the trench, and the soil was scalding red. It makes people feel dangerous at first sight. When Ling Yi sent out flame light waves, nearby players also rushed here. Some are standing on the roadside. Some are standing on rooftops. Some are sitting on summoned beasts. And some are directly suspended in the air. Hiss elemental blade. It's still dual element. Damn it! Dual elements of light and fire. So awesome. Now I know there is such an awesome guy in our town. Who knows his name? I don't know him. It's a face I've never seen before. While the group of people were marveling, the information about the super mutation system in front of Ling Yi was also beating rapidly. You absorbed Zhang Feng's 75 surprise points. You absorbed Zhang Feng's 63 curiosity points. You absorbed 81 surprise points of Yuan Dan. They had a very tacit understanding and did not get closer, but just waited and watched for a while. The one-horned flame snake is a monster of over 50 levels. If you can suppress it and beat it, this guy is at least over 50 levels. TSK. 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 Slip away and go find other monsters. The flame light wave was so powerful and intimidating that many players shook their heads when they saw it and turned around to look for monsters elsewhere. Some people came nearby and waved to Ling Yi. Hey! Hey! Brother! Do you want to help? No! Ling Yi decisively refused. Helping is fake. Grabbing monsters is real. Seeing his refusal, those people did not ask any more questions, but quickly turned around and left the place. 10 monsters will be spawned in the whole town every minute, and they have no time to watch people fighting here. After a while, only a few players left around. After nearly half a minute, the one-horned flaming snake finally died under Ling Yi's flame wave, and when the monster turned into a point of light and dispersed, he saw a dark circle like a shadow appearing at the place where the monster died. Huh? What is that? He subconsciously activated the Eye of Truth. Dark Shadow Ring, 6 stars. Create a dark shadow ring at the designated location, which can suck items on the shadow ring into the shadow space. Cannot absorb life forms. As soon as he saw this effect, Ling Yi immediately realized that someone actually wanted to steal his loot just now. It's just that because he has Invincible B, the dropped items automatically go into the backpack, causing the opponent to feel lonely. However, Ling Yi still opened his backpack and took a look. It wasn't until he saw that there was indeed a night stone in his backpack that he felt completely relieved. He turned around and glanced around, and at a glance, he saw a figure in black robes on the roof of a 2-story residential building dozens of meters away. The guy was now turning to leave. Want to leave? Chapter 128 Upgrade. From a distance of tens of meters, Ling Yi arrived in a teleport. He stopped directly in front of the man in black robe. Seeing the player who had killed a horned flame snake in just 1 minute flash in front of him, the man in black robe immediately stopped. He didn't say anything, just stared at the man in front of him quietly. Did you just want to snatch my Yi Shi? Ling Yi asked. The man in black robes in front of him had a necklace engraved with the word 0 hanging around his neck, and a dark mask on his face. No matter how you looked at it, he looked suspicious. He subconsciously activated the Eye of Truth. Jet black mask, see, cannot be seen through, and can change the voice at will. I almost forgot. You have to see the face. Now this guy is wearing a mask, so I can only see the effect of the mask with my real eyes. He couldn't help but frown as he didn't see the other party's information. At this moment, the other party replied calmly. No. 2 simple words, but no emotion contained in the tone could be heard at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robe ignored him and disappeared from his sight in a flash. So fast. Ling Yi's pupils shrank. The opponent's speed is extremely fast. He didn't see it clearly at all, and could only guess that something flashed past through the sound of swishing. If the other party attacks me with such speed, I won't be able to react at all. His current agility is only 135, and his level is not very high. It is not unusual for others to have much higher agility and combat power than him. But this gave him a wake-up call. His current attributes are not enough. He needs to get as strong as possible. Thinking of this, Ling Yi quickly opened his backpack and released some of the experience stored in the experience pool. LV30, LV31, LV31, LV32. LV38 LV39. Because he has to stay between level 30 and 39 for 3 days. He could only reach level 39 at most. Upgrading to 9 levels in a row cost him a total of 126,000 experience points. There is only a little over 100,000 experience left in the experience pool. Counting the 45 free attribute points he just got, he now has a total of 195 free attribute points. Ling Yi opened the panel and pondered for a moment. And finally gave 50 points to strength, 50 points to endurance, and the remaining 95 points to agility. At this point, his 5 dimensions have taken on a completely new look. Strength 88, Mana 1100, Agility 230, Endurance 53, and Constitution 263. Feeling the surge of power in his body, he couldn't help clenching his fists. And a heroic fighting spirit emerged in his heart. He turned on his perception again and looked for the next monster. It seems we can only stay here for this period of time. On the roof of a 5-story residential building in Ingwa Town, Yunji said apologetically to Xiao Wanqing next to her. I'm sorry. I didn't expect that the area division of this event would actually be based on the town where everyone was located when it officially started. Then we can only use the Night Stone in Ingwa Town. Before officially starting her journey, she wanted to come back to see the 2 people who saved her last time and say goodbye to them. But now, the rules of this huge event restrict them. Unless they don't want to become stronger, they must participate in this activity. It doesn't matter. Xiao Wanqing looked at the beautiful starry sky in Ingwa Town and said with a smile, the environment here is much better than before. I haven't seen such a bright and beautiful starry sky in a long time. Staring at the starry sky, a hint of pure joy could not help but appear on her delicate face. This is a good place for seclusion. Yunji smiled softly, looking at the small town in the night with beautiful eyes, and nodded in agreement. Yes, you can just come back here when you are tired. After finishing her words, she suddenly turned around and asked, by the way, do you have a caregiver? Xiao Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. No. Ah? Xiao Wanqing raised her head, looked at the dreamy starry sky, and said softly, I don't want to be with other men. Yunji's eyes widened slightly, and she said in shock, it's just a support. It doesn't matter. You don't even need to meet or talk to the other person. I know, but I still don't want to. Why? This was the question. But Yunji already had a vague guess in her heart. Xiao Wanqing lowered her head slightly and stared at the night scene in the distance, while her eyes were lost in thought. Her soft red lips slightly opened. Although I have severed ties with my family did give me to him before. There was still a hint of hatred for the family in his tone. If her parents were still alive, how could the family bully her like this? Unless that person explicitly refuses to assist me, I will provide assistance with others. Otherwise, until then, I will always reserve the position of rescuer for him. Hearing this, Yunji secretly thought that it was indeed true. As early as before, she had heard someone say that she was a traditional woman with a full personality and a very stubborn temper. No matter how much others try to persuade her, it's useless. Yunji didn't say much on this topic. Instead, she rushed to the other party's side and asked with a hint of gossip, Then what do you think of him now? What do you think of 01? Xiao Wanqing pursed her lips slightly, her eyes looking at the night of the town even more distracted. After several breaths, she slowly spoke. Thank you. Worship me. Anyway, even if the other person's body is a pig, I will not abandon him. What if I already have a girlfriend? It doesn't matter. While the two were talking, they had no idea that a figure quietly appeared dozens of meters away and looked at them. This figure is none other than Ling Yi. Call of the Wind God has the ability to monitor sounds in a wide range, and his current mana and combat power is 42,939 by 1100, which means that a radius of 42.9 kilometers is within his perception and monitoring range. But he couldn't hear everyone's voices, so he set the key tone, Ling Yi. As long as someone speaks these 2 syllables, the words will be carried to his ears by the wind. Therefore, after hearing the last few words spoken by the 2 of them, Ling Yi flashed over in a few teleports. Originally, the distance between the 2 parties was only more than 1,000 meters. Now, looking at the 2 women not far away, he frowned slightly. Yunji and Xiao Wanqing? Luo Yao had previously sent him a photo of Xiao Wanqing, telling him not to recognize her when he saw her in the future. So he knew this guy. That photo was really not beautified. He was a little surprised by Xiao Wanqing's beauty. which was already comparable to the Ice Queen in her second form. As he sensed it, another monster appeared nearby. When Ling Yi was hesitating whether to kill the monster or have a good talk with Xiao Wanqing, he suddenly felt something. Not far away. Xiao Wanqing suddenly turned her head and saw him at a glance. Yunji also followed her gaze. When she saw Ling Yi, her golden eyes, which usually exuded a lazy aura, instantly lit up, and she said happily, "It's a benefactor!" Immediately ignoring Xiao Wanqing, she jumped directly to his side. As soon as she came, she smiled sweetly and said, "Benefactor, why have you never used the permanent summoning card I gave you? Every lonely night, there is a lonely soul waiting for your call." There was a hint of resentment in his tone. Xiao Wanqing, who was following closely, heard Yunji speak like this, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on her beautiful face. She looked at the woman next to her with surprised eyes, not understanding why she had such a reaction. Chapter 129. The men in black robes invaded the campus. Wasn't she protected by the divine path? Who is this man? Xiao Wanqing looked back and forth between the two of them, secretly wondering if there was any relationship between the two. Speaking of which, what's your name? Benefactor? Yunji suddenly remembered that she didn't know the name of her benefactor. Yao Ling Yi. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from the distance. The three of them all turned around and saw a golden gorilla more than 10 meters tall standing on the ground, beating its chest and roaring. The roof of the third floor where they were located happened to be at the same level as the golden retriever gorilla's eyes. That's a level 80 monster. The golden-haired ape. It's extremely powerful. Yunji frowned and said, "I'll deal with it." With that said, he ducked and flew towards the hairy ape, and soon they started fighting. Ling Yi and Xiao Wanqing were left looking at each other. Ling Yi? 01? The moment she heard the other party say his name, she almost heard it as 01. Now looking at the hesitant face of the man in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little trembling in her heart. Could it? No. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. And opposite her, seeing that he and Xiao Wanqing were the only ones left here, Ling Yi couldn't help but have a flash of confusion in his eyes. Should he tell her that he is 01? After pondering for a moment, he finally reached out to the other party and said, "Hello." When she saw the other party extending her hand, Xiao Wanqing subconsciously opened her mouth, intending to say something like, "No need to shake hands," or "untouchable." But when the words reached her throat, she swallowed them quietly. Looking at the other person's hand quietly, she slowly moved her hand over. The two hands gradually came closer. Gradually came closer. At this time, another rumbling sound suddenly sounded. The two turned around and saw two players fighting fiercely 100 meters away. The two sides seemed to be blinded by the fight and ignored the surrounding situation during the fight. Several nearby houses were damaged to varying degrees. The tremor just now was caused by the collapse of one of the two-story houses. While Ling Yi frowned slightly, Xiao Wanqing quickly came back to her senses. She looked at the opponent's hand that was gradually withdrawing. A stubborn look flashed in her eyes, and the hand she had already stretched out suddenly chased and grabbed the opponent. This time, she caught it easily. Huh? Ling Yi quickly turned his head. Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened. Both sides looked at each other, both stunned. After a while, the two of them let go of each other's hands tacitly. "Thank you," Xiao Wanqing said sincerely. "It's out of the way." Ling Yi waved his hand casually, then turned around and swept away into the distance. Both parties are friends on the forum, so if you have anything to say, you can talk later. But now that the monsters are limited, he can no longer waste time. Due to Shenlu activities, Qianjiang University has cancelled evening self-study. All students are staying quietly in the dormitory at this moment, doing their own things quietly. Some are doing homework, some are wearing headphones and watching TV shows, and some are lying in bed playing with their mobile phones. As long as they don't make any obvious noise and don't appear in front of monsters, there won't be any big problems. When the time is about to reach 7 o'clock in the evening, suddenly, everyone clearly felt the ground shaking for a second. After this, most people became concerned. The expressions of those who were taking a shower or going to the toilet suddenly changed, and their bodies froze. No, 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 don't ever happen at this time. However, the more you are afraid of what will happen. While these people in the toilet were praying wildly in their hearts, the earth began to tremble again. Rumble. The floor vibrated up and down, and even the person lying on the bed could feel the obvious vibration. The students in the dormitory held their breath and stared at each other with big eyes. compared with natural earthquakes. More people think that these are vibrations caused by some kind of technology. A monster with vibration skills? Because the range of skills is too large, and we are included in it unintentionally. The event rules have long stated that active monsters will not actively attack buildings. So everyone is holding this idea at the moment. Suddenly, they heard a loud shout from downstairs. "Who are you? What are you doing?" The students in the dormitory immediately recognized the voice of Wan Kai, the school security captain. This loud and powerful voice gives many people, especially female students, a sense of security in their hearts. Of course, a place like the school is one of the key areas protected by the League of Gods. The security level here is relatively high. Ordinary security guards require at least level 50, and captains require at least level 60. At this time, outside, after Wan Kai noticed the strange vibrations in the student dormitory building, he immediately brought 4 people to check. As soon as they came over, they saw a dozen men in black robes standing at the bottom of the dormitory building, one of whom was pressing his hands on the ground. Waves of undulating translucent ripples spread from between his hands, causing the ground and objects to shake as the ripples passed. Obviously, that guy was responsible for the strange vibrations in the dormitory building. After Wan Kai shouted loudly, these men in black robes immediately turned around, and almost at that moment, the nearest men in black robes rushed towards Wan Kai and others. Seeing this, Wan Kai suddenly stepped on the ground with his right foot, and his body shot into the sky. "Xuanba arms!" he shouted loudly, and soon he saw a layer of bronze armor appear on his body, wrapping him tightly. "Broken army gun!" he shouted again and summoned his soul-breaking weapon, the army-breaking gun. Weapons can be bound to the player's soul. After the soul is bound, the weapon can be stored in one's own soul, and can be summoned with a thought when using it. When not in use, the weapon can be retracted immediately with a thought. Wearing hard armor and holding a sharp spear, Wan Kai is as powerful as a rainbow at this moment. 3 men in black robes rushed in front of him. He only took 1 step back and swung violently, knocking the 3 of them away. 2 men in black robes punched him from the left and the right. He quickly let go of his spear, made fists with both hands, and struck with their fists. Boom! The 2 men in black robes flew upside down for more than 10 meters before stopping, while Wan Kai slid back for more than 20 meters, leave 2 straight sliding ditches about 10 centimeters deep on the land. "Xiao Lu! Sound the alarm quickly!" The moment he stabilized his body, Wan Kai immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie hanging on his clothes. As long as Xiao Lu, who is on duty in the security room, sounds the alarm, the nearby Ingwa branch can hear it. Once reinforcements arrive, none of the dozen men in black robes in front of them will be able to escape. After shouting, Wan Kai reached out and made a move, and the broken army gun immediately flew back to his hand, facing the man in black robe, who rushed forward again. He was not afraid to rush forward again. And at the same time, players who were killing monsters nearby were all aware of the situation here. Most of them rushed here quickly after being stunned for a moment. Did monsters appear at Xinjiang University? Shocked and shocked? I don't know. Let's go and have a look. Who are those men in black robes? It looks like an intruder at first glance. After the players arrived, they saw the campus security guards fighting the intruders. After looking at each other, they also joined the battlefield. There were only a dozen or so people across the street, so it didn't take up much time. Everyone thought so. Chapter 130 Phoenix Sword Master. Boom! The level 55 monster Thunder Lion fell down and turned into tiny particles of light that dissipated. It was faster. It only took less than 1 minute. Ling Yi smiled with satisfaction. The Thunder Lion is faster, and it is more difficult to kill than the Horned Flame Snake. But Ling Yi killed it in less time. This means that after upgrading, his strength has indeed improved significantly. Speak of it. He cast his eyes in the direction of Xinjiang University and said doubtfully, I just heard constant vibrations coming from there. Let's go and take a look. In a few breaths, he had reached the roof of a student dormitory building. Standing on it and looking down, you can see 2 groups of people fighting below. Fortunately, a lot of energy was washed away by each other during the fight. Otherwise, the radius of several kilometers would have been in ruins. Quick! Quick! Stop that man and let him continue to use his abilities. These dormitory buildings will collapse. He heard someone shouting below. At the same time, I saw that each of the players wanted to rush over and attack the person who was pressing his hands on the ground to release shock waves. But they were all knocked away by the only unmasked silver-haired man in black robes. School dormitories generally use polarized defense wards instead of earthquake-proof wards. They have a great defensive effect on physical attacks and energy attacks. But they cannot prevent shocks. These people obviously came prepared. Ling Yi sensed it slightly, and found that there were 5 student dormitories in a row. Everyone is still inside. Dark organization? There was even a crack on the wall of a nearby dormitory building that spread from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. He no longer hesitated and quickly teleported to the man in black robe, who was releasing shock waves. He picked up a kick and kicked the opponent's head hard, as if he were kicking the opponent's head like a football. He kicked the opponent's head and others hundreds of meters away. Boom! It stopped flying upside down after hitting a big tree. Although his strength is only 88 points. With a level bonus of 39, one kick can theoretically kick someone more than 300 meters away. When the black-robed man hundreds of meters away fell to the ground, the other black-robed men and players turned their attention to him. Holy shit! Is that teleportation? The legendary teleportation? Awesome! That's a skill I've only ever dreamed of getting. When the players were shouting excitedly, the silver-haired man in black robes snorted and rushed towards him immediately. Ling Yi barely saw the opponent's figure and teleported 100 meters away in time to avoid the opponent's attack. At this time, a dark purple halo suddenly appeared next to the silver-haired and black-robed man. Immediately afterwards, a tough guy with golden hedgehog hair and a man in black robe wearing a dark mask walked out of the circle of light. Through the monitoring of Wind God's Call, Ling Yi heard their conversation. Masked man in black robe. What's going on? Why hasn't it been destroyed yet? Silver-haired man in black robe. Everything was fine up front. But suddenly a player with the ability to teleport appeared. When he said this, the guy pointed in Ling Yi's direction. The 2 people who came out of the circle of light looked this way. Blonde tough guy. TCH. You're just a young boy. You can't even do this little thing well. Are you really qualified to be my teammate? The silver-haired man in black robe knew that he was not doing his job well. So he just snorted without saying anything. Masked man in black robe. Let's stop here today. The Divine Alliance has sent the Phoenix Sword Master here. With that said, he opened the dark purple aperture again and let all the men in black robes enter. And at this moment, a red fire cloud floated rapidly from a distance. And while Ling Yi and other players were surprised, a golden phoenix flew out of the fire cloud and sprayed a dazzling golden light beam toward the dark purple aperture. Although the golden light beam was extremely fast, it could not catch up with the closing of the aperture. When the light pillar hit the ground, it instantly melted into a pit of more than 10 meters. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the phoenix flying to the roof of a dormitory building and transforming into a red-eyed woman, wearing a golden fire-bottom battle robe and beautiful long golden hair. The woman jumped high and then landed heavily on the ground. When the combat boots hit the ground, there was a dull bang sound. And at the same time, half a meter of dust was stirred up. At the same time, several other figures also appeared nearby. It looks like it goes together. The Holy Gate mouse runs so fast. The blonde woman with red eyes looked at the empty pothole and said with a little pity. Before the words could even be finished, everyone saw a flash of blue light in front of their eyes. And then a man with wings of dark blue flames condensed behind his back appeared in the air beside the woman. The ability to travel through space? No wonder you dare to come in. The man crossed his arms, looked at the place where the portal disappeared, and groaned. Immediately he looked at the woman next to him and said, Sister, we need props with space blocking capabilities. Otherwise it will be difficult to catch them. Hearing this, the blonde woman with red eyes nodded gently and responded, We will gather all the players in the town later, after 2400 hours. Immediately afterwards, the group of people moved towards the Yinghua branch. After they left, the surrounding players started shouting, Holy shit! Shit! The general from the headquarters actually came to our little rural town. Why did they come to us? Is it to deal with the group of black-robed men just now? Didn't you hear what the Sword Master said? Those men in black robes are players of the holy sect of the Dark Organization. I'm sorry. They just attacked several White League branches in the White Elephant Kingdom a few days ago. And they came to us again today. Do they think the attack force of the entire alliance is not enough? Obviously it's only the 3rd most dangerous Dark Organization. But it's more popular than the first 2. TSK. The players walked away into the distance while chatting. Ling Yi didn't wait any longer and headed outside as well. One of the 4 envoys of the Divine Alliance, codenamed Zhu Ke, Phoenix Sword Saint Nandongli, stuck at level 89. A super strong man who collects the last proof of invincibility. As early as the second day after coming here, he saw the news on the news that this guy killed the rare monster Green Flame Phoenix in the big world and obtained the 8-star skill, Phoenix Sky Phoenix. Affected by this, he has a basic understanding of the current situation, such as who are the powerful people in the world, who are the generals of the League of Gods, etc. He knew that there was a combat operations team at the League of Gods headquarters, and all of its members were elite players above level 80. There are 4 outstanding ones among them, and they were given the 4 code names of Qilong, Baihu, Suzaku, and Xuanwu. These 4 people are all players who have collected at least 1 proof of invincibility. According to public information, the Phoenix Sword Master who just appeared can collect the 5th proof of invincibility as long as she stays in the 80 to 89 level list for 30 days. By then, she will be on the road to invincibility and will hopefully become the 7th divine pillar of Xinxiao. Thinking of this, Ling Yi couldn't help but feel curious. Speaking of which, where does that guy rank between level 80 and level 89 now? He stopped at a crossroads and opened the arena's rankings for the level 80 to 89 range. Pulling it down, you can see it soon. 11. Nangongli. In this position, unless the strength increases dramatically, I will have to stay for at least another half year. In the level 80-89 range, you have to wait 15 days in the first place before you can go through the qualification review. Chapter 131 Divine Rune Double Gold Coins. If within these 15 days the strength of some of the people below rises and they come back, they will be in vain. And often within 10 days, the number 1 spot on the list has to be changed. Therefore, after careful calculation, it is normal to take half a year to get the proof of invincibility. Shaking his head, Ling Yi regained his concentration. The number of monsters was limited, so he had better act quickly. At 2000 hours, 103 night stones have been collected. 2100 hours, Yisher plus 66. 2200 hours, Yesher plus 72. 2300 hours, Yesher plus 68. The summoned beast cannot leave its owner 1000 meters away. Otherwise the Ice King will be faster to kill the monsters. And when 11 o'clock comes, relying on his super wide range of perception, Ling Yi immediately discovered the traces of the monster leader who had descended on the town. There were 2 in total, and one landed in the northeast corner of the town, in a deserted mountain call. The other one landed right at the door of the Firefly branch. Ling Yi was wandering in the northeast, and immediately rushed towards the one in the call, and under the attack of the second form Ice King and his full-strength pneumatic drill, he successfully killed this monster leader, who was only level 15 before others arrived. Collected the first high-grade Night Stone, almost at the same time that he killed the monster leader. The aura of the monster leader at the branch door also disappeared. Seeing this, Ling Yi could only continue to kill the monsters. Soon, when 2400 hours arrived and the first day of activities ended, Ling Yi finally returned home dragging his tired body. After soaking in the hot spring with Lin Shu's company, the stress on his body was released and his energy recovered a lot. 10 minutes later, the 2 of them sat in the hall and rested. Aren't you going to the Divine Road today? Lin Shu asked softly while sitting on Ling Yi's lap, resting her head on the latter's chest. I won't go today. I've just been running around for 6 hours and I'm exhausted. I'll go to bed later and wait until I get up tomorrow to go. Ling Yi kissed her smooth forehead and reached out to stroke her silky hair. Lin Shu smiled sweetly, and the crystal jade hands around his upper body hugged him even tighter. So what was your harvest today? Are you satisfied? Well, there are a total of 380 night stones and 1 high-grade night stone. It's not bad. Uh-huh. When Lin Shu closed her eyes and enjoyed the tenderness, Ling Yi frowned slightly. Although the harvest has been good, it is not enough. If this is the only harvest he gets in the next period of time, let alone artifacts, I'm afraid he won't be able to share those S-level items. Now, on the forum in front of him, there was information about what other players had gained this night. 550 Night Stone, 2 Advanced Night Stone. The boss who dominates a town showed his amazing gains. 2,266 Night Stone, 2 Advanced Night Stone. All the players in the town actually belonged to the same player guild. One of the 5 War Emperors of White Eagle, the Western War Emperor Xinze, threatened to capture one of the artifacts in just 50 days. It's night on Xinxia's side, and it's morning on Beiying's side. However, the time of the Divine Road is based on the time of the Divine Xanadu. Therefore, when darkness falls all over the world, the morning in White Eagle Kingdom directly turns into night. Are you hungry? Let me make you some midnight snacks. While he was checking the forum, Lin Shura suddenly raised his head and said, "Okay." Ling Yi nodded. After she left, he looked at the gains displayed by all parties in the forum and sighed helplessly. Alas, he looked at the boss who dominated the town and saw that there was a level 80 player in a remote town. Apart from him, the second highest level player was only level 12. Completely dominate the town. Also, all the players in the town belong to the same player guild. And those people are actually willing to hand over part of their harvest to the guild. It just so happens that at this juncture, members of the Dark Organization and headquarters are here. The competitiveness of our town, even among small towns in the world, can be ranked in the top 100. Shaking his head and sighing, Ling Yi touched his chin and started thinking. With my current ability, it's not enough to stand out. Is there any way? He opened the mystery shop and took a look and found that there were still 3 items that were useless to him. Then he opened the activity store and looked at the S-level items one by one. Soon, he suddenly saw an item that made his eyes light up. Magic Rune Double Gold Coins, S, a one-time prop. After use, the value of gold coins obtained in the next 24 hours will be doubled. The upper limit is 30 million. Exchange price, 10 premium night stones, limited to 1. As soon as he saw this prop, Ling Yi immediately thought of several possible mutations. The one-time change to the permanent upper limit can also be reversed by canceling the event currency. Once this talisman is mutated, it will have an ability comparable to that of Goldfinger. Be sure to grab it! However, even though he said that, he was not sure about snatching it away now. Some people already have 2 high-level night stones, but he only has 1 now. If it continues to be like this in the next few days, someone else will definitely buy it first. In this case, we can only start from the treasure chest. The high-level night stone dropped by the monster leader is the same for everyone. If you want to accumulate 10 high-level night stones faster than others, you can only start from the treasure chest. But as far as he knew, in order to allow ordinary people to open it, the treasure boxes in the event were all wooden treasure boxes without any supernatural power. The contents were secured as soon as they emerged. Whether it's his probability reversal or someone else's luck, it has no effect on this. At this moment, Ling Yi frowned, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He has no advantage in the only 2 ways to obtain advanced night stone. In this case, how can he surpass everyone? I pondered for quite a while, until a certain moment, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. That's right. I can give Yi Shi and mutate high-level Yi Shi. The feeling of powerlessness dissipated immediately. And now, he was extremely looking forward to it, and extremely excited. He quickly took out a night stone, and the only high-grade night stone from his backpack. He originally planned to transform into a night stone first, and then into a high-level night stone. But before the mutation, he suddenly changed his attention. Wait a minute. To be cautious, let's change into this high-level night stone first. Otherwise, it will be considered the same item. Suffered. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately mutated the high-grade night stone in his hand. A few seconds later, this round stone, which seemed to hide a starry sky, gradually regained its clarity. Ling Yi couldn't wait to activate the Eye of Truth to check. Advanced Night Stone Creator, put it in your backpack. And after midnight every day, you can automatically get 1 advanced night stone. Good! He clenched his fists excitedly. With this thing, he has the confidence to be ahead of others. Immediately afterwards, he also mutated Yi Shi. Fortunately for him, the super mutation system did not regard these 2 things as the same item. And Yi Shi also successfully mutated. Advanced Night Stone Pack. After opening it, you can get 5 advanced night stones at one time. Hack! Yes! 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 Originally, Ling Yi's expectation was just to mutate a high-grade night stone. But now he has made a high-grade night stone bag, which has completely exceeded his expectations. He quickly opened it. Chapter 132 Prompt plus Perception equals Accurate Search. You have obtained high-grade night stone times 5. Looking at the 5 high-grade night stones, and the high-grade night stone creator lying quietly in the backpack, Ling Yi felt extremely satisfied. With these, he has a greater confidence in winning the double gold coin talisman before everyone else. It's going to be fast. Just need to work hard for 2 more days. Ding dong. Ding dong. At this time, the doorbell of the large iron gate of the outer courtyard was suddenly rang. Ling Yi was stunned, and then his perception spread out. The wind smelled the familiar scent of Yunji and Xiao Wanqing. Is anyone coming to visit? Lin Shuru, who was in the kitchen, poked her head out. Well, it's Yunji and the person I have a bet with. Xiao Wanqing? Lin Shura was stunned. A look of surprise appeared on her snow-white jade face, as if she was surprised how the other party found this place. But she didn't have time to think at the moment, so she quickly said, "Then please invite them in." Soon, Ling Yi took the two of them back to the house. "Sit wherever you want," he said to the two of them. "Okay." ×2. The two of them responded at the same time. And then Xiao Wanqing sat on the small sofa on the left, while Yunji sat next to him with a charming smile. Seeing Ling Yi looking at her in surprise, she smiled and said, "Can't you just sit down?" Yes." Immediately afterwards, he saw Xiao Wanqing looking closely at Yunji with her wide eyes. The latter's behavior at this moment seemed to subvert her understanding of her. And when she saw Yunji's hands wrapped around Ling Yi's arms, her eyes almost popped out of her head. "Aren't you? You, protected by the divine path?" Xiao Wanqing was confused. Could it be that Yunji's bet was passed down through rumors and was fake? Yunji narrowed her eyes and hummed happily, without answering, but directly talked about business with Ling Yi. "Why didn't you go to the branch just now?" "Oh, too lazy to go." "You didn't go to the branch, so you don't know?" "Phoenix Sword Master just hosted a small meeting of Ingwa town players and said that the Dark Organization Holy Sect has sent a team of about 300 people to our Xinjiang city. Finally, she took out the high-grade Night Stone as a prize and said that as long as someone can find the temporary secret base of this group of people, they can get the high-grade Night Stone." Yunji came to Ling Yi on this trip. On the one hand, she came to see her two benefactors, and on the other hand, she came to tell them the news. Oh! Ling Yi's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard that there was a high-grade Night Stone as a reward. He has a super wide range of perception that encompasses almost the entire Xinjiang city. As long as you give him time, he will find it out sooner or later. And if the other person is talking at the moment and says the key sound, Ling Yi, he can find them instantly. I don't know if the Dark members are resting now. If they are still talking, what will they say? If he knows what those people will say next, he only needs to set 1 or 2 words among them as key sounds in advance. Correct. I might be able to try it using prompts. He remembered that he also had a prompt that could give him information, although he didn't know if it would be useful in this situation. Ling Yi still took it out and held it in his hand, thinking in his heart, I want to know what the members of the Holy Sect organization in Xinjiang City will say in the next few minutes. When he was using the prompt, Yunji looked at the talisman in his hand and blinked, wondering, "What are you doing? I want to see if I can find them. Only based on this talisman? Cooperate with my abilities." Hearing this, Yunji lightly pursed her lower lip and said no more. A player's ability is everyone's privacy, and it is disrespectful to ask others about it. A few seconds later, 2 words composed of flames appeared in front of Ling Yi. Starry Sky. Xiao Wanqing and Yunji also saw these 2 words, and they looked at each other, feeling puzzled. Starry Sky? That group of people can't be in the sky. Right. Ling Yi shook his head and smiled, letting the winds carry the keynote, Xing Kong, in all directions. In this way, whenever someone says the word Starry Sky later, he can hear that sentence immediately and find the location of the speaker. Next, people within the sensing range began to say this word one after another, every time he delivered his perception. The perception of the whole city is equivalent to having the surveillance of the whole city. He can only see a small area at a time, and it is impossible to know what everyone in the city is doing every minute. Even if he really knew it, his brain wouldn't be able to process it. Not to mention that more than 99% of it was meaningless information that had nothing to do with him. About half a minute later, he suddenly heard something that only a villain would say. The starry sky here is quite beautiful. Ha ha. But it's a pity that we won't be able to see it in a few days. Following the path carried by the wind, he immediately found the speaker's location, focusing on sensing that area. I was surprised to find that it was actually in a small mountain lake that was less than 500 square meters in size. Around the guy, he did find hundreds of life breaths. After listening carefully for a while, and confirming that they were the dark players of the Holy Sect, Ling Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Found it! Found it! Where is it? A look of astonishment appeared on Yunji's charming face, and she asked subconsciously, There is a 200-meter hill in the southeast of Yunhua town. There is a 500-square-meter small lake on the right side of the hill. At the bottom of the small lake. Okay, I'll help you bring back the high-level Night Stone. With that said, Yunji released her hold on Ling Yi's arm, stood up and walked out. She was still wearing a tight black gauze skirt, and her graceful back was extremely eye-catching. After she left, Ling Yi and Xiao Wanqing were the only two people left in the hall, and the scene was a little awkward for a while. Fortunately, Lin Shura finished making a large bowl of noodles and asked Ling Yi to enjoy it while she came over to talk to Xiao Wanqing. A few minutes later, Yunji opened the door again and walked in. This time, she had a high-grade night stone in her hand. It's yours. She threw the high-grade night stone to Ling Yi, who took it casually. She walked to the dining table, pulled up a chair and sat down. She smiled sweetly and said, "You don't know how surprised the old woman was when I told her the news. The meeting ended less than 3 minutes ago, and someone found him. On the way back, that guy was still trying to get your information from me, but I didn't tell her." Hearing this, Ling Yi nodded gently while chewing the noodles. If he remembered correctly, Yunji and Phoenix Sword Master were similar in age. She said she was an old woman. Wasn't she herself? After finishing a bowl of noodles, he picked up a paper towel and wiped his mouth, saying, "What about the result? How did it go?" Yunji shook her head and said, "Without the ability to block space, some of the main people ran away. Only more than 200 minions were caught. So there are so many of you going together, and not a single space is blocked? This is not an ordinary effect, let alone our city. Even in the whole country, I am afraid that it cannot be found even in the palm of a hand." There was a trace of weakness on her beautiful and mature face. It was getting late, so Yunji and Xiao Wanqing did not stay long. After telling Ling Yi and the others where they lived, they said goodbye and left. Chapter 133 Summary, and the Road to Re-entering God. After they left, Ling Yi picked up Lin Shuru and turned back to the room. "I'm going to take a shower first." "Go ahead. I examine myself 3 times a day, and Ling Yi also needs to do some daily summary and organization." He sat at the desk and first sorted out what he had to do in the past few days. Current time, 11th, Tuesday. Number 13. Arena Qualification Review. Enemy, Audit Monster. Number 15. Great Secret Forest Temple. Target, Level 50 Monster Leader Millennium Tree Spirit. No. Big World. Target, Level 50 Demon King King Kong Giant Ape. Well, in addition to activities, these 3 things will be done in the next period of time. Right. Ling Yi thought about it carefully, and when he was sure that he had not missed anything, he briefly analyzed a few sentences. "I can definitely pass the qualification review, and I can upgrade after passing it. I can defeat the 1,000-year tree spirit, but be careful of other players in the secret realm. The big world is much more dangerous." It was impossible for him to kill the Demon King instantly, and the battle to defeat the Demon King would take at least dozens of minutes. During this period, almost all the surrounding high-level monsters and high-level players will be attracted. Just thinking about it makes me feel extremely troublesome. He touched his chin and pondered slightly. How did other people solve this situation? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the introduction about domain skills he had seen on the forum popped up in his mind. It is a skill that can encircle a place so that the sounds inside will not spread out and the fighting inside will not affect the outside world. Extremely rare. If I have a domain skill, the probability of attracting other monsters and players will be greatly reduced, and I will have bonuses in the domain. Hey! Thinking about it this way, it is indeed necessary to develop domain skills. If you remember correctly, there is a related item in the event store now. Random domain skill coupon. After using it, you can get a random domain skill. Exchange price, 1,000 night stones, limited to 5. Remaining 4. TSK, someone has already bought one. Ling Yi felt a little sense of urgency in his heart. He needs to hurry up tonight. June 11th. 8 o'clock in the morning. It's sunny outside. After Ling Yi slowly finished his breakfast, he entered the divine path unhurriedly. This time he came in just to gain experience, with no other purpose. But as soon as we arrived at the camp, there was endless noise around us. Wow! Is this area 6-6? It looks brighter. There are so many people. Are all new players coming in with player qualification cards? Are they all choosing this area? That's for sure. District 66 in June is currently the most famous district in the world. There is a super boss in this district who defeated the Demon King twice. And I heard that he is a lone ranger and doesn't interact with other people at all. For newcomers like us, A district with such a lone ranger is the most suitable for development. There was a lot of excitement, as if thousands of people had gathered for a banquet. He glanced around and clearly felt that the number of people had increased. You absorbed 73 points of Li Feng's excitement points. You absorbed 77 points of Zhang Yi's happiness points. Information about the super mutant system is also emerging faster than before. And through conversations with others, he also understood the reason. It turns out that these new faces are all new players who entered their area through player qualification cards. The redemption price for a player qualification card is 10 night stones. As long as you are lucky enough to open several treasure chests in succession or are willing to spend money to buy them from players. It is not particularly difficult to collect 10 night stones in one night. If this continues, more and more people will come to our area. Thinking that there are a total of 100 million player qualification cards, Ling Yi couldn't help but look weird. Not all. But even if only half of them choose our area, there are still 50 million. I heard that the map will expand and there will be resource challenges when the zones are combined. I wonder if there will be more people for us. When he thought that tens of millions of new people might come to their area in the future, Ling Yi felt a little hopeful. In this way, even if he comes in at 4 or 5 in the morning, there will probably be people coming and going, and it will be very lively. He prefers this lively atmosphere. Shaking his head and not thinking anymore, Ling Yi stepped into the air and flew towards the distance. The speed was so fast that even the original players in this area, let alone the newcomers, didn't see it clearly. And at the same time, on the scorched earth, Luo Yao was killing the fire element. Fireball! After throwing a fireball again to kill a fire elemental, she quickly ran to rest among several boulders nearby. Who? This is the default resting place for everyone. And there are many people besides Luo Yao. She sat down by herself, took out a bottle of water from her backpack, and drank heavily. The temperature of the blazing scorched earth is very high, and you will be sweating after a while. Experienced players will prepare more water. While Luo Yao was resting, Qin Mingya, who was deep in her soul, sighed softly. Oh, you're so slow to upgrade. Hearing this, Luo Yao was slightly speechless. She pursed her lower lip and replied in her heart. I've been leveling up very quickly. Right. Level 13 in 11 days. Very, very fast. I know. But when I think about 01 being over level 30 now, I always feel like there might be some way to go faster. Zero Yi's ranking at the top of the level 30-39 range proves that he is at least level 30. All the forces that have been paying attention to 01 got this information as early as the day he reached the top. It can't be compared. It can't be compared. Luo Yao felt helpless. But at your rate, it will take about 10 years to reach level 72. She knew it would probably take this long when she entered the depths of Luo Yao's soul. It was a bit novel at first, and I thought it was just a different perspective on the world. But she couldn't do anything here, and staying there for a long time made her more and more bored. When she thought about staying here for nearly 10 years in the future, she felt as if she was in a prison. Luo Yao was thoughtful, and he immediately heard the loneliness in her words. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty in her heart, and said, I'm sorry. I upgraded too slowly. Do you still remember that broken artifact? Qin Mingya said suddenly. Luo Yao was suddenly shocked when she heard Qin Mingya talking about this. Remember, 5 years ago, an artifact called Thousand Fantasy Flowing Lights was attacked by a group of people with all their strength, trying to destroy it. As a result, the artifact turned into 5 fragments and flew around the world, and its whereabouts are still unknown. If you can put all the fragments of that artifact together, maybe you can restore it to its original state, Qin Mingya said with hope in her eyes. If there really is that one, then you can go find my tribe. Didn't I take advantage of this? Luo Yao felt a little flattered. The effect of the artifact, Thousand Fantasy Streamers, is particularly fresh in her memory. The user can actively lower his level and return the experience consumed for upgrading. All attributes will be permanently reduced by the lowered level. You can still get free attribute points by upgrading again. You can transfer your experience to other players. Chapter 134 Target, the energy core of the universe. What Qin Mingya just said was to let her take this artifact to the Qin family. As long as each member of the Qin family uses this artifact once to share some experience with her, then as long as there are more people, she can quickly reach level 72. How can it be considered a big bargain? When you use this artifact to downgrade yourself, why don't you just give the experience back to them? Luo Yao. She blinked blankly and then exclaimed, "No wonder this artifact was artificially destroyed. The effect is too exaggerated. With enough experience, you can freely control the levels." But having said that, after Qin Mingyao said this, she also felt that this method was extremely feasible. As long as she can collect 5 artifact fragments and successfully restore it, everything else will fall into place. Okay, I will start collecting information about the artifact fragments when I get back later. After resting for a minute or two, Luo Yao recovered a lot. Just when she was about to leave here and continue to kill the fire element, the event challenge of this special event suddenly appeared in front of all the players. Event challenge: all players must kill 10 boss monsters in total within 10 minutes. Challenge reward: announce the effect of one of the artifacts in advance. Extraordinary events have event challenges and event tasks. The main difference between the two is that the former targets all players, while the latter targets individuals. What? Is this a reward? As soon as she saw this kind of reward, Luo Yao's pretty little face showed a look of surprise. Not just her. Almost all the players were surprised. Didn't the challenge rewards of previous major events open new redemption items in the store? Why did it change to this time? Maybe it's because there are so many items in the store during this event. Yes. Speaking of which, the event store this time is richer than before. The players talked about it, but still did their own thing. It would definitely not be possible for a makeshift team to defeat the monster leader. Only those areas that were prepared to fight or were currently fighting would have a chance. The challenge is not particularly difficult, and most people are confident. At the same time, all the districts that were fighting the boss monster sped up. No more waiting. Let's drive now. Hurry up. Make a small contribution to the world. The sooner you know the effectiveness of the artifact, the sooner you let the country make arrangements. Come on, everyone. With the joint efforts of a small number of players, this challenge was completed in just 7 minutes. Congratulations on completing the challenge. The effect of the artifact, Cosmic Energy Core, has been announced. Like most people, Luo Yao quickly ended another battle and retreated from the field into the boulder. She quickly opened the activity store and opened the effect of this artifact on the first column. So far, a total of 10 artifacts have appeared. 1 is broken, and 1 is missing. The remaining 8 pieces are now in the hands of major countries. Among them, there are 2 pieces each of Xinxia, Beiying and Beixiong, maintaining a delicate balance. When the artifact effect interface appeared in front of her, Luo Yao quickly closed her eyes, calmed down her inner excitement, and then opened her eyes with anticipation. Cosmic Energy Core artifact improves the holder's physique by 1000. Can provide energy for skills, props, treasures or weapons that require energy. Contains 10,000 energy and naturally recovers 1% every second. If you are not someone who understands energy, you may be confused when you see such an effect. This doesn't look particularly strong, does it? Not far from Luo Yao, a newcomer said hesitantly. Even if you have some knowledge of the universal magic skill heart source energy or energy props, you wouldn't say such a thing. The person next to him shook his head and frowned. To put it bluntly, players who have been practicing with heart source energy for 20 years have generally only accumulated 1,000 energy. It is very powerful to burst out all at once, but naturally it will take a day to fully recover. Time. With this thing, a one-time burst of 1,000 energy can be recovered in only 10 seconds. It can even be a one-time burst of 10,000 energy. The newcomer was still a little puzzled, scratching his head and saying, "But isn't it just about improving personal combat power? How can other artifacts be as versatile as this?" Hear the words. Several people around him looked at each other, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. You can use all B-level energy props, treasures, etc. to produce S-level effects. Is that straightforward enough? Oh, I understand. I understand. The newcomer suddenly realized. Luo Yao ignored the discussions of the people around her. She was more experienced and saw the essence of this thing at a glance. This is like a power source. Some people have little knowledge and will only use it for lighting, while some people's goal is the stars and the sea, so they will use it on space battleships. Some people use the effects of ordinary props, but some people can use the effects that transcend artifacts. While she was murmuring in surprise, Qin Mingyao, who had more knowledge than her, frowned tightly. Many special energy props suddenly appeared in her mind. It would be very bad if hostile forces get it. If I have this artifact, wouldn't I be equivalent to having unlimited automatic use of blood medicine? Ling Yi stood on the surface of a piece of lava, and all the surrounding monsters had been wiped out by him. He looked at the artifact in the activity store and immediately thought of his solar absorber. That thing can restore 1% of its vitality or physical strength for every 1 point of energy it consumes. And if he has this artifact, he can recover 100 points of energy every second. That is, he can recover 100% of his vitality or physical strength every second. This way he can roam around. You basically don't have to worry about your identity being exposed. Right? After all, this artifact itself also adds 1,000 physical properties. Others can't lose it in a second, but they can regain full health in a second, making them completely invincible. Just be careful about the means you use to prevent recovery. Ling Yi stood there with his arms folded, looking at the lava ground in a trance. He reconfirmed his true thoughts in his mind. Do I really need to get this? Doesn't it matter if you don't get it? If it is taken by others, they will become stronger. And I will also be missing the only way to restore my vitality infinitely. Thinking of this, Ling Yi became determined. Sure enough, I still want to get this artifact. So far, in addition to the original schedule plan, he also has an additional goal that is not yet determined when to be completed. Target requirement, 100 high-grade Nightstones. Yisher first saves up to buy domain skill lottery tickets. And high-level Yisher buys magical runes first. After having the magical runes, high-level Yisher saves all his money to buy artifacts. With a simple sentence, Ling Yi settled all the subsequent arrangements for the currency of the event. But saving 100 high-level Nightstones cannot be done in a few days. Someone in Beijing threatened to complete it in 50 days, and Ling Yi also made a plan for himself. 1 month. Buy the artifact within 1 month. After setting the plan, he stopped dilly-dallying. Use the strong wind to continue to spawn monsters. Chapter 135 Lin Shiru's Goals and Field Skills. The time soon came to the evening of the 11th. While Ling Yi went out to participate in activities, Lin Shiru stayed at home alone. There are many crises in this world, and she doesn't want to go out and make Ling Yi worry. Not to mention that with her strength, even if she worked hard all night, she would not be able to get a few Nightstones, so it was not worth the risk. Alas, now she was lying on the bed in Ling Yi's bedroom, looking at the ceiling with moist blue eyes and sighing quietly. So beautiful. Xiao Wanqing. Since chatting with Xiao Wanqing at close range in the early morning, her flawless face and soulful eyes have appeared in her mind from time to time. She also secretly compared the figures of both parties, and found that she was also completely blown away in terms of figure. The bigger one is bigger. The thin one is thinner. The legs are longer and taller than she is. And her advantages are probably that her skin is whiter and more supple. And her body is softer and more resilient. Right? Every time she thought about this, Lin Shiru felt a little restless. Distraught, she got out of bed, walked barefoot into the cubicle, and sat in the hot spring. Light white smoke curled up from the water, and she looked through the spring water, looking at her flawless body in trance. No! At a certain moment, she suddenly frowned and said to herself, I must become more beautiful. Ling Yi is the most terrifying newcomer in the past 20 years. He has unlimited potential and is very likely to reach the top of the world in the future. And if I were no different at that time than I am now, the world would definitely say that I was not worthy of him. This is a situation that is very easy to foresee. Even if she could ignore what the world said, she couldn't heal the uneasiness in her heart. Only by becoming more beautiful and charming can she have the confidence to stand side by side with him. Lin Shiru stretched out her hand and slowly closed her white fingers in front of her face. A frightening determination flashed through her blue eyes. If he wants to become the strongest man in the world, then I will become the most beautiful one in the world. Woman. Only in this way. She clenched her fists, and her snow-white jade face showed an unprecedented fierceness. It is simply unrealistic to follow Ling Yi's footsteps and become stronger, but just to become the most beautiful woman in the world. She still has a little hope in her heart. Almost all female gamers around the world are beautiful, because the Shinty store has bottled and diluted growth water that promotes growth, beauty lotion that improves skin texture and removes impurities, and sweet medicine that sweetens body fluids and sweat. Most female gamers use all three items at the same time. She wants to be better than others, unless there are skincare products that are superior to them. My skin is fine with this spring water. I still need it. Lin Shiru actually soaked in the spring for 6 hours this time. It wasn't until midnight on the 12th, when Ling Yi came back from outside after finishing her activities, that she left the hot spring, put on her pink slippers, picked up a white gauze skirt and draped it around her body, and walked downstairs. You're back. How was your harvest today? She elegantly came to sit next to Ling Yi and asked softly, "There are only 2 boss monsters today, and I only got 1 high-level night stone." She nodded and saw the man's brows were slightly tired. She couldn't help but raise her lips to kiss the man's forehead and said affectionately, "I'll make you some supper." "Good." After watching Lin Shuru walk into the kitchen, Ling Yi opened the activity store slowly and looked at the activity currency column displayed at the bottom. Yishur, 1167. Advanced Night Stone, 8. He got 1 piece from the boss monster and another piece just after midnight. So now, he has a total of 8 high-level night stones. Good. He nodded with satisfaction. And then redeemed the Field Skill Lottery ticket from the event store. This thing was still 2 left when he bought it. After he bought one of them, the last one was also bought quickly. When getting new items, always prioritize mutation. After a few seconds, he opened it again. Field Skill Lottery ticket after use. You can randomly obtain 2 field skills. Ling Yi. Can it still be like this? This is also the first time he has seen the quantity obtained changed. Before, it was basically the type of improving quality. Out of curiosity, he used the coupon. You use the Field Skill Lottery ticket and obtain the 6-star skill, Sky Field, and the 7-star skill, Shining Field. He checked the 2 skills in turn. The former allows the user to fly within the field without consumption. The latter can drive the shining energy in the field to attack the enemy. Ling Yi could fly himself, so he decisively chose the latter and mutated it. Open it again soon. Shining Field, 7 stars, expand the shining field centered on your current location. Sounds within the domain will not spread to the outside world. Battles within the domain will not affect the outside world. The terrain environment within the domain will be fixed when the domain is launched, and will be restored after the domain ends. In addition, this field has the following effects. Can consume physical strength to create lightning and attack enemies anywhere in the area. Can consume physical strength to create flash, heal itself or other friendly units. It is worth mentioning that while maintaining the domain, the player's physical strength will continue to be consumed. So as soon as he saw this skill, Ling Yi immediately realized that this was another big user of physical strength. Okay. With it. No matter whether you fight the devil in the big world or the boss monster in the real world, it will be harder for others to find you. Even if there are no additional effects, the nature of the field skill alone can guarantee it a minimum of 5 stars. Just one more ordinary ability can reach 6 stars, and a stronger ability can jump directly to 7 stars. It seems that the highest field skill is only 7 stars. With probability reversal, the fact that he only got 7 stars is telling. Unless his face is horribly dark. You learn the skill, Shining Field. Star position -7. Stars remaining, 12. After mastering the skills in this field, Ling Yi opened the event store again and checked out the rewards that could be exchanged for night stones. Among them, there are 2 exchange items that are the most versatile. 5 experience, 1 night stone. 100 gold coins, 1 night stone. 1 night stone can be exchanged for 5 experience points. TSK. For advanced players, they can't wait to exchange them all for this. Let alone an advanced player. Even for him, it still has a lot of appeal. Ling Yi glanced at the items that Yishur could redeem and found that there was nothing he particularly needed. Therefore, he decided to save all the night stones he would get in the future. If no other exchange items appear in the future, it won't be a loss if all of them are exchanged for experience. After doing all this, he turned off all the panels, breathed a sigh of relief, and laid down on the sofa to take a nap. Soon, Lin Shuru in the kitchen invited him to come over for supper. It's already 0:11 in the morning. Do you want to go to Shenlu later? Yeah. No. We'll go in the morning. Oh. Lin Shuru sat next to him, hesitating in her heart whether to tell him her goal. Chapter 136 Mysterious Fusion Skills. After pondering for a long time, Lin Shuru was still a little shy to speak. She thought to herself, forget it. I'd better not say it. If I say it but can't do it, it will only disappoint him. It's better to change slowly. She just didn't mention the plan, but she still had to mention the maintenance items. After all, the man in front of you has unlimited possibilities, and you might get it in the future. When Ling Yi finished eating, she picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of his mouth while saying, You? She threw the paper towel back into the trash can and then said sheepishly, If you encounter any maintenance props in the future, you can help me pay attention to them. Huh? Oh, no problem. Ling Yi nodded and didn't think much about it. Women all love beauty anyway. If she didn't tell him, he would consider it if he met her. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately remembered a 2-star skill called Growth Expectation that he had seen when he checked the activity store. Speaking of which, have you seen the activity store in detail? He asked Lin Shuru. Huh? No. Lin Shuru shook her head and said, because I didn't participate in the interaction. I didn't take a closer look at the event store. What's wrong? Ling Yi asked her to go to the store and check the skill herself. Growth Expectation, 2 stars passive. The growth and development of the body will be affected by thoughts to a certain extent. This? Lin Shuru looked a little disappointed and said, I have basically stopped growing. Even if I use props to grow again, it won't change much. It's okay. I have better skills here. Ling Yi spent 5 night stones to exchange this skill and mutate it. The mutation comes according to his expectations. As long as he is sincerely willing to change his name, the name will naturally change. When I opened it again a few seconds later, the name had indeed changed. Wish with 1 heart, 2 stars, the body will gradually change according to the owner's wishes. Ling Yi gave this skill to Lin Shuru. Wow! As soon as she saw this skill, her eyes immediately lit up, and she said in surprise, there is such a skill in the divine path. They are both 2 stars. Why is there such a big gap? The excited Lin Shuru had no intention of asking him where this skill came from. After confirming again and again that this is a gift for her, learn it quickly. She has also been promoted to a level in the past few days, and her star level is sufficient. I will pay attention to the others when I meet them in the future. No. 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 Lin Shuru hugged him and jumped happily, with deep joy on her pretty face. This skill and spring water are enough. She is confident that she can catch up to or even surpass Xiao Wanqing in terms of figure and appearance. That's right. After she was overjoyed, she suddenly remembered something, raised her head and asked, is there still a support position? Ling Yi opened the panel and took a look. He saw that the level of Contract of 1 Heart had reached level 3 at some point. So he nodded and said, yes, there is one more. He had told her before that he would be able to get more support positions as time went by. But at that time, Lin Shuru was worried that she wouldn't be able to keep up with his level improvement. So she didn't come to him for help. What? You want to rescue me? No. I can't keep up with your level improvement. Even if I support you for a few days, it will be gone. Lin Shuru shook her head and said bluntly, it's Xiao Wanqing. She wants to support you. From what she said, she seems to be able to keep up with your level improvement. How can it be? Ling Yi shook his head in disbelief. It is true. Lin Shuru pulled him to sit on the sofa in the hall. She immediately opened the chat group interface of the forum, found a group chat called Genius Girls United Garden, clicked in and showed him a small section of the chat history. While Ling Yi was checking, Lin Shuru was still explaining. Xiao Wanqing and I were originally members of this group. We were not forced to leave after losing our player status. Now that we have recovered, we naturally come back. Part of the chat history. Golden Fairy, Miss Xia family. Do you want to be my fusion material? Xia is a Changfeng. What do you mean? The number 1 immortal in the world. Fairy recently obtained the ancestral 10-star fusion skill, which can fuse other people into her body. By then, her combat effectiveness will be greatly improved and she can clear monsters very quickly. At the same time, you can also gain the experience she gained. Golden Fairy, only virgins. Peerless Witch, I am also a virgin. Why don't you let me melt? Hashtag Golden Fairy, no. Gonghan Yuing at Peerless Witch. Don't you have some ideas in your heart? It's disgusting to be ambiguous with so many men and merge with you. Golden Fairy, if you are willing, you can directly use the zone transfer card in the event store to transfer to our zone. We are in the 20th district on May 19th. Many friends in the group are in our area. The wind sounds graceful at Xia Zhangfeng. Come on. Come on. The upgrade speed is super fast. Xia Zhangfeng, okay. Recorded. This skill is very powerful. Is there a limit to the number of people? Yes. 5 people. Ling Yi nodded and said, 5 people are not bad. For the fusion subject, this skill can greatly enhance combat effectiveness. For fused individuals, they can earn more experience while lying down. It's an extremely good skill that benefits both parties. If that's the case, the upgrade speed is indeed very fast. Looking at Lin Shuru in front of him, an idea flashed in Ling Yi's mind. If I can get this skill and mutate it, maybe I can fuse with her. while improving my combat power. It also allows her to gain experience. This way, she can keep up with my leveling up and stay with me for a long time. Now, he didn't want Lin Shiru to be supported by other men. Although it didn't matter. He just didn't want to. For this reason, it is also his duty to try his best to solve her rescue problem. What's that skill called? He asked. The ultimate miracle fusion. Ling Yi raised his eyebrows. For some reason, when he heard the name, he unconsciously thought of a child's toy. He went to the forum to look for information about this skill, but only saw a few pieces of information. The old father's expectation has kept a reward for his daughter for 20 years. Posted by Southeast and West. Reward: Ultimate Miracle Fusion. Announced by the world 20 years ago. Posted by Sea Spirit. These posts are all about the same thing. It turns out that there was a first-year player who got this 10-star skill because of the world announcement 20 years ago. It happened to be the day his daughter was born. So he kept this skill and planned to give it to his daughter in the future. It wasn't until a few days ago that this skill was officially given away. It seems that the daughter here is the golden fairy in the group. It is basically certain that this skill has only appeared once in the world announcement so far. It's extremely difficult to get it again. Yes, the goblin has said her identity. She is the daughter of one of the 6 divine pillars. The night is slightly cooler. Lin Shiru tightened her tight white gauze clothes, which were as thin as cicada wings, and immediately climbed into Ling Yi's arms. Hold him and rest your head on his chest. The elegant fragrance poured into his nostrils, making him feel relaxed. Let's use the prompt again tomorrow. Shaking his head, Ling Yi picked up Lin Shiru and got up to go back to the room. Chapter 137 Miracle Transfer. In the morning, the sun is shining brightly. While Lin Shiru was still asleep, Ling Yi had already gotten up and walked outside the yard, sitting on a wooden chair to bask in the sun. Remembering the fusion skills they talked about in the morning, he immediately took out the prompt and used it. Soon, the flames burned out 2 skill names in front of him. Mystical Fusion. Miraculous Power. Oh! So you can use these 2 skills to fuse them? He quickly searched for these 2 skills. The former was easily found on the exchange. It is a 6-star skill, and only costs 10,000 gold coins. The latter has no clue at all. For this reason, he had no choice but to use the last chance of the prompt. This thing can only be used 3 times a week. The flames burned out 4 big characters. The treasure trove of the Divine Alliance. Ling Yi pondered for a while, and soon came up with a solution. He just needs to contribute another treasure synthesis formula, and let them exchange part of the rewards for this skill. Having learned from his previous contributions to the Emerald Ring, this time, he acted very quickly. Within a few minutes, everything was done. Baoming Customer Service number 13, thank you again for your contribution. We will send 1.9 million gold coins and 8-star skill miracle power to you later. In January of each year, you can also receive 50% dividends. This time, what he provided was a B-level treasure synthesis formula with healing capabilities, which could treat minor injuries, severe injuries, or broken arms and legs. 01, okay. But can this dividend only be paid once a year? Can it be released once a month? Originally, Ling Yi didn't care much about gold coins. But since the mysterious store was established, millions of gold coins could not make him feel at ease. If an S-level permanent item were refreshed, he wouldn't be able to afford it. The S-level items in the event shop seem to be specially made for the event, and they are all disposable props. None of it is permanent. Therefore, although it can be redeemed with only 10 high-grade night stones, the price will not be very high even if it is placed in the mysterious store. It should only cost about 100,000 gold coins to hold up the sky. Baoming Customer Service number 13, okay. Then we will send it to you once every month in the future. 01, okay. Shortly after the dividend was finalized, the skill, miracle power, and 1.9 million gold coins finally arrived. Immediately afterwards, he quickly entered the exchange, bought the skill, Mysterious Fusion, and put the 2 skills into fusion. This fusion requires 100 gold coins. Do you want to continue? Continue. After a few seconds, the fusion result is released. You have obtained the 10-star skill, Ultimate Miracle Fusion. Ling Yi quickly opened it to check. Ultimate Miracle Fusion, 10 stars, can integrate up to 5 players of the same sex who are not higher than itself into the body. Each fusion can obtain 50% of the opponent's all attributes. The experience gained through combat can also be obtained by the fusion person. Change the body shape appropriately according to the fusion person. Other details omitted. It's actually okay. This skill is not as exaggerated as Ling Yi imagined. There were originally 2 people in the team, but now they have merged into one stronger person. It is hard to say whether the team will become stronger or weaker. It can only be said that fusion or separation according to different opportunities is the best way. He lowered his gaze, focusing on its mutation potential. Ultimate Miracle Fusion Mutation Potential, Medium. The system has changed. After a few seconds, the skill returned to clarity, and Ling Yi clicked it again. Miracle Transfer 10 stars. With the consent of the other party, you can temporarily transfer the other party's attributes to yourself, and the other party can take it back at any time. This skill can only be used on players not higher than your own level, and up to 5 people can be transferred at the same time. The experience gained by oneself through combat can also be obtained by the other party. Huh? It's actually changed so much? Looking at the mutated skills, Ling Yi was slightly surprised. Fusion directly becomes transfer, and there is no problem in treating it as a brand new skill. Let's not talk about becoming stronger or weaker. But he is still willing to accept this change. After all, he has so many secrets. So it's okay to fuse with Lin Shuru. But if he fuses with other people, it would be really inconvenient. Ling Yi didn't hesitate and quickly learned it. You have learned the skill, Miracle Transfer. Star position -10. Remaining star positions, 2. He can continue to upgrade after passing the qualification review tomorrow morning. So although there are only 2 star positions left, he is not panicking. Now he ran back to the house happily, pulled Lin Shuru up, and experienced some transfer. In an instant, an invisible force flew out of her body, and flew into Ling Yi's body unhurriedly, as if the cool river water was flowing over the dry land. Every part of Ling Yi's body felt a different kind of satisfaction, and a full sense of fulfillment spread throughout his body. How about it? Lin Shuru asked curiously, blinking her big blue eyes. Yeah. It's very comfortable and fulfilling. He could feel himself getting a little stronger. And you? While asking the question, Ling Yi also opened the Eye of Truth to check the opponent's current attributes. Lin Shuru's current 5 dimensions: Strength 3, Mana 5, 130, Agility 40, Endurance 10, and Constitution 10. It feels the same as usual. It just transferred 125 points of mana to me. Yes. Ling Yi chuckled lightly and said, it's just the same as usual. Mana is an attribute that is relatively difficult to detect. If it is transferred, it will basically have no impact on a person's normal life. Unlike strength and agility, you can clearly feel the difference if you lower it. Very good. Lin Shuru smiled at him and said happily, with your new skills, I can help you at home in the future. Well, it's a very good skill to be able to make use of other people's idle attributes. How many people can you transfer at the same time? 5. That's it. Lin Shuru nodded, her eyes thoughtful. The 2 chatted briefly after that, and Lin Shuru went down to make breakfast. A few minutes later, while the 2 were enjoying breakfast, a series of divine information suddenly appeared. Event mission, Main Road Crusade. Task time, 8 a.m. on the 12th to 8 a.m. on the 22nd. Mission reward 1. Kill the main road monster with 1 night stone. The main road elite monster with 10 night stones. The leader monster with 1 high-level night stone. And the main road demon with 20 high-level night stones. Task reward 2. For every level passed, players in all areas can receive 500 night stones and 1 high-grade night stone. Tip: at the beginning of the task, players in the entire area can vote to choose the difficulty of the task in this area. The higher the difficulty, the richer the reward. Tip: players are not allowed to transfer zones during the mission. Tip: the Nightstone/Advanced Nightstone rewarded by the mission cannot be traded. Ling Yi and Ling Yi looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. The first event mission of this major event has appeared. Lin Shuru looked at the mission reward and smiled unconsciously, saying, and this mission is beneficial to you. It's not easy for you to fight in this world, but in the divine path, you can summon meteorites at will. Most people in the world know that 01 cannot fight in this world. After all, this guy has the title of Star Summoning Boss. Not being able to use the method of summoning stars is equivalent to cutting off one of his arms, and it will definitely be difficult to fully display his strength. Chapter 138: The highest difficulty. Compared to others, Ling Yi knew his advantages in fighting on the divine road better. In addition to the flame star, he can also use it as much as he wants when called by the wind god. He can bring tornadoes and big storms at his fingertips. so he no longer has to worry about damaging the buildings in the world. For a mage, like him with a super wide range of attacks, combat in this world is really restricted. He turned to look at the clock on the wall, seeing that there were still a few minutes until 8 o'clock. He couldn't help but ask Lin Shuru, "Do you want to transfer to our area? If you want, you can only do it now." Lin Shuru lowered her head and pondered for a while, then nodded heavily and said, "Okay, I'll transfer, but I won't act with you. I will take the risk myself. Don't come to me if you have nothing to do." She didn't want to drag him down. She also doesn't want others to find out 01's current identity through her. Good. There is protection for women in the divine path. Ling Yi just went with her. He went to the activity store and spent 100 night stones to exchange for a zone transfer card and quickly handed it over to her. Transfer zone card allows you to transfer to another zone of the same level. Elementary pictures can only be converted into elementary pictures. Intermediate pictures can only be converted into intermediate pictures. And so on. Soon, when 8 o'clock arrived on time, the two of them entered the divine path together. When players come to the divine road from the real world, they will randomly appear in a certain location in the camp. Therefore, even if they entered the world side by side, after arriving at the camp, they might be in one place and the other, with no rules at all. Also at this time, the difficulty options for this area are displayed in front of all players. Difficulty selection. 1. Ordinary. The level of monsters on the main road remains unchanged, and the mission rewards remain unchanged. 2. Difficulty. Main road monster level plus 10. 2x mission reward. 3. Nightmare. Main road monster level plus 20. 3 times mission reward. Tip. Please vote for players in this area to choose one of the difficulties. After the difficulty is selected, until the end of the mission, the monsters on the main road will be strengthened accordingly. Tip. A second mission may appear during this mission. Please choose carefully. Upon seeing these 3 difficulties, the players all showed different expressions. Some were surprised, some were confused, and some were excited. Oh my god! The first event task of the big event is such a big one. It seems that this big event won't take more than 3 months like before. Yes. In the past, it took me so long to accumulate artifacts. This time, I estimate it will be over in less than 2 months. What difficulty should we choose? Of course it's the third one. Why do you say that? How many levels are we all at? Can we fight the main road? We can definitely only let the big guy 0 fight. And as long as he clears the level, we can get the Night Stone and the Advanced Night Stone. If we choose the third difficulty, we can get it in 1 level. 1,500 Night Stones and 3 high-grade Night Stones. Very good. Yes. The players in Area 66 in June didn't know whether to be happy or sad at this time. The situation in their area is particularly special. Although it has reached the intermediate level, more than 99% of the players are still around level 10. A few higher ones can reach level 13 or 14. No matter how high they are the players who have transferred to other regions. These low-level players knew that the event mission only lasted for 10 days. And it was basically impossible for them to hit the main road during these 10 days. Therefore, if there is one, I will basically choose the third difficulty option. Ling Yi was absorbing the constantly jumping emotional points while listening to the discussions of the people around him. Smiling a little heartlessly, being a bit more casual, I also chose the third difficulty option. Not long after that, the difficulty of Area 66 was determined. More than half of the players in this area have chosen Nightmare difficulty. Therefore, the difficulty of the tasks in this area is confirmed to be Nightmare. Main road monster level plus 20. The main road monsters refer to all the monsters on the main road, including elite monsters, boss monsters, and demon kings. Seeing that the difficulty of the task was confirmed, Ling Yi didn't hesitate any longer. He stood up and flew towards the main road. However, the closer you get to the 6th level, the darker the sky becomes and the air becomes more humid. Passing over the golden altar and passing through a 100-meter high forest, the area in front of me was covered with heavy rain. Current area, Skeleton Army, level 6 of the main road. Monster information, Skeleton Armor, LV 50 LV 55. Skeleton Archer, LV 50 LV 55. Skeleton Mage, LV 50 LV 55. Skeleton General, LV 55. Leader. It was raining heavily. Ling Yi stood on a higher ground, creating updrafts around him to avoid the rain. He lowered his head and looked down. And what he saw was an endless, relatively flat, yellow-brown land. In the rain curtain, huge tents stained with blood were erected, and they still did not fade under the wash of the rain. Boom! There were bursts of thunder in the dark clouds, and the light of thunder shone across the sky and earth from time to time. The different levels on the main road are not necessarily sunny. For example, the Skeleton Legion level has a rainy background. Ling Yi did not rush to take action, but turned to look elsewhere. He is not the only one standing here now. Instead, there were hundreds of players he had never seen before. Some were sitting on the shoulders of the 30-meter-high clay giant. Some were standing in the air with their teammates with their arms crossed. And some were hidden in the black mist, unable to see their bodies. These people, without exception, are all looking at him now. Through the wind's reports, he heard their voices. The blurry figure is probably 01. Who wants to go over and test it out? Wouldn't it be better to wait and see his specific combat capabilities before making a decision? Be fully prepared before we go up. We came to this area specifically to kill him. We must not let him notice before taking action. These are the people standing in the air with their arms crossed. Wow! I finally got to see this legendary figure up close. Is he as powerful as the rumors say? Having defeated the Demon King twice, there is absolutely no problem with my strength. But now that I have attribute combat power, I will be weak if I have a low level. This is an absolute hidden dragon. Go over and make friends with him later. 01 is in danger. I heard that many foreign forces have sent strong men to this area just to deal with him. He is only number 1 on the 30 to 39 level list. Most of these people are strong on the 50 to 59 level list. They are in a very dangerous situation. Hee hee. I am also a strong person on the list. If I help you at a critical moment, this legendary figure will also thank me. It is clear. The people who moved to their area were roughly divided into 2 categories. One type is specially designed to deal with him. This type of people have high levels of combat power, are well planned and organized, and need to be carefully guarded against. The other type comes here because of its fame and other small ideas such as making friends. There is no need to worry about this type of people. Now, he glanced at everyone present, secretly thinking that there was trouble. And at the same time, he was ready to start fighting. Anyway, let's scare them with a flaming star with a diameter of 40 kilometers. Ling Yi raised one hand to the sky and called softly, Xing Luo! When everyone around him saw his action, they couldn't help but look up at the sky. Chapter 139. Everyone frightened by Yin Xing. Above the dim sky, a burst of extremely dazzling fire suddenly appeared. The firelight penetrated the thick dark clouds and shined in all directions, making the entire sky red. Immediately afterwards, in the widened eyes of everyone, a crimson energy ball like the sun, wrapped in golden flames, appeared above the clouds. It burned away the dark clouds in the sky with great arrogance and accelerated towards the land. What? The faces of the people who had just stood in the air and threatened to kill 0E were all shaken. They no longer maintained their cold expressions and flew out as fast as they could for their lives. What the H.L.? The young man sitting on the clay giant trembled all over and almost fell off the clay giant's shoulders. He quickly used the teleportation skill to teleport himself and the summoned beast out together. Everyone else was also shocked and quickly evacuated outside using their own methods. Time is urgent. They don't have time to think or say anything. Just run away as fast as you can. At this time, players in other areas also discovered the situation here. Wow! Why is there a sun on the other side of the main road? In the camp, someone pointed to the sky in the direction of the main road and exclaimed. Others looked up and indeed saw a small sun setting. It's the meteorite from Master Xiaoxing. Oh my god! This is too big. Will it affect us here? That shouldn't happen. Right. This is a camp here. It may not hurt us, but it will definitely have some impact. After a while, when the flaming star fell to the ground, there seemed to be a sudden silence between heaven and earth. What follows is a burst of flames that will be extremely dazzling even if you escape 10,000 meters away. Many people didn't have the consciousness to close their eyes at all. When illuminated by this dazzling light, they all seemed to be blind and could no longer see anything else. Boom! When everyone felt as if they were blind, a huge roar like the roar of heaven and earth finally came from the distance and poured into their ears like raging sea water. Within these few seconds, they felt like they were deaf too. However, before they could fully understand the current situation, the flames that roared along with the shock wave had already surged in like a tide. They were like an exploding sea of fire, rushing in all directions along the main road. The sea of fire on one side spread over the golden altar and headed south. The 5th and 4th levels of the main road finally spread over the first level of the main road and burned to the ground at the Prairie Wolf camp at the entrance of the main road. The flames rose tens of thousands of meters, burning the torrential rain into thousands of meters of steam. You killed the skeleton archer, LV-55. Experience plus 17. Nightstone plus 3. You killed the skeleton mage, LV-58. Experience plus 20. Nightstone plus 3. You killed. Obtained the 3-star skill, Undead Sphere. You have obtained the 4-star skill, Corroding Magic Arrow. You gain. Tip: your backpack items have reached the upper limit, and other loot has automatically entered the temporary mailbox. The temporary mailbox only exists for 10 minutes. Therefore, Ling Yi had no time to worry about anything else and quickly recycled all these useless skills. Net profit of more than 5 million gold coins. In addition, I also gained about 130,000 experience points and 18,000 night stones, which can be said to be a huge gain. This time we only killed about 6,000 skeleton mages and skeleton archers in total. The skeleton armor soldier has a relatively high physique, so he couldn't be killed with one shot. There is an invisible barrier between the main road and the wild area, so that the battle on the main road will not affect the wild area. And it also prevents players from going directly from the wild to subsequent levels on the main road. Therefore, although the attack range of his flame star is large, the flame only spreads in the main road. Now he and a group of senior players are on the territory of the 7th level of the main road. Because of the barrier between the 6th and 7th levels, the flames have not spread to them. Now, this group of people looked at him with obviously more awe than before. They stood in the distance and talked quietly, but they didn't know that all the words were heard by him. Is this the star summoning boss? He is indeed worthy of his name. I finally understand why those people want to kill him. With such a large range of attack skills, it is like a bomb that may detonate at any time. This needs to be fired directly in the capital of some country. TSK, TSK, TSK. No. Those people wanted to kill him solely because of his terrifying potential. They didn't know he could pull such a big meteorite. When he goes back and reports it this time, the number of people sent to deal with him will only increase. But it looks like he is a mage. His melee ability is not strong. I think our success rate in defeating him will be higher. Do you want to test it now? Hear this. Ling Yi quickly focused his perception on those people who wanted to deal with him. Those were the 4 young men standing in the air just now. All 4 of them were wearing the same set of clothes, with white short sleeves with eagle patterns on their upper bodies and gray and white shorts on their lower bodies. They were all around 25 years old, apparently from the same organization. Just listen to these 4 people continue to communicate in a low voice. It is not safe to act now. If it fails, it will be difficult to act again in the future. That's right. I think we can use some tricks first. Ling Yi was happy when he heard that these people were going to use tricks. He has never seen the specific effects of intelligence aura. And on the other side, the 4 level 59 elite players from the White Eagle Kingdom's #1 player guild, the United Gods, quietly conspired away from the crowd. Intelligence 10%. There should be others here who want to deal with 01. We can use their hands to try him. Only after we figure out 01's general attributes and skills can our response strategy be more stable. It's a good idea. But how do you get other people to take action? Intelligence 20%. It's simple. As long as we give them certain benefits, they will take action. Yes, they were originally going to deal with 01, and now they are getting benefits for nothing. They will definitely not refuse. The other people who have to deal with 01 are all elite players from other countries. If 01 is not here, they are enemies. These people have forgotten this. Intelligence 30%. But instead of giving benefits to others and letting others test them, why don't we just give them 01? Hack. That's right. Just give 01 the benefit and ask him about his attributes and skills. Will the other party answer? Haha. He doesn't know that we are here to deal with him. As long as we give him enough benefits, he will definitely answer. After discussing the plan, the 4 of them were very happy. Ling Yi was also very happy after listening to the whole story. Everyone is happy together is the real happiness. He thought happily in his heart, very satisfied with the power of the wisdom halo. Next, these 4 people came to see him as they said. Chapter 140 Artifact Fragments and Mysterious Streamers. When the 4 of them approached Ling Yi, many players around them, who were still thinking about it, also turned their attention to it. Huh? That's the elite squadron of the first guild of White Eagle, United Gods. It is composed of the 4 most elite members below level 60 in the entire guild. The gods and gods have been licking the White Alliance. They must be here to deal with 01. There's a good show to watch. These people raised their minds and couldn't help but gather towards this side. Ling Yi turned around and looked at the 4 people walking next to him. Hello. One of the 4 people stood up and said politely to Ling Yi, "My name is Ma Jie, and I am the captain of the Celestial Squadron." The person who spoke was about 1.75 meters tall, fair-skinned and quite handsome, with short and capable blonde hair and a pair of light yellow eyes. There was a glint in his eyes, and he looked like a very scheming person. Ling Yi did not say hello to him, but asked, "God Squadron? What is that?" He wanted to see what the other party was doing now. However, when Ling Yi asked about this, Ma Jie sneered and crossed his arms without saying a word. There was sarcasm in the eyes that looked at the former. Seeing this, Ling Yi nodded slightly and had a clearer judgment in his mind. Because the issue of the Celestial Squadron will not cause them to have any ill will towards me. So won't they be wise on this issue? The dividing line is a bit blurry. When he thought of this, Ma Jie on the opposite side had already taken out some items from the backpacks of the 4 members of the team, put them into a bag, and said, "Ling Yi, as long as you tell us some of your information. They are all stupid. Of course, this information must be something we are not sure about. He is from Xinxia, so there is no need to mention the male. It's best if it has a big impact on combat effectiveness." Before Ling Yi could speak, everyone around him exclaimed, "What? What are they doing? Aren't they here to deal with 01? This. The onlookers stared at each other with wide eyes, all of them looking confused. Some people frowned and said self-righteously, "No, this should be their plan. The current situation is just an act." "That's right." Many people around him nodded in agreement. When an event develops beyond everyone's understanding, people tend to automatically come up with reasonable explanations in their minds. You absorbed Li Yang's 68 surprise points. You absorbed 81 points of Wang Feng's unexpected value. You absorbed Lu Ren's 57 doubt points. The emotions he absorbed one after another made Ling Yi feel happy. He pointed to the bag and asked, "What's in that?" Ma Jie grinned, walked up to him and hooked his ear, indicating that he would lean his ear towards him. "It's coming! It's coming!" Everyone around them raised their eyebrows. "He will definitely get angry when 01 gets close to him later." Someone vowed. At the same time, the players sent by other forces to deal with 01 also paid great attention. As long as a fight breaks out later, they will immediately join the fight and besiege 01 together. Ling Yi leaned over. As expected, Ma Jie did not take action, but instead said a complete sentence in his ear. "There are 2 B-level treasures, 2 B-level props, 2 A-level talismans, and 1 artifact fragment." After saying that, he took a step back very politely, and then looked at Ling Yi with a smile on his face. That expression seemed to say, "How? Are we sincere enough? Artifact fragment?" Ling Yi had also heard rumors about the broken artifact. Although he was not interested in this artifact, he had also heard rumors circulating that even the fragments of the artifact had considerable power. When everyone around him was making noises because Ma Jie really didn't take action, he nodded quickly and said, "I'm level 39. Okay, you can go." He took the bag and waved his hand, driving away the confused Ma Jie and others. Everyone knows that his level is between 30 and 39, but no one was sure of his specific level. So his answer did perfectly meet the other party's requirements. Seeing several people from the Tiantian squadron leaving, the onlookers dispersed with inexplicable expressions. "That's it? I thought there was going to be a fight. We were all ready to fight. What the hell is going on? I can't understand it at all. So what is in that bag?" In just this short minute, some people entered the 6th level and started fighting monsters. Some of them even spontaneously formed a team to fight against the level 55 leader monster Skeleton General. It was precisely because of their intervention that the Skeleton General, who had been attacked by 01, did not come to trouble him. "Hurry up and do the activities and tasks. That's the business." Although Ling Yi wanted to kill everyone who wanted to deal with him, it was not that easy to do. Compared with those, the top priority now is activity tasks. He did not summon the Flame Star again, but controlled the strong wind to join the battlefield. At this time, the field was still filled with a large amount of flames that had not yet dissipated. When Ling Yi set off a storm, the flames rose with the wind, forming a real flame storm. Ordinary monsters don't matter. The key now is the Skeleton General's monster. On nightmare difficulty. Killing the boss monster will yield 3 high-level night stones. Once he gets these 3, he will be able to buy double the gold coins of the talisman immediately. However, when Ling Yi set off a large-scale firestorm to attack the Skeleton General, a person suddenly rushed towards him from one side. The speed was so fast that he had to use teleportation to dodge. The man's attack failed, and he just stood in the air. And when Ling Yi opened his true eyes to look at him, he turned around with a sinister smile on his face. Yuan Zhe, LV 60. Sex, male. Age, 22. Talent, fitness. Attributes, strength 175. Mana 3. Agility 200. Endurance 102. Constitution 155. Current mood, excitement. Looking at the man who rushed out to attack him, Ling Yi frowned tightly. There was a rare hint of murderous intent in his eyes. When he came out to interrupt him when he was attacking the leader monster, the other party's intention was already very obvious. It is to prevent him from obtaining more high-grade night stones and interfere with his development. The other party's words also confirmed his guess. Yuanzi turned around, crossed his arms, and said with a sinister smile, "I don't want to do anything. I just want to hinder you." Everyone will get angry if they hear it. Under the influence of the halo of wisdom, Yuanzi spoke again. "Just because you are so famous makes me very jealous. It doesn't matter if I don't develop. As long as I can hinder you, I'll be happy." Hearing these words, Ling Yi felt angry. However, before he could take action, a bright white stream of light wrapped around the figure came from a distance. Then in the next moment, Yuanzi, who was smiling sinisterly in the air, was punched to the ground. Boom! The shockwave shattered the land for thousands of meters in radius, and Yuanzi's body was deeply embedded in the earth. All this happened in just one breath, and no one present, including Ling Yi, saw the movement of the stream of light clearly. "What?" everyone exclaimed. Ling Yi was also startled and quickly became alert. 1 second Yuanzi was still talking in front of him, and the next second he was trapped in the deep earth without knowing whether to live or die. The speed of this stream of light has exceeded his reaction limit. Fortunately, the Ice Emperor was still in his body, so he was not too nervous. "That's too fast. Who is that? No. Aren't they all here to deal with 01? How could anyone help him? Who said they are all here to deal with 01? I just like him and want to befriend him. If there had just been a fight, I would have gone to help him." "Me too." Ling Yi had no time to pay attention to the conversations of other people around him. He looked at the stream of light wrapped in a mysterious figure in front of him, thinking that when the stream of light dissipated, he would immediately activate the Eye of Truth to check. Chapter 141 Get double the gold coins. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, the light dispersed, revealing the figure inside. It was a beautiful woman with a high ponytail. She wore a beige dress woven from high-grade silk. The skirt reached to her upper thighs. 8 long golden tassels hung from the skirt, swaying between her slender legs. The bottom of the tassel was almost parallel to her ankles. She was barefoot, with vermilion nail polish painted on her young and petite toes. This woman was looking at Ling Yi 10 meters away. Her dark eyes were so deep that it was impossible to see the emotions contained in them. Her face is oval-shaped as a hole. Her skin is as pink as jade, and her facial features are exquisite and three-dimensional and beautiful. After the two looked at each other for a while, Ling Yi quickly recovered his mind and activated the Eye of Truth to check. Lining, LV 60. Gender, female. Age, 23, single. Talent, Power of Blessing. Attributes, Strength 260, 201. Mana 58, 3. Agility 452, 352. Endurance 81, 56. Constitution 242, 203. Skill, Ultimate Miracle Fusion 10 stars. Support skills. Wearing Treasure, Ruby Necklace, A Necklace. Bonded Soul Weapon, Fantasy Treasure Ling, A Chong Ling. Current status, Healthy and Integrating. Current mood, Peaceful. Happy. As soon as he saw the Ultimate Miracle Fusion, Ling Yi immediately realized the identity of this person. Obviously, she is the woman named Golden Fairy in Lin Shu's group. I heard she is the daughter of one of the divine pillars that protect the country. When he thought of this, the two figures separated from each other's bodies. One of them was Xiao Wanqing, and he didn't recognize the other one. The three of them flew in front of him. "I've also transferred to your area." As soon as he came over, Xiao Wanqing smiled sweetly at him. She is the most beautiful among the three. The reason why the fused appearance is so beautiful can be said to be due to her. Yeah. Ling Yi nodded lightly in response. Many people knew about the bet, so it was not too surprising that Xiao Wanqing and Ling Yi knew each other. The girl flying in the middle is the subject of the fusion. Lining. She has a high ponytail, wears a skirt with golden tassels, and has clean bare feet. Hello. My name is Lining. I am 23 years old and level 60. I like fighting. She extended her hand to introduce herself, with a sunny smile on her face. Those pair of starry eyes carefully watched the man in front of her. Although she couldn't see his specific appearance, she still looked at him curiously. Xiao Wanqing added, I'm your fan. Ling Yi reached out and shook her hand, then turned his attention to the third woman on the far right. This guy's expression became much calmer, and he just nodded and said, hello, to him and then disappeared. Without further ado, I'm going to kill that guy first, and then help you take down General Skeleton's demonic head. Well, Ling Yi felt a little baffled by Lin Ying's kindness. But now that he was on the battlefield, he didn't ask any more questions. He just summoned the Ice King and nodded, saying, Okay, let's fight first. 5 minutes later, you killed the Skeleton General, LV-55. Leader. Experience plus 1,700. Advanced Nightstone plus 3. With the help of Lin Ying and Ice King, Ling Yi easily snatched General Skeleton's demon from among the strong men. Now that he was finally free and retreated to the sidelines, he recalled the scene of the battle just now, and couldn't help but feel like he was eating soft food. He raised his eyes and glanced around, and saw that all the players around him were looking at him in surprise. I didn't expect that Mr. Ling would have such a hard time. There's nothing I can do about it. He's obviously a mage. He's pretty awesome at melee combat against a boss that's more than 10 levels higher than him. It turns out that Mr. Zero really has a powerful ice master in his body. This must be the capital for his rise. One of the people beside him is Lin Ying. Right. The daughter of Lin Ning. One of the divine pillars that protect the country. Could it be that there is actually Lin Shinju standing behind Big Ling? At this time, there were only a few skeleton armor soldiers left in the field. Lin Ying and many masters were still fighting there, the former for experience and the latter for Yishur. Ling Yi and Bing Wang were sitting under a small tree, while Bing Wang was alerting the surroundings. He went to the activity store and quickly exchanged the magic talisman. Originally he already had 8 yuan, but this time he got another 3 yuan, which has increased to 11 yuan, which is enough to exchange. You successfully redeemed the S-level props, ruled double gold coins. He had already checked the effect of this prop, so as soon as he got it, he quickly carried out the mutation. The rune's mutation potential is extremely high, and it takes 72 mutation points to mutate. Click it quickly after a few seconds. Double gold coins, S, it takes effect as long as it exists in the backpack. The gold coins a player can reasonably obtain will be doubled. It may be that the behavior of brushing gold coins will not be effective. The activity currency, competitive points and other things that can be redeemed by players will also be doubled. Okay. The effect of this prop perfectly met Ling Yi's expectations. With it, being the first to accumulate 100 high-grade night stones and exchange them for artifacts is almost a sure thing. Thinking of this, Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed physically and mentally unconsciously. Speak of it, after his brain was free, he had the energy to think carefully about other things. The first is Lin Ying. The opponent is obviously a strong player in his own area and can get the monster leader's demon head. So why would he come to their area? When Lin Ying came back half a minute later and dissolved the fusion into 3 people, Ling Yi raised the issue bluntly. Oh, this. Lin Ying smiled and said, It's very simple. There are too few strong people in our area. Playing on the normal difficulty level is okay, but playing on the nightmare level is just a fantasy. However, after trying so hard to kill 5 bosses in normal difficulty to get 10 high-level night stones, I might as well come to your area and win. If you clear 1 level on nightmare difficulty, you'll get 3 high-grade night stones. And if you clear level 5, you'll get 15. Isn't this better? Ling Yi nodded suddenly. But the difficulty was chosen after you transferred to the district. Are you so sure that our district will choose nightmare difficulty? Nonsense. Lin Ying spread her hands, rolled her eyes and said, I'm not a fool. You just need to think about this kind of thing. Ling Yi nodded and changed the question. Then why did you come to Wanqing for fusion? She is only level 30. Wouldn't it be better for you to find someone who is at level 50 or 60? This was also something he had been puzzled by before. As soon as Ling Yi mentioned this, Ling smiled mysteriously and said, "Actually, this has something to do with you. Due to the bet, Wanqing is protected by the divine path. After our previous experiments, we found that the new individual after the fusion will also inherit the divine path protection. So for this protection, I chose her. Besides, if I don't know the basics, I won't be able to get along with other people casually." Chapter 142. Past the 6th and 7th levels of the main road. One last question. You ask? Ling Yi was very cooperative. Ling Yi touched his chin and said, "You just had the opportunity to snatch General Skeleton's demon head from me. Why didn't you snatch it from me?" Grabbing monsters is a normal behavior that often occurs between players. He really doesn't understand how the other party can withstand the temptation of 3 high-level night stones. Ling Yi smiled softly and sat cross-legged on the floor. She pulled up the young grass on the ground and laughed softly. "Because I don't want to rob you. I want to help you." Ling Yi was puzzled. "Don't you know you are a national hero?" The woman next to Ling Yi, who had never had a sense of presence, suddenly said, I know. You don't think that people across the country are just talking on forums, do you?" Although 01's expression could not be seen, his surprise could be heard in his tone. Seeing this, the woman whose name has not been revealed continued. "If you go to many places, you can see your statues in many places. Of course, the face of the statue has not been engraved on it. In addition, your reputation is also widely spread among the people. Many people are clamoring to repay you. But there is no way to repay you." These things were not spread in the news, and Ling Yi didn't travel around the country, so naturally he didn't know about them. At this time, Ling Yi took over the words, raised her head, and said to him seriously, "Brother Ling, maybe in your opinion, you only contributed a few things. But if you rank them in detail according to their contribution, you will find that even if the 6 national guardian pillars combined, their contribution to the people of the country is not as high as yours. The Eternal Soul Protector Monument gives everyone one more life now and in future generations. And the Pure Realm Monument purifies the air and all rivers and lakes in our country once a day. The 2 B-level treasure synthesis formulas contributed, one for defense and one for healing, are unknown and invisible. How many people have been saved?" At this point, Ling Yi smiled softly and concluded, "So I want to protect you, help you, and repay you on behalf of thousands of people. Don't say it's just a boss. I can give it to you even if it's the Demon King's boss." Ling Yi could already feel Ling Yi's sincerity. For a long while, he was speechless. Before talking to them, he did think that the reward for contributing the ancient monument was completely over. The so-called national hero is just a title of praise, and he had never taken it to heart before. Only now did he finally feel his influence. "So you came to my area with your father's permission?" "No, I came here myself." Ling Yi shook her head, then frowned slightly, and said with a strange expression, "Don't tell me. After the zone transfer card appeared, they guessed that someone would come to your area to deal with you. So the higher-ups really said people to come. Your area." "Ah?" Ling Yi looked confused and said in shock, "Is there anyone stronger than you?" After the fusion, Ling Yi was extremely powerful in combat. If she didn't summon the Ice Queen, Ling Yi himself wouldn't be sure to defeat her. I think should not be. Ling Yi is still a little worried about her own strength after the fusion. Except for perverts like 01 who had defeated the Demon King, no one above level 60 was basically her opponent. But although it's not as strong as me, it's not comparable to ordinary level 60 players. It's completely enough to deal with those in the distance who have been casting hostile glances at you." Speaking of this, Ling Yi raised her eyebrows, looking back at the dozen or so people in the distance who frequently cast hostile glances at her. A hint of impatience appeared in her eyes. She turned to look at the 2 people beside her. Immediately, the 3 of them seemed to have a telepathic connection. They completed the fusion again and turned into a stream of light that shot into the distance quickly. In just a few seconds, all the dozen or so people over there were beaten away. Soon, when she came back again, all the skeleton armor soldiers in the 6th level were finally killed by other players. Congratulations on passing the 6th level of the main road. All players in the area have received 1,500 Night Stones and 3 Advanced Night Stones. While everyone in the area cheered, Ling Yi smiled when he looked at the information that appeared in front of him. You get an additional 1,500 Night Stones and 3 high-level Night Stones. The activity currency column of the activity store has now become Yi 24,028. Advanced Night Stone, 7. Great. If we continue at this pace, it will be basically no problem to redeem the artifact within a month. Now he still has many enemies to defeat. The difficult ones are, in addition to the level 50 Demon King King Kong Giant Ape, there is also the level 60 Demon King in this picture. The latter must be dealt with. Otherwise, he will not be able to break through the level limit of 60. But when he thought of the Demon King in this area, he couldn't help but frown. During the mission, the Demon King is level 80. So he absolutely cannot beat him. He can only wait until the 10 days of the mission are over before beating him. Besides, there are a lot more people coming to deal with me this time. Although there are people like Ling Yi who come to help me. How can one country come to help me outnumber the people sent by dozens of countries to deal with me? As long as they can involve other people when I fight the Demon King, it will be considered a success. If it weren't for his extreme output and powerful means of retaining people, Ling Yi would have killed all those people dozens of times before defeating the Demon King. If those people were to lower themselves to dozens of levels, then he will be absolutely sure to defeat the Demon King. Right? When the thoughts in Ling Yi's mind were getting further and further away, Lin Ying's words pulled him back. Let's go! Let's move on to the next level. Shall we? Ah, good. The operation lasted from 8 o'clock in the morning to about 11 o'clock in the morning. When Ling Yi came back, they had already cleared the 7th level of the main road. At the beginning of the 8th level, there are monsters that were originally level 40, but are now level 60 or above. Let's not mention ordinary monsters for now. But Ling Yi is quite relieved about the level 65 boss. It would be impossible for a group of level 60 players to defeat a boss monster of this level unless they all have Lin Ying's level of combat power. That's why he comes back with peace of mind and is not afraid of the boss being stolen. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. By 11 o'clock, the leader monster was about to come out, and he planned to come back to rest first. Now he was lying on the sofa, letting Lin Shuru massage his back. As soon as midnight passes, you will have to go through the qualification review. Right. Yes. I'll ask Wan Qing to come over too. Then you can transfer our attributes before entering, and you'll be more confident. No. I'm sure. The enemy in the qualification review could not be stronger than the 5-crown dragon, so he didn't take it to heart at all these days. Lin Shuru's slender jade fingers gently rubbed Ling Yi's scalp. Each rub seemed to eliminate the hidden fatigue in his body, making him feel comfortable, and at the same time feel a little sleepy. I heard that the road to invincibility can improve a person's life level, extend his lifespan, and stay young forever. Is it true? She asked softly. She had seen many such messages on the forum, but she could not tell whether they were true or false. If you don't know, I don't know either, Ling Yi said slowly with his eyes closed to enjoy. Lin Shuru continued to massage him, but there was more worry about the future in her blue eyes. He may still look like this a few decades from now, but I may already be old and yellow by then. Chapter 143. The Dark Organization strikes again. Staring at the man in front of her, Lin Shuru's beautiful eyes gradually fell into a trance. She also wanted to keep up with the man in front of her, but she knew in her heart that she couldn't keep up. Every time she thought about this, her heart was boiling. Ling Yi! She suddenly called softly. Lin Shuru stopped what she was doing, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it. When the man in front of her turned his head in confusion, she looked at his face seriously and said, I also want to become stronger, so that I can see your back. Do you have any suggestions for getting stronger? Ling Yi looked at her slightly surprised and said in surprise, I thought you had no obsession with becoming stronger. He usually saw her watering flowers and watching dramas, and he thought she didn't like fighting like most other women. As for suggestions, if you are stronger than ordinary people, then that's easy to say. But if you are able to catch up with my back, then it will be a bit difficult. As a cool guy, he is still a little self-conscious. I won't say whether he is strong or not, but in terms of growth rate, no one in the world can catch up with him. Even just catching up with the back is extremely difficult. Well, I won't say whether you can catch up or not, but if you want to greatly increase your speed of becoming stronger, you can't do it step by step. You have to find another way. Hearing this, Lin Shuru squatted down like a curious baby, staring at him intently while nodding, expecting him to continue. Ling Yi was still lying there, studying with her in detail. The speed of getting stronger can be regarded as the same concept as the speed of upgrading. As long as the level is high, as long as there are good treasures, good protection and good skills, you will naturally become stronger. The two chatted for a while, and although they didn't come up with a substantial solution, they made Lin Qiru understand what she wanted to do. Certainly, Ling Yi was not stingy, and gave her a set of A-level treasures and weapon packages. Doesn't it matter? It's okay. You are mine now. So aren't the things I gave you mine? It's just that you have to rely on yourself for the rest. He also has 4 sets of A-level optional packages, and 1 set of S-level optional packages. Now that one group has been sent out, he doesn't know what to do with the remaining 4 groups. Each player can only wear 1 treasure and 1 weapon. After the S-level ones stayed, the A-level ones were useless to him. When Lin Qiru heard this, her face was not as red with embarrassment as before. On the contrary, there were only 2 faint blushes on the flawless cheeks. She leaned down and gently touched Ling Yi's cheek with her white jade hand. She stared straight at him, the love in her moist blue eyes quietly turning into doting unknowingly. 11 o'clock at night. In every small town around the world, 3 boss monsters appeared at the same time. They are the level 25 Silver Armored Mantis, the level 35 Demon Wing Moth, and the level 50 Chaos Demon. Ling Yi was standing by the sofa sensing the boss's position. Lin Qiru, who was slumped on the sofa with disheveled hair, was wearing a belt for him dutifully even though her face was exhausted. After tying it up, Ling Yi touched her cheek in commendation. The latter rubbed his palm affectionately with half-closed eyes, and then opened her mouth very naturally, and took his thumb into her mouth. Okay, I'm leaving first. Ling Yi's eyes were clear now, and there was no trace of desire in his heart. After walking out of the house, he jumped and flew towards the 3 bosses. This time, these 3 bosses all appeared in the same area by coincidence. When Ling Yi arrived, a large number of players had already gathered here. Now, standing on the rooftop of a 20-story building, Ling Yi frowned unconsciously as he scanned the surrounding buildings. This is a residential area called Chunjiang Garden, with a total of 30 buildings of the same style. There are 80 households in each building. If there are 4 people in each household, then there are nearly 10,000 people living in this area. Looking down at the monsters and leader monsters looking left and right between the buildings, Ling Yi and the other players on the rooftop all had expressions of embarrassment. Let's lure them away first, someone said. I think so too, someone echoed. Immediately afterwards, these people flew down using their own methods. Before Ling Yi could take action, a dark purple halo suddenly appeared on the roof of a building opposite. Huh? That seems to be the case. When several men in black robes quickly flew out of the circle of light, Ling Yi suddenly remembered. Those are members of the dark organization Holy Gate. What do they want to do when they come out this time? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi shook his head again. Forget it. It's just that he can't do good things anyway. There were many strong men among the group of people. To be cautious, he still called out the Ice Emperor first. When this girl with white hair and white eyes, wearing an ice crystal blue dress and bare white jade feet, floated next to him, the latter felt a strong sense of security. The Ice King in his normal form still has an expression of nothingness on his face. From his appearance, it is difficult for anyone to think that he is a strong man. While he was summoning the Ice King, a man in black robes, who seemed to be the leader in the distance, took out a dark sphere from his arms and threw it into the air. The sphere was seen rotating at high speed in the air, while at the same time spreading out circles of blood-red light waves in all directions. When the light waves passed over Ling Yi and the 2 of them, the Ice King raised his hand and put the magic immunity shield and the extreme cold shield on the 2 of them in time. The former also quickly activated the Eye of Truth on the sphere. Blood-burning sphere, B. After use, it can continuously spread blood-burning light waves to the surrounding area. The life force of any living being affected by this light wave will be continuously burned. Tisk! Upon seeing such an effect, Ling Yi's first reaction was to destroy it immediately. But before he could take action, a bunch of golden flames shot from behind and hit the blood-burning orb. Ling Yi looked back and saw a golden phoenix flying from a distance at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, she flew over Ling Yi and turned into a ball of golden flames, falling on the roof of the building opposite, scaring the man in black robe over there into panic and running away. A few of them were running toward him. See this? The Ice King took action decisively and quickly condensed a wall of ice in the air. Bang, 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 bang. These men in black robes had no time to escape, and they all hit the ice wall and screamed, "Ah!" and fell to the ground. At this time, Ling Yi glanced around and saw that the players below and the Phoenix Sword Master on the rooftop opposite did not dare to let go and fight. And he immediately had the idea of opening the field in his mind. He did it as soon as he thought of it, and immediately shouted, "Shining Domain!" Instantly, a burst of bright and dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from his body, and spread to the surroundings at a speed that was difficult to react. In just 2 or 3 seconds, an area covering a radius of 500 meters has been formed. The size of the realm is determined by the caster. If you want to be big, be big. If you want to be small, be small. It's just that the larger the area, the more physical energy you need to consume every second. If the radius is 500 meters, he can barely accept it for his current level 39 endurance of more than 50 years. However, in order to make it more convenient later, he still took out the endurance god dice and rolled the points. This time I had less luck and only rolled 1. Stamina plus 200. Chapter 144, Launching Destiny Exploration for the second time. The effects of the stamina die only last for 1 hour. But enough is enough. After all, it's a new day in an hour. So don't use it in vain. And when the 200 endurance points were added up, Ling Yi felt much more at ease. This area is like a golden cover, covering all the people within it. When you look up, you can no longer see the starry sky. Instead, you can see a canopy made of countless golden streams of light. The entire field was filled with golden light, and these golden lights reflected a shallow golden light on everyone's face. Wow! Who opened the field? Is this the Shining Field? Is it drawn from the lottery tickets for the skills in that field? The event mission started today. If you kill more monsters, the mission reward will be more night stones. It's not difficult to get 1,000. Great! With the domain here, I won't be afraid of destroying the surrounding buildings. And I can fight freely. No, there are many ordinary people in the building. We have to lure the monsters further away. The players below were shouting and retreating while fighting. The Phoenix Sword Master on the rooftop opposite was laughing. Ha ha! We have a field here. In this way, the effect of your magic ball will only affect this area. Nandong, who has blonde hair and red eyes and is tall, is in a happy mood. The magic ball is a B-level item. After being attacked by her, it only shifted slightly. It is still releasing red light waves in the air. She held the phoenix sword burning with vermilion flames, and cast her war-filled eyes towards the man in black robe opposite with a pendant with the word 0 hanging around his neck, and said, "You are Xianling, the right-hand man of the holy sect." "Right. The strength is indeed very strong." The man in black robes, whom Nandong called Xianling, glanced at the suddenly appeared area and said nothing. Instead, he took out a scythe and rushed towards the former. Kung. The two figures turned into 2 rays of light, one black and one red, fighting rapidly in the air. The remaining people also fought with the masters sent by the headquarters. There was only one man with silver hair and black robes who had no opponent. He stood by the wall and looked around, and suddenly noticed Ling Yi on the rooftop opposite. Almost in the next second, his eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, without hesitation, he stood up and rushed towards this side. After passing through the ice wall condensed by the Ice King, this man floated in midair about 10 meters away from Ling Yi. He crossed his arms and sneered. "Last time I ruined my good deeds at Xinjiang University. This time I even met him. You are truly the opportunity God gave me." While he was speaking, Ling Yi had already seen his details through the eyes of truth. Wang Ku, LV 79. Attributes, Strength 262. Mana 2. Agility 243. Endurance 106. Constitution 210. Slightly. In addition, for the sake of safety, Ling Yi also activated the ability of Spying on Destiny for the first time in a long time. This is the second time he has used this ability, and there is really no need to use it normally. June 12th, battle failed. Captured. June 13th, after being interrogated with spiritual skills, no useful information was produced due to the devil mark on his body. June 14th, interrogation during the day. No result. At 11:10 p.m., his accomplices detonated an energy bomb buried at the intersection of 2 different floor tiles in front of Building 15 of Chunjiang Garden. After luring most of the Shinlig away, they were rescued by their accomplices using space skills. Walk. June 15th, entered the Great Secret Realm Forest Temple, and at 12:15, was the first to find the forest holy water under a willow tree by the forest lake, and then was angry on the way back. The player was ambushed and killed, but he escaped with serious injuries and was attacked by his accomplices. causing him to die. Looking at fate this time, Ling Yi suddenly realized something. That is, the fate trajectories of different people may contain useful information for them, especially when looking at enemies. In their fateful trajectories, one can see the evil deeds they are about to do, the opportunities they are about to get, and so on. He can ask the League of Gods to prepare in advance for evil deeds and intercept the evil by himself according to the opportunity. You will explain it here today, Wang Ku sneered, took out a poison dagger and shouted softly. Sensitive mode. Suddenly, a layer of blue light appeared on the surface of his skin. It looks like it's getting faster. However, before he could take action, a beam of pink energy light shot up from below at an extremely fast speed and hit him directly on the chest. What? Wang Ku screamed, and the part of his chest that was hit by the light began to petrify. Ling Yi and Ice King did not miss this opportunity. The former used up his physical strength to create several meters long bright yellow lightning directly on top of the opponent's head and struck his head, while the latter condensed a large number of ice spikes in the air, piercing the opponent's body one by one. After receiving this combo, the opponent screamed and fell to the ground. There are many people in the building. It's really troublesome. Ling Yi frowned slightly. The field already allows them to not worry about the surrounding environment. And if someone can send people away, then there really is no need to worry. He lowered his head and looked down and saw that Wang Ku on the ground was gradually petrifying. Next to him, Yuan Ji was releasing pink petrified light at him. It turned out to be her. So the defeat we saw just now was because he was defeated by Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji is level 80. And her combat power is much higher than Wang Ku's. And it has a powerful ability to petrify. So the opponent really can't run away after being defeated. Shaking his head, Ling Yi no longer paid attention to the battle below with a known outcome, but instead perceived the entire field. Although the players have the upper hand in numbers, they not only have to deal with monsters and boss monsters, but also those dark elements, who are always thinking about destruction. Judging from the current situation, we are at a disadvantage and most people have wounds. In the sky, the blood-burning orb continued to release light waves, and ordinary people could be seen hurriedly escaping under the building. Through Wind God's call, Ling Yi heard their voices. Quick! Quick! That red light wave is burning everyone's vitality. If we don't run away, everyone will die. Quick! As long as everyone escapes from this area, we will be safe. The light waves cannot shine out of this area. Hurry up front. There are many people upstairs. Ling Yi couldn't sense their status, but seeing that many of them looked pale, he guessed it was caused by ischemia. As a result, the energy in the field was mobilized and turned into sheets of flash that swayed over everyone's body. Visible to the naked eye, these people's faces became rosy again. Wow! What is this? Which player released the cure? Don't worry about it. Just run away. In the field, Ling Yi can attack enemies anywhere at will with lightning, and can also heal other people anywhere with flash. He didn't know if it was the domain's original ability or the domain's ability after his mutation. In short, he could see every corner of the entire domain clearly. The difference from perception is that perception can only see shapes, not colors. But the viewing ability in the field is exactly the same as seeing with the naked eye. Ling Yi raised his hands and first landed flashes of light on the heads of everyone in the building to restore their vitality so that they could walk out of this area alive. Chapter 145. The freezing of time and space and the killing of thousands of icy rains. Realizing that the physical exertion was not too great, Ling Yi opened up the area again and treated all players who were fighting against members of the holy sect. Huh? What is this? Are these rays of light healing us? Such a large area! A large number of bright golden flashes appeared in this area. While the players were happy, the members of the holy sect looked ugly. Damn it! They even brought a priest. No! This is the same light as the domain. It looks more like the domain's ability. We have to find the master of the domain and kill him. Otherwise, the fight will be in vain no matter how long we fight. Meanwhile, in the sky, after another collision, Nandongli also stopped suddenly. She looked at the light beside her that quietly penetrated into her body, then lowered her head and glanced at the whole place, feeling a little surprised in her red eyes. Huh? Is this area created by our Divine Alliance personnel? She didn't remember any such player among the people she brought or in the Firefly branch. The black-robed boss Xian Ling on the opposite side also took the opportunity to glance at the situation at the scene, as if he realized that this was not good for them. He put away his offensive and was about to fly down. How could Nangongli let Xianling get what he wanted? He raised the corner of his mouth and rushed forward immediately. The opponent seemed to be able to beat her at a 50-50 ratio. But in fact, it was all based on his speed and extremely high combat skills and experience that were comparable to hers. You can fight her in a short period of time. But as time goes by, the opponent will definitely lose. However, what neither of them expected was that when their weapons met again, a bright yellow lightning suddenly formed above Xianling's head and struck down with lightning speed. What? Xianling was unexpectedly struck by the lightning. Although the damage was not great, Nangongli on the opposite side seized the opportunity and directly shot him down with the Flaming Phoenix Sword. Nangongli lowered his head and scanned the audience, and found that the same lightning appeared above the heads of almost every man in black. Seeing this scene, she was slightly surprised. Just now there was a flash of light that healed all of us. And now there is a flash of lightning that hits all of the enemy. This rises and falls. And the status of both sides is suddenly widened. It's a very powerful field. When he said this, the headquarters general's red eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of brilliance. I didn't expect that there would be such a talented person in this small town of Minghua. I wonder who he is. She remembered the time a few days ago, when the front foot had just finished a meeting and offered a high-grade night stone to the secret base of the holy sect. As a result, in less than 5 minutes, Yunji got the exact location from others. Counting that, she already knew that there were 3 talents in this town. The master of this field, the player with strong perception, and the super genius with the dual-element attribute Spirit Blade that I have never met before. These 3 are all talents that can be recruited into the headquarters. Nangongli has officially started looking for talents. If she can bring these 3 talents to the headquarters, then the team at the headquarters will be more comprehensive and powerful in the future. The other side, Ling Yi, who didn't know that he had been noticed by the general at the headquarters, was leading the Ice Emperor to the boss. Although the large-scale flash and lightning consumes physical strength, he also has a solar absorber, so he still has plenty of physical strength. At this time, the level 25 boss, the silver-armored mantis, was waving its steel sickle-like claws at high speed, chasing the surrounding players in the woods of the park. Small trees 5 to 6 meters high were cut into 2 or 3 pieces by it, and the players did not dare to engage in close combat with it. Xiao Bing, let's fight quickly. When the Ice King heard this, he nodded sensibly and quickly entered his second form. She turned into a mature and beautiful white-haired lady again. Immediately afterwards, she clasped her hands together and activated the skill, freezing of time and space. In an instant, an invisible cold wave burst out from her body at the speed of light. Wherever the cold current passes, whether they are players, monsters, or ordinary people and animals, they all seem to be frozen and motionless. The people or monsters flying in the sky did not fall because of this. The burning flames kept the swaying posture at that moment. Even the picture being played on the TV in the residential building stopped at that moment. The area that was noisy a moment ago suddenly became completely silent. Ling Yi opened his eyes of truth and looked around. But because this skill had no specific form of expression, he couldn't see the specific effect. And at this moment, the Ice King flew high into the sky again, his beautiful eyes sweeping over the 3-leader monsters in the distance. She stretched out her tender white jade hand and waved it in front of her. And then 3 ice spikes appeared from under the 3 bosses, pushing the 3 bosses into the air. She waved her palm lightly and immediately grasped it, and the 3 ice spikes attached to the boss moved closer to each other, bringing the 3 bosses together. It was only then that ice-cold murderous intent burst out from the Ice Emperor's pure white eyes. She put her hands together and stretched them forward, with the thumbs and index fingers of her left and right hands intersecting, forming a drop-shaped gap between her hands. Next moment, as a large amount of pure blue light burst out from her body, a pillar of light containing a heavy rain appeared from the void, including the 3 bosses. Ling Yi couldn't hear any sound, but this time, he clearly saw the effect of this skill. Bing Yu 1000 kills, consumes 2% of one's own health per second, causing damage equal to 2% of the maximum life limit per second to enemies in the area, lasts up to 30 seconds, can only be used once a day. Percentage damage skills? Ling Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise and joy, and quickly mobilized the energy in the field to treat the Ice Emperor. If the damage of this skill is fully activated, it will be 60%. Even in the battle with the devil, it can play an important role. Right. The premise is that the devil can be controlled for half a minute. Soon he regained his mind and remembered another question. I saw the Ice Queen's faceplate when she first revealed her first form. She obviously didn't have this skill at that time. Could it be that the Ice King can unlock new skills after upgrading? Half a minute later, the skill time ended, and the two of them rushed forward together. After another half minute, the frozen environment around them finally recovered, and the players resumed their actions one by one. Ling Yi paid closer attention, and found that they were not aware of the fact that they had been frozen just now. The hissing time is 1 minute, and it can only be used once a day. It's very powerful. With this sigh on their lips, the two of them also finished killing the last boss. In the meantime, nearby players have been besieging them for some time, and none of these three bosses are at full status. The two stopped and quickly left the place, leaving behind a group of still confused players. Huh? Strange. Where is the boss? The silver-armored mantis was right in front of me just now, but in the blink of an eye I disappeared. I just seemed to see two figures flash past. They jumped on the roof and looked around, but saw no sign of the three leader monsters. Some people did not give up and continued to search between buildings, while others shook their heads and gave up the search, turning around and engaging in operations against members of the Holy Sect. With the addition of these people, the pressure faced by the members of the Holy Sect has once again increased. Seeing this, the leader Xianling finally stopped waiting any longer and immediately ordered a retreat. Chapter 146 Qualification Review Legend. Want to run? Looking at the mysterious purple halo of light, the Phoenix Sword Master swung the Phoenix Sword and slashed a lightning-fast red flame sword energy. Xianling dodged sideways and let the sword energy fly into the circle of light. Immediately, she quickly glanced at everyone present, and when the circle of light was about to disappear, she jumped back towards them and retreated into it. In this battle, the players of the League of Gods won a great victory. Behind Phoenix Sword Saint Nangongli, these level 80 elite players from the headquarters were discussing excitedly. Wow! It's thanks to this field this time. If this field hadn't healed me and hit the enemy hard, we wouldn't have ended the battle so quickly. Yeah. I don't know who fired it. It's a magical skill in team battles. It's a pity that the main ones ran away again. There's no way. The leader is as fast as a ghost, and his silent skills can't hit him at all. Other than that, we can only block the space of the aperture. But we don't have that either. But it's not without gain. I heard that someone caught the silver-haired horse. After returning home, Ling Yi took the lead in checking the harvest of the previous trip. 6 high-grade night stones. Before counting, he now has a total of 13 high-level night stones. Well, Ling Yi sighed softly and said, more is more. But there is still a long way to go before 100. In the hall, Lin Shuru was still lying on the sofa. It was raining heavily outside the house, and it was pouring. Ling Yi felt an inexplicable coldness, and went back to the room to take a quilt and cover Lin Shuru's body. The other party slowly woke up. What's wrong? She asked, rubbing her eyes. Nothing. I just think it would be nice if there were more activity tasks. Lin Shuru smiled softly, listening to the sound of rain outside the window. She suddenly said, by the way, didn't you say before that on the 14th, the Holy Angel Spring would give birth to holy elves? Yes. Why did you mention this all of a sudden? I can't wait any longer. It's a bit boring to be alone at home while you're away. At this point, she added, Yunji has bought the villa next door to us. I heard she said that she will start cleaning tomorrow and then officially move in with Wan Qing. Oh, that's good. Ling Yi thought it might be more lively in the future. With that said, he turned over on the sofa, planning to rest some more before entering the qualification review later. He controlled the wind to push the switch and turned off the hall lights. The rain outside the house gradually became heavier, and the moist smell of rain quietly blew in through the half-open window along with the evening breeze. In the blink of an eye, the time has reached 0 o'clock the next day. Congratulations. You have been on the first list for enough time to go through the qualification review. When such a piece of news appeared, Ling Yi finally smiled. It's finally here. Shenlu, I want to conduct a qualification review. Are you sure you want to proceed with the qualification review? Sure. The next moment, he was teleported to the endless white jade flat ground under the starry sky at the qualification review venue. This place is like a flat land in the starry sky, with the bright and beautiful starry sky to the left and right. The air is exceptionally fresh. When Ling Yi looked around, several more pieces of information appeared in front of him. It is detected that the player is entering the review field for the first time. Please select your difficulty next. 1. Ordinary. Enemies for each review in the future. Boss monsters of the same level. Reward, Ordinary Invincible Certificate ×1. 2. Legend. Enemy for every review in the future. Demon King of the same level. Reward, Legendary Invincibility Certificate ×1. Tip: please choose carefully. Difficulty cannot be changed after selection. Ling Yi was confused when he saw the information popping up in front of him. How can it be difficult? It's impossible. How come I've never heard of it before? He quickly opened the forum and searched for information about the Invincibility Certificate and Qualification Review. After searching for a long time, I didn't see anyone talking about this. It seems like only he has it, and no one else has it. Ling Yi touched his chin, frowned and guessed. Is it because I killed the Demon King alone that this option appeared for me? If this is the case, it will be difficult to collect 5 legendary proofs of invincibility. Players must kill the Demon King alone at least once before level 60. Because after level 60, it will be impossible to collect 5. Having said that, if I really choose the second one, it would be very difficult. Thinking of having to deal with Demon Kings of the same level in every qualification review. He also felt obvious pressure. Upgrading is easy. But if you just upgrade the level without much improvement in combat power, it will be more difficult to deal with higher level Demon Kings. But he has the Ice King, so the pressure is not too great. So he decisively chose the second difficulty level. You have selected Legendary Difficulty. When you collect 5 Legendary Invincibility Certificates, you will be able to embark on the road to Legendary Invincibility. In 10 seconds, the battle is about to begin. Please be ready. Xiao Bing! Before he finished speaking, the Ice King's figure appeared beside him silently. The two of them looked at each other knowingly, and immediately cast their gaze into the distance. 8, 7, 63, 2, 1. When the 10 seconds expired, a black mist suddenly appeared in the distant sky. To Ling Yi's surprise, the black mist was not that big. It could even be said to be a little small. Only about 2 meters high. Immediately afterwards, a humanoid figure carrying a big sword in one hand walked out of the black mist. It was a man in black armor about 2 meters tall, covered in armor covered with sharp spikes, only revealing a pair of dark red eyes. It wore a horn iron helmet and carried a 2-meter-long bloody sword on its shoulder. There is also a jet black cloak on its back, which makes it look majestic. If you don't know, you might think it is a general from the demon world. Ling Yi quickly activated the Eye of Truth to check the opponent's attributes. Purgatory General, LV 39. Type, Demon King. Attributes, Strength 1170. Mana 390. Agility 780. Endurance 1170. Constitution 780. Skills, Blood Prison Coercion, 7 stars. Super Recovery, 8 stars passive. Wind Walk, 7 stars. Crazy Thunder Sword Chi, 7 stars. Miracle Coming, 10 stars. Current status, 100%. It seems to be a melee type. Seeing that the opponent had a 10-star skill, Ling Yi suddenly became curious. Is there any reward for killing the enemy under review? The Ice King, who had activated his second form, had already rushed forward to fight with the opponent. In this form, her total attributes are 1170, and she is slightly better than her opponent when fighting alone. Ling Yi was about to go up to help, but unexpectedly, a bright red light burst out from the Demon King's body. Then, in the sight of him and the Ice Emperor, General Purgatory flew into the sky, with red light flowing around the edges. The space around it was slightly distorted, releasing strong pressure in all directions. Ling Yi and Ice King looked at each other. They all clearly felt that the opponent's strength had increased. The former quickly activated his Eyes of Truth to examine those red streams of light. Miracle comes, 10 stars, increases own strength and agility, level ×10. During the maintenance period, 1% of life force and stamina are consumed every second. Chapter 147 The Most Destructive Power in the World. Zoom in as soon as you come up. Obviously, this is a skill that can be called Ultimate Move, temporarily increasing the value of dual attributes by 10 times the level. No player can tolerate this temptation. It is indeed a 10-star life-saving skill. The effect is too powerful. If used by level 100 players, it will temporarily increase strength and agility by 1,000 points. Whoever comes in exchange for this will immediately become a strong melee fighter. But the price is also high. He turned to look at the Ice King, who nodded in understanding and activated the skill, freezing of time and space. In an instant, before the Demon King in the distance launched his attack, He was stopped on the spot. Fortunately, the devil is not exempt from control. Ling Yi felt very lucky and secretly thought that this time it might take less than 2 minutes to defeat the Demon King. He didn't hesitate and quickly activated the skill, Triple Seal. It prevents enemies from recovering by any means, making them unable to resurrect and immune to buffs. Miracle Comes is obviously a buff effect. Therefore, when Ling Yi's Triple Seal was applied, General Purgatory not only stopped natural recovery, but all the attribute enhancement effects on his body also disappeared. Now the Demon King is only left with the blood drain, and there is no gain on him anymore. We've beaten him to death. Ling Yi smiled. And when the Ice King next to him launched Icy Rain 1000 Meteor Kill, he also raised a tornado next to the Demon King, surrounding it for continuous attacks. At the same time, he also used the Eye of Truth to keep an eye on the Demon King's vitality. 82%, 72%, 58%, 6%, 1%. In the end, in only about half a minute, the Purgatory General died under the combined efforts of the two. The process went incredibly smoothly. Is he really going to die like that? It wasn't until he saw the Demon King's body dissipating into a point of light, and until the message that he passed the qualification review appeared in front of him, that Ling Yi showed a surprised smile. Congratulations on passing the qualification review. You have obtained the legendary invincibility certificate ×1. When Ling Yi's figure returned to the present world, another message appeared in front of him. Player notice. A few minutes ago, before Ling Yi entered the qualification review, the first few hot searches on the Shenlu forum were all related to him. 40,000 meter meteorite. The most destructive power in the world. Explosion. Upgraded to level 39 in less than 2 weeks. Shocking and amazing upgrade speed. Explosion. 01 is related to one of the divine pillars of Xinxia. Hot. What happened in Area 66 on the morning of the 12th has been communicated. The video of the 40,000 meter meteorite falling has been circulating wildly among various posts and player groups since then. Oh my god! A 40,000 meter meteorite! This is too scary! This is definitely the skill with the largest attack range in the world, rising to level 39 in less than 2 weeks. Let alone the past 20 years. Even in the next 100 years. I am afraid no one can do it. At this upgrade rate, I'm afraid he will be able to reach 50 next month. And maybe 100 next year. Outrageous. 01 has already become a global hit. Now that these two things have appeared together, the world has a clearer understanding of his incredible extent. Many people even have a vague feeling that 01 may become the strongest in the world in the future. And when someone mentioned that 01 was about to start the qualification review, most people's attention was immediately attracted. Many of them even made special posts to discuss it. 01 will conduct qualification review soon. Poster, Hai Ming. Can 01, who embarks on the road to invincibility in the future, surpass the current number 1 in the world? Posted by Song of the End Times. In these posts, players who have been paying attention to 01 mainly discuss how strong will 01 be who embarks on the road to invincibility in the future. No one thought he would fail the qualifications. The strongest player in the world today is Sun Tian, the first divine pillar of Xinxia. Although he is only level 90, he firmly occupies the top spot in the 90-99 range. It is very difficult for 01 to surpass him. It's not necessarily true. Could the original Sun Tian reach level 39 in 2 weeks? Can he defeat the Demon King alone at level 30? Can he reach the top at the Nova headquarters? Well, although he can't do it, 01 is still just a newcomer. So it's hard to say what the future will be like. You're new. Have you ever seen a newcomer who defeated the Demon King? During the discussion among the players, in White Eagle Country, in a conference room of the White League headquarters, there was also a small closed meeting on qualification review starting from 01. Although there are only a few participants, each of them is a big boss who has the right to speak in the player alliances of various countries. 01 has started the qualification review. Amir, the spokesperson of the White League, said with a frown. He was the only one sitting there. Everyone else was a virtual projection. It is not difficult for him to gather 5 proofs of invincibility. Once he steps on the road to invincibility, he is already at the invincible level. No matter how far he goes on the road to invincibility, he is not something that ordinary players can easily deal with. Only by letting the invincible strong take action can we be safe. Let the invincible player take action. Oh, how is this possible? The whole world knows who the invincible players in each country are. No matter where they are, These players will continue to attract the attention of people around the world. Once an invincible player from another country loses trace, all countries will quickly step up their guard. Certainly, in addition to the invincible players, there are also some special players who attach the same importance to them. For example, the 01 they are talking about. He possesses the most destructive power in the world that is currently recognized globally. When it comes to environmental damage caused by a single skill, no one in the world can compare with him. Just when these people were about to discuss, a player announcement suddenly appeared in front of them. Player announcement, player 01 male has passed the level 3039 legendary difficulty qualification review and obtained the certificate of legendary invincibility. I passed the qualification review so quickly. Haha. I defeated the Demon King after all. No. What is this legend? Someone suddenly noticed the anomaly in this announcement. He discovered the words, legendary difficulty, and proof of legendary invincibility, that he had never seen before. After being reminded like this, several other people also realized that something was wrong. The people present were not fools. They quickly guessed what was going on, and all of them looked shocked. Emil took a breath and said in surprise, "So, none of us players were qualified to trigger this legendary difficulty before." He himself is also a player who has collected 4 invincible certificates. But he had never seen this thing before. Proof of legendary invincibility. Is there a more advanced road to invincibility? It's over. If you really collect 5 of these 01s, won't you be able to dominate the world? Everyone present has a real understanding of how big the difference is between whether they have embarked on the road to invincibility or not. In just a few seconds, everyone had the same idea one after another. 01 must not be allowed to collect 5 legendary proofs of invincibility. Chapter 148 Level 40. And at this time, players around the world who saw this announcement finally realized what was going on after experiencing surprise, confusion, and surprise. Oh my god! 01 has made history again! The legendary road to invincibility. It turns out there is a more advanced one above the road to invincibility. Haha. Even the powerful people in this world don't know what their expressions are. At the same time, Ling Yi, who returned to the present world, had just picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. Lin Shuru, who was sitting on the sofa nearby, asked in surprise, "Is this qualification review difficult?" It has been 20 years since the Divine Road came, and countless people have already gone through the qualification review. As a result, the guy next to her actually set a new level of difficulty just now. Lin Shuru looked at Ling Yi blankly, her mind filled with the feeling of, "This guy has a perfect start." Ah, right. As soon as Ling Yi finished answering, he received a message from Luo Yao. "Luo Yao, how difficult is the qualification review?" Seeing that the other party's question was exactly the same as Lin Shuru's, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. 01, yes. How was it triggered? Lin Shuru asked. Luo Yao, are there any triggering conditions? Ling Yi. He first talked to Lin Shuru and answered all her questions before slowly replying to Luo Yao. 01, I'm not sure about the triggering conditions. It may be that I have to defeat the Demon King alone. 01, the enemy is the Demon King of the same level. Luo Yao, what is the enemy? Luo Yao. After she thanked him and left, Lin Ning also came to ask him. Ling Yi went back as usual. Lin Ning, wow. My dad is surprised now. He keeps praising you as a dragon among men, with the appearance of becoming a god. 01, it's okay. It's okay. Lin Ning, come and sit at your house when you have time. 01, yeah. After closing the chat interface, Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he have time to look at the Legendary Invincibility Certificate that was awarded to him. Legendary Invincibility Certificate. After collecting 5 pieces, you can enter the Legendary and Invincible Road and be promoted to the Legendary level. Legendary level? What is this? Ling Yi searched the forum for a while, but naturally found no clues. After all, he was the first to own it. If you can't find him, don't insist. Anyway, it's still a long time before you can collect 5 cards. Compared with this, reaching 40 and entering the top of the next range list is more important. He opened his personal panel, looked at his own panel with satisfaction, and then upgraded slowly. Experience 16,000. LV 39 LV 40. After adding all 5 free attribute points to strength, Ling Yi started to hit the rankings. As before, he took the lead in challenging the player ranked 101st. 01 vs Blue Zay. As soon as the challenge was sent out, the other party accepted it very quickly. The two figures were also teleported to one of the battle stages in the competition hall at the same time. You are 01. Right. As soon as he entered the arena, Lan Zhe from the opposite side shouted to him. Ling Yi did not reply, but used the strong wind to attack directly. When the other party saw this, he affirmed, You are 01. Then at the next moment, something unexpected happened to Ling Yi. I surrender. The other party raised his hands. While he was surprised, the arena had already determined the result. The opponent has surrendered. You have won. And your ranking has risen to 101. Sports points +1. Double gold coins. Competitive points +1. Unexpectedly, Ling Yi has returned to the present world. Surrender? He frowned and pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that this seemed to be a very reasonable behavior. It would be better to say that there are only a few people who insist on fighting even though they know they cannot beat them. Right? Shaking his head, he continued to challenge the player ranked 11th. 3 minutes later. Congratulations on winning the challenge, and your ranking has risen to 11. Sports points +1. Double gold coins. Competitive points +1. There are only 3 challenge opportunities in the arena every day. This last opportunity, Ling Yi naturally left it to the number 1. As soon as he reached level 40, he dared to challenge the top of the list in the level 40-49 range. Ling Yi's confidence came from his powerful attributes and abnormal skills. Even if he doesn't summon the Ice King, he is confident of defeating his opponent. 01 vs Zhou Tian. As soon as they entered the arena, the two of them still stood 50 meters apart. Opposite Zhou Tian was a young man with black side bangs and wearing a dark green sportswear. The physique looks quite thin. I've been waiting for you since just now, Zhou Tian whispered, but his voice echoed in Ling Yi's ears. He seemed to have sound transmission skills. Ling Yi ignored his words and directly checked his information. Sunday, LV 49. Attributes, Strength 3. Mana 330. Agility 201. Endurance 30. Constitution 106. Skills, Poison Mist, 1 star. Sound Transmission 2 stars. 3 Color Notes, 6 stars. Apparition 5 stars. Sound Soul Coil 5 stars. Noisy Sound Waves 5 stars. Summon Demon Song 6 stars. Cyclone Trap 6 stars. Oh! It seems that he is a powerful magician who uses sound waves as his main attack method. Mage enemies were the ones Ling Yi was most happy to meet. Their speed is not too fast, and their physique is generally not too high, so they are relatively easy to deal with. Zhou Tian, who was on the opposite side, saw that Ling Yi didn't answer. He thought the other party was surprised that he had such sound transmission skills. So he smiled and said, Small tricks are not worth mentioning. Rather than that, let's start quickly. A lot of people are paying attention to this battle. Zhou Tian raised his head and glanced around, seeing more and more people gathering in the surrounding stands. There was a dense crowd, and at a glance there were at least tens of thousands of people. He opened the current battle interface. Battle details, 01 vs Zhou Tian. Battle duration, 0:15. Number of spectators, 124,267,254. Wow! He is indeed the most famous player in the world right now. It actually attracted so many people to watch the battle. Zhou Tian was surprised. Normally 1 million people watching his fights would be considered good. Now it has soared more than 100 times. Soon, the two sides officially started fighting. The fighting process is roughly as follows. Zhou Tian, the sound soul is entangled. Ling Yi, wind. Zhou Tian, moving phantom, to avoid the wind. Crazy sound waves. Ling Yi, wind. Zhou Tian, moving phantom. Summon the demon song, summon the sound demon. Ling Yi, wind. Zhou Tian, moving phantom. Cyclone trap. Tricolor notes. Noisy sound wave. Noise sound wave. Noise sound wave. Ling Yi, wind. 3 minutes later, Ling Yi still stood there, as if nothing happened, without blushing and out of breath. On the opposite side, Zhou Tian was so tired that he put his hands on his knees and bent over, gasping for air. I'm convinced. Do you only know how to control the wind? Zhou Tian gasped and said helplessly. Can't you summon a meteorite? You can just summon a meteorite to kill me. When the fight actually started, he realized that he was severely restrained. His fighting methods all rely on sound waves. The opponent's wind can not only prevent the transmission of his sound waves, making it difficult for his attacks to harm the opponent, but can also easily attack himself. This made him extremely depressed. If it hadn't been for the fact that more than 100 million people were watching, making him embarrassed to surrender, he would have surrendered by now. Opposite him, Ling Yi smiled easily. Okay, I also want to end the fight quickly. Chapter 149 Stars Fall and Stars Rise. He used 1/10 of his mana to summon a 4,000-meter flaming star. However, this time, the flame star that appeared was only 400 meters away. Ling Yi was slightly startled, and then smiled secretly in his heart. Finally, it's been 10 times since I didn't show up. The appearance of the tenfold flame star was originally a very small probability, but was turned into a very high probability by probability reversal. There is a high probability that it has not appeared yet. It can only be said that this time the face is too dark. Xingluo has risen to 5 stars. The information about Starfall and Star Eyes that suddenly appeared made Ling Yi smile subconsciously. In the past, Starfall was less powerful and the stars rose faster if used more often. Now, Starfall is more powerful and can basically kill the enemy in 1 or 2 shots. As a result, he needs to use it less often and the Star Eyes speed becomes slower. Maybe I don't need to use all my strength to activate Xingluo every time in the future. It may be a better tactic to adjust the power according to the enemy's situation. Ling Yi suddenly had this idea in his mind. In the future, when facing a group of monsters, if he is not in a hurry to kill them, he can only use part of his mana to release Xiaoyan Star. In this way, Xingluo can rise faster. While he was thinking, the action on his hands did not stop. Wave your hand to create a huge tornado, sweeping the sky into the sky and spinning at high speed. In the stands, the people watching were talking a lot. Does 01 think that such a small meteorite can kill the opponent? But how does he know how much vitality the other party has? There is no such ability in the world. I don't know. While everyone was talking, the flame star had already fallen. Because of the protection of the field protective cover, even if the fighting stage is shattered, it will not affect the audience. All they saw was that the entire venue was shrouded in flames. And in just a second or two, the flames and the 2 people on the venue disappeared together. Clearly, the battle is over. Everyone quickly opened the ranking list to check. 4049 interval list. 1, 0, 1. 2, Sunday. 3, just want to plant trees. 4, 30 days of heartache. 5, advertising space rental. List finished. 01 has indeed reached the top. But he is also a mage himself. If other warriors deal with him, although they may not be able to defeat him in the end, they should be able to force out his trump card. Isn't his trump card the Ice Master in his body? In other words, the opponent can't get out in the arena. Right. The devil knows. Players are relatively accepting of one player inhabiting another player's body. After all, several cases of this kind of thing happen around the world every year, and almost all of them are caused by various weird props or weird skills. It's just that the only one who can call out the players in the body to fight is 01. Therefore, no one knows whether it can be called out in the arena. After returning from the arena, Ling Yi did not take any further action, but simply rested. It wasn't until I woke up in the morning that I entered the Divine Road again and joined Lin Ying and other players in conquering the 8th level of the main road. Current area, Mephic Cave, level 8 on the main road. Monster information, Vampire Demon Bat, LV60 LV65. Vampire Bat Lord, LV65. Leader. The 8th level of the main road is located in a dark cave on the top of a mountain. There is only one kind of monster inside, which is the magic bat hiding in the darkness, with only a pair of scarlet eyes. The limited space, dark environment, rugged ground, and all the monsters with long-range attacks make this level more dangerous. The boss vampire bat is a humanoid monster. It wears a big cloak that is black on the outside and red on the inside. It has dirty blonde hair. Under the blood-stained eyebrows were a pair of bloodshot red eyeballs. Its skin was pale and dull, and its scarlet mouth had a pair of sharp and slender fangs. An image of a Western vampire. After the fusion, Lin Fei stood beside Ling Yi, looking at the vampire Bat King not far away with his big fangs open, without any fear in his beautiful face. She was still wearing a beige short skirt, and the 8 golden luminous tassels tied on the skirt illuminated her alluring legs. Because of the fusion with Xiao Wanqing, only Ling Yi could see her exposed body parts. To others, the exposed skin under her clothes was completely blurry. She stretched her hands behind her head to straighten her high ponytail. her eyes fixed on the boss in front of her. A look of caution flashing through her beautiful eyes, as deep and dark as the starry sky. There's a reason why others can't defeat him. This boss is very difficult to defeat. After tying her tail tightly into a ponytail, Ling Yi lightly opened her moist and glossy red lips and spoke softly. Ling Yi was thinking about what would happen if he pulled Yanxing here. Hearing this, he nodded lightly and said, "Yes, it's quite powerful." Method Cave is a famous difficulty level in intermediate maps. In the past, almost every issue would be stuck here for 3 or 4 months. I went first. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Yi suddenly thought of something. She paused and turned to Ling Yi and said, "That's right. You are a mage. So don't go up to fight the boss in close combat. Otherwise it would distract me." Even though he said that, concern could be clearly heard in his words. Good. Ling Yi nodded, but secretly thinking that when his melee skills, strength and agility were significantly improved in the future, he would also become a warrior. Ling Yi looked at his expression seriously, then turned around and rushed towards the vampire bat lord, and started fighting with him. Bang bang bang. There are many players around who are dealing with vampire magic bats. These people know that they can't grab the boss, so they no longer pay attention to the boss. Anyway, killing ordinary monsters gives you a lot of experience. After Ling Yi and the others defeat the boss and pass the level, they can also get a lot of rewards, which is enough to make people satisfied. Xiao Bing! Ling Yi summoned the Ice Queen and asked her to help Ling Yi. At the same time, he also urged Fomer to attack the monsters in the audience. Just standing here, divine paths and system information popped up in front of him one after another. You killed the vampire magic bat, LV62. Experience plus 23. Nightstone plus 3. Double gold coins, Nightstone plus 3. You kill. You absorb 72 points of excitement from Gao Shui. You absorb 66 points of Ma Dongyuan's fighting spirit. After a while, when he saw the Ice King in the distance taking out the S-Class weapon Zero Ice Spike and using a meteor throw to freeze the vampire bat into an ice sculpture and fall to the ground, Ling Yi seized the opportunity to activate the triple seal. When the crimson triangle passed through the boss's body from back to front, the Ice King continued to thicken the ice sculpture with multiple layers of ice. As long as the 0-degree ice thorn pierces the enemy, it will continue to cause damage to the enemy. And Ling Yi has already sealed the opponent's recovery, so all he has to do is wait. Seeing this, Ling Yi returned to Ling Yi. Her eyes looked back and forth on the Ice King, and then she couldn't suppress the curiosity in her heart, and asked Ling Yi in a low voice, "Is it okay to be killed by that guy?" The guy she was talking about was the Ice King. "It's okay. If she kills her, I will kill her." "Oh, that's amazing." She marveled at how close the connection between the two was. And just when she was about to cancel the fusion, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a blonde young man running towards the frozen vampire bat. Robbing monsters? Looking at the thick ice layer, Ling Yi shook her head and smiled. She didn't think that this young man could snatch the boss's demon from the hands of the woman in the blue dress. Chapter 150: The Bell of Truth and Deification Skills. However, to her expectation, the young man didn't seem to be here to grab monsters. I saw him throwing a translucent crystal bottle containing an unknown black liquid onto the ice sculpture. The crystal bottle hit the ice sculpture and broke into pieces with a bang. The dark and turbid liquid was sprinkled on the ice, and immediately penetrated in a trajectory, flowing downwards without any hindrance in the ice, and finally flowed to the vampire bat's head. Seeing this, the young man laughed. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Ling Yi shot out of nowhere, and was nailed to the rock wall. The latter's weapon was an A-grade golden spear. "Why do you do this?" Ling Yi frowned and asked coldly. She recognized that thing. It was a special liquid produced in high-level pictures called magic water. Magic water has no effect on players, and it has not yet been discovered what kind of treasure it is a synthetic material for. Everyone only knows that after the monsters absorb this liquid, their combat effectiveness will increase by leaps and bounds. The specific performance is that all attributes are increased, and skills are strengthened to a certain extent. Ha ha. Even with the spear nailed to the wall, the blonde young man could still laugh out loud. "Since I can't get the boss, you can't get it either." Snort. Ling Yi snorted coldly, shook her spear, and a burst of translucent light burst out from the tip of the spear, shattering the body of the man in front of her and killing him. Immediately afterwards, she quickly returned to Ling Yi, informed him of the information about the magic water, and asked, "The boss has become demonized. What should we do now?" The unity of the boss soaked in magic water is called the demonized boss by players. One drop of magic water can increase the strength of a monster. He just poured a whole bottle, and it has basically reached the upper limit of the improvement that magic water can increase. Although Lin Ying spoke quickly, Lin Ying's snow-white jade face was so beautiful there wasn't much panic. On the contrary, she remained calm. What's the upper limit? Twice as much. Looking at the vampire Bat King in the distance, who broke through the ice and exuded blood-red magic light, Ling Yi raised his eyebrows and said, "It's okay. The Ice King will deal with it. You don't have to go up." Lin Ying was stunned. Just when she was about to say something, she saw that the woman using the ice in the distance had changed. From a girl who was about 1.6 meters tall, she transformed into a woman who was about 1.9 meters tall. The cave was relatively dark, and she didn't see the woman's appearance clearly. She could only feel that she seemed to be a different person, and her aura was completely different from before. Immediately afterwards, the two sides fought in an extremely shocking formation. 10 minutes later, the Ice King, who is equivalent to a level 40 Demon King, finally killed the demonized level 65 boss. In front of Ling Yi, another kind of reward information also appeared. You killed the demonized vampire Bat King, LV 65. Leader. Experience plus 1,300. Advanced Night Stone plus 3. Double gold coins. Advanced Night Stone plus 3. Acquired 6-star skill, Demonization Vampire Blow. You have obtained the 6-star skill, Demonization Bat Incarnation. You have obtained the 8-star skill, Demonization Night Bat Flurry. Because Lin Ying also participated in the battle, the experience was equally divided between the two of them. But Ling Yi's attention was on another aspect. Will the demonized skills drop when you kill the demonized boss? He asked Lin Ying. Right. Lin Ying's eyes subconsciously glanced at the place where the vampire Bat Lord died. Didn't see anything drop there. She turned to look at Ling Yi, briefly sorted it out in her mind, and then said seriously, "Demonization skills are all life-killing skills. Although they are more powerful, they can really kill the master when they use life. Krypton Life skill consumes life force to activate the skill. If the life force is not enough, it will not be activated or it will stop automatically. But the demonization skill does not have this kind of protection mechanism. Some players activate the skill, but they fail to control it properly, and they are swallowed up in one fell swoop." Having said this, Lin Ying paused and continued. In order to prevent players from using magic water to destroy the overall Divine Path environment, the entire alliance has severely cracked down on the trading of magic water and magic skills. Although it is up to the players themselves to learn the skills. It's a matter of course. But it's not recommended to learn demonization skills. Oh, don't worry. I won't learn demonization skills. He doesn't know how to learn this kind of skill that has no sense of proportion and may directly drain people. He was thinking that since there is demonization, is there corresponding deification? Your arrival time has returned to 0. You have stayed at Shinlu for 3 hours today, and you will get a chance to draw a daily roulette. 8 in the morning. After returning to the lobby, Ling Yi immediately searched the forum. As expected, there are no records of deified skills in the world. Then he started to use experience beads and draw roulette wheels on a daily basis. You gained 1640 experience. Congratulations on winning the reward in the daily roulette, the Truth Bell. He has drawn intermediate daily roulette many times, but this is the first time he has drawn this thing. It can only be said that the bell is not the best lot in the roulette wheel. He opened the prop and looked at it in detail. Truth Bell, see, put it on your body. When someone lies within 5 meters, the bell will sound. This must be the prop that Fong Chung had on him back then, when he first displayed the dual-element spirit blade more than 10 days ago. Oh wait, Fong Chung mentioned this item. He had occasionally seen him when he went out to do activities these past few nights. As is the old practice, when you get new props, try mutating them first. Open it again after a few seconds. Truth Bell, see, can be used on a target to force it to tell the truth within the next 1 minute. Use intervals of 1 minute. There are also the following 2 normal modes to choose from. 1 mode, same as original effect. 2nd mode, reveal the thoughts of everyone within a 100-meter radius. Oh, this thing. Ling Yi pondered for a long time, and finally smiled and said, "It's quite interesting." He has even thought of interesting usage scenarios. It's just that I don't know much about the specifics of these 2 modes. But there's no rush. Rather than this, he still wants to see the mutation potential of those demonic skills. Demonized Night Bat Flurry mutation potential, high. The first 2 mutation potentials are both low. Only this one is high. Therefore, Ling Yi did not consider the first two and directly recycled them. And perform a okay mutation on the last one. When mutating, the expectation in his heart is demonization becomes deity. He had no idea of the specific effect changes. After all, we haven't seen the original effects of his skills yet. After the skill returned to clarity, he quickly clicked it. Apotheosis Star Storm, 8 stars, releases 10 shining star particles. These star particles will randomly attack the surrounding enemies. Each star particle can cause slight damage to the enemy with each attack. Each star particle can cause slight damage to the enemy every time. Attacking will consume a certain amount of your own physical strength. The star particle attack interval is 1 second. At first glance at this skill description, Ling Yi had only one feeling, strong. When he looked at it for the second time, his second feeling was, it's too exhausting. When he looked at it in detail for the third and fourth time, he could feel the power of this skill more and more. 10 attacks per second are useless if they are spread among 10 enemies. But if it is concentrated on one enemy, it is equivalent to 10 times the trace damage. And obviously, this thing is an energy attack. And its basic power depends on his mana and combat power. Not only that, Ling Yi also remembered his S-level support skill, Elemental Martial Body. His elemental attacks deal moderate physical damage. If these star particles can be regarded as light elements, then the damage will rise to a big level. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of money, and it attacks randomly. It's only useful when dealing with a single enemy. Otherwise, if you hit a single enemy, it will do about the same damage as me using the wind. In the next few days, he will also develop Eternal Divine Body and Invincible Holy Shield. And those two skill stars are also very high. Therefore, Ling Yi did not learn it rashly, but stored it in his backpack first. Chapter 151 The Phoenix Sword Master Visits. Time flies to the afternoon. In the morning, Ling Yi went next door to help Yun Ji and Xiao Wanqing clean the house, and had lunch there after cleaning up everything. When they came back, Yun Ji and the others followed them back, because Lin Shuru's skin was getting better and better these days. They talked about this topic during lunch. After Ling Yi nodded in agreement, Lin Shuru told the two that this was because their home had a hot spring that could be used for beauty treatments. So when the four came back, the three women walked upstairs together. Soak in the hot springs. It seems they will come often in the future. Ling Yi casually pulled up a wooden chair and sat by the window of the hall, looking out the window at the garden under the afternoon sun, with a strange look in his eyes. But the Holy Angel Fountain is actually the fountain of life. Why are you treating it as a beauty treatment now? Is the spring in use? He thought about it, and found out that it was because he and Lin Shuru had not been injured. Even if you are injured, you will recover instantly because of the solar absorber, which is now outside in the sun. Forget it. It's always a good thing not to get hurt. It's better to never have to use it. Ling Yi stood up and wanted to go back to his room for a lunch break. But after walking a few steps, the doorbell of the big iron gate outside the yard rang. Ding dong. Ding dong. Sensation was released, and it was discovered that it was Phoenix Sword Saint Nandongli, one of the 4 envoys of the Divine Alliance. And the district guard here? Fong Chung. Huh? Why are they here? Ling Yi walked out, opened the large iron gate outside the yard, and looked at the two of them. Nandongli was not wearing her battle uniform, but simply paired it with white short-sleeved blue jeans. Her beautiful golden ponytail seemed to glow in the afternoon sun. She is tall, estimated to be about 1.75 meters tall, and is considered tall among women. At this moment, she looked Ling Yi up and down with her fiery red eyes, and said, "Hello, you are Ling Yi, right? Ah, yes. I heard that you have a dual-element spirit blade. That's right. Would you like to join us? Ah?" Nandongli went straight to the point without any hesitation. Seeing the confusion on the other person's face, she explained, "I am the captain of the Phoenix Squadron, one of the 4 operational squadrons of the Shinmin League headquarters. I invite you to come to our headquarters. The headquarters has the most abundant training resources in the country, and it only takes 1 year. You can stand out from the younger generation, and in just 5 years, you can become a nationally renowned master." "No." Ling Yi shook his head and rejected her. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the cell phone in Nandongli's pocket ringing. "Sorry, I'll take a call." Nandongli waved her hand, walked 10 meters away, and picked up the phone. Ling Yi and Fong Chung were left looking at each other. "Remember me? We met last time." Fong Chung, who was about 30 years old, said to Ling Yi half-jokingly. He was still wearing a black outfit and had a cropped haircut. He is 1.9 meters tall and has a strong build. Remember? Ling Yi smiled. I didn't expect you to have a dual-element spirit blade. While Fan Chung was speaking, Nandong Li's call was carried to his ears word by word along the wind. The other end of the phone. The day after tomorrow at noon, the Great Secret Realm Forest Temple will appear in Yunhua Town, Qianjiang City. There is an A-level material called Forest Holy Water in the Secret Realm. It is said that the leader of the Holy Sect relied on it to test at the summit. Several levels have been passed during the refining process. I suspect that the Holy Sect is also attacking for the holy water in the forest this time. So we must grab it this time. Nandong Li. Okay. I will take the Phoenix team with me. At this point, the call was hung up. Nandong Li took back his cell phone, and after secretly remembering the matter on the spot, turned and walked towards the two of them. Distracted by the phone call just now, she remembered Ling Yi's rejection just now. She had no intention of persuading her anymore. But when she came over, she subconsciously asked again, Are you really not thinking about it anymore? You return the favor every week. It's a day off. Ling Yi shook his head. Now that he is financially free, wouldn't it be unnecessary to go to work again? Okay then. We won't disturb you anymore. Nandong Li didn't want to persuade her. This was a status that many people dreamed of. If he didn't come, she wouldn't beg to come. Although the dual-element spirit blade is indeed very powerful, it cannot be achieved in seconds just by relying on it. And just as the two of them turned to leave, Ling Yi suddenly stopped them. Wait. Huh? The two looked back. Could it be that he changed his mind? I heard that the Holy Sect will come to rescue the silver-haired Mauler who was captured by you at noon tomorrow. And they also plan to detonate a bomb to attract your attention. Bomb. Nandong Li and Fan Chung looked at each other, and both saw the surprise on the other's face. Yes. If there is one, it should be in the center of Chunjiang Garden. Probably near Building 15. Players have plenty of ways to detect bombs, so it was enough for him to give an approximate location. Nandong Li looked Ling Yi up and down again, then frowned and asked doubtfully, Where did you get this news? Ling Yi shook his head and said he didn't want to talk. Seeing this, Nandong Li nodded slightly and said, Okay, we will pay attention to it tomorrow. Thank you for the reminder. Goodbye then? Goodbye. The building in front of Ling Yi's house is the Victims Building. Directly opposite the Victims Building is the Yinghua branch of the Shinin League. The straight line distance is less than 100 meters. Therefore, the two of them returned to the door of the branch in just a short breath. What do you think? Nandong Li said calmly to Fan Chung in front of the door. Well, I can feel that Ling Yi's starting point is good. In short, it doesn't matter if we make preparations just to be cautious. Fan Chung pondered for a while, and then gave a reasonable answer. Nandong Li responded softly. Then I'll leave this matter to you tomorrow. Good. Fan Chung is the district guard of this area and is responsible for protecting the safety of this area. Even if the general at the headquarters does not request it, he will send someone over to take a look tomorrow. As one of the 4 envoys of the Divine Alliance, Nandong Li holds real power. Strictly speaking, he is still his superior. His immediate superior is the director of the Yinghua Town branch, and above him is the guardian of Qianjiang City. The status of the guardian envoy is equivalent to the elite members of the headquarters. These elite members are divided into 4 teams and are under the jurisdiction of the 4 captains. If there is a vacancy for a garrison officer in any place, the captain will almost always select a candidate from among these elite members to fill the position. When the captain comes to each city, he also has the power to mobilize the guardian envoys. The other side, Ling Yi, who heard the conversation between the two of them, walked back into the house and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I have left this burden to the Shining. When he returned to sit in the hall, he couldn't help but think of the content of the conversation on the phone just now. Forest Temple. Holy water in the forest. He remembered the fate he had seen on Mauler, a member of the Holy Sect, which recorded the location of the holy water in the forest. Since it is something that the Dark Organization wants to get, I will grab it in advance. The afternoon sun was very bright, and listening to the chirping of cicadas outside the house, Ling Yi planned to go back to the room to take a lunch break. Chapter 152 Holy Angel Linger. As soon as he returned to the bedroom, he heard bursts of laughter coming from the cubicle. If Lin Shuro was alone, he would definitely have some fun. Just now, shaking his head, Ling Yi rolled on the bed and fell asleep amidst waves of sweet laughter. How is it possible to fall asleep? Although he closed his eyes, his ears could not help but listen to their conversation. Lin Shuru. Oh, let go of me. Yun Ji. Ha! It's impossible. Shuru, your body is too soft. Holding you is like holding a big lump of human-shaped silicone. Wan Qing, come and try it too. Xiao Wan Qing. Indeed. If you look closely, my fingers are directly stuck in it. Lin Shuru. Yeah. Let go quickly. As he listened, Ling Yi gradually fell asleep uncontrollably. When I woke up again, it was already evening. The sun is about to set on the horizon, and the electronic clock hanging on the wall reads 17:35. Lin Shuru curled up in his arms like a docile kitten, her smooth forehead pressed against his chest. Ling Yi stroked her loose hair and looked at the clouds outside the window in trance. He has always believed that becoming stronger is to live a better life. Some people forget their original intentions as they change, and blindly admire power. After going through hardships and fighting all his life, in the end, he is not as happy as ordinary people. Therefore, he does not spend all his time improving his strength. On the contrary, a few hours a day is enough. 3 hours of spiritual path plus 6 hours of activities, which is only 9 hours a day at most. At other times, they should put aside the matter of improving their strength and enjoy life. Even if they want to improve their strength in these free time, it is difficult to do so, unless you go to the big world. Thinking of this big world, Ling Yi frowned subconsciously. His current plan is to wait until he reaches level 50 or above before thinking about fighting the level 50 Demon King Kong giant ape. As for the rest of the big world, he has no plans yet. The big world is still being developed, and there are many monsters and treasures in it that the world has never seen before. When will I officially start taking risks in it? Well, it will be almost done once we get the artifact. Right? After making a decision in her heart, Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At 0 o'clock the next day, Ling Yi and Lin Shuru stood by the spring of Holy Angel Spring, their eyes fixed on the sky above the spring. In their sight, bits and pieces of flickering fluorescent light were floating up from the spring. They gathered in the air, slowly condensing into a holy and beautiful human figure. She has long, sparkling golden hair that reaches down to her waist and a flawless body. She has her eyes tightly closed now. The entire cubicle was illuminated by her light. Lin Shuru and Ling Yi looked at each other. The former didn't tell the latter not to look, but gave him a weird smile. You will be blessed in the future. Ling Yi didn't understand what she meant and didn't think much about it. He was now activating the Eye of Truth to check the other party's panel. Holy Angel, LV 100. Gender, female. Attributes, Strength 500. Mana 500. Agility 500. Endurance 500. Constitution 500. Skills, 1 heart. 4 divine winds. Holy Shield. Holy Jade Body, passive. Angelic Power. Wearing treasures, none. Soulbound weapon, none. Current status, healthy. Current mood, joy. Her skills are the same as those of the summoned beasts. None of them have star ratings. Apparently it's a special unit that doesn't drop anything when killed. It's actually a level 100 unit, but it has very few skills. It doesn't look like a combat type at all. These skills of Holy Angel look like auxiliary skills. Soon, the Holy Angel in front of him slowly opened his eyes. Her eyes were green, as crystal clear and beautiful as emerald gems, shining with a moving luster. She slowly flew in front of the two of them, then folded her hands in front of her belly and said to them with a smile, "Hello, Master and Mistress." Hearing this, Lin Shuru was surprised and said, "Mistress? Why did you call me Mistress?" This angel has just been conceived, so he should only know who his master is. How could he know her? The Holy Angel smiled slightly, and his thin lips parted slightly. In the past few days, I have clearly seen the actions of the master and you in the spring water. Lin Shuru was stunned, and her face suddenly turned red, thinking that her behavior in the past few days had been seen by this angel. She wanted to run to bed and bury herself under the quilt. This. She hesitated for a moment, then forced herself to explain. I just want my man to be happier, and there's nothing wrong with that. The Holy Angel still maintained that smile and said, I didn't say you were wrong. All right. Ling Yi did not let the two chat too much, but said to Lin Shuru, Get her dressed, and let's talk in detail when we get down. Good. A few minutes later the two went downstairs. The first thing is to give the Holy Angel a name. The master's name is Ling Yi, And his code name is 01. Then my code name is 02. The holy angel smiled smugly and said, Code name 02. Then my name will be Linger. Next, the two asked long and short questions about Linger's specific situation. Finally, we found out her situation after 3 minutes. It turns out that she, like the Ice King, is a summoned beast. The latter was summoned by skills, while she was summoned by items. The two seem similar, but in fact they are quite different. Those summoned by skills can always follow the master, and their level is the same as the master's level. Those summoned by props can only stay around the props, and have a fixed level that cannot be changed. That means you can only move within 1,000 meters of the spring? Lin Shuru's beautiful eyes showed a hint of sympathy. It must be painful to be stuck in one place for your whole life. Right. That's true originally. But I don't know what kind of divine power the master used to allow me to leave this area. It is obvious that mutation has eliminated this restriction. That's okay. It's just that you're not a player, so you can't enter the divine path, Lin Shuru said with a hint of pity. It doesn't matter. I have a skill called One Heart, and I can follow you in. With that said, Linger waved his hand and showed this skill in front of the two of them. One heart and one body enter the body of a person of the same sex, and temporarily transfer your attributes to the other person based on the compatibility between the two parties, and the other person can use their own skills. When the compatibility reaches 100%, you can also control the other person's body. Ling Yi and Lin Shura looked at this skill carefully with different expressions. The former is used to seeing too many excellent skills, and has a calmer expression. The latter, as if he had never seen the world before, opened his mouth in great surprise and exclaimed, Oh my god! What an amazing skill! She grabbed Ling Yi's arm in surprise and shook it. If Linger enters my body, then I can kill monsters and level up quickly. Although she had previously set her goal to be the most beautiful woman in the world, that was because she had no way to improve her strength and had to make a choice. Now Linger's arrival gave her hope of becoming stronger. Moreover, Linger's skills also pointed out a clear way for her to develop in the auxiliary direction in the future. Auxiliary players do not need to have much combat power, as long as they have excellent auxiliary skills. Compared with improving strength, it is obviously easier to collect excellent auxiliary skills. Chapter 153 People Who Gradually Change. Do you think I can become an assistant? She asked Xian Lingyi. Oh? Ling Yizhen was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, Okay. As long as Linger enters your body, you will be an excellent assistant. You can indeed fight with me. Hearing what Ling Yi said, Lin Shura felt happy. At that moment, she stopped lingering and quickly let Linger enter her body. Good, Linger responded, and immediately turned into a ray of golden light and swept into Lin Shura's body. Ling Yi looked at her curiously and saw that her appearance had not changed. How's it going? He asked with concern. Yeah, it feels good. Lin Shura smiled sweetly. Linger's voice echoed in my mind. So how compatible are you currently? How can we improve our compatibility? He asked two more questions in succession. Well, Linger said that the current compatibility is 32%, which is pretty good. As for improving the compatibility, she said the most efficient way is for the two of them to do what they like together. Oh, so what do you two like to do? Well, she said Lin Shuru's snow-white jade face suddenly turned red. She pursed her lower lip and waved her hands a little shyly. You don't have to worry about it. We will improve the compatibility ourselves. With that said, he hurried back to the room. Ling Yi really didn't care too much. Compared to this, he was more concerned about Lin Shuru's decision to switch to the auxiliary route. It is now 7 o'clock, and the night is getting darker. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the garden under the moonlight. Subconsciously crossed his arms and muttered, Even if the fit is only half, her all attributes can be increased by 250, including her own attributes and spirit. In terms of his own skills, the panel is already very good. It is indeed the most suitable for her to be my and Ice King's assistant. Only your own family can help you with all your heart. Lin Shuru becoming his exclusive assistant may be the most correct step for her to take. It's just that the level is a bit low. Thank you for your intelligence. We did find the bomb and set up an ambush in advance. Not only did the enemy's plan fail, but we also captured another core figure. This is your reward. At noon, at the gate, District Guard Fan Chung sent some pills and talismans to Ling Yi, as a reward for the information he provided this time. Ling Yi took it casually and said with a smile, You're welcome. He took the bag and found it was heavier than he expected. Then I won't bother you anymore. Fong Chung waved his hand and turned to leave. But before he took a few steps, he stopped as if he suddenly remembered something. He turned around and said with a smile, "If you have any information in the future, remember to contact me. You have my phone number." "Okay." Ling Yi made an okay gesture. After watching Fong Chengyuan go, Ling Yi closed the big iron door and turned back to the house. Seeing him coming back, Lin Shuru, who was wearing a light pink dress and short skirt, immediately came up to him and asked curiously, "What's going on?" "It's nothing. Just a little wake-up call for the League of Gods." Lin Shuru blinked, and then suddenly said, "Oh, I remembered it. I just saw the community group saying that a player named Ling provided information and saved 10,000 people in Chunjiang Garden from danger. Come out. So that person is you." "Yes, it's me. It's so kind of you." Lin Shuru hugged him with a smile and gave him a sweet kiss. 10 seconds later, Lin Shuru, blushing and gasping for air, snuggled into Ling Yi's arms with a look of happiness on her face. Let the latter hold her and throw her on the sofa. However, she was still sensible at the moment. Seeing that he wanted to climb up, she immediately reached out to dissuade him. "No, they are still bathing in the hot springs up there." After saying that, she raised her upper body and turned to glance upstairs. Seeing that the door above was closed, she adjusted her position and sat on the sofa. She reached out to untie the man's belt and said with a sweet smile, "You can just stand." Half an hour later, when Yunji and Xiao Wanqing came down, Lin Shuru was curled up in Ling Yi's arms. Although the pink jade face is full of sweetness, there are a few rays of laziness between the gradually mature willow eyebrows that were not there before. She seems to be maturing rapidly. "Where's Linger?" Yunji glanced around and asked Ling Yi softly. When they arrived at noon, they got to know each other. "In Shuro's body." "Oh." Yunji nodded. She sat on the sofa nearby, stared at Lin Shuru carefully with her golden eyes, and then said in surprise, "Shuru is getting more beautiful day by day, visible to the naked eye." "Yes, and I can obviously feel that the aura is getting stronger and stronger." Regarding the aura, Xiao Wanqing felt the strongest. "I still remember the first time I saw her. There was obvious inferiority and a hint of timidity in her eyes. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, the other party would no longer lose to her in terms of aura." "Is she resting? How about we say goodbye first?" "No, she's awake. By the way, you guys happen to be here. I have something I want to try out." He pointed to the truth bell on the table and motioned for Yunji to press it. Yunji reached out to press it and asked curiously, "What is this? It looks a bit like a truth bell." The truth bell looks like a golden bell with a golden bead inside. When the gold beads hit the iron wall, they will make a crisp sound. It's only 5 centimeters in size, making it easy to carry in your pocket. After mutation, there is an extra white jade bead on the top of the bell that can be used to adjust the mode. Just press it lightly to switch modes. This is a truth bell on steroids. The superior item of the truth bell? You can understand it that way. People often refer to props that have the same function but are more powerful as superior props. For example, the most classic Animal Control Ring and Advanced Animal Control Ring. The former can only control 5 ordinary animals at the same time, while the latter can control 30 at the same time. The latter can completely replace the former. Then what effect does this have? Xiao Wanqing asked him. Ling Yi smiled slightly and asked her without warning, "How is the weather today?" "Oh?" Xiao Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "It's pretty good." Before he finished speaking, a message appeared in front of several people. Despite saying this, Xiao Wanqing still doesn't like such hot weather. She thinks it would be better if the temperature could be lower. Yunji and both of them stared. They looked at each other and said in surprise, "Did you see it too?" Both parties nodded at the same time. This is. They looked at Ling Yi. "This is one of the effects of this truth bell, which can reveal everyone's true inner thoughts." It was also the first time for Ling Yi to see this prop in effect, and he looked slightly surprised. Hearing this, Yunji and Xiao Wanqing looked surprised. There is actually such a prop in the world. As soon as the words came out, Yunji's eyes quickly ignited with interest. She looked at Xiao Wanqing, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised a larger angle. "Wanqing," facing the surprised woman opposite, she said with a pleasant smile, "Do you like Ling Yi?" As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wanqing was stunned for a moment, and then pointed at Yunji in disbelief. Her eyes seemed to say, "You betrayed me." Chapter 154: The Effect of the Truth Bell and Entering the Secret Realm. Xiao Wanqing doesn't speak. But how many words can she express the love in her heart? When she is alone, she always thinks of her fiancé and wishes she could move over and live with him. This is nonsense! Xiao Wanqing blushed and waved her hands to try to dispel the information in front of her. But these messages were not dispelled, but disappeared on their own 5 seconds later. At this time, Lin Shiru opened her eyes, turned to smile at her and said, "Since you want to move here, then move here. Can you see it with your eyes closed?" Ling Yi was slightly surprised. Right. Although Lin Shiru speaks boldly, she actually doesn't want the other party to move here. She wants to spend more time with Ling Yi. Everyone. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you don't go there. I'll be satisfied living next door. Xiao Wanqing habitually wanted to resolve the embarrassment for her. Is it enough to live next door? Big joke. While Xiao Wanqing and Lin Shiru pursed their lips awkwardly, Yuan Ji beside them was already smiling from ear to ear. So interesting. She clapped her palms and said excitedly, "Put this thing in a crowd, and people will soon start fighting. It's the great nemesis of scene talk. If this thing were mine, I would definitely take it with me and turn the world upside down." She does think so. After a while, Lin Shiru, who recovered from the embarrassment, sighed and said honestly to Xiao Wanqing, "Although I'm not happy, you can move in if you want. Anyway, I basically don't sleep in my room." Okay. Xiao Wanqing nodded in compliance with her own wishes. Then she looked at Yuan Ji, with the idea of revenge rising in her heart, and said, "Yuan Ji, tell me the truth. Have you ever fantasized about Ling Yi?" Huh? Yuan Ji's golden eyes widened. Xiao Wanqing was caught off guard by her sudden attack. How could she not have fantasized about it? As a mature woman, she has always had this fantasy. After finally becoming an adult, she was protected by a divine path, causing her to endure 10 more years of loneliness. Ling Yi is not only the only man she can touch, but also the type she likes. She regards him as a male god. If she wasn't afraid that he would hate her, she would have wanted to rape him directly. Actually, yesterday, before anyone could finish the second sentence, Yuan Ji quickly pressed the bell with a pop sound. The bell switches to the first mode, and the information in front of you naturally disappears. Under the gaze of everyone, Yuan Ji crossed her arms and said seriously, "This prop can cause too many conflicts. Ling Yi, you should use it with caution." Everyone looked at each other with different expressions on their faces. Ling Yi even twitched the corner of his mouth, nodded and said, "Okay." But the information he just saw lingered like it was imprinted in his mind. So in her heart, I am her male god? The left half of Yuan Ji's cheek was covered by jet black hair, but the only exposed right half of her cheek was full of charm. When Ling Yi looked over, she quickly turned her head away, not daring to look at him. The next morning, in the northeast corner of Yunhua town, between two mountain calls, there are a large number of players who come here to visit. The Great Secret Realm Forest Temple is about to open. This time I must search it carefully. I heard that many people got A-level treasures last time. If I'm lucky, I have hope this time. Ordinary secret realms are divided into 4 levels: initial, middle, high and final. And the level of players who enter is limited. The Great Secret Realm is different. They have no limited level. Appears once a month and only appears for 6 hours at a time. After 6 hours, no matter whether the players inside have gained something or not, they will all be spit out. Therefore, finding more treasures within a limited time is what you need to do when entering the Great Secret Realm. Ling Yi wandered aimlessly among the players, absorbing their emotions while using fate peeping to check their fate. At noon on June 15th, a 3-meter red maple leaf hidden on a 3-meter red maple in the southwest corner of the Forest Temple secret area was discovered. At noon on June 15th, I dug up the B-level treasure Ganoderma lucidum in the red earth in a forest in the secret place. At the bottom of a green pool, the rare monster spirit water fish was discovered, and the 6-star rare skill water body technique was obtained from it. A B-class weapon was found from the broken treasure chest in the corner of the temple. The information seen by Destiny Snoop is not controllable by Ling Yi, and there is no fixed standard for judging what will appear. Therefore, most of what he sees is useless information to him, and only a small amount of it is opportunity. However, these opportunities are just average for Ling Yi now. If he goes in and meets him, he may just take them. It is impossible to look for them specifically. After walking around briefly for a while, he stopped on a clean lawn and simply sat down. There were still 2 minutes before the secret realm opened, and he planned to summarize his course of action after entering. And just as he was summing up, a gust of fragrant wind suddenly blew from behind him. Jingle bell bell. Ling Yi looked back and saw Yuanji standing behind him at some point. She was wearing white short-sleeved shirts, black shorts, and a pair of white sneakers, giving her a youthful look. A red paper umbrella is held diagonally in her white jade hand, and the umbrella pole is supported on her right shoulder. There is still a delicate golden bell hanging on her cute pink earlobe. When the wind blows, the bell sways and makes a crisp sound of ding bell. That bell of yours. Oh, I tied it myself. Don't you feel noisy when you walk? I like the loud atmosphere. Yuanji smiled slightly, walked to Ling Yi's right side, and sat down gently. She turned the red umbrella over her left shoulder to protect him from the scorching sun. So they decided not to come. Right. Yes. They both feel that their strength is still too low, and they want to upgrade more monsters. When he just went out, several people asked him where he was going. When they learned that he was coming to the secret realm, Lin Xiao and both of them were very hesitant. Ling Yi also wanted to come over to absorb the emotional points, so he took the first step. Now only Yunji came, and it was obvious that they had made a choice. The secret realm is about to open. Do you need me to go with you? Well, no need. I have only one main purpose this time, and I can accomplish it by myself. Good. Yunji nodded. From Xiao Wanqing's attitude in the past few days, it is easy to guess Ling Yi's true identity. But if the other party doesn't tell her, she won't take the initiative to expose it. She also enjoys the feeling that only a few people know 01's true identity, and I am one of them. It didn't take long. When we arrived at 12 o'clock on time, a green halo of light, about 50 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared between the mountains at the entrance of the great secret forest temple. The secret realm is opened. Quick! 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 Get in quickly! The entrance to the secret realm will remain open for 5 minutes. Players are eager to get in not because they are worried about not being able to get in late, but because they are worried that if they get in late, all the good stuff will be taken away. Ling Yi and Yuanji stood up at the same time. They looked at each other, and then the latter said, I am fast. I will take you in. After saying that, he couldn't help but put his arms around Ling Yi's waist, leading him to surpass everyone and quickly fly into the circle of light. Chapter 155 Holy Water in the Forest. Forest Temple. Just by hearing the name, you will know that it is a secret place with a large forest. Ling Yi was not surprised when he came in, flying at an altitude of more than 50 meters above the ground. You can see that the mountains and plains are covered with trees, lush and green, as if the mountains are covered with green gauze. He didn't even see a place to set foot. On the top of a large mountain in the distance, a huge forest green building can be vaguely seen. Ling Yi read the information before coming in, and knew that it was the forest temple. It is said that the forest god is worshipped inside. You have entered the secret realm, forest temple. Tip: the secret realm will close after 6 hours. 2 pieces of information flashed in front of Ling Yi. There are no exits in the great secret realms, which means that during these 6 hours, they can only stay in the secret realm and have no way to get out. Let's go to the forest temple quickly. Someone found a lot of good things in there last time. No, I'm going to the forest lake. I heard that someone discovered a rare monster there. Hey, then I'll go to the red maple forest. After arriving at the secret realm, the players dispersed in all directions, shouting. The great secret realm reappears once a month, and when it reappears, the resources inside are naturally refreshed. Most people who come here want to see the places where predecessors discovered treasures. Yuanji glanced at the people in the distance lightly, then cast her gaze on Ling Yi's face and asked, Where are you going? I want to go to the lake to get something first, and then go to the forest to kill the 1,000-year-old tree spirit. He finished his own business first before he could wander around looking for treasures with confidence. Oh, you came to the secret realm to do these 2 things? Strictly speaking, only the 1,000-year-old tree spirit is my target. Where are you? Ling Yi asked casually. Me. Yuanji pursed her lips, then shook her head and smiled. I don't have any plans. If you hadn't come in, I might not have come in like this. You go to the lake first, and then I will help you fight the 1,000-year-old tree spirit. Don't worry. I will control the strength and leave the monster to you. Okay. Thank you. Ling Yi thought that it would be faster with her help, so he agreed. Then the 2 of them flew in one direction. After a while, Ling Yi came to the edge of a quiet lake. This lake is only about 300 square meters. There are 7 or 8 willows around the lake. Under the sun, slender green willow leaves are floating on the lake. The water of the lake is extremely clear, and you can clearly see the stones on the bottom of the lake. This is a small lake known as Lake in the Forest. Ling Yi opened his eyes of truth and searched under the willows. In less than a minute, he found 3 items including the forest holy water, a green scarf, a D-level treasure, a green talisman, C-level talisman paper. Finally, there is this A-grade material, holy water in the forest. These 3 are all green and inconspicuous when placed in the grass. After putting them all into his backpack, Ling Yi checked them out unhurriedly. Holy water in the forest A material. After drinking it, your natural recovery power can be increased to 10 times its original value within the next 3 hours. Cannot stack with similar effects. The effect is okay. Ling Yi looked at its mutation potential and found that it was only medium. Soon he habitually activated the Eye of Truth. Forest holy water plus forest crystal. The air of heaven plus the holy water of the forest plus azure sapphire plus the natural elixir of the earth's core. Huh? Is this a composite material of 2 items? He did a little search on the forum, but only found information about the forest crystal, which is an excellent A-level treasure. Natural elixirs have no information at all. However, through other materials, we can also make a rough guess. The spirit of the earth's core is an A-level elixir, so this natural holy elixir should be an S-level elixir. Keep it for now, and see if we can get along with it later. Throwing this material behind his mind, he stood up and flew in the direction of the 1,000-year-old tree spirit, while looking at the other 2 items he had just obtained. However, their effects are average, and you can buy better ones in stores, so you don't need to pay much attention to them. It didn't take long for him to arrive near the level 50 special boss monster 1,000-year tree spirit. There are naturally a large number of monsters in the Great Secret Realm, and they have different levels. The lowest ones may be as low as 2 or 3 levels, and the high ones may be as high as 80 or 90. Although the level 50 Millennium Tree Spirit is not too high. In terms of combat effectiveness, it should be ranked among the top 10 in the entire Forest Temple, Secret Realm. At this time, Ji was fighting fiercely with the 1,000-year-old tree spirit in the field. The forest that had nowhere to start was finally cleared by their fighting. As soon as Ling Yi came, he saw several players looking towards here from 100 meters away. They didn't seize the time to hunt for treasures, but stayed here to watch. Obviously, they had ulterior motives. He activated the Eye of Truth and looked at those people, and found that the lowest level was 50 or 60, and the highest level was more than 70. Not easy to deal with. After thinking about it, Ling Yi decided to scare them. And 100 meters away, when these people watching saw a young man flying behind Ji, they still laughed secretly. That guy is finished. Ji is a tigress now, and anyone who comes close will touch her brow. A beautiful woman protected by a divine path. This is the impression most players have of Ji. Because she is beautiful and special enough, she has always maintained a relatively stable popularity among the player community. Although she is far less well known than everyone like Ling Yi. At least half of the 10 players know about her. However, what surprised them was that after Ji discovered the man behind her, she not only did not attack, but instead spoke to him with a smile. What? Everyone onlookers were stunned. They wiped and looked carefully into the distance to confirm that Ji was indeed smiling and talking to the young man. So this Ji actually has a partner? Hasn't she always been alone? Who knows? This is the first time I've seen Ji smile like that. Are they a couple? It's impossible. Ji is untouchable by anyone. Anyway, the two must be very close. As the onlookers talked, they saw the young man flying in the air raising his hands high. Immediately afterwards, a huge tornado suddenly appeared on the ground and shut the 2 people in the field together with the boss. The tornado rotated at high speed and grew rapidly. The sand, gravel and fallen trees on the ground were all blown up by the increasingly powerful tornado, spiraling hundreds of meters into the air and spinning rapidly. When several people saw him, their eyes almost popped out. What a powerful tornado skill! This person must have very high mana. Go back! Go back! Some people retreated, while others did not want to give up. They stood up and rushed towards the tornado, thinking that they could break through this wind barrier. It's a pity that these people didn't know that this was a strong wind created by a 10-star skill. As soon as they hit the tornado, they were blown up by the wind effortlessly like sand on the ground. In just a few seconds, It disappeared into the sky full of gravel and wood chips. Seeing this, the others who were still hesitating did not wait any longer and fled outside quickly. Chapter 156: The Long-Lasting Divine Body. Level 49. After driving away the onlookers who dispersed outside, Ling Yi did not stop the tornado immediately. He will maintain it until the death of the 1,000-year tree spirit. Although I don't know how much life the other party still has, it should be running out. After Yunji caused heavy damage to it again, she flew to Ling Yi and said to him. The latter activated the Eye of Truth and took a look. Current status, 12.6%. Okay, leave it to me next. He snapped his fingers to open a small shining field, enveloping the two people and the 1,000-year-old tree spirit. Immediately afterwards, by consuming a lot of physical energy, he activated the lightning in the field to quickly strike the opponent. The Millennium Tree Spirit is a tree stump-shaped leader monster. It can be said to be a spirited tree stump. It is 5 meters high and 2 meters thick, with green bark all over its body. After clearing the level, it will generate flying leaves out of thin air to attack. It is not good at moving, let alone lightning appearing directly above its head. His attacks hit time after time without even having to aim. When he attacked, the 1,000-year-old tree spirit also shot a large number of flying leaves at him. Although Yunji doesn't attack because she doesn't grab monsters, she still has no problem protecting him. Just hear her shout softly, "Shield Elf!" In an instant, a huge shield about 3 meters high suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yi and blocked all the flying leaves for him. Kung 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 kung. The flying leaves hit the shield, making a series of sounds of gold and iron. Seeing that the shield spirit blocked Ling Yi's sight, Yunji hurriedly asked, "Can you see it? How about I ask the shield spirit to open its mouth to leave a gap?" She knew that he had the ability to perceive, but she didn't know exactly what that ability was. "No, I'm aware." While Ling Yi continued to attack the boss with lightning, he asked curiously, "Are you a summoned beast?" Yunji was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, a summoned beast specially used to block attacks. What happens if it breaks? If it's broken, just summon it again." "Oh." Ling Yi was curious and couldn't help but check the attributes of this shield elf. Speaking of which, he had never looked at other people's summoned beast panels, and he didn't know what the difference was with his Ice King. Shield Elf, LV80. Attributes, Strength 0. Mana 0. Agility 200. Endurance 400. Constitution 600. Skills, Taunt. Energy Absorption. Resistance Armor Passive. Elemental Resistance Passive. Current status, Minor Injuries. Ling Yi compared it with the Ice King's panel. I found that the Ice King has 4 more columns than normal summoned beasts: gender, weapons, treasures, and emotions. Then he compared the attributes in detail. The current level 40 Ice King has 600 attributes in all attributes, except for physical fitness. He surpasses his opponent in other aspects. Of course, this is only comparing attribute values. If level and resistance skills are taken into account, the current Shield Elf's real defense power is more than twice that of the Ice King. As a level 80 defensive summoned beast, it is indeed qualified. "What level is your skill?" Ling Yi wanted to make a clearer judgment. 8 stars. "Oh, that's pretty high." 8-star skills are rare in the world. The summoned beasts summoned by this star level skill can be said to be some of the best in the world at the moment. It didn't take long. Under the protection of the shield spirit, Ling Yi harmlessly polished off the last bit of vitality of the 1,000-year-old tree spirit. "You have obtained the 7-star skill, Xianling Pure Body." "Got it. Monsters in the secret realm will only drop materials and skills, but not experience." After successfully collecting the target skill, Ling Yi's purpose of coming to this secret realm was completed. He closed the domain and stopped the tornadoes on the outside, turned on the fusion function of the system while landing, and threw in the 100 battles refining body and the Xianling Pure Body together. He didn't bother to look at the effects of the latter anymore, since they weren't as good as the new fused skills anyway. After a while, you have obtained the 10-star skill, Jiuyuan Divine Body. The 100 battles body refining is a 9-star skill, so the 10-star skill was completely within Ling Yi's expectation. Yunji on the side saw that Ling Yi suddenly dropped down as if he was operating something, so she followed her down, with a look of curiosity on her face. "What are you doing?" "Organizing rewards. To be precise, fusion skills." "Oh." Yunji felt a little baffled. The result of the fusion skill was random. She could do it at any time. Why should he do it now? Besides, nothing seems to have dropped just now. Right? She stared at Ling Yi's cheek and saw a look of surprise on his face, as if he was very surprised by the result of the fusion. And at this time, after seeing the skill of Jiuyuan Divine Body, Ling Yi was surprised that there was such a skill and activated mutation on it. After mutation, open it again. Eternal Divine Body, 10 stars. Every time you are sincerely praised by others, you will accumulate 1 point of eternal factor. A single person can provide himself with up to 1 point per day, and can store up to 1,000 points at the same time, depending on the corresponding long-lasting factor. The following effects can be obtained. When the long-term factor exceeds 1 point, it will take effect. All attributes will be increased by 200 points. It can be activated by consuming a certain amount of long-lasting factors, increasing the power of an attack by number of long-lasting factors times 10%. Okay. Ling Yi was very satisfied with this mutated Jiuyuan Divine Body. Not only can the attributes be improved in normal times, but at critical moments, all of them can be released to severely damage the enemy in one go. The highest can even reach 10,000%, which is 100 times. What I lacked most before was a large amount of output in a short period of time. In the past few days, I relied entirely on the Ice King in his second form to defeat the living bosses. With this, at least I can hope to kill a boss in a short time alone. Thinking of this, Ling Yi couldn't wait to learn it. It's just that he currently only has 2-star positions left and needs to be upgraded to 8 more levels. But after 8 more levels, it's already 48. So it's better to go straight to 49 in one go. He opened a panel and looked at his level bar. Level 40, 0/20500. Looking at the experience in the experience pool, I saw that there were still more than 300,000. He immediately stopped hesitating and took out 200 and 2,500 experience points. When he was free, he calculated that only this much experience would be enough to reach level 49. When the level is high, you can still drop skills, materials and other items by defeating low-level monsters, and the drop probability will not change. Just no experience. Congratulations. Your experience is enough. You will be automatically upgraded to level 41 now. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations. The level is upgraded to 9 levels in a row. The star level is +9. And the free attribute points are +45. Add all attribute points to strength. And then Ling Yi immediately learns this skill. As for deification Starstorm, let's consider it later when there are stars. You have learned the skill, Jiuyuan Divine Body, 10 stars. Star position -10. Remaining 1. After getting everything done, he breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? Is everything done? Yunji asked curiously. Well, the purpose of coming to this secret realm has been completed. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a series of information that he had never seen before appear one after another in front of him. Li Tiantian praises you as a dragon among men. Long-lasting factor +1. Athmes praises you as a righteous person. Long-lasting factor +1. Wang Tontian praises you as a role model for the younger generation. Longevity factor +1. Buddha praises you for your divine power. Longevity factor +1. Huh? Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. This is the process of Jiuyuan Divine Body collecting Jiuyuan factors. Chapter 157 Forest God Statue. Obviously, after the mutation, the absorption range of Eternal Divine Body includes the whole world, no matter which country or place he is in. As long as someone sincerely praises him, he can provide him with 1 point of longevity factor. Great. This way, I don't have to go out of my way to ask others to praise me. Before the mutation, you could only absorb it if you praised yourself by your side. Now, regardless of the time and space distance, the difficulty of accumulating is hundreds of times easier than before. Thinking of this, Ling Yi couldn't help but smile heartily. Now he looks at his 5th dimension. Strength 338. Mana 1300. Agility 430. Endurance 253. And Constitution 463. Okay. There are almost no shortcomings. What? Yunji on the side looked confused. Oh. Ling Yi looked up at her and said with a smile. I just learned a new skill. And now all my attributes have been improved. That's it. That's great. Yunji nodded and said with certainty. Skills that improve attributes are not common. To be honest, I have never heard of skills that improve all attributes before. She crossed her arms, put her white fingers on her lips, raised her head and thought. I remember that based on the summary of various attributes improving skills, 1 star can increase 10 points, 2 stars can increase 30 points, and 3 stars can increase 60 points. 360 stars, 459 stars, 550 10 stars. How many stars are your skills? As long as you tell me the star rating, I will know how much it has improved. 10 stars. 1,010 stars. If she hadn't known Ling Yi's true identity, Yunji might have thought he was joking. But it was precisely because she knew that he was 01 that she was not too surprised at this moment. Just surprised in my heart. He previously integrated the 10-star skills and appeared in the world announcement. And now he has integrated the 10-star skills again. It doesn't seem like a coincidence. Although confused, Yunji did not have time to think too much, but smiled and said, "Then your all attributes have been increased by about 110. Right. And if your skill has other effects, it should be a 100-point improvement in all attributes. Am I right?" "Well, it's indeed accurate." Ling Yi smiled and nodded. Before the mutation, the first effect was indeed to increase all attributes by 100 points. Now it has doubled out of thin air, all thanks to the super mutation system. Next, the two briefly chatted about the action plan, and then decided to head towards the temple together. "Speaking of which, how many times have you rescued beauties as a hero?" Seeing Ling Yi kill the monster and save a beautiful woman from the monster again, Yunji suddenly asked. Hearing this, Ling Yi stopped, while enjoying the adoring and grateful gazes of the beauties on the ground. He touched his chin and said uncertainly, "It depends on how it is judged. If you are talking about saving women from monsters, if so, it should be 70 or 80 times. Mainly because I have saved more people in the past few days." "What about men?" More than 100 times." Yunji nodded and said, "Normally, a player who has only been in the divine path for more than 10 days will rescue others only 20 or 30 times in total. You are considered very high. If you encounter someone in trouble, you will just do whatever you want." "Help?" "Roughly the same," I said. "No wonder some people respect you so much when they see you." While talking, the two set off again. After a while, he flew up the mountain and landed on the platform in front of the temple. This huge platform, paved with turquoise marble and covering an area of more than 300,000 square meters, was laid in front of the steps leading up to the temple. There were 4 huge stone pillars 100 meters high on each side. The midday sun shines down, making the place bright and comfortable. Many players who have gained enough will come here to set up stalls, barter with other players, or sell items directly. Here, Ling Yi and Yunji separated. The latter wanted to visit the vendors, while the former wanted to go inside the temple. "Then be careful." After bidding farewell to Yunji, Ling Yi jumped over the stairs and walked straight into the temple. The gate of the main hall is about 50 meters high and wide, which is very grand and spacious. As soon as he walked in, he saw a forest deer statue about 30 meters high in the center of the hall in front of him. The forest deer is not a monster, but a type of elf. Its body is also 30 meters tall, similar to this statue. At this time, hundreds of players gathered around the statue. Some of them clasped their hands together and seemed to be praying. Some looked left and right, and some stretched out their hands to touch the statue while muttering something. "Ask the forest god to protect me and give my children a safe life." Forest god. Forest god. Can you guide me to find the secret treasure in the temple? Do you think there is something inside the statue? Do you want to try destroying it? Listening to the conversation of these people, Ling Yi raised his eyebrows unconsciously. He looked up at the statue and subconsciously activated the Eye of Truth to check. Statue with the name of the forest god, sacrifice items to it, and tell the item you want. And the forest god will reward you with the target item of the same level. Can only be used once per person per month. So that's what the statue was used for. He looked at the people below who used the statues as Buddha statues to pray for safety and seek treasures. And the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. When he came in, he was also influenced by these people and preconceively believed that the statue was used to pray for peace and was essentially a useless decoration. Did not expect? Shaking his head, Ling Yi quickly opened his backpack to see if there was anything unused inside that could be replaced. I quickly found a B-level prop called Farsighted Glasses. Back then, the God team gave him a bag because of the Wisdom Halo. And these glasses were one of them, because he has an extremely wide range of perception. These glasses are completely useless to him. You can try it now. When Ling Yi took out his glasses, a middle-aged man not far away heard his words. After hesitating for a while, he came over and asked, "Little brother, Do you know how this statue is used? Next to the middle-aged man was a tall woman with slender legs. When she saw Ling Yi, she was stunned at first. Then she looked happy and said, "Brother Ling?" This woman was wearing a red dress and had a charming face, which attracted the secret attention of many men around her. Seeing her talking to another man, these people immediately turned their heads and focused their attention here. Ling Yi looked at the two people walking over. He didn't recognize the middle-aged man, but he did recognize the woman beside him. Sister Yun? This woman is none other than Yun Zijin, his current aid target. In the last two-person trial in the Storm Desert, the other party said that they should discuss things on their own terms. He called her Sister Yun, and she called him Brother Ling. Of course, neither party still knows the real names of the parties, only the gender of the other party. Jeaner, do you know each other? The middle-aged man looked at his daughter in surprise. Isn't his daughter stuck in the front door? She actually secretly met a man of a similar age? I know him. He is my rescue target. Oh, it's the one with S. At this point, the middle-aged man immediately stopped the words in his throat. He turned to look at Ling Yi, stretched out his hand, and smiled kindly. Hello, my name is Yun He, and I am the current head of the Emperor Star Financial Group. Chapter 158 Ling Yi, the discoverer of the statue's function. My name is Ling Yi. He did not hide his identity this time. In fact, almost all the players in Ingwa Town he met on the road knew him, and there was no need to hide his identity. My name is Yun Zijin. Yun Zijin on the side also spoke at the right time. The Emperor Star Financial Group is one of the top 10 financial groups in the world. The leader of the generation is Yun Hui Wang, one of the 6 divine pillars of Xinxia today. Because he is the oldest among the 6 divine pillars, he is respectfully called Mr. Yun. Later, Yun Hui Wang abdicated and made his younger brother Yun He the second-generation head. This information is relatively well known, so when others see it, they can't help but start discussing it. Isn't that the leader of Emperor Star? Yun He? He is actually here? You are obviously a big shot, but you are so low-key. I didn't notice it just now. What are they talking about? Many people noticed this. Yun He ignored the people around him and asked Ling Yi seriously. Little brother, do you know the true use of the statue? I know. Just watch. Ling Yi didn't hesitate. After he answered readily, without waiting for anyone around him to speak, he directly raised the glasses in his hand and said to the statue, I want to exchange it for an informational prop. As soon as he finished speaking, a green divine light shot out from the statue's forehead and shone on the glasses in his hand. And under the surprised gazes of everyone, the green light flew back with the glasses and slowly melted into the forehead. It ate it! The statue ate the glasses out of his hand. This statue is really not a mortal thing. When everyone around was astonished, they saw another faint yellow light emitting from the mouth of the statue. A crystal ball exuding a soft blue light was pushed by this yellow light and delivered to Ling Yi's hand. You absorbed Yun has 73 surprise points. You absorbed 69 points of Tonbao's excitement points. You, brother Ling Yi, what is that in your hand? What on earth is going on? Yun He, who had witnessed the entire process, opened his eyes wide with surprise. He could no longer hold back the questions in his heart and hurried forward. Asked, when they heard someone ask what they wanted to ask. Everyone around them couldn't help but get closer again, for fear that they couldn't hear the other person's answer clearly. Ling Yi briefly explained this function. After hearing what he said, everyone present was surprised and happy. Oh my god! I didn't expect the statue to have such a function. Who is that guy? He has done great work. In this case, do the statues in other great secret realms also have a role? It's amazing. I'll try it. I'll try it. There were hundreds of people present, so it was impossible to hide the news. Therefore, Yun He only glanced at these people and knew what would happen next. He hurriedly walked to Ling Yi and said quickly, Brother Ling Yi, you may not care about reputation, but discovering the function of the statue is not a trivial matter. As the discoverer, if you don't quickly tell the discoverer if this identity is confirmed, there may be many people coming to take your credit later. If you can trust me, I'll ask someone to help you get this done right now. Okay. Ling Yi nodded without politeness. Seeing this, Yun He smiled happily and hurriedly asked someone to do it. As one of the top 10 financial groups in the world, the Emperor Star Financial Group naturally has amazing energy and publicity. In just a few minutes, a large number of topics and posts about the function of the statue appeared on the forum. Under the influence of the huge navy, a topic post titled, Ingwa town player Ling Yi discovers the function of the statue in the Great Secret Realm. Quickly reached the top 30 hot searches. At this moment, most people on the forum are still discussing the event and event tasks. The title that suddenly popped up did not actually attract many people to click on it. Only some interested or bored players will click on this title. However, when they saw the above description of, "You can exchange unwanted items for other desired items of the same level," many people's eyes immediately lit up. There is actually an item with this kind of function. Replace the unwanted items with items of the same level that you want. It's like a national recycling bin. It's a pity that the Great Secret Realm opens only once a month. It would be great if it could always be open. Many players quickly checked the Great Secret Realms where statues appeared, only to find that there were only 4 in the world. 2 of them are within the territory of Xinxia. One is located along the coast of Sunset Cherry Country, and the other is tens of meters above the sky in a certain sea area of Taijing Ocean. There are actually 2 of them in Xinxia. It's really a treasure land. Who says it's not the case? I really envy the people of Xinxia. When this main post on the forum gradually became popular, in the temple, Yunyi took out a space bag from his backpack, took out a card with a sky full of stars, and handed it to Ling Yi, saying, "This is the friend card of our Emperor Star Consortium. It is only given to our good friends." Ling Yi was about to turn around and leave when he interrupted her. He looked at this exquisite starry sky card and felt the desire to collect it in his heart. Seeing that Ling Yi didn't answer, Yunyi couldn't help but explain, "We are going to hold an auction later. If you have this card, you can buy the items at the same price as others, and we can get a 20 rebate when delivering the goods. Percent. In addition, there are many benefits. If you don't get it, you won't get it for free." Ling Yi didn't show any pretense and reached out to take it. He immediately said "Hello" to Yun Zijin, turned around and walked out of the hall. While walking down the stairs of the temple, Ling Yi opened the props that had just been fed back from the statue. Insight into the crystal ball, B, can monitor a radius of 100 kilometers. It's okay. At least it's more useful than glasses. The function of glasses is hyperopa, which allows people to see objects very far away. However, it does not have a see-through function, so it cannot match this large-scale monitoring in many situations. Open again after mutation. Insight into the crystal ball, B, can monitor the whole world and project the picture. Sounds from the monitored area can be heard. The practicality is greatly improved. With this thing, I can see everything in the world at home. The crystal ball is very playable. If you are bored, you can also use it to view mountains, rivers, and beautiful scenery around the world. Walking to the bottom of the steps, Ling Yi glanced around and found that there were hundreds more people coming to set up stalls than before. The huge platform also started to get lively. He thought for a while and felt that if he kept his eye of truth open, he might be able to pick up the missing items if he was lucky. So he went over. Unopened wooden box. 500 gold coins each. First come, first served. Various monster transformation cards are here. Do you want to experience the feeling of turning into a monster? Come and buy them now. A bunch of sundries dug out of the cave. Sold at a bargain price. Ling Yi walked among the crowd, absorbing the emotional points provided by the people around him, while observing various products with his true eyes. Wooden treasure chest, E and D level items may be found. Wind elemental transformation card, after use, it can transform into a wind elemental, which lasts for 1 hour. Only appearance changes. A pile of clutter, there's nothing in it. Chapter 159, Open Egg and Wide Area Flag. After wandering around for a long time, let alone Ling Yi, he really found an opportunity to pick something up. In an area that attracted many people to watch, he discovered such a thing. Stone egg, a stone egg that contains the A-level item. Wide area flag. Stone eggs are special items that can only be produced in secret realms. It is said that exposed strange treasures will attract particles from heaven and earth, and after a long period of accumulation, they will gradually condense into a stone sphere. These stone spheres are called stone eggs. When they are cracked open, the accumulated magical light will be released in one go, showing different colors according to their quality. E-grade gray, D-grade green, C-grade blue, B-grade purple, and A-grade gold. It's green! It's green! At this time, there was a middle-aged woman in the field holding the golden hammer provided by the boss, and cracking open one of the stone eggs. As soon as the stone egg was broken, green light immediately bloomed. Everyone knew at a glance that it was a D-level item. Alas! The woman sighed, obviously not satisfied with the result. That's good. It's not a loss to open a D-level one. The fat boss wearing a gold chain said cheerfully. His eyes almost narrowed into a straight line when he smiled. Yes. Yes. One stone egg costs 1,000 gold. And a D-level item is probably about the same price. The middle-aged woman's friend echoed and comforted. When the middle-aged woman was hesitating whether to continue driving, a relaxed and comfortable laughter suddenly sounded from the crowd. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked for the sound and saw a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses. The man has a fair face and a thin body, giving people the impression that he could be punched to death. Aunt Lu, you are still so unlucky. The man deliberately walked up to the middle-aged woman and smiled at the latter. Without waiting for the latter to speak, he turned to the boss and said, I'm going to smash 10 of them. The two parties completed the deal, and he picked up the golden hammer and started smashing it. Boom. Gray light. Boom. Green light. Ha! The second one came out green. I'm very lucky. The man laughed. Boom. Gray light. Boom. Gray light. Boom. Gray light. Half of it was smashed. 4 gray and 1 green. Now it was Aunt Lu's turn to laugh. Uh-huh. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Thanks to you. I suddenly feel it's worth it. Ling Yi and everyone around him looked like they were having fun. The man named Li Yuan snorted lightly, raised the golden hammer, and continued to hit it. Ash. Green. Ash. Ash. Blue. When the blue light appeared, before Li Yuan got excited himself, the people next to him became excited first. It's a big win. It's a big win. It's all back. It seems that this young man is very lucky. It's worth it. So worth it. With 10,000 gold coins, you can get 7 pieces of E grade, 2 pieces of D grade, and 1 piece of C grade. It's very profitable. Boss. Boss. Give me 3. Give me 5. Affected by Li Yuan's C-level items, many people watching had the idea of trying their luck and came over to open eggs. Ling Yi was also among these people. But there was only one golden hammer, so he had to wait for the others to finish opening it first. The first person got the hammer, smashed it once. Green light appeared, then hit it again. Gray light hit 3. 2 gray and 1 green. It's a small loss. It's okay. The first person comforted himself. The second person smashed 5 and got 5 ash. He handed the golden hammer to Ling Yi with a low expression. Ha! You're laughing so hard. 5 eggs and 5 ashes. Some people quickly came over to laugh. But before I could even laugh a few words, I heard a bang sound, and the next person smashed the stone egg, and a dazzling golden light bloomed. In an instant, everyone in the audience was stunned. It's time to get A-level. Damn it. Who is that person? Why is he so lucky? Any A-level item is worth 1,000,000 gold. This hammer is worth 1,000,000. Use 1,000 gold coins to sell 1,000,000 gold coins. 1,000 times the profit. That handsome guy has made a lot of money. Almost all of these stone eggs are collected and accumulated by the stone egg merchants, who entrust each player team to collect them in various secret realms. Only a few can get it from this great secret realm. Therefore, as soon as he saw the golden light, the fat boss felt a loss of blood and showed a look of regret. If he had knocked it down himself instead of selling it, he might have made millions of gold by now. Alas! The fat boss sighed softly and said with a helpless smile, Congratulations! You are the first person to get A-level items since I became a stone egg merchant. Ling Yi smiled and walked out of the crowd amidst the envious eyes of everyone. As soon as he walked out, he saw Yunji flying towards him. She landed in front of Ling Yi and looked at the noisy stall over there with a hint of gossip. I heard that someone here opened a grade A item from a stone egg. Yes, it's me. You? Yunji was slightly startled, and a hint of brilliance appeared in the depths of her beautiful golden eyes. She looked Ling Yi up and down, and while walking side by side with him, she smiled happily. Why do all the benefits come to you? The one who has gained the most this time must be you again. Roughly the same. At present, S-level disposable items can only be obtained through special events, and there is still no way to obtain S-level permanent items. A-level items are a level that even level 80 or 90 players may not have. Not everyone can afford 1,000,000 gold coins. Yunji rolled her eyes at Ling Yi, but she was already certain of this fact in her heart. After all, he had already integrated a 10-star skill just now. It's been more than an hour now. What are your plans now? Yunji asked while the two were walking. She still held the red paper umbrella in her hand, shielding her and Ling Yi from the sun. There will be an auction here later. Let's see if there are any good things. And then that's it. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't go out early, Ling Yi would have wanted to run away. Aren't you going to continue exploring and exploring other places? Anyway, there are only A-level items in the secret realm at most. No matter how much you explore, it will still be the same. Ling Yi spread his hands and shrugged. Haha, you are the only one who can say that A-level is just like that. Yunji smiled happily. She found that Ling Yi knew that she knew his identity. The two walked side by side under the same umbrella, and they looked like a beautiful couple. The sun shone on the green floor tiles, and both of them felt a hint of ambiguity in the silence. After wandering among various stalls for a while, the two finally came to rest under a tent temporarily built by players. The shops on Shinlu sell a variety of things, including temporary tents, temporary tables and chairs, and even some barbecue machines and freezers. Of course, these items must have some special abilities on them. For example, the ice in the freezer will never melt, and the barbecue machine can be turned on only by consuming physical energy. The two of them randomly found a table to sit down and ordered some food. While enjoying their rest, Ling Yi also opened the A-level prop he just got and checked it out. This is an item that increases the area of effect of an item by 5 times. The effect is not bad. Ling Yi makes mutations habitually. Wide area flag, A, can be used on designated props or designated skills, causing the area of influence to increase to 10 times the original within the next 5 minutes. Cannot be used repeatedly on the same target. The effect and power remain unchanged. Only the range becomes larger. Chapter 160 Auction. 10 times the range. The first thing Ling Yi thought of was his flame star. The power will remain unchanged, but the scope of damage will be further expanded. But it's already outrageous now. If it were to expand further, it would be 400,000 meters. If it really happened, the whole world would be shocked. Secondly, props such as Truth Bell. Overall it's okay. For a while, he didn't think of more application scenarios. Ling Yi and Yunji finished their snacks and were drinking herbal tea by the bottle, waiting for the auction to begin. At this time, several young and handsome men also walked into the tent and wanted to rest. A black-haired man at the front saw Yunji. His eyes lit up, and he came over. Sister Yun, are you here too? The black-haired man's name is Chenji. He pulled a chair and sat in front of the two of them. When he sat down, he noticed that Yunji seemed to be with the man next to her. You? Chenji looked at the two of them in surprise and frowned tightly. On the opposite side, Ling Yi turned around and asked, Do you know him? Well, a classmate's cousin is called Chenji. Oh. Ling Yi thought the two of them would have a conversation next. But Chenji, who was opposite him, snorted inexplicably, stood up and walked away. The two of them didn't care and continued to drink the herbal tea in front of them. Why did you buy me such a big cup? I can't finish it. Ling Yi touched his stomach and felt very full. Seeing his frown, Yunji smiled sweetly, reached out and took the herbal tea in front of him and smiled at him. If you can't finish it, leave it to me. As he said that, he took the straw that Ling Yi had sucked into his mouth and started sucking hard. Gula gula gula. She swallowed large gulps of tea, and the clear undulations on her snow-white jade neck could still be seen. The skin and hands above her neck could still be seen. After drinking a large bottle from Ling Yi's cup, she pursed her red lips tightly, pushed the cup in front of her to Ling Yi, and said, It's only fair that you have to drink this from me. No problem. You have much less here. Ling Yi also drank the tea in a few sips. And then after a moment of recollection, he said, The taste is a little different. A little sweeter. Hearing this, Yunji lowered her head slightly, and a layer of crimson appeared on her pink and tender face. She quietly turned her head to look at the man beside her, her eyes sparkling with spring water. If you say that, I won't be able to bear it when I go back, she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Oh? Ling Yi didn't know what she was talking about for a moment. Before he could think about it, several gongs and drums suddenly sounded in the distance. Then someone used a prop to amplify the sound and said in the distance, The auction is about to begin. The auction? In the great secret realm, it often only takes 2 or 3 hours to explore, and the remaining hours are often spent doing nothing. In this way, after a long time, players gradually developed main activities, including setting up stalls in secret realms and auctions. One is to allow everyone to fully obtain items that are useful to them, and the other is to kill time while adding some entertainment. At this time, in this large square of more than 300,000 square meters, Tens of thousands of people were sitting underneath, looking up at the makeshift auction stage. Everyone was whispering to each other and discussing the possible next auction items. And the whole scene was noisy and lively. I don't know what's in the auction this time. Don't worry. This is organized by the Emperor Star Consortium. In the auction they organize, every item is carefully selected. Of course, it must be attractive enough for people to take pictures. Otherwise, if it is released and no one takes pictures, wouldn't that be embarrassing? By the way, how many gold coins have you prepared? Ling Yi and Yunji sat relatively close to the front. The former is stroking his chin and thinking about something, while the latter is twirling his hair in circles with his slender jade fingers, looking in a trance and not knowing what he is thinking. That's right. Yunji suddenly thought of something and her beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at Ling Yi beside her, leaned over with a wicked smile, and whispered in his ear, How about you turn on the truth bell? It will be fun to turn it on here. This. Ling Yi felt it was unnecessary. But just when he was about to refuse, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the emotional value beating on the side. You absorbed 67 points of Wang Yuan's excitement points. Okay. Emotional value is like money. If you can earn more, you must earn more. No one can have too much. But since he wanted to open it, he had to open it wider. He decided to use the wide area flag to increase the area of influence of the truth bell. And while he was doing it, the auction officially started. Under the spotlight, a middle-aged man with a strong body and an energetic face walked out from behind the scenes with a smile and began to make a simple opening statement. Hello everyone. My name is Li Yun, and I am the person in charge of this auction. Our auction this time, a total of 50 items have been prepared, and it is expected to take 1.5 hours. While Li Yun was speaking on the stage, someone also sat down on the 2 empty seats on the other side of Ling Yi. Turning around, I saw it was Yun Zijin and Yun He, father and daughter. Ha ha, brother Ling Yi. We meet again, Yun He said with a slightly mature smile. Although Ling Yi didn't know why he called himself that. He didn't care about these titles. Just smiled and nodded at him. Yun Zijin, who was wearing a red dress, sat on his right side. As soon as she sat down, her gaze passed over Ling Yi and was cast on Yun Ji on the other side. A trace of surprise appeared in her beautiful brown eyes. When Ling Yi looked over, she immediately shifted her gaze to the man in front of her. Looking at his face, she couldn't help but smile and said, You have to upgrade quickly. I'm already 40. Yeah. Don't worry. Ling Yi did not reveal the fact that he was already level 49. Now that you show your true colors, it's better to keep a low profile. Soon, Li Yun on the stage finished speaking and began to introduce the first lot. At this time, Ling Yi finally pressed the bead on the truth bell and switched its mode. He was curious about how it would work in the presence of tens of thousands of people. Our first auction item is a B-level prop, the Flowing Spirit Magic Cloud Comb. Li Yun explained its effect to everyone on the stage. As long as a woman uses it to comb her hair, the quality of her hair will visibly improve. Not only that, as long as the combing time is long enough, the player can also control the hair. Change the hair color at will, greatly improve the toughness of the hair, and even eventually use it as a weapon to attack the enemy behind it. The starting price is 10,000 gold coins. Each bid increase must not be less than 100 gold coins. The bidding starts now. Boom! As the hammer fell, interested players started bidding one after another. Players who wanted to participate in the auction only needed to get a bidding board. When the time came to bid, they could write their own prices on the board without having to shout out. The prices written by players on the bidding board will be displayed on the big screen of the auction table in real time. And the records will be very clear one by one. But despite this, many players still like to entrust people around them to shout out their bidding prices in a high-profile manner. 20,000. 100,000. 150,000. After only 3 people bidding, the price has soared to 150,000. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the man who shouted out 150,000.